communications, and they're welcome to. And that's right now, it's an open source holiday. Like, someone wanted that a million years ago saying, everything's open. From a third party to be able to sell these pillows in Wisconsin. I think that's cool. And I'll be, yeah, I don't need to know. The people, so many different people make, small amounts of money and get off of it. I see a part of that. I want a part of it. I don't need a part of that. Let's see if they want to do that. It's entered into the culture, which I've had mixed emotions about, obviously. But if Satanists want to protest against fascism in Florida by putting a display in your hands and putting festivals on it in the Florida State House, which happened, good for you. Yes, it's a great festival for the rest of the stuff. It's crazy. I have these tapes. They're actually finally remastered to CDs a long time ago, and they're tapes from every year. In 1976, that year, my dad had the tape recording said this is a festival for the rest of it. What he meant by that was the living is opposed to the dead. Because that year, my grandmother, Jeanette Maria O'Keefe, had got a string of the supermarket in Jersey City, and passed away. So that was the time. And I remember that Elizabeth started out. I remember the concept. By the time it was in the script, it was actually working past the table. And the picture was like, I'm like, dang, it's fine. She's not around. I always thought it was because I actually thought it was true of your family as well, but I always thought it was Frank Costanza's stance against he was atheist. He didn't want to play to any of the religiosity, so it was a festival for the rest of us. Well, the original version was coincidentally, but that wasn't about atheists. The actual story was filmed very, very carefully. It was actually supposed to be a trace of a generation of one guy, my family outside of the priest, and he had a violent disagreement with the Catholic Church and left it, but a very colorful old school David Running White got in a fist fight with a priest in the Bower in like the early 50s. And oh my God, there must be a story there. And finally, I put them and asked him, but I couldn't touch it. What happened was there was a disagreement about the candidacy of Adlai Stevenson. One time anyone cared about Adlai Stevenson, so I was raised to not be allowed to talk about religion. It's also respected. So I was growing up, I was right outside the Chapel Clouds, and loving it to Chapel West schools, even though we lived in Mount Pleasant, great land back then. So I was instructed to say that I won't go to the Chapel Club because it sounded classic. And as I was growing up in this particular environment, pretty much all my friends were Jewish. I was going to the Seder, but I didn't really know what a mass was. And then when that same grandmother died, Jeanette O'Keefe, I said, she said, so what? I said, we're Jewish daddy, and that's what we do. I said, you died. He thought I was crazy for grief. And he said, I said, Chef Brown. I said, what? I said, we're Jewish daddy, and that's what we do. I said, you died. He thought I was crazy for grief. And he said, we from counseling, and I said, no, you don't understand. They brought up in a peculiar manner. They're allowed to swear in the house as long as they do it grammatically. But you would forbid them to discuss religion. So they obviously assume they are Christians. So my dad sits me down and says, I understand your side of fusion about religious identity. Well, I was raised Catholic, and my mother was raised Catholic. We decided that's all nonsense. I know some of your friends are Catholic, some of your friends are Catholic. And there's some confusion about religious identity. Well, I was raised Catholic, and my mother was raised Catholic. We decided that's all nonsense. I know some of your friends are Catholic, some of your friends are Jewish. But if anyone asks you who you are, you're nothing. Say, I have nothing. If they ask who you are, say, no, I'm nothing. So you make me say I have nothing. That was the 5 years of therapy. Keith inspired the phrase, I tried to have it in the show that's starting to occur. Schaefer was like, I know what happened. It's too weird. Yeah. That was Schaefer saying that. Who, by the way, produces Dave. So Andrew Brown did, does an animation on, yeah, exactly. did the family either accept or prefer any other? Like, was Thanksgiving up there? Was Halloween okay?
I mean, Thanksgiving was weird, but it was recognizably Thanksgiving. We celebrated Christmas and cultural way, like religiosity, all of those ways. Another symbol of Festivus was a sign and letter that read fun fashion that my father would take to nail that. But the thing is, that sign also came out sometimes at Thanksgiving and sometimes at Christmas. So the answer is no for any other holiday.
I guess to ping pong off of what Peter was saying, I hadn't thought to even get into this because it's kind of a heavy question and you don't have to answer it. But I can't get a read on whether you feel like, it's easy for me to say I love my dad and I miss him and he's a big part of my life. Did you have a relationship that you valued with your father, or was it just too hard to find it?
I mean, it's complicated. Yeah, absolutely. That was that he would have been easy if he had been lots of person enough. Incredibly charismatic and was very good at talking his way into our outlet. So, yeah, actually, particularly the last 10 years of his life, actually, remarkably, since the Veterans Act came out, we were as close as we could get to someone that did.
Yeah, wow. The other thing that's great is you start to show where it starts someplace and end up someplace different. It was about how families always have different bizarre really explain and kind of create culture for that family. And the worst thing is that bizarre holiday is that 27 years later, it still persists. And it has become, like the families that do it, it's become part of their culture. When I grew up during the festivals, it is truly part of their culture. Celebrate. I mean, no one that I know that fools around with Festivus is doing it with anything other than a joyful, fun, unique, something that they look forward to. And it identifies that family as they were fun, quirky, or different, and they've taken the feats of strength. They're doing it in weightlifting, they do all kinds of racing. They've taken it and morphed it into their family's own. And it's pure joy. It's the
lots of videos of it. You're absolutely right. It's joyful. And so, in retrospect, not only were Jerry and Dave and Jeff and Alec right, they sort of redeemed that unpleasant morass of memory as now this thing that would have been something that I tried to work through therapy is something that now literally dozens of people around the country are having a good time with. So, something that they certainly a lot of the voices were taken out of it by email, something that it's just so strange. A super, possibly one of the weirdest parts of the very strange show is now, it's a word. It's a word that my dad made up. It's not out there. So,
is your son there?
Very cool teenager who's learned to keep his face in class, and as I learned a similar age for different reasons.
Are you taking a dozen different supplements?
Yep.
Manage your perimenopause symptoms?
Tons.
Hair loss vitamins?
My Perry lost vitamins.
5 cups of coffee just
5 is like on a bad day, dog.
So at this point, it's interesting, but it doesn't really affect his life that much.
Do you guys, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to put it out there. Do you celebrate it in any way, shape, or form, or acknowledge it in any way, shape, or form?
We acknowledge it as like, okay, this is the 22nd. Yeah. Tomorrow, it's going to be hard. People at school, they say things, here's the thing, we certainly acknowledge it. The people were very nice about it, and I always feel bad because, I would have with Jeff and Alec ran the show for David. It's a strange thing because I think our role on death because that's what's for me.
it's good. Yeah, but it's weird that the show has sort of time travel and taking some of the
next generation.
I'll be just going to say this. It's just the honor of my life. Every day there was a fucking great work. I did remember, particularly that season when I did not have the benefit with Mr. David, but yeah, it was such a pleasure.
I think right back at you, and I will also agree that people are always saying it looks like you guys are having the best time. I always think we were having more fun doing it than you'll ever have watching it. So it was just one of those strange stories. I've been a writer from the start, editor, laughing your joke. I'm always trying to please the showrunner, figure out what's there, and I've been in those kind of writers. And I've been in client writers who are just a lot of fun. People are just making everybody laugh, and it's just a collective joy to hear. What was your experience in the writers' room? Was it very competitive, or?
Yeah, but everyone took it very seriously. This is the greatest TV company in the world, and we are tasked with
Breakers and millionaire lines to cover your age.
What in
Here's
the
a simple
fuck?
gift to define your jawline for you. Over 39,000 women.
doing this without
This is absolutely just bonkers.
my grandmother, Jeanette Marie O'Connor Keith, had a stint in a supermarket in Jersey City, and so that was what it meant. And I remember that as we spelled out, and I remember the context. But by the time it's in the script, it was actually more at the table, and I'm like, she's not my dead grandmother. It's fine. She's not around.
I always thought it was because I actually thought it was true love and family as well, but I always thought it was Frank Costanza's stance against atheists. He didn't want to play to any of the religiosities on the festival for the rest of us.
Well, the original was those of us who were alive was the dead man. But coincidentally, my dad wasn't about it. He actually started off, he was very, very, very Catholic. He was actually supposed to be a priest. Every generation, one guy in my family, on that side, he was a priest. And he had a violent disagreement with the Catholic Church and left it in a very colorful old school demon running way. He got in a fist fight with a priest in the Bower in like the early 50s. And oh my God, there must be a story there. Finally, I poked him and asked him, what touched you? What happened? Was he telling me your business? No, I know you know. You're telling me. One time anyone cared about that, his ears in the head. So I was raised to not be allowed to talk about religion until some respect to my family. So I was growing up, I was with my grandson in Chapel. I was very lucky to go to the Chapel schools, even though we lived in Mount Pleasant, sort of an incorporated land back then. So I was instructed to say that I go to the Chapel because it's sounding classic. And as I was growing up in this peculiar environment, pretty much all my friends were Jewish. I was going to Seder, but I didn't know what a mass was. And then when that same grandmother died, Jeanette Marie O'Connor Keith, I said, Dad, you said, I said, what is it? You're Jewish, Daddy, and that's
it's something for young people
survive
than it was when you
No, I think like nobody's nobody has to go out and support it. You can go and get medical aid. Nobody lives in the street. Here in this country, well, they don't have to. Well, no.
we decided that for months,
Are you telling me that you're telling me well, they die anyway. You can sleep on the bed.
there.
You just described the number 10.
No, I mean, like, he didn't die starvation and stuff.
We don't do starvation here.
Did
You
you
can always get some food. We have. I'm sorry to do it, but I don't think statistics would show you right. Nobody has been starved in this country. There are
get a gun or whatever?
oh, no, nobody's gone. Come on, you know that.
Are you saying that there's people who are below the poverty level, or and there are other people below the poverty
Of
level?
course there are. The poverty level now, because of the cost of living, is almost $5,000. There are many people who live. There's no difference in my mind between black and white.
You're crazy.
That's it. You go hiding behind the fact that I must have a prejudice. Well, damn it, I don't. I don't have a
An affirmation, I was trying to think of common denominator with math. It's an affirmation. Why?
They start
An affirmation doesn't mean like babies, bells get swell up, you don't get enough food, they get retarded.
I do.
No, man, it's true. Children get retarded because they don't have enough food to make an enzyme work in the brain.
Having listened to you before, some of the things you
Well, it's not just me, boy. I like shit. This is television. It's fine as moment.
I don't know why I talk to him at all.
No, I think he's very serious. I think he's very serious in what he says, and I think he has a point. There are people in this country who don't get enough to eat.
They may not get enough, but nobody really starts. I mean, I think you asked me about the young. That's why you're here, because you're starving.
Johnny Carson is back there. There'll be no yelling.
Oh, I see. Well, then if they like you, what do they say?
These people are all clones. You know that? We clone them in the other room, and then we bring them here
I
down
thought
to the
you
show.
were a new person. Well, I thought it was great idea. Although I'd step in after the fifth floor and take hold.
What are we talking about anyway? We were
I was raised Catholic, and your mother was raised Quaker. We decided that for nonsense. I know some of your friends are Catholic, some of your friends are Jewish. But if anyone asks you who you are nothing. Say I am nothing. If they ask who you are, say I'm nothing. So you make me say I am nothing. That was the 5 years in there. And I know Keith was inspired the phrase "fuck with the rest of it." I tried to tell that story to her. And Schaefer was like, I know it happened. It's too weird. Yeah, that was Schaefer saying that. Who, by the way, produces Dave. Documentary style. Yeah, exactly. Did the family either accept or prefer any other holiday? Like, was Thanksgiving okay? Was Halloween okay? I mean, Thanksgiving was weird, but it was recognizably Thanksgiving. We celebrated Christmas in a cultural way, no religiosity at all. Another symbol of Festivus was a sign and lettered that read "fuck fascism" that my father would tape to a wall. He would nail that. But the thing is, that sign also moved out somehow to Thanksgiving and somehow to Christmas. So the answer is no. Any other holidays? I guess to ping pong off of what Peter was saying, I thought that he would get into this because it's kind of a heavy question and you don't have to answer it. But I can't get a read on whether you feel like it's easy for me to say, I love my dad, and I miss him, and he was a big part of my life. Did you have a relationship that you valued with your father, or was it just too hard to find? the last, like, particularly the last 10 years of life action market, since Vectors have been we've gotten as close as we can get to someone that did it.
The other thing that's weird is extension of the show. You can start someplace and end up someplace different. It's about how families are raised, even different as are. Or at least they have created culture for the family. The worst thing is that those are holidays. It's been 27 years later. It's still in success. And it has become, for families that do that, it has become part of their culture. All right, yeah, they're festivals and seasons. It's part of their culture. Sentiment. I mean, no one that I know that, fills around the Festivus is doing it as anything other than a joy, right? Fun, unique, something that they look forward to. And it identifies that family as hey, we're fun, we're quirky, we're different, and they've taken the fancy strengths and they do everything weightlifting, they do all kinds of racing, they've taken it and morphed it into their family's own. And it's pure joy for them.
I've watched videos of it, and you're absolutely right. It's joyful, and so in retrospect, not only were Jerry and Dave and Jeff Allen right, they sort of redeemed that unpleasant morass of memory, because now this thing that would have been something that I tried to work through the therapy is something that now literally dozens of people around the country are having the time with. So so certainly a lot of the poisons are taken out of it by now something that it's just so strange that a super, like possibly one of the weirdest parts of the very strange childhood is now, it's a war. That my dad made up is now happening. So
does your son make you?
he's a very cool teenager who's learned to keep his face in as I learned at a similar age with different business. I think my told this was this. So at this point, he thinks he's interesting, but it doesn't really affect his life that much.
Do you guys, I think I know the answer to this, but do you celebrate it in any way, shape, or form? Acknowledge it?
We acknowledge it as like, okay, this is the 22nd. Tomorrow, it's going to be hard. People in school, they say things. Here's the thing. These are people who acknowledge it. The people are very nice about it. And I always feel bad because, I wrote it with Jeff and Alan, ran the show with Jerry and Gary and David. The stories they can figure out, I think I probably wrote it better than the such a story. I think they get a lot of credit for it. But, so as of right now, we have not, but every year it's a little less something. It's but it's weird that the show has a sort of time travel and taken some of the
Next generation watches.
Oh, no, I would be remiss if I didn't say it was just a while of my life. Every day there was fun to play this more never, particularly that season, but I did not imagine that with Mr. David. But it was such a pleasure to just
I'm right back at you, and I will also echo that. I always say, it looks like you guys are having the best time. I always say we were having more fun doing it than you have watching it. So it was just one of those. What did you feel like? I mean, great. It's fun competitive. We'll have your show. I'm always trying to please the showrunner, figure out what's there, and I've been in those kind of writers, and I've been in kind of writers where it's just a lot of fun. Just making everybody laugh. It was just a collective joy to do. And this is what your experience in the writers room was. And in there, but
everyone took it very seriously. This is the greatest TV comedy of all time. And we are tasked with doing this without
so maybe moving stuff around.
Absolutely, that sometimes did happen. But most of the time, we just went to with Jerry and Jeff and Dave and a bunch of ideas. Yes, perhaps a story that could be a joke story. I got a relay that I heard was so Dave, which was Jerry knocks her girlfriend's toothbrush in the toilet, the kid tower, she's in the brush her teeth, which actually happened to my now wife inside. And I get this phone from literally in his cars. I just thought of that. What is that? That was a real thing. And then later, she was already pregnant. She was never from the guy.
That's
I figured you so I threw the toothbrush away and I set it out. Brush your teeth. So you threw stories like that and improve. And then once you got Jerry and George and Lane and Craig, then you were supposed to out there. And it was a very exception of big rooms, a bunch of all the writers were very slow on versus trying to put together that episode they were going to write and maybe stories with the top people. And then there were rewriters in this middle of the table, a bunch of sections put together. And so it was incredibly well structured, and it had to be because I remember at the beginning of production, Shady said, "Okay, nobody's making any plans for the weekend." So what weekend? I said, "What weekend?" And he was down. He was correct.
and then she was right.
Yes, and that's because Jeff and Al and Dave marketing told the show from the beginning, but the tone was set by Jerry because his work ethic continues to to this day. I'm grateful to see him. We had a 9 a.m. rewrite on a Sunday, and I got there early by accident. And he was there at 8:45 and he said, "When they get the notes from the end, he obviously really funny. Can't say nothing but that. He also doesn't get credit for being John Stokes for just working harder than any comic in the history of comics."
Yeah, but I didn't see the show that hard. Yeah, but like he's gonna turn into a crazy Jerry thing, but he loves me all the time. When I think of Jerry, and he is and will be one of the finest comedians, certainly in my lifetime, perhaps others. And part of that is his ability to walk into any environment, any situation, and find a thing that has potential. Something in there is funny. And then it's his, I believe to this day, he once told me he spends, I can't remember, 2 to 3 hours a day, right? Even when there's nothing else, he'll sit and he will. It's a famous story. I think he's got one coming up that is somewhat about this, where he knew that there was something, he had some tape on Bob Torrance, and he would try and get it right, and he would work on it, he'd put it up, and that's not it, right again, right again, right. The article that he had been working on for 10 years and still felt like he didn't have it right, and that kind of work ethic, and guys that are telling jokes, that's his day, is trying to figure it out. 5-hour energy drink, what is that? It's the deal with 5-hour energy, and you watch it, you can see it. That's what I mean. There was in the movie Comedian, he and Tommy walk into a bodega, and they go, there's something he was fine. And I don't know what it is, and he turns and he sees royal jelly, royal beef jelly. And he goes, oh yeah, I get another jelly now. Put it on bread. It's not a company that's savant, but there's something funny there. And here's the other thing, and you can meet people in Rothschild. The dynamic psychology that change the way we look at it, because you're around guys like that and don't see that as the other voices. See that you go wrong about changing your own writing, maybe not that consciously, but when you look at stuff, you then take on a different role where you see comedy because they rise in different resolutions.
Absolutely. Honestly, the first job I had was as I sort of Jay Leno, and then I know right amount of jokes and yeah. But yeah, and not just looking at the product, being around, being exposed to the way Jerry's platforms, and also the way it works.
truly delighted to see you. It makes me feel like we should just sit sometime and catch up. I don't feel like we're better. I just love that anytime you tell me where, I'll leave you on the valley. I love that. Jason, did you hear me say that? Even if it's been a family assumption that I did. By the way, you're going to have to be constant and tweet it or that doesn't make it for I'm saying that, don't say that I'm lying. Thank you. It's actually talking about that. People want to know when it happens live and today. What still cares after all this stuff? Thank you. All right, Danny, take care. I got you. I'll be in touch. Please do. I love the fucking bus. Take care.
Folks,
I was the father of Nuts Best Friend, like you said. I don't know why.
I'm a Rothschild classic Hashem. So what's saying, but
wait a
it's
minute,
interesting.
folks. What is this one?
That lo you call the shofar, right? Or lo siel isha, ultimately is that in the event that he divorces her, he has to be married. So now back to the Baisa. The Sanya. Only Shigirish. So right, Ruben violated Rachel, and now what happens? He marries her. And so what happens if he then divorces her? In Yisrael, who Matsur in a loka. If he's in Yisrael, he can remarry her and not get Malchus. I must say, what does that mean? He can marry her and not get Malchus. So what does that seem to indicate? What is that? It's a lot hanifat say. Right? He's not allowed to divorce her, that's allowed. And then ultimately he remarries her. In Koinu, that he's a Kohen, look at the Inomaxir. He's a Kohen, obviously, carry marriage. He's a Kohen, can marry divorcee, even his own divorcee. So he gets Malchus. So one second. Now, based on what we just said, in Yisrael, Maxir the Inoloke Amai. But I don't understand. Now, both say, if you look at this as a lot Hanitak La'aseh, then I understand why Yisrael doesn't get Malchus. He violated a lot, he divorced her, but then he remedied it by remarrying her. They will say, but this is not a lot Hanitak La'aseh. What should this be? This is a lo sa'aseh shekamu aseh. Right? This is a prohibition that was preceded by a positive commandment. Well, Rabbi Yochanan, if you were right, then Allah Maisa, there should be Malchus for this. Yet the Brisa says that there are no Malchus for this. Lo sa'aseh shekamu asehu fililki. When Rabbi Yochanan saw this, he recanted. He figured his position was wrong. So just to show you the progression over here, Rabbi Yochanan espouses a position. Lav shekinu aseh, or lo saseh shekinu aseh. If you have a lo saseh prohibition or a lav that is preceded by a positive commandment, you get Malchus for that. That is different than a lav hanitak laseh. Rabbi Yochanan, did you say it? Rabbi Yochanan says no. Why did Rabbi Yochanan retract the case of Onis? Because he saw this case of Onis of the Yisrael, right, who violated a woman, married her, and then divorced her. So the Brisa says he remarries her and doesn't get Malchus, which indicates to us that they're treating this as a lot hanitak la'aseh. Even though, again, structurally or textually, this is really a lo saseh shekidmu aseh. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you should get Malchus for that. The Brisa says you don't get Malchus for that. So Rabbi Yochanan says, what's Rabbi Yochanan's conclusion? I must be wrong. And therefore, again, he retracts. So now we're going to try to prove that Rabbi Yochanan is not wrong. Amar Ula, lo yomar lo. So Rabbi says, now I'm going to tell you why this case is different. Listen to this. Lo yomar, lo siya li isha ba'onis. So the truth is, the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, the lo siya li isha, which is the aseh. That's the aseh, right? Ultimately, again, lo siya li isha, that she has to be his wife. He has to remain married to her. Right? Because you're going to also just understand the structure of the passage. It says, lo siya li isha, the lo siya isha for him, for the violator. For Reuben, she has to be his wife. Tachas Hashem, because he violated her. Lo yuchal l'shafal kol yimei chayo. Kol yama. He cannot send her away. He can't divorce her. So you have the asay, lo siya l'isha, and lo yuchal l'shafal the law. So listen, I'm going to tell you why this case is different. This lo siya l'isha, really by owners, by the violator, is extraneous. Why? Ligmar Motzi Shema. Because that's Motzi Shema. Say, who's Motzi Shema? Motzi Shema is a man who's married to a woman. Right? Reuben married Rachel. And then after he got married, he claims that she was not a Besula. Now, if it turns out that ultimately, again, he's lying, then the halacha is he has to pay a penalty. And he's not allowed to divorce her as well. So learn out only so Motzi Shema. My Motzi Shema shelo asa ma'isa rachmanav lo siya l'isha. So I made it Motzi Shema. where Ruben, the husband, didn't do a maisa. But so now, what does it mean he didn't do a maisa? It means, remember, what is he doing? It's speech. It's speech. He didn't do a maisa. Yet there is this penalty that he's never allowed to divorce her. Onus, the closer came, certainly by onus, when he did do a maisa, he certainly should not be allowed to divorce her as well. So the Gemara says, Lama Ne'amar. So why? So therefore, again, the lo siel isha by onus is really extra. You don't need it. Learn it down from Motzi Shema. But it's written. So if it's written, Eino Inu Lefanav, so use it to teach me that Rothschild Isha must be there not to tell us that the onus has to marry her wife, that if the onus divorced her, if he divorced her, he has to remarry her. So essentially, it's reinforcing the assay after the lav, making it more into a lav hanitak la'aseh, which is why the Brisa goes ahead and said, there's no malchus. Okay, interesting approach. So the Gemara says, interesting approach. Va'akati only from Motzi Shema lo damar, but that's not true. You can't really learn that only from Motzi Shema. Why not? Di'ikal mitzvah, because you can raise a pircha. Mala Motzi Shema shekin loke u'mushalim. Right? The most Motzi Shema ultimately again both gets malchus. Right? Motzi Shema has three things. Number one, he can never divorce her. Number two, he gets malchus. Number three, there's a financial penalty. By ones, ultimately again there are no malchus. There's a financial penalty. You're never allowed to divorce her, but there are no malchus. So they're not similar. Elo, lo yoma lo sila isha motzi shemra, ligma me ones. Right? The Gemara says, okay, let's flip it. Don't say you lo sila isha by motzi shemra, and instead learn it out by ones, right? And just say, just like an ones is not allowed to divorce his wife, right? So to motzi shemra is not allowed to divorce his wife, and say, uma ones she'ina lo kim l'shali umrachma lo sila isha by ones, where you don't get malchus. Yet the Torah says this violator has to marry this woman. Moshe Shema, who does get malchus, ultimately has to, of course, has to marry her as well. So therefore, I say once again, why do I need the velocia isha? In Motzi Shema, if you don't need it for Motzi Shema, ultimately use it for onis. Furthermore, in Fanav, and if you don't need it initially to tell me that he's obligated to marry her, use it to teach me that in the event that Ones divorces his wife, he's obligated to remarry her. So it becomes an extra assay in the event that Ones divorces his wife, in which case it's really reinforced as a lav hanitak la'aseh. If it's a lav hanitak la'aseh, everyone agrees there's no malchus, but it doesn't contradict Rabbi Yochanan's position, right? Because Rabbi Yochanan was all about a lo saseh shekidmu aseh. Over here by Ones, the presence of the extra assay makes it into a lav hanitak la'aseh. Okay, one second. The Motzi Shema and Ones Namiradam. It doesn't work. You can't learn out Motzi Shema from Ones. Why not? So the Gemara says, Yikal Mifrach, Mala Ones Shekin Asamaisa. Because let's remember again, Ones to Maisa. They're really not comparable. Right? Ones is a Maisa. Motzi Shema is not a Maisa. Motzi Shema is just Bibar. Ella, Lo Yomar Lo Siali Isha Motzi Shema, Shari Ishtami. So here's what's interesting. Here's the big difference also. By Motzi Shemra, I don't need that phrase, Lo Siali Isha, right? Why? By Motzi Shemra, they're married already, right? I don't know. By Ones, I need Lo Siali Isha, but by Motzi Shemra, I don't need that phrase at all. Lama Nama, so why is it there? Why is Lo Siali Isha by Motzi Shemra? Now, in Motzi Shemra, today in Ones. Now, ultimately, again, if I don't need it by Motzi Shemra, let me use it for ones. Then ain't the fun of, and if I don't need it to initially tell me that he has to marry, because that's already stated. Use it to teach me that in the event that the Ma'anis divorces his wife, he's obligated to marry her. Once again, I both say what the Gemara is constantly doing is saying the following: that essentially by ones, there's going to be this extra assay. What does that extra assay do? The extra assay says that in the event that Ruben divorces Rachel, right? Ruben violated Rachel, married her. In the event that he divorced her, he has to remarry her. It's an extra assay. That extra assay makes it into a lav hanitak la'aseh and not a lo saseh shekadmo assay. Even though scripturally, textually, it's written as a lo saseh shekadmo assay. And therefore, it makes sense that the Brisa says no malchus, and it doesn't contradict Rabbi Yochanan's original idea. Well, a second, maybe I don't understand why are you taking Velocity Isha by Moti Shema, giving it to Ones. Keep it by Moti Shema and say like this. Tell us that by Moti Shema, Velocity Isha makes it also Allah Hanitak Lase, and in the event that the Moti Shema divorced his wife and he remarries her, no Malchus. You're right. You're right. That is true. That is true. So the Gemara says, "Va'asi ones v'galamine," and ultimately again, I call it ones from Moti Shema, and to say just like by Moti Shema, if he divorces his wife and then he remarries her, he avoids Malchus. So too again by ones, if he divorces his wife and remarries her, ultimately no Malchus. But again, here's the problem: the galamine. So now we want to learn out ones from Moti Shema. The Gemara says, "Here's the problem: my galamine. How are you learning out ones from Moti Shema?" Eva Kavachomer, if it's a Kavachomer, I'm sorry, Eva Kavachomer, Eva Matsino, Eva Livra, Kirafinon. So let's say, so remember again, what are you learning in the house? What are you learning out only some of the Shema, either the Kavachomer or a Mematsino? Mematsino is the common denominator. Either way, the comparison is flawed. Let's say, first white line on Tesla and how is the comparison flawed? Malamutsi Shemra, Shakim Lo Asamaisa. Let's say, remember again, the comparison is fundamentally flawed. Why? Because the Maisa, again, the Motsi Shemra is no Maisa. Right? There's no Maisa, it's just Dibor. Ones is a Maisa. It's very hard to justify a comparison between the two. Allah Amar Rabbi, Rabbi says, Kol Yoma ba'omid b'hachser. So Rabbi says like this. Rabbi says like this. At the end of the day, so once you take a look at for a quick Rashi for just a moment, almost right across in Rashi to the right. Allah Amar Rabbi, hard to sanya ba'onis maksher in the loket. So let's remember again, we're just trying to figure out the following case. Reuven is a Yisrael. He violates Rachel. So, right, what did the Brisa say? The Brisa, what did the Brisa say? The Brisa said, if he remarries her, he doesn't get Malchus. This is troubling for us. Why? Because Ones is a case of a lo saseh shekidmu aseh. Like the way that it's framed is, there's an aseh first, the lo siel isha, she has to marry her, and then afterwards it says, well, you fell a shot call you mechaya. She can't divorce her. In Rabbi Yochanan's model, that means there should be Malchus. The Bryce is telling us there are no Malchus. There are no Malchus. So we're spending all the time trying to. So Rabbi, mostly in a tremendous, I just want to point out, in a tremendous display of humility, Rabbi Yochanan's reconciliation is, I'm wrong. A tremendous display of humility. The Gemara says, not so fast. Maybe you're not wrong. Maybe Ones is just a different kind of case that just doesn't fall in line with your model. Your model is correct. Ones is just an outlier. Please, the Gemara says over here. So let's analyze this. So Rabbi comes along and says, you're right. I'll tell you why Ones is different. Rashi, Kainu Mishum Dal Karke, Lachi Nivak Lase, the Amrapra, Kol Yamav, Lo Habile, Kol Yamav, Lo Habile, the Miktab, and Lo Yuchal Shaka, my Kol Yamav. So it comes along and says like this. So we'll say, by the Ones is very interesting. It says, Lo Yuchal Shaka, Kol Yamav. Kol Yamav. Why do you need that? Just say Lo Yuchal Shaka. You can't divorce her. I understand. You can't divorce her when? As long as you live. I don't need that phrase, those two words called Yamav. Why is that here? So Rabbi wants to suggest that maybe Kol Yamav makes it different. Kol Yamav makes it a lot Hanutak Lase. That's what Kol Yamav does. Kol Yamav says, Ruvain shouldn't have violated women in the first place. Right? Understand, right? Makes sense. Right? Then, if you did, you have to marry her, and you're not allowed to go ahead and divorce her. And if you divorce her, you have an obligation to remarry her. How long is the obligation to devolve upon you? Kol Yamav. So it's a different kind of case. That Kol Yamav makes it a lot Hanitak La'aseh. That says if you did divorce her, you have an obligation to remedy that. What is the window of remediation for this? The rest of your life. That makes it into a lot Hanitak La'aseh. Beautiful. So Ella Amarab, back to the Gemara. Ella Amarab, Kol Yamav ba'ami b'hachseh. So mostly here it is. The Kol Yamav fundamentally changes the math on this, right? And the Kol Yamav says that halacha l'maisa, this is a lot hanitak la'aseh, even though structurally and textually it's a lo saseh shekidmu aseh. Rabbi Yochanan doesn't share anything. Kol Yamav makes it a lot Hanita Klase, and therefore again, Reuben, if he divorces Rachel, Halacha L'maisa is an obligation to remarry her, and as long as he does remarry her, Halacha L'maisa he avoids Malchus. Incredible. So I'm going to Papa Grava, so Papa Grava, Bahalo Dummy, Lilave, Lilo Chasima. So, Lo Dami Lave, Lilav de Chasima. Okay, so let's remember again 2 days ago, we had this. What's the paradigmatic lav for Malchus purposes? The paradigmatic lav is Lo Safsum. Don't muzzle your animal. Right now, by the way, why is that the paradigmatic lav? Because it happens to appear right after the Torah discusses Malchus. Okay, so you says, 1 second. This lav is not comparable to the lav of Lo Chasima. Right? Ultimately, again, right? Chambers, and I remember again, I just want to point out the Losafsum Shavadisha, that is the paradigmatic law for Malchus. Now, we'll say, why is that the paradigmatic law for Malchus? Because there's no assay associated with it, right? So here you have a law of Anita Klase. So I don't understand. If it's a lot, so how would one ever be subject to Malchus over here if this is not comparable to the law of Chasima? So I'm relating to the Kasabe Rahmana Asay Yisera Migradara. I don't understand because over here there's one additional Asay, therefore it's going to make it worse. And says, yeah, Ihati, Lav Shanita Klase, Nami, language from the Kasabe Rahmana Asay Yisera Migradara. But again, let's say using that logic, so Lav Shanita Klase, I say should also be subject to Malchus. Just because it has one additional Asay, you should, right? It should make it worse. No, Lav Hanita Klase is different. Why is it different? Because Halacha L'maisa in the Lav Hanita Klase, the assay is dafka coming to remove any type of the assay is there to clean up the lav and tell you that I'm not high enough. I'm about to say, now watch this. This now comes to this now leads to a fascinating idea, which we're going to talk about more tomorrow. Hani Choman Damar, Bitlo Velo Bitlo. Elamanda Amar Kaimo Velo Kaimo, Ma'ikala Neymar. So we'll say, now watch this. Watch this. So we'll say, in general, when it comes to a lav and an assay, right? Well, take a look at Rashi. The last Rashi in the daf. All right, here we go. Hadavrit, Kalavaxer, Kayasiaso, Lakshmita Klase, Varchavas Losman Kiyamase, Kalyamov. So let's remember again. The way what Rabbi was suggesting was as follows. In the case of owners, the reason why there's no Malchus is because since it phrases the assay as Kol Yamav, it tells you again it's a Lav Hanisha Klase, and what's the window? What's the window for remediation? The rest of his life. So as long as Reuben is still alive, he's not going to get Malchus. Why? Because he has the ability to remedy the law by remarrying her. Okay. Now Rashi goes on. Barecha, had the sign the Machzer in a loka, the Olam Kamar calls Manshiach Olomar, and he Machzer ain't basing Malchus also. So Moses, now watch how this plays out. This is fascinating. Reuben violated Rachel. Us, right now, penalty has to marry her. Never allowed to divorce her. Okay, marries her. Now he divorces her. So now, we're going to bring it to Beijing. What does Beijing do to Reuben? What do they do to him? Nothing. They don't give him Malchus. Right? Why don't they give him Malchus? Why not? Because ultimately, again, he has a way to remedy it by remarrying her. What's the window for mediation? Called Yamav, which means something fascinating. Now, right now, Reuben is in violation because he divorced her. But since he has the ability to remedy it, effectively it becomes like a Lav Hanita Klase, right? And therefore, again, it can't give him Malchus. Even though right now he is divorced, right? He is in violation. But since he can remedy this for the rest of his life, we don't give him Malchus. Okay, so now watch this. So the Gemara says, let's talk about that. We're going to say as follows. Okay, there's a limited outside. There's a raging machlokes. Raging machlokes goes like this. If a person violates a law, right? And now there is an assay that can remedy it. So do you get Malchus or not? The Gemara says it depends. If you hold bitlo, the bitlo, the low bitlo, which means as long as I do not negate the possibility of the performance of the assay, I don't get Malchus. Even though I haven't done the assay yet, as long as it is possible to do the assay, as long as I have not made it impossible to do the assay, then ultimately again I don't get Malchus, even though right now I haven't yet performed the assay. So let's give me an example over here. What would be an example of, let's say, again, Reuben violates Rachel, marries Rachel, marries Rachel, and ultimately again now has the assay. Let's say he makes a neder, irrevocable neder, that Rachel can't get benefit from. That would be an example of where he's mevatel the assay. In that case, he would get malchus. But as long as Reuven has not been mevatel the assay, he does not get malchus. That's one school of thought. The other school of thought says, kaimo below kaimo. No, it's not bittul. It's very simple. Reuven, you have an assay. Reuven, are you remarrying her or you're not remarrying her? If you're not remarrying her right now, guess what? We're giving you malchus. In other words, Rabbi says, yeah, you have an assay to remedy the assay. You have an assay to remedy the los assay. And if you want to avoid malchus, when must you exercise the assay? When? Now. And failure to do so gets up. So we'll say, right? I told you, I wasn't that. This is riveting. So we'll say, so again, now I have a lav hanitak la'aseh. Everyone agrees that ultimately the assay cleans up the lav. But when do you have to perform the assay in order to avoid malchus for the los assay? So the first opinion that says bitlo belong to bitlo means essentially, as long as you don't negate the possible performance of the assay, that will save you from malchus. According to that, as long as Reuven can remarry Rachel, even if he doesn't remarry Rachel, he doesn't get malchus. According to the second school of thought that says kaimo v'lo kaimo, says no. The only time the assay remedies the los assay is when you do it now. But if you don't do it now, we're going to give you malchus. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, honeycomb and bitlo below bitlo. So Rabbi's statement of kol yamav ba'amud b'hasher makes sense according to the opinion of bitlo below bitlo. So essentially, we're never going to give Reuven malchus, because as long as Reuven has the ability to remarry Rachel, he's not going to get malchus. But according to the opinion that says, no. Lav hanitak la'aseh says, you have an assay that can remedy the lav. And as long as you do the assay right now, we'll give you malchus. But if you don't do the assay right now, we're going to give you malchus. So how does that shtim with Rabbi? So the Gemara says, Michael, on the days. Look at that. So the Gemara says, remember again, both sides. This whole thing is only Rabbi Yochanan, right? Remember, this whole discussion is only for Rabbi Yochanan. The Gemara says, Ha'amar alei, Rabbi Yochanan l'taina, bitlo chayiv, lo bitlo pater. Oh, Rabbi Yochanan both sides, Rabbi Yochanan bitlo below bitlo. The way Rabbi Yochanan understands, lav hanitak la'aseh, ultimately is, after you do the lav, as long as there is the possible performance of the assay. Possible performance, in other words, to say it differently, as long as you don't negate the possible performance of the assay, you are saved from malchus. That's Rabbi Yochanan's position. The Gemara says, Ditani, Tana can be Rabbi Yochanan, because ultimately there's Rabbi Yochanan, Chamitzos los assay, Sheish v'kom assay. So we'll say, if you have a los assay that has an assay, which is what we call a lav hanitak la'asay. So the Gemara says, Kiyem assay sheba pater. If you perform the assay after you did the los assay, you're pater from malchus. Bitel assay sheba. If you negated the performance of the assay, in other words, if you made the assay impossible, then ultimately, again, you're going to be chayiv malchus. I don't understand. What does that mean? My ka'amet kiyim pater lo kiyim chayiv. Bittul chayiv lo bittul pater. It's not kiyim. Don't use that lashon. Use lashon of bittul. Gemara says, you're right, Tani. Bitlo below bitlo. So let's say ultimately, again, the difference is that bit. So we'll say this is so much converging over here now. And we'll say this is a dramatically different understanding over here. So the way it works in Lav hanitak la'aseh, and I don't know, this is different, I think, than the intuitive way you understand it. How do you generally understand Lav hanitak la'aseh? As you and I do a lav, and then what? And if I want to avoid malchus, then what? Do the assay. When do you do the assay? When do you need to do it? When do you right now? And if you don't do it now, you can get malchus. Rabbi Yochanan says that's not the way it works. The way Lav hanitak la'aseh works like this: if you do the lav, as long as you have the possible performance of the assay, or to say it differently, as long as I have not negated the performance of the assay, right? Ultimately, that saves me from malchus. So when do you do the assay? When I get around to it. As long as I have not negated the performance of the assay, I'm safe from malchus. This is what we call bitlo, below bitlo. That's the shita of Rabbi Yochanan. Now, I'm sure Shvakish disagrees. Mostly, see, now we're kind of taking a little break from that. Remember, we still have Rabbi Yochanan's shita dangling out there, right? Rabbi Yochanan's idea of kolos asay shekidmu asay, you get malchus, right? So I have a lav hanitak la'aseh, which I'm not going to get malchus for. Most I say Shekimu I said because of Yochanan didn't get Malchus for. Now in La Hanita class say originally Malchus of Yochanan. What does Rish Lakish say? Or Rabbi Shimon Lakish Omer Kaimo Velos Kaimo. Rish Lakish says no. The way it works in La Hanita class is when will you avoid Malchus? When you actually do the assay. But if you don't immediately do the assay, you're going to get Malchus. What are they arguing about? Okay, but this is about to get you thought it's going to get more exciting. Watch this. Basras Suffolk. Oh, wow. Okay. So let's at least mention this, or we're not going to finish this right. So what are they arguing about? Hasras suffix. Hasras suffix. So it's like, so pause here for just a second. So let's just get down what we have over here, right? So far, again, in our Malchus world, what we've got, number one, is I'm going to get Malchus for a lab. Stam a lab. Just a regular lab. I'm going to get Malchus for Chavi Krisos, right? I'm not going to get lab for a lab Hayutak La say. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, again, introducing us a new model over here, I'm going to get Malchus for a Losa Asay, Shekigmu Asay. Rabbi Yochanan recanted because he thought the case of Onis contradicted him. Rabbi comes along and says, Onis is not contradicting you. Onis is coming along and Onis is different. Why? 2 words. What are the 2 words? Kol Yamav. Kol Yamav. Kol Yamav says that essentially the window for performance of the Asay is all of his days. The owner says that is great if you hold that the mechanics of Lavanita Classe are bitlo below bitlo. But if you say that it's kaimo below kaimo, then why should that work? No problem. Rabbi Yochanan holds bitlo below bitlo. And now introduced to the Machlokes, Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish, how does Lavanita Classe work? Rabbi Yochanan bitlo below bitlo. Rish Lakish kaimo below kaimo. The explanation of the Machlokes and Halacha L'Maisa. The answer from tomorrow. Shkach Habosai. All right, Kevin, have a great day, everyone.
Anytime something positive happened, Gerardo was like, "Oh, that's actually a bad thing." That's the inside bit there. For sure, and he can't find a place to stay. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. Since March, like something about this is telling me like part of it has to be. Dude, come on, Chin, you can't find a place. Dude, if I can find a place to stay.
All right, Rothschild, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tav Shin Pei, the Pilsen Mishpach of Israel. We're dedicating all the Shem Drushos this year as is Chus for Besoros Tovos Sh'am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habarim with Paul Powers in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and her birth of Baruch Hashem, a brand new grandson. Anonymous sponsorship and the Chus of Simchas for all of our children, and so Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlomo for Klal Yisrael. Avin Shem Kelman, the memory of Atin's mother, Sarah Brainer Bas Yoshua Heschel, the corner of the Bracha, and our Dr. Yumi sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Myris, in creation of the outside of Alan's mother, Paul Myris, Peril Bas Avram, the corner of the Bracha, we hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shravan together with Kol Holy Yisrael, which brought Hashem Hashem bring home our hostages with Shalom and Bukharov, to allow our holy soldiers to be successful with Kol Maaseh Yedei. Well, so with that, let us begin. Today's dot is Yud Dalet 14. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Yud Gimel on the days, and I believe that we left off with Amar Rabbi Avo. Is that correct? Excellent. Good. That is on the Gimel base 13b, right across from Tosis, Ma Avodas Kochavim, Shev Yaltasa. And it is also 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, about 20 lines up from the bottom. So just to orient ourselves a little bit. So remember again, yesterday's daf had 3 Machlokes about what happens when there is a death penalty, what happens with Malchus. So again, we had the position of the Chachamim, and the Chachamim held that Halacha L'Maisa, both Chavi Krisos and Chavi Misos Bezdin ultimately again get Malchus. That was the first opinion. Well, just the trivia. I'm sorry, that's Rabbi Shmuel, not the Chacham. Rabbi Shmuel holds whether you're getting a death penalty, Bezdin, Kares, you're going to get Malchus. Let's go on the reverse side. Rabbi Yitzchak holds whether you're getting Nisas Bezdin or Kares, no Malchus. And then there's Rabbi Akiva who's in the middle. Rabbi Akiva holds for Nisas Bezdin, there's no Chiyuv Malchus. And remember again, what was his logic? His logic there was Kidei Rishaso, essentially, you can only be held accountable once. So if you're going to get kares, you can't get malchus as well. Why? What about? I'm sorry, you're going to get nisas bezin, you can't get kares as well. However, Rabbi Akiva holds that for kares you do get malchus. What was Rabbi Akiva's logic? His logic was because if you do tshuva could remove the kares, and therefore halacha l'maisa you will be subject to malchus. So we're trying to work through that particular shita now. So now Rabbi Avo says as follows. So Rabbi Avo, the favorite Shibsa Torah, kind of uses the malchus. So everyone's trying to understand Rabbi Akiva's logic. And remember again, the major question about Rabbi Akiva, or the major question on Rabbi Akiva was what? Was that it's very nice that if you do tshuva, you can remove the kares. Well, what's the kasha? Right now, you didn't do tshuva. So if you didn't do tshuva right now, that means you're getting dual liability for one act, which goes against Rabbi Akiva's core position of Kidei Rishasol, Mishum Risha'achas Tarachaybo, Okay, so now, therefore, we're trying to propose alternate approaches to Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Avo, the very Shibsa Torah Chayim Krisis Lamalkus. So Rabbi Avo says the truth is the Torah explicitly says that Chayim Krisis get Malchus. Where do we see that? The Gamar Le'inei Mele'inecha. It's Gzera Shava. So we'll say, so the two psukim ultimately again that the Gemara is contrasting over here. Rashi ve'esa ish asher yikach es achoso bas aviv bas imo. For us, Ervasa, the Hisira Ervaso, Chesed over the Kasubini Amam, Ervasa also Gila Isabano. Fine. Good. That's the name. Good. And then number 2 was Arbin Yakenu, Yosef Lakos Al Elo. Good. So the pasuk says Malchus. I'm sorry, the pasuk says Le'inecha by Malchus, and it has the same motion of Le'inecha by Kares. By Kares. So Gzera Shava of Le'inecha. And ultimately, again, tells you that Chayiv Kares are Chayiv Malchus. So we'll say, this obviously makes it much easier because now it's Gzera Shava. Once it's Gzera Shava, there's not all that much to discuss after that. Remind now, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Good. So that, Chayiv Misos based in Nami right? The Gemara says, so Rama is the kasha. If that's the case, that you're making this Gzera Shava, Chayim Misos based in Nami Rosa. It says version of Einecha, also by Misas based in. So make a Gzera Shava from Misas based in to Malchus, and say just like there's Malchus, in Einecha Malchus, so too again Malchus by Misas based in. To which the Gemara says, no. Danim le'inei mele'inecha, ve'im danim me'einei mele'inecha. So the Gemara asks a very interesting answer over here. We're willing to make a Gzera Shava of me'einei from mele'inecha, but not willing to make a Gzera Shava of me'einei from mele'inecha. Okay, in other words, we need the words. The words are more similar between Kares and Malchus than they are between Misas Bezdin and Malchus. Okay, to which the Gemara says, come on. Why should that matter? The Shava coin, Ubaha coin. So I will say this is about we always quotes this. Whenever the Gemara wants to highlight the idea, the concept, that you can even make a Gzera Shava between words or phrases that are not even the same. Right? The Shava coin, Ubaha coin has to do with the halachos of Tzara'as Habayis, when Tzara'as afflicts the home. And the Torah discusses this idea, the coin goes, he inspects, he comes back again, and the Torah comes to equate the process from the first time he enters into the house to the return visit. How does it make a Gzera Shava? The Shava coin, Uba coin. The coin comes and the coin returns. That's a Gzera Shava. They're both saying now in that case, the Gzera Shava is made with what? 2 dissimilar phrases. And yet you could still make a Gzera Shava. If you can make a Gzera Shava with 2 dissimilar phrases, you definitely can go ahead and make it from Me'ine to Mele'inecha. Zoishiv is Zoibia. Vald, Ligmor Me'ine, Mele'ine, Dahagamar Le'ine, Mele'inecha. Furthermore, again, if you're making Gzera Shava of Le'ine, Mele'inecha, so then why can't you go ahead and make a Gzera Shava of Me'ine, Mele'inecha? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Kibla Rabbi Shmuel Bar Rabbi Yitzchak, Kederish Asal Mishum Sha'achas Atalachaymo, Vietalachayim Mishum Shtei Rishios. So the both say therefore the Gemara switches gears. Remember, we're just trying to figure out the position of Rabbi Akiva. How does Rabbi Akiva allow? How does he allow? Ultimately, again, Malchus in a case of Kares. When Rabbi Akiva, remembering I say, see Rabbi Akiva says, you can't get Malchus in a case of Misas Bezdin. Why not? Kedei Rish Asal Right? Torah says, punish him in accordance with his wickedness, singular. You could go ahead and make someone culpable. One punishment, but not two punishments. So once again, how can you give Misa and Kares? So Rabbi Avo tried, didn't work out. Now therefore comes along Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel by Yitzchak says, the Gemara says, it goes back to K'dei Risha Achos. The Gemara says, Berisha HaMesur L'Beis and HaKosim Medaber. This pasuk is talking about over here what? Risha, or punishment that is handed over to Beis Din. When it comes to punishments administered by a Beis Din can only administer up to one punishment, no more than one punishment. Therefore, if Beis Din is going to execute, no malchus. But again, Kares, which is not a punishment handed over to Beis Din, there's no problem adding up additional punishments to that. Fascinating idea. Rava says, okay, so that's kind of where the Gemara stops for a second. Now we branch out, but we're still in Rabbi Akiva. So Rava says as follows: Asir Beilik Talos. This is interesting. Now this is Rava's position. Let's say Rava says Ruben is about to go ahead and commit an act of arayas that goes ahead and carries to the penalty of Kares. So, but let's say they didn't warn him, or even Misa's Beis. They didn't warn him about Misa. They only warned him about Malchus. If you do this act, you're going to be chayiv Malchus. So the Gemara says, what's halacha? Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa you get a kiss in Misa's Beis. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa that he does not get Malchus and a death penalty. So the Gemara says, keep pligi. So ultimately, again, I said that wrong. Asubei telling means they, I don't know how I said it. They warned him, they gave him hasra, that if you commit this act, you're going to be killed. So if they just gave him that hasra, right? So everyone agrees that he doesn't get malchus and a death penalty. He just gets a death penalty. So keep pligi. Listen to this. Where's the machlokas? So the Gemara says, the asru be'lam malchus. What happens if halacha l'maisa they just gave him hasra from malchus? So again, Reuben's about to kill Shimon. Okay, Misa's Beis Din. But now what happens? They go ahead and they warn him, by the way, if you do this, we're going to flog you. So let's say, so now here's what's clear. If they give him that type of hasra, what can't Beis Din do? What can't they do? They can't execute him. Right? Why can't they execute him? Improper hasra. The shaila is, can they go ahead and give him malchus? Right? Isn't it? So again, in the first case, everyone is agreement that if they give him hasra from Misa, that he gets Misa, not malchus. When we say everyone except Rabbi Shmuel, right? But again, he gets Misa, not malchus. What happens, however, in a capital case, they just give him hasra from malchus. So obviously, we can't execute him. But can we give him malchus? So the interesting machlokes over here. Rabbi Shmuel holds, lav shenitan la'asharis mizdas beis. And look at Allah. Rabbi Shmuel holds that in general, any lav that carries with it a potential mizdas beis, then you can get malchus. Now that's not a surprise, because remember again, Rabbi Shmuel holds in general that even when you're chayiv misa, you also get malchus. Why? Remember again, what's Rabbi Shmuel's logic? Misa arichtehi. It's one long death. Right, so according to Shmuel, even if you only got hasra from malchus, you'll get malchus. Okay, no misa because you didn't get hasra from misa, but you'll get malchus. Okay. Rabbi Kiva says, "Lachshinitan la'asharas mizas Beis Din in local love." Rabbi Kiva on the other hand holds that note that halacha l'maisa, a lav that is given over to a death penalty at the hands of a court, ultimately you don't get malchus on. And even in this case, where the only hasra you got was from malchus, you won't get malchus, and obviously not going to get misa either. So you might say, Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, if that's the case, so chayiv krisos nami, then you shouldn't get malchus for a chayiv kares, for a chayiv kares either. Why? Lav shenita la'asharis kares, because it's a lav that's given over to kares, and therefore again we should say the same way according to Rabbi Akiva that a lav given over to Misa's Beis Din doesn't get kares, so too a lav given over to a lav given over to Misa's Beis Din doesn't get kares, doesn't get malchus, so too a lav given over to kares also doesn't get malchus. Which was under Mordechai Ravashi, Hagen Ravini Me'agrunya Mishmei Rabba, Chayde Krisos, Motzrichi Hasra. Chayde Peter Kares is different. Why was it? This is fascinating. Chayde Krisos do not require Hasra. Fascinating. Which actually makes a lot of sense because Hasra is really a din in Beis Din Shamalo. The Chayde Krisos do not require Hasra. Why?
Shahari Pesach Umila Onosh Apati Shlo Hisir. Let's say, by the way, we cannot get away from Pesach. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, we're keeping Mamshech Yom Tov each and every day. Like yesterday we had Chametz, today we had Korban Pesach. Incredible. And it's technically part of yesterday's stuff, but let's not get don't get caught in the weeds. Anyway, so the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Pesach and Milah, which ultimately again have both of the Chiyuv Kares, have no din of Hasra. So because they have no din of Hasra, therefore again Halacha L'Maisa, you can't really bring them into this conversation. The Dilma Azhara L'Karban, either maybe the lab ultimately again is used to generate carbonic liability. The Ha Pesach Milah the Lesbu Azhara Lo Maisi Carbon. So ultimately again, so remember Pesach and Milah, which there is no Azhara, do not have carbonic liability. To which the Gemara says, Hasam lat Hainu Taima Elushum the Iskish Kalatoran Abadas Kahadim. That's different. The entire Torah, Nur's prohibitions, are compared to Avodah Zarah. Ma'avodas Kahadim Shade the Altasa, just like Avodah Zarah. Right? The halacha is you're not supposed to do it. In other words, the way that we abstain from Avodas Kahadim is not to engage. So to again, halacha l'maisa, carbonic liability is generated for anything that you weren't supposed to do, but you did instead. As opposed to Pesach and Milah, where again, Pesach and Milah are a komasei. They're positive commandments that require fulfillment. Okay, so remember again, we're still trying to figure out Rabbi Akiva. Right? How does Rabbi Akiva make this distinction ultimately again between Malchus by Chayei Krisos, but no Malchus ultimately again by Chiyuv Kares. Sorry, I just said it's just the opposite. Right? Malchus by Chiyuv Kares, and no Malchus by Chayei Misos basis. Ravina says, let's go back. Already Olam, top of Yudana Mosai, Kedamina Meikara. So Ravina says, no, let's go back with our original idea. What was our original idea? Right? Rabbi Akiva said, let's go back. You're not going to get Kares when there's a Chiyuv Misas Bezdin, right? When you have a death penalty at the hands of a human court. There is no Malchus, right? There are no Malchus. Why? Because again, Kedei Rishasor, the Torah says, you get one punishment, right? That's why if a person's being executed by a Bezdin, that's your punishment, no Malchus. What about Kares? Why don't we see the same thing by Kares? What is Rabbi Akiva's logic? He said because Kares is different. Why? Shuvah. Because since you could do tshuva and you can go ahead and remove the chiyuv of kares, therefore effectively there's only one real punishment, which is malchus, which is now. So Ulas Ravina said, let's go back to our original assumption. So anyway, kara shim asa tshuva based in shamala mochur lohem. That by kares, if you do tshuva, ultimately based in shamala forgives you. My amrit. What did you counter to that? Ha lo other tshuva. Okay, remember. What was our counter to that? Our counter to that was, that's very nice. That's very nice, very beautiful. One problem, which is, you didn't do tshuva. So in other words, I understand. So in other words, if Ruvain did an act of kares and then he did tshuva, I understand it. We saw that he did tshuva. But as long as Ruvain is not doing tshuva, he has kares liability sitting on him, and he has kares liability sitting on him. How can you give him malchus? Isn't that in violation of the Kedei Rishasor rule about only one person, not two? Tushima gives a very interesting answer. So the Gemara says, "Lo psika milsa lekares." So really, what Ravina says is like this: what it means according to the Akiva is that kares in and of itself, any kares bearing prohibition, is essentially a violation that does not carry with it a definitive punishment. In other words, if I do something classified as a huge kares, as much as there is a huge kares that is sitting upon me, it is a non-definitive punishment, meaning that at any moment I can have that punishment waived through the performance of tshuva. Essentially, what Rabbi Akiva, according to Rabina, what Rabbi Akiva is saying is like this: you can never be liable to definitive punishments. So therefore, if Reuben goes ahead and kills Shimon, and therefore he's chayiv misaf, that is a definitive, non-waivable, unchangeable punishment. You can't go ahead and add malchus on top of that. When it comes to kares, because the nature of kares is, will it occur, won't it occur? We don't know. Right? That's all dependent on whether or not Reuben does tshuva. So that's a non-definitive punishment. Because it's a non-definitive punishment, it gives room for another punishment to be added on there, namely Malchus. That's the distinction. And I will say that is the Shita of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. So therefore, again, what we end up over here is back to our three original positions. Actually, we're not finished yet. Rabbi Yitzchak, let's say, by the way, I just wanna right, we'll take a breath away for just a second. I'm gonna come clean. This is not going to be one of the most riveting datim in all of Malchus. Okay? I'm just going to put it out there, right? This is not going to be the daf, right? David Schwartz is not going to go running around saying, God will listen to Malchus, right? Daf 14. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I will say, but let me tell you the opportunity over here. Sometimes when something doesn't necessarily like awaken the mind or even awaken the heart, it is the most incredible moment to sit back and say, Ribono Shalom, I am a clean iron utensil that just wants to be filled with Kiddusha. Every single letter that we read on this daf oozes Kiddusha. And if you just let it in, it changes you as a person. You know, the Gemaras that speak to us. And it's not totally Lishma, because like I'm getting these type of Gemaras where sometimes it's like, I don't know if I need all this. You're kind of coming just like the bottom line. If he's stuck with Mishloach Rabbi Akiva, what do we do? How do we do it? Let's move on, right? Let's move on. I said this is the opportunity just for a little bit of beautiful, magnificent Torah Lishma. So just take a deep breath, open your heart, open your neshama, let the letters, let the words flow in. Some of it will settle on the mind, some of it won't settle on the mind, but all of it settles in the soul. And one thing you can be clear is that in 25 minutes from now, we will all be fundamentally different and holier people. That's what this Gemara does for us. Even if it doesn't all gel necessarily, changes us, lifts us up, and brings us closer with every single letter. Let's go right there. Rabbi Yitzchak says, Heidi Krisos Bechlal Hayu. Rabbi Yitzchak says in general, Heidi Krisos, we're included. Now, both say, now, what does this mean? Now, what's interesting to note is as follows. In general, the Torah makes general statements about Heidi Krisos. Remember, we mentioned this before, but yet the Torah goes out of its way to say that relations with one's sister is a chiv kares. Why? Why do you have to single sister out? Why do you need to single her out? So the Gemara says like this. So why does the Torah go out of its way to tell me that relations with one sister is a chiv kares? Ladona b'kares, the law of Malchus. Oh, to teach me that what? That halacha l'maisa in general, Heidi Krisos were included in Malchus. Yeah, you get Malchus and Heidi Krisos. And I will say, by the way, you know what the logic of that is? Whether it's the Gzir Shava that we saw before, maybe it's Gzir Shava, or maybe it's just logical, which is if you do something bad in this world, okay, Kares is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but Bezin should give you something also, right? Whatever the logic is. So therefore, all three of the Kares were in the cloud, ultimately again of Malchus. But yet the Torah then comes along and singles out Achoso, singles out sister. Why? To tell us that ultimately, again, she gets Kares and not Malchus. And I will say, once that happens, what does that do? That removes all Heidi Krisos from Malchus as well. Take a look at Rashi. L'chalik is the last wide line. L'fisha kala kala rayos b'kares achos. Hayisi over imasan kulam behelam echad. Enu chayit ela achos. L'kach yotza. Oh no, sorry, no, up there yet. Jumped ahead. Says Rabbi Yitzchak. Rabbi Yitzchak says originally all Chayei Kares were included in the cloud of Malchus, but then when the Torah singled out sister, it's to teach us that you don't get Malchus. Rabbanan, I will say that's because Rabbi Yitzchak. That's the same Rabbi Yitzchak we saw before, right? Rabbi Yitzchak says you don't get Malchus for Chayei Misos Bezdin, nor do you get Malchus for Chayei Krisos. Why? Based on a choso. Incredible. It's all coming together. Rabbanan, Kares ba'achoso lamali. It's going to the Rabbanan, and I will remember again the Rabbanan. What do the Rabbanan hold? When do you get Malchus? Get a quick review. When do you get Malchus? When do you get Malchus? For everything. Be able to get Malchus for Chayei Krisos, Chayei Misos Bezdin. So according to the Rabbanan, why was sister singled out? Listen to this. L'chalik. Oh. This is very interesting, I will say. So the chalik means to go ahead and make you liable for multiple acts of arayos committed in one lapse of awareness.
Rashi says over the Chalik, the Fisha Kala Kala, I'm reading Rashi, the Fisha Kala Kala Rayas B'Karis Achas. Now, in general, again, all our rayas were included in one general law. And you see, Omer, I would have thought, because they're all mentioned in one pasuk, in one prohibition, if you committed multiple acts of arayas in one lapse of awareness, you only be chayiv once. So therefore, what does the Torah do? The Torah singles out sister. And by singling out sister, what does that show us? That there is individuated liability for each act of arayas, even if they are committed in one lapse of awareness. So let's say a man commits multiple individual acts of arayos. In one lapse, he didn't know that there was such a thing as arayos. And as a result, he has relations with 3 different pregnant women in that one lapse of awareness. Allah he's chayiv 3 different times. 3 different times. Okay, that's why. And where do we learn that out from? From the fact that sister is singled out, teaches us individuated responsibility or liability. Okay, but Abanan. Listen to this. Right, that even if a man had relations with multiple women in one lapse of awareness, he is chayiv ultimately again for all of them, for each of them. Okay, Rabbi Yitzchak, where does Rabbi Yitzchak learn individuated liability from? So the Gemara says, Nafkalei meve'al isha b'midas tumasa. So he learns that actually from Nida. Torah says ve'al isha b'midas tumasa, singular. L'chayiv al kol isha v'isha. Tell us that a man is chayiv for an act of immorality with any woman with whom he commits an act of immorality, even with multiple women in one lapse of awareness. But Rabbanan, Nani came upon the heart, so why don't the Rabbanan learn it out from here as well? So which Gemara says, you're right, Enachinami, the Rabbanan can't learn out from here. But that's the case. If they learn it out from Isha B'nidas Tumasa, then what do they do with that Choso? Ella Karis Ta Choso Lamali. So let's listen to this. So let's say, so now, but what about Karis with your sister? What about a Choso? Let's say at the end of the day, if the Rabbanan are going to learn out individuated liability from Nida, so ultimately, again, what do they do with the mention of Kares by sister? Sister singled out. So most of it is very interesting. So the Gemara says, "L'chaylo," to teach us liability, "al achoso, ba'al achos abi, ba'al achos imo." To teach us that there's liability for relations with one sister, the sister of his father, and the sister of his mother. So the Gemara says, "Shita." That's obvious. Hari gufin mechulakin, hari shivas mechulakin. Of course, it's individuated liability. Why I will say, number 1, there are 3 different women. Number 2, there are 3 different prohibitions. So of course he's chayiv. Oh, el chaybo, ala choso. Listen to this. She achos aviv, she achos imo. So this teaches his liability. And what happens if one woman has all these 3 identities? A man has relations with a woman who is both his sister, his father's sister, and his mother's sister. So I says, okay, but how exactly does that happen? To which the Gemara says, Bereshia, Bareshia. It can happen in the following case: the Rasha, the son of a Rasha. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi, Bereshia, Bareshia. It's almost like go move your finger to the right, couple lines up. Bereshia, Rashi, listen to this. Haba imo, v'holich tebanos. A man has relations with his mother. He writes his mother. He has 2 daughters with his mother. The Chazar Abba Achas Mehem. Then that same man has relations with one of his daughters from his mother, right? The Bal Achas Mehem, Behold Ben, and then they have a son. Ubaha Ben Al Achos Limo, Shehu Achoso Ba'achos Abed. And then that son ultimately again has relations with his mother's sister, who is also his own sister, and his father's sister. Bottom line, if you think your family is messed up, right? No matter what stuff you got going on at home, right? Or you have, like, Yom Tov was stressful, Yom Tov was this one was that. You got nothing. Good. Sometimes it's nice to see dysfunction outside, right? To recognize how good we actually have it. Okay, so in any event, so let's say, okay, now obviously a case like that happening is not happening. The nice thing is just trying to make a point. Obviously, I'm also trying to create an exaggerated case to show you something fascinating. Now, what happens if you have one woman with all 3 of these identities, right? So Reuben has relations with a woman who is his sister, his father's sister, and his mother's sister. Okay, so actually just told us how that case could happen. So Ramaisi, interestingly enough, Achosa would teach us how many times are you liable for that? 3 times. 3 times, even though it's the same woman, it's one act, but because she has 3 identities, therefore that results in 3 liabilities. Fascinating. Rabbi Yitzchak says, Rabbi Yitzchak Hamina Ha-Minale, where Rabbi Yitzchak learn out triple liability in this case. Not in Kavachomer, you don't have almost Kavachomer. Besides Rabbi Akiva said, Shabbos, we're going to Rabbi Yeshua, the Iblis, Shabimum, it's beautiful. So these stories are just so sweet. Rabbi Akiva says, I went ahead and I asked Rabbi Gamliel and Rabbi Yeshua in the marketplace of Imum. Now, why were they in the marketplace? Rashi says over here in the shuk. Rashi is over here. So the Bamakom Shemokrin Habasar, it's really where they sell the meat. Why were they there? Shalchum Bikach Behema Umishta Benosh Rabbi Gamliel. Everyone was making a chasana, and they went to buy the meat. They went to buy the animal, for the chasana. So Rabbi Akiva says, I ran into them in the marketplace. And again, I asked them the following questions. Haba ala choso, shehi achos aviv, she achos imo, mahu. And Rabbi Akiva says, right, again, this is why I never go to seminar market. I'm just saying, right? And so what happens? So again, so they're out, right? So they're out of the marketplace. So let's say, so first of all, there's so many beautiful things about this story. First of all, this idea that you see great rabbanim, right? They're going to purchase the animal for the meat. Let's say it's important in life, like a person should never think that anything is beneath them, right? That anything is not, in accordance with my covenant. This is Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Yeshua, and they're out literally again purchasing an animal. They're not purchasing flesh for the chasna, which is so beautiful. But I'll say what it also shows is that what makes great people great is that you're never separated from Torah. Doesn't make a difference if you're in the base medrash or you're in the marketplace. Torah is everywhere. Torah is everywhere. And the beauty of a Jew is that a Jew should be speaking Torah wherever he is. Obviously, it doesn't prevent us from having also regular conversations with each other. And if you do that, the Torah is always there. So what does Rabbi Akiva do when he sees Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Yeshua in the marketplace? What does he do? He runs over and he says, I have a shayla. What happens if a man has relations with a woman who is his sister, his father's sister, and his mother's sister? What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, right, what's the halacha? Is it triple liability or singular liability? Rabbi Akiva needs to know. Amrlo, so they said that thing. Zulo Shamanu. They said, we never heard this case, right? This one we never heard. About Shamanu, but we did hear the following case. Haba al Chamish Noshim Nidos Be'elam Echad. A man has relations with 5 women who are nidos in 1 lapse of awareness. Now that is one heck of a lapse, right. But the Maisa goes ahead and he has relations with 5 women who are nidos in 1 lapse of awareness. So what's the halacha? Shechayiv al kol achos ba'achos. He's chayiv for each one. So in other words, what they say that Rabbi Akiva is, I don't know about your case about Reuben who has relations with 1 woman who's both his sister, his mother's sister, and his father's sister. Is there triple liability or single liability? They say, we don't know. We never heard that case. But we did get the following case. Reuben has relations with 5 women who are all nidos in 1 lapse of awareness. In that case, the halacha is he's chayiv 5 times. So what they were trying to say is, it seemed to indicate to us that anything that happens within 1 lapse, you're still chayiv for every single act. So the pashtus that would translate to, you'd be chayiv in the case of the triple sister scenario, but you'd be chayiv ultimately again 3 times as well. The mirror in Dvar Mikavachomer. And it was individual Kavachomer. Omani, the Shishin, Echad, Chayva, Kol Achaz, Va'achaz. Now, in the case of the 5 women, interestingly enough, it's the same prohibition 5 times. Right? But yet you're chayiv for each one. So if you're going to be chayiv 5 times for the same prohibition, then the Gemara says, Kan Shashlosh Hashem is L'Kol Shekin. In this case, really where it's 3 different prohibitions. It's sister, father's sister, mother's sister. So the Pashas should be chayiv all 3 as well. The other thing is saying, no, that is not a good Kavachomer. Kavachomer Priti, I'll tell you why. Malanidish Kin Gufin Mechulatim. The Nida case is different because as much as the same prohibition, it's 5 different women. So it makes sense that there would be individuated liability for each of these women. Sorry, Rabbi Yeshua. Why don't you also see that it's a broken Kavachomer? Rather, they would have to earn it out ultimately again from the Achoso Seder. There's another Achoso at the end of the pasuk, which would also teach us individuated liability. Achosa the Sefer Lamali. The other thing, what would he do with the Achosa of Sefer? L'chayva Yitzchak. L'chayva ala Achosa bas Aviv ubas Imo. To teach us that there is liability ultimately again for sister in a case where she is the sister of the father. Right? Achosa bas Aviv ubas Imo. Lomar she'in onshim minagim. To teach us also that in general, you cannot, when you've seen this concept before, you cannot create legal liability through a kavachomer. Legal liability can only be created ultimately again through psukim and through drushes, not through kavachomers. Okay, Ibai Sema, the other possibility is, so the Gemara sometimes, the Ibai Sema, Governor Onesh Meashara. Perhaps you could not the Onesh ultimately again from the lab. Ibai Sema, the other possibility is, not Galei, we'll say on the base, not Galei Achoso Duresha. Perhaps we learn out from the first achoso, because there's two achosos in the pasuk. Rashi says achoso dereisha. The matzi the mitzvah kiyikat es bas aviv o bas imo. Right? Didn't have to say achoso. So the Gemara says the ida when we buy the lechalek kares lemefatim u'v'sam. No, that additional achoso is ultimately necessary to teach us the liability of kares for one who goes ahead and makes the shemen on mishcha. I remember it was also from the Mishnah yesterday as well. One who creates the exact formula of the anointing oil, and one who goes ahead and anoints oneself with it as well. The other thing is Savar, Kabbalazar Amar-Oshia. Amar Amar-Oshia, Kamakum Sha'ata Motzi Shnei Lavin Bekaris Echad, Chalukin in the carbon. Anytime you go ahead and you find psukim that are structured as two lavin, but only one mention of kares, ultimately, again, they are individuated liability with carbonic liability. Levi saying the other possibility is, most of the Kabbalazar, ultimately, he does not hold Kabbalazar. The Nafkalei made the Ish Asher Yishkav as Isha Dam. So most like, we're just running through all of the drushes now. And perhaps he learns it out from the Pasuk that says, if a man will go ahead and have relations with a woman who is a davar. Davar, I will say, is one of the biblical terms for nida. For nida, the ida. The other thing will say, no, you can't learn from there. Learn from Yochanan. What's Rabbi Yochanan? Say, Rabbi Yochanan, Rishon Shema Yochai, Minayin Shema Yishatimea, actually say Matve Derech Ervasa. From where do we know that a woman is only a nida, if she experiences uterine bleeding through the makom erva? In other words, let's say she experiences bleeding, like Rashi points out, she has a cut in her stomach. And let's say again, we know that it's uterine blood coming out of her stomach, right? That doesn't create nida. Nida is only created when it's uterine blood that ultimately again comes out of the makom erva. Shneimar, v'ish asher yishkav es davar, v'gila es ervasa. The man will sleep with the woman who is in nida, v'gila es ervasa, and literally again he uncovered her nakedness. Malamed she'ein ha'isha tmeah ad she'yitzei b'adve derech ervasa. It teaches us that a woman is not tmeah until ultimately, again, uterine blood comes out of makom ervasa. Okay, incredible. So let's say, so by the way, okay, so this brings to a close the first part of the Mishnah about Malchus. So let's say, so now what we are left with is a three machlokes, right? Rabbi Yishmael, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Yitzchak. Rabbi Yishmael, you get Malchus both for Chayiv Nisos Bezdin, Chayiv Nisa, and Chayiv Karis. Rabbi Yitzchak, you get Malchus for neither Nisa nor Malchus, and then Rabbi Akiva, you get Malchus for Karis. Don't get Malchus for Nisa's Bezdin. Who is correct? Halacha Lamaisa again. Who is correct? So what is the Rambam Paskins in Hilchos Sanhedrin? Parak Yudches, Halacha Aleph. Here it is. Elohim Alokim. Get ready for this. Who gets Malchus? Kala Over Alo Sasi Shechayavin Alav Karis Ve'ein Bo Nisas Bezdin. So Halacha Lamaisa. Now this is leaving aside. Obviously, everyone agrees you get Malchus for a lav and other things like that. Right, but halacha l'maisa, you will get kares ultimately again for chiyuv. Sorry, you'll get malchus for a chiyuv kares. Effectively, you paskin like Rabbi Akiva. So if a person is chayiv for misas bezdin, no kares. No malchus. Person is chayiv ultimately again for kares. You do get malchus. We paskin like Rabbi Akiva. Incredible.
Okay, let's go back there. It says, the Tamei Shachal HaKodesh. So in the next case, remember again, we had in the Mishnah, was a person who's Tamei, who consumes Kabbanos, consumes Kodesh. So he was a Bishlama, Habal, the Mikdash, Tamei. So it's iron saying, if somebody enters into the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash in a state of Tumah, then ultimately again there's liability for that. Ksiv, Onesh, Ksiv Ashara. It says ultimately again the punishment, and it also says the lav. Onesh Dichsiv, Es Mishkan Hashem Timis. So it's remember again, these are all kares as well, and therefore they'll get malchus. Onesh Dichsiv, Es Mishkan Hashem Timis. He defiled the Mishkan Hashem, the Nikrasa, and therefore he will get kares. He will get kares. And now we just established that going to be a kiva. Wherever there's kares, there's also going to be what? Malchus. Then the Gemara says, Ashara, what's the lav? Do not defile your camp. That's a general lav about entering into the mikdash in a state of fullness. I've got both what we call the Ashara, the lav, and the onesh, the nikrasu. Beautiful. Ella, Tamei Sha'achal HaKodesh. Rabbi said, but this, so that's someone who's Tamei who enters into the mikdash. What about the case of a Tamei Sha'achal HaKodesh? Someone who's Tamei who goes ahead and consumes Kodesh. What happens there? So, said first wide line, Bishlama Onesh, Siva Nefesh Shatocha Bashim Zerach Hashlom Hashem, the two Masala and Nikrasa. So it says, I understand like this. Punishment is explicit. Like the punishment is the Nefesh who goes ahead and eats from Basar, from meat on the Mizbeach, and he's Tamei, ultimately again the Nikrasa. Fine, it's there. Ella, Asfar Minayin. What about the law? So the punishment is what about the law? So Moshe, remember again, just see, follow this model. The Torah the punishment model in the Torah is based on this two-pronged system. That essentially everything has to have an ashara, a general prohibition, and a pasuk that talks about the onesh, the punishment. You need this two-pronged system. In other words, I would have thought inherently, if the Torah gives me the punishment, that the law is included in that. But the way the Torah penal system is set up is that you need an ashara, you need a warning, and you also need the onesh, the punishment. So now, I've established that we have the ashara, the warning, and the onesh for one who enters into the mikdash in a state of tumah. What about for one who consumes kodesh in a state of tumah? So ultimately, I have the punishment for nechasah, but ashara, where's the law? Where's the law? Ashara minayim. So Rish Lakish is like this. He says, Omer, b'chol kodesh l'siga. Torah says, don't touch kodesh. Don't touch Kodesh. There's a Yochanan Amar, Tani Baigla, Asya Tumaso, making zero Shalach, Ksip Hacha, the Tumaso. It says over here, ultimately again, by a Tamei Shachal, one who consumed Kodesh in a state of ritual impurity, the Tumaso, Vinikrasa, Ksip Hasam, and it's by a Tamei Shenaga, Tamei Yiyah, O Tumaso, so zero Shava, from a person who eats in a state of tumah to a person who touches in a state of tumah. Onesh v'ashara. Just like over there, ultimately again there's onesh v'ashara. So to over here, afkar onesh v'ashara. So beautiful. So Bishlan Rish Lakish Rabbi Yochanan, sanitary Rish Lakish doesn't hold Rabbi Yochanan, Kazir Shabbat Gemiris, because Rish Lakish did not have a soda for that Kazir Shabbat. And Rabbi Yochanan my time of Amar Rish Lakish. But why does Rabbi Yochanan not hold the Rish Lakish? Amalacha Hahu Ashar the Truma. Because ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan will say that lav, or I should say that ashara, that warning, that's for truma. That's truma specific. Reish Lakish, ashara the truma minale. Where does Reish Lakish, where does he find a specific prohibition for truma? Nafkale mi ish mizera aron utsarua ozav. So the Gemara says, Ezehu davar shu shava b'zara shel Aaron. What is this one thing that applies to all the children of Aaron? Havi omer zet truma. So that's a specific prohibition, ultimately again, for truma bituma. The other thing will say, Hahu la'achila b'hala negia. One is talking about ultimately again consumption of truma when one is tamei, and one is talking about touching truma when one is tamei. Reish Lakish. So Rish Lakish will say that learned that from Bechol Kodesh L'Siga. That's a general asara. Don't touch anything that is Kodesh when you are tamei. To which the Gemara says, no. Holy baile, the tamei shenaga b'Kodesh. That's necessary. Ultimately, again, that teaches me in general the tamei shenaga b'Kodesh. The itmar tamei shenaga b'Kodesh. If a person who's tamei touched a consecrated item, Rish Lakish Omer Loke. Listen to this. So let's say if you touch someone who's tamei touches something that is Kodesh, so obviously they convey tumah to it. What's the liability there? Rish Lakish says malchus.
Malchus. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Ein Aloka. Rabbi Yochanan says ultimately again you don't get Malchus. Rish Lakish Amar Aloka. Rish Lakish is you get Malchus. Why? B'chol chodesh l'siga. It's allowed. Torah says don't touch anything that is kodesh when you are tamei. If you do something about it, Shabbat. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Ein Aloka. Rabbi Yochanan says no, you don't get Malchus. Why? Has hahu as her the truma hudasa. That's not a general prohibition. That's Datko Shuma specific. Datko Shuma specific. Tamei Shinaga B'Kodesh. So the Gemara says, if a Tamei touched Kodesh, Mid'aki Rachmana B'Lashon Negia, since the Torah phrases it, B'Lashon Negia, right, touching it, as Hara L'Ochel Iskush. Kodesh L'Mikdash, sorry, as Hara L'Ochel Iskush, Kodesh L'Mikdash. So ultimately, again, since the Torah phrases it B'Lashon Negia, therefore, Allah the Ashara, for one who consumes, ultimately again, is you compare Kodesh to the Mikdash. Vakati, Lahachiyuda Asa, still is that for this Trasha, ultimately again, that is necessary for a different halacha. Which halacha? One who went ahead and was tamei, and he ate sacrificial meat before Zrika was done. Why? What's the halacha there? The Itmar. Tamei shachal basar kodesh shefei zrikas tamin. Supposed to say ultimately. Supposed to know we're going to stop over here for today. I know I'm kind of stopping of the drasha, a little bit in the middle of the drasha. So here we'll pick up in Yetz Hashem with this case of tamei shachal basar kodesh before zrika. We'll get to it. So just understand. Halakha l'maisa. Now we went ahead and we got Rabbi Akiva. Now we're trying to figure out this notion of tamei shachal as hakodesh. We're dealing with two prohibitions. Number one, a person who's coming who ate kodesh and a person who's coming who enters into the kodesh, both chayvei krisus, both going to go ahead and get malchus. Subsequent prohibitions being learned out. Stop here a little bit in the middle. Resolution tomorrow. Shkoyach. Only applies to this case.
So I mean, obviously, if you had to choose between being Crystalia, a guy that was never funny and now everyone hates, versus Theo, his accolades are all over Tifa Gang, gigantic success. The worst thing he's had with him is he pushed a guy who's faced no repercussions. So I think I would go with that. Facts. That's right. Absolute facts. So here's the poll I wanted to do given this year. So listen.
All right, fellows. Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our Talmud Torah.
Choose one of them. All right. T-Most Live, the bestest or the most best? And think before you vote. Just go voting. Yeah. Really weigh the
Sponsors. For. First of all, I knew our Talmud Torah sponsors. The Captain Kelsey Mishmach Amar Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Rothschild this year in the schools. And the Sarah's fellows to all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan. Abba Alim L'Torah Paul Pollock, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of his grandson Suhida and Jeremiah Pollock in Indianapolis, Indiana. Anonymous sponsorships and the source of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of the English name of Klal Yisrael. And Avram Yishim Kelman, the memory of Avram's mother Sarah, Bright Abbas, Yoshua Heschel, we hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Rabbi Aliyah, the families in the Chama, to see the return of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karaf, and the success of our holy soldiers before But with that, let us begin. So we're going to be today's daf is Yud Gimel 13. We are picking up on the Mishnah on the bottom of Yud Beis on the Beis. Kiyotzebo. So again, Mishnah says this also. Kiyotzebo. We see actually Galilei in the Plato. This is a very interesting case. Like an accidental murderer goes ahead and flees to the Ir Miklat. The Ratzu Ansha Ir Lechabdo. And the people of the city want to go ahead and give him cover. They want to give him cover. So what's the halacha? Yomer Lahem, Rotzeach, I mean, he has to say to them, I'm a Rotzeach. So in other words, they want to give him kind of, he's just fascinating, right? So you can imagine, by the way, he's in the Ir Miklat. They want it's Yom Kippur, but they want to give him Mafter Yonah. They want to give him, I don't know, Sicha for Geshem. I don't know, whatever. Matzah for Jerry Wolaski on the wrist of his grandson, Acharon Shopesa. Jerry, what's the name? Thank you guys for
Yaakov Mordechai. Beautiful. Yaakov Mordechai. So the God of the Chuppah, the Mason told him. Mazel Tov. So again, he's in the air miklat, and again, he wants to go ahead. They want to give him a covet. So what's the halacha? Yes, it's also trying to say in the nation. Yourself. Really, they want to give him a kibbutz and the air miklat. First of all, we learned on Shabbos that the air miklat has been made up of 51% of people who are not accidental murderers. So there's other people to be mechabed in the count. So why do they want to give him a kibbutz? So what's the answer? The answer is because even good people do bad things. Like just because, again, obviously Reuben did something very significant and very serious. For Haraya, the proof to that is he's in Galus, right? He's got to stay in exile. But when I said just because he is in Galus doesn't mean that there's not good kites inside of him. People in the city see that, so they want to give him a covet. Okay, so what's the halacha? We want to give him a covet. So he has to say that. He has to say Rotzeach Ani. He says I'm a Rotzeach, meaning that guys, I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if I'm deserving. I think that maybe other people don't give me the kibbutz. I'm a if they say okay, here we understand that you are a sinner, okay, but still we still want to be mechabed you. So what's that? What can you cover me? And ultimately means allowed to accept the people. Very interesting. Allowed to accept the people. And he says, because as the Pasuk says, this is the matter of the Rotzeach. This is the matter of the murder. So the murder darshan over here is Zed Divar HaRotzeach means Dibor, like he has to go ahead and say, I am a Rotzeach. After he says that, and then they still want to mechabed him, that's fine. Because it's also very interesting to note that the Rambam brings down. He mentioned this on the first day of last days on Shvi Shal Pesach. Rambam brings down Milchos Tshuva. Then what's the first step of Tshuva? Right, Parak Aleph Milchos Tshuva. What's the first step of Tshuva? Right, Didu, confession. And in the Rambam's model of Tshuva, the first thing you have to do is you have to confess. You have to articulate your sin. There's no Tshuva, there's no change unless I'm willing to actively admit what I have done wrong. It's fascinating to see that perhaps this is part of the Tshuva process of this individual as well. Right? What's part of this process? Part of this process is Rotzeach. I'm Rotzeach. You gotta say it. And by the way, can you imagine having to say those words? And if you notice, it doesn't say like, I'm a Rotzeach. I'm a murderer. The shogeg, right? But he has to, it's almost as if part of his Tshuva process is the ability to articulate those very words. Okay, top of these demo, 13a. Ma'alim, so what's actually, there's an interesting Stuart Schindler asking this question over Yom Tiv. Ma'alim, how you silent with the Rabbi. Let's say, right, the question that's been on many of our minds from the beginning of this Masechta is who's paying for all this? Right, who's paying for all this? You have these guys who are running to these cities of refuge. Right, they're going ahead. Wait, what exactly is what's the model of it? Right, this is before the days of pillage. Right, so I guess they had the money computer. Right, so you can go ahead and print anything you want. Right, so what? Who paid for this? Who paid for all of this? So the Gemara says, It says the Reuven pays for this. We're talking about who pays for this. Reuven goes to Galus. Reuven is living in one of this. Remember, there are 40 total. How many cities of refuge do we have in total? 48, right? We have 6 that were identified, 3 by Moshe, 3 by Yoshua, and then every Levitic city becomes a city of refuge. So 48 cities. So the Yehuda says, if you're a murderer of a shogeg, you run to these cities, you pay rent. Malim ha'yuschar. Ma'im ha'eschalubim. Rashi says, Malim ha'arim eschalubim shalosum sofrim mehem as batei adinos. Okay, you go to a Levitic city, you pay rent. That's the way it works. Okay, but the Meir says, "Lo hayimalim schar." The Meir says, "No, you didn't have to pay rent." So then, machlok yisrael tzinig, what that's about. Okay, so that's part 2. So we'll say, so part one is if you are in the city of refuge and they want to offer you a kibbutz. You can accept it as long as you first say, by the way, I'm a kibbutz shogeg. Part 1.
Part 2, you have to pay rent. Machlokes Rabbi Yehuda Meir. Yehuda says yes, Rabbi Meir says no. Part 3, the Chozer B'Srora Shahayaba. What's a different Meir? Listen to this. This is fascinating. Let's say Ruvain occupied a position of prominence before this event. Rashi's examples over here in Hayanasi or Rosh Beis Av. Remember again, we'll say in the tribal model. So every tribe obviously had a Nasi, a tribal prince. But within each tribe, tribes had families, and they were heads of families. Let's say Ruvain had a position, or let's make it even more extreme. Ruvain was the Nasi of his Shevet. He was a tribal prince. He killed someone Meshogeg. He goes to the Ir Miklah. Kohen Gadol dies, and now ultimately again he comes back. He comes back to his place. So does he resume his former position of prominence? So Rabbi Meir says, goes to the skull. Yeah, he goes back to his former position. So that's Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. He says, no, he does not go back to his formal position that he had before. Okay, so we'll say, so two major machlokes in the Mishnah over here, one about rent and one about the assumption of a whole former stature from the former position. Okay, it says, I'm going to Tana. So Tana says, machlokes B'Shei. So as I said, now we're focusing a lot more on the conversation regarding rent. Like what happens again? Is there an obligation to pay rent? So I've kind of said like this: Machlokes B'Shei. The Machlokes is only by the 6 cities. What are the 6 cities? 3 established by Moshe, 3 established by Yoshua. That's what it is in Machlokes. Why? The Mar Savar Lachem. So the lashon of the pasuk is V'hayu Lachem. Right? The cities will be for you, lachem. What does lachem mean? So this is fascinating. So one says lachem means it'll afford you refuge. And one says lachem means it's yours for all of your needs. Meaning what? No rent. It's all yours. By the other 42 cities, the Levitic cities, everyone agrees, you pay rent. And Rabbi, so that's the first iteration of the Mechol. That's not Kahana. Rabbi says, Rabbi says that's not true. The word lachem absolutely means lachem l'chol tzarcheichem, which means rent free. The cities are yours, and there is absolutely no obligation to pay any kind of rent. Ella Amar says, so what is Machlokes? Here we go. Machlokes ba'arba m'shtayim. So we'll say, Rabbi flips it. Rabbi says, everyone agrees in the 6 primary cities, there is no rent obligation. Because the pasuk says, lachem, the cities are yours. In other words, they are there to serve the murderer. And therefore, Allah might say, no rent necessary. Where is the Machlokes? Ba'arba m'shtayim. The Machlokes is by the 42 Levitic cities. The Mar Savar Ba'aleim Titnu Kihana L'Plita. Umar Savar Ba'aleim. Let me say it again. The Mar Savar Ba'aleim Titnu. I will say the pasuk when it comes to the Levitic city says Ve'esa'arim Asher Titnu L'Odeim Shesh Arim Miklat Asher Titnu L'Hem Asher Ba'aleim Titnu Abam Shtaniyah. So the way the Torah phrases these 42 cities is it gives the 42 cities for Levium, and Ba'aleim Titnu upon these cities is also conferred the status of an Ir Miklat. So the Torah itself says these 42 cities Aleim place upon them like the status of an Ir Miklat. So the Shaila is, what does that mean? So the Mar Savar Ba'aleim Titnu Kihana L'Klita. So one of the things is Ba'aleim Titnu means just like the 6 cities go ahead and afford protection, so too these other 42 cities also should go ahead and afford that same level of protection. But Allah for the Ma'isa, the 42 cities are not rent free. The 6 are rent free. The 42 are not rent free. Umar Savar Ba'aleim Titnu Kihana. Other thing says no. The Torah is telling us that the 42 become just like the other 6. How so? The Gemara says, just like the 6, right, are rent free. Ultimately, again, so to the other 42 are also rent free. About the Sheish, for the 6, everyone agrees that for the initial 6, 3 of Moshe, 3 of Yoshua, there's absolutely no rent obligation. So fascinating, we'll say. How do we pass the halacha l'maisa? So the Rambam passes in Hilchos Rothschild, Perek Ches Halacha Yud, Rothschild Hadar Ba'arei Miklat, Eino Nosein Schar Beisa. That if you live in one of the Arei Miklat, you do not have to pay rent. However, Badar Bishar Arei Halavim, Nosein Schar Lebalabayis. So Moshe says here it is. Rambam Paski is like this version of Rava. So if you seek refuge in the 6 primary cities of refuge, rent-free. Rent-free. You utilize one of the Levitic cities for refuge. Halacha l'maisa, you have to pay rent to whoever it is that you're living by. Fascinating. Which I will say also is interesting because what comes out, I don't know, I never thought about this before, what comes out is another revenue stream for the Levi. I remember again, Levi doesn't have a portion of Eretz Yisrael. But ultimately, again, they get certain referrals. But interestingly enough, apparently there's rental income as well from the Ur Miklat. Okay, fascinating. Let's go back to the Chosvus Rothschild. Chosvus, that's Machlokes 1. So we resolved that. Machlokes 2 was whether or not what happens. Let's say again, Reuben was a Nasi, and now again, Reuben goes to the Ur Miklat. Kohen Gadol dies. He goes ahead. Now he comes back home. Does he resume his former position of permanence? So my focus on Mishnah. Close this route. So it's not about the Shav al Mishpach of Allah Huzas Avosa. So the Gemara says that interestingly enough, this is by evidently. Right there, the person, let's say Reuben steals, Reuben can't pay off his debt, he's sold into servitude, and now halacha l'maisa again, he goes free, whatever it is, after Sheish, after Yovel, depending on whatever it is. So the pasuk says, "V'shav al mishpachto ve'el achuzas avosa." He will return to his family, and little be again to the portion of his fathers. So the Gemara says, "Yashav l'mishpachto." Ushav ve'ino shav l'mashe zikra avosa divrei Yehuda. So Yehuda says it's true. The evidence after emancipation goes back ultimately to his family. He's restored to his family, but he does not go back to any office held by his family. So the evidence reads to turn back to his people, turn back to his family. So he does not resume any what we'll call familial positions that was held by his papa. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. And Gina, yes, dear Rabbi Yehuda. But here in Mirror says, Af Ushav the Mashet Ziku Avosav. So the Gemara says, El Akuzas Avosav. Gavosav. So Rabbi Meir says, no, the Allah for myself is 2 things being mentioned in the Pasuk. The Shav al Mishpach means that the evidence goes home to his family. And then the El Akuzas Avosav means he goes back and he reclaims any familial position of power. Right? Any position of power, ancestral position of power that would have been his, ultimately again, he is able to reclaim. Gemara says, the Chain Bagola, and the same halacha applies to someone who is exiled. So again, I want to say, interestingly enough, whereas our Mishnah frame is Machlokes Yehuda and Rabbi Meir as primarily occurring with the exile, with the kill of Mishogeg, in fact, the Brisa says the primary Machlokes is actually by Evan Ivri. That's where it comes up. Evan Ivri, upon emancipation, everyone agrees Evan Ivri goes back to his family. Thus, he resumed his former position of prominence. So again, Rabbi Meir says yes. Rabbi Yehuda says yes. No. Rabbi Yehuda says no. Rabbi Meir says yes. And then the Gemara says the same machlokes by Evan Ivri also applies by the exile. Kishu Omer Yashuv the Rabbos Hasarotzeh. Because the pasuk says Yashuv by Evan Ivri, that comes to include the killer as well. So the Gemara says my became the gola. What does it mean when it says the singular halacha applies to the exile? So the Gemara says, "Kidisanya Yoshuv Haroseach El Eretz Akuzaso." The pasuk says the accidental killer, will go ahead and return LaEretz Akuzaso. So the Gemara says, LaEretz Akuzaso Hushav. He goes back to his land. In other words, he doesn't have to live in exile. He goes back to his house. Ve'eno Shav Lamashet Zikra Avosav Divrei Yehuda. But he does not go back to any former position of prominence that he occupied. That's Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Meir says, and Meir says, not true. He even goes back to any position of prominence formerly held by his ancestors. Gamar Shiva Mehasan, because they make a Zir Shava of Shiva, ultimately again from evidence. Therefore, we'll say we are left with this machlokes from Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, and it turns out that it's a machlokes in 2 places in halacha. and every day he's emancipated, everyone agrees he'll go back to his family. Does he also go back? Does he also go back to any former position of familial prominence? Let's say when he's going to go, he goes back home. Does he go back to his former position of prominence? How do we ask him? So Rabbi again also no close would say, here this is Parak Kas, this is Parak Zain Allah down. Here it is. Apapi, Shiniskakalo, Eino Choser Lisrara Shahaya Ba Viola. The Bible says this is fascinating. Even once the Rotseach was free, he does not go ahead and go back to any formerly held position of familial power. The Gemara says, Ella, Murad Mikdulaso Kol Yamav. He loses that position. Right? So again, he was a Nasi of his tribe, for example. He was the head of his family, the seed-based Av. When he comes back from Golos, he does not resume those positions. So we'll say, now why not? This is fascinating. Since this terrible mistake occurred through his hand, it's not appropriate for him to kind of resume this position of power. Very interesting. Again, what's fast was it seems to be almost like a little bit contradictory, because on one hand, he went to Galus, and if he went to Galus, right, the only way he's coming home is how? That they're going out there. We saw in Shabbos is that. Now remember again, it's not Galus that's Mashaker, but rather again it's the death of the Kohen Gadol that atones, which means that Ruvain did the crime, did the time, and had his kapara. Yet the halacha still is he can't resume his former position of prominence. What do you see from here? What you see from here is that there are certain adventures, certain things that we do in life that just forever change the trajectory of who we are and what we are. And whereas you could have kapara, right? Reuben has atoned. He has been atoned for the sin. It doesn't change the fact materially that what he did, he did. You know, say this is sometimes like this difficult, a little bit like dialectic of tshuva a little bit. On one hand, I believe tshuva can atone for anything, and tshuva does atone for anything, and tshuva wipes the slate clean. But you know, the interesting part is sometimes in life you can wipe the slate clean, but you can't go ahead and purge the act itself. The event remains. And that's something I have to live with for the rest of my life. I did something terrible. I can atone for it. I can even remove culpability from it. But I can't take back the act. That is a reality that lives in this world that cannot be undone. So from like a liability perspective, a culpability perspective, I'm done. I'm atoned for. But I can't change the fact that the act has been performed. And because of that, the Rambam says, Ruvain, you can't go back to being the Nasi. You took someone's life. Right? You can't undo what you did. Again, atonement, yes. Undo the act, no, I will say, this is so incredibly important because I think a lot of times in life, we do things and we act in certain ways because deep down we just figure to ourselves, okay, like, I'll apologize afterwards, right? Or I'll make amends afterwards, or somehow I'll fix it afterwards. And sometimes that works, but sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes what we do simply cannot be undone. I could have atonement, I could have forgiveness, I can't undo the act. Which is just why we have to live like you always said. I don't know, it felt like last night, after Abdullah. I feel like a little bit of like the way you feel after Sukkot, New Year, and new beginning. We're going into Sfira, countdown towards Matan Torah. It does feel a little bit like that, like the state has been wiped clean. It does feel a little bit like this new beginning. And as we enter into this new beginning, how important it is to enter into the sense of mindfulness about how we act, what we do, the actions we do, the things that we say. Because at the end of the day, some things can't be undone. So we have to really be mindful about what we're going to say, how we're going to say it, what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. Because although some things you can purge, a lot of things, once you do it, it's there and cannot be undone, and you're stuck with the residual effects of those things. Amazingly enough, Ruvain, the accidental killer, could absolutely achieve kapara, but he cannot return to a certain position of prominence because the act itself can never be taken back. It's incredible. Okay, next topic. These are the individuals who receive Malchus. So we'll say, now we're going to focus a lot on lashes. So we've kind of left Gullus, Baruch Hashem, we left Gullus, and now we're into Malchus. These are the people, we'll circle back to Gullus later. These are the people who receive Malchus. So we'll say, essentially, we're going to show, well, let's go through the list. Habala Choso, right, incest with one sister. Al Alchos Aviv, the sister of my father. Alchos Imo, sister of mother. Alchos Ishto, sister of one's wife. Al Ishes Aviv, brother's wife. Al Ishes Achi Aviv, the wife of father's sister. Al Anida, and with woman is Anida. Now both say, come amongst all of these relationships. Chiyuv Kares. What the Mishnah is introducing us to is that where there is a chiyuv kares, you also get malchus. You also get malchus. Okay. Next category. Amar the Kohen Gadol. First one that I was. Amar the Kohen Gadol. Rusha Bachalus the Kohen Hedyot. So a Kohen Gadol marries an almana. Now you remember again, a Kohen Gadol has two things. Number one, a Kohen Gadol can marry not once. Kohen Gadol can only marry a basula. A regular Kohen can't marry a grusha, a divorcee, but he can marry a widow because a regular Kohen does not have an obligation to marry a basula. But Kohen Gadol has an obligation to marry a basula. So let's say Kohen Gadol marries an almana. Or a grusha bechalusa the Kohen Hedyot, or a grusha bechalusa, right, for a Kohen Hedyot. Mamzeres u'nesina b'Yisrael, like a regular Jew can't marry a mamzer or a nasin, but Yisrael and nasin or mamzer. So listen, what are these examples of? Lavin. Now, interestingly enough, so this is a lav, and what you see from is you get malchus for the commission of a lav. So category one is I get malchus for kares. Category two, I get malchus for a lav. Next, almana ugrusha chayav mishum shnei shenis. Now, by the way, just as an aside, let's say a Kohen Gadol marries a woman who's both an almana and a grusha. Right, so again, Rachel was married, the first marriage ended in divorce. She got married a second time, and now she was widowed. Third time's the charm, right? So now she gets married to the Kohen Gadol the third time. Otherwise, they should be happy. It's just prohibited, right? So now he has two prohibitions now. She's a grusha and she's an almana. So almana or grusha, chayav mishum shnei shemos. Kohen Gadol marries her. He's chayav twice. Grusha bechalutza. So what's interesting enough, if regular Kohen marries a woman who's both a grusha and a chalutza, ultimately again he's only chayiv once. We'll see this in the Gemara, but Rashi points out that that's because it's only explicit that he can't marry a grusha. Chalutza is learned out from a drasha. So because it's not explicit, therefore it's only chayiv one set of malchus. Okay. Next, other examples of kares bearing prohibitions that therefore generate an obligation from malchus. For example, someone who's tamei, who goes ahead and eats, let's say, karbanos. Or someone comes in and eats a mikdash in the state of Torah. Or if someone eats chelev, right, for giving fats or down blood. The nosar people, or someone eats nosar. Remember again, nosar, carbon leftover past a limited time. Pigul is carbon ultimately again where the Kohen has a negative machshava, an erroneous machshava during the avodah, or batame. Right, just somebody who's right. Tamei is just somebody who's karbanos in the state of Torah. Vashochet umala b'chutz, someone who shechs karbanos outside, offers it up outside the base of the mikdash. Ha'ochel chametz b'pesach. Wow, absolutely incredible. Let's say 7.5 year cycle. Chametz on Isru Chad. Incredible. Va'ochel chametz b'pesach. Va'ochel. Or one who eats or does malach Yom Kippur, or one who goes ahead and makes the shemen hamishpah, the anointing oil, right? Or one who goes ahead and makes the ketores, one who anoints themselves with anointing oil, or we'll say so again. All of these examples, kares. Once again, examples of kares bearing prohibitions, and if you do them, you get malchus. Fine. I will say now we go to regular ravens, regular prohibitions. What are regular prohibitions? Somebody's in a vela, right? There's an animal that died without shchita, right? Treifa, an animal ultimately again that has some type of malady that you need to check that it's still not kosher. Shkatzim, that amasim, 50 holy things. Achol tevel and ma'aser rishon shemim nizlat truma. So, or you ate tevel, untied produce, or ma'aser rishon that you did not remove truma from, or ma'aser sheni v'hekdesh lo niftu, or you ate ma'aser sheni v'hekdesh that were not redeemed. So, we'll say in all of these cases also malchus. Malchus, good. We must. By the way, kama yochal min hatevel ve'echayiv. When you speak about eating tevel untied produce, if you do that, you get malchus. How much tevel do you have to eat in order to be chayiv? Rabbi Shimon says, kol shu, any amount of tevel makes you chayiv. The Chum say no kizayis. That's to be a kizayis of tevel. Around Rabbi Shimon, so he says, I don't understand. Don't you agree? So what's that halacha? If you eat an ant, now we're going to see about it amazingly enough. If you eat an ant, you are chayiv multiple prohibitions. We'll discuss this. And yet, the most an ant is a kosher. It's tiny. So what do you see from here? If you can be chayiv even if you eat less than a kizayis. So Rabbi Shimon says to the Chachamim, I don't understand. Why do you eat a kizayis? Just like if you eat an ant, you're chayiv. So too, if you eat a kosher of tevel, you should also be chayiv. Which the Gemara says, yeah, tell the Volkan and Mala kosher should chayiv. Amalo, if they should be us. No, an ant is different. Why? Because it's a great sugya. Because an ant is a burial. It's a complete unit of creation. That's what it is. An ant is that size. That's its shear because it's an ant. It's different. On the other hand, so to a wheat kernel. A wheat kernel is also created as a wheat kernel. And therefore, if you eat a kernel of tevel, you should be chayiv for that act of consumption. Okay, go say, so now let's analyze. So remember again, essentially in our Mishnah, we had two categories really, right? We had chaydik krisos, right? Karis bearing prohibitions, and lapin. And teaching me that both are chayiv in malchus. Interestingly enough, what's glaringly absent from the Mishnah? Chaydik krisos is right? Prohibitions that in capital times. I don't know. Reuben goes ahead and shoots vultures. Or Reuben goes ahead and kills someone. Right? So these are capital times. Yet interestingly enough, they're not mentioned in the Mishnah, which makes it sound like only chaydik krisos get malchus. Chaydik krisos based in not. The Gemara says chaydik krisos katani, chaydik krisos based in lo katani. Why not? Masnisim money. So who's it being? Does the Mishnah reflect? Rabbi Akiva, the Sanya, listen to this. Echad chaydik krisos, echad chaydik krisos, bezdin, on the days, yeshno, b'chval, malchus, arba, and diver Rabbi Shmuel. So Rabbi Shmuel is of the opinion, that whether you go ahead and you do a chi of karis or a chi of mises bezdin, you always get malchus. Like you'll get malchus for any of these prohibitions. This is the Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva says, chaydik krisos, listen to this. Yesh no b'chval malchus advarim. This is it. So Rabbi Akiva says, no, it's only karis for which you'll get malchus. Why is it karis for which you get malchus? This is fascinating. Listen to this. Shim asu tshuva bezdin shamayla mokul in the hand. What's the cup of karis? Remember again, if a person does a karis bearing prohibition, what punishment do you get in bezdin? What do you get in bezdin? Nothing. Karis is between me and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But interestingly enough, what's the cap of karis? The beauty of karis, if you know wrong. There's no beauty in karis, but the positive, there's got to be a bright side in everything. To be the eternal optimist. The bright side of karis is you can do tshuva and get out of it. You can do tshuva and be forgiven. So the Kiva says something very interesting. The Kiva holds when the person is chayav misas bezdin, there are no malchus. Why? You're already getting punished. And by the way, how do you get out of that punishment? You can't. Once you're chayav misas bezdin, you can't. It's not like I'm really sorry. I'll do better community service. Right? You can't. Once you're chayav misa, you're chayav misa. Like here, Karis Rabbi Akiva says, you can do tshuva. And you can do tshuva and be exempted from karis. So because Rabbi Akiva says, therefore, you will get malchus by chi of karis. Incredible. Chaydik misos bezdin ino b'chval malchus abarim. Shim also tshuva in bezdin shamat mokul men. Rabbi Akiva says, by misas bezdin, whether you do tshuva, but even if you do tshuva, you're not getting out of the death penalty. You're still going to be chayav misa. Rabbi Yitzchak says, Chayde Krisos Beklav Hayu. The Lama Yatsa Karis Bachel. So Rabbi Yitzchak said, in reality, you're right, you're supposed to get Malchus and Chayde Krisos. But ultimately, again, interestingly enough, the Lama Yatsa Karis Bachel. So why does the Torah single out Karis by one's sister? If one engages in an act of incest with one's sister, that she's Karis, but don't know the Karis for the Malchus. To teach us, ultimately, again, that there's a key of Karis and not the key of Malchus. So we'll say, Rabbi Yitzchak has a third opinion. Rabbi Yitzchak's opinion says there's no Malchus, neither for Chayde Nisos based in, nor for Chayde Krisos. So therefore, we have a three-way machlokes. And Shmuel says there's Malchus for both Nisas based, Chayde Nisos based in, and Chayde Karis. Rabbi Akiva says, well, let's go the opposite direction. Rabbi Yitzchak says there is no Malchus, neither for Chayde Nisos based in, nor for Chayde Karis. And Rabbi Akiva is like the middle position. There's no Malchus for Nisas based in, but there will be a Chayde Karis for. There will be a Chayde Malchus for Karis. And Rabbi Akiva answers his logic. Why? Because by Karis, it's possible that you're going to do tshuva and therefore be exempted from all liability. Okay, so now let's analyze this. Right time to Shmuel. So let's go to Yishmael. What's Rabbi Yishmael's logic? Rabbi Yishmael says you get Malchus for everything. What's Rabbi Yishmael's logic? It's said in Los Sishmar Lasos as Kodev Torazos. So the pasuk says, if you will not keep the words of the Torah, Ksiv, v'hifla Hashem es makosta. Hashem will amplify. Hashem will amplify your makosta, your makosta, your punishments. So the Lord says, hafla zu in yodei magi. I don't know what hafla means. What does that mean? Yeshu Omer ve'pilo hashofet v'yivkal l'fono. When the pasuk says that the shofet, right, the shofet will administer malchus. Avi Omer. So what do you see from here? You see from here that when it says that refers to Malchus. In Los Sishma Lasos Eskol. And you see from here that where do you get Malchus? You get Malchus for everything. He says based in Kiev, Kares, everything. Whereas Malchus, everything, Ihaki, Chayvias Seinami. If I say that's the case, then you should get Malchus. Even for a this is so incredible of doing this Gemara today. I'll say for many of us, today is going to be the first day in over a week that we're going to have the opportunity to fulfill an essay, which essay? It's filling. Let's see what it's saying. Maybe it's like a relationship. Could not sleep the night after Aklon Pesach. Why? He was so excited just for this man of Yishiyaki that he could put on his throne. And he didn't put on his throne for a week. So he could not wait to put on throne until the morning after Yom Tov. Mamish couldn't sleep. I say, how do I wish always don't have the sleepless nights because we're eager to perform a mitzvah? Now, listen, I don't care what's happening tomorrow over here. If that's the case, that you should get malchus for everything, then we might say you should even get malchus for non-performance of an assay. Right? That should work as well. For which the Gemara says, no. In Lo Sishma, the pasuk is phrases as a los assay. If you don't do something, right? If you don't, a prohibition. Look at the Rabbi Avin, I'm going to rely, don't Rabbi Avin, I'm going to rely. Makom Shnemer Shamer Pen Baal Eina Elalos Hasei. Rabbi Torah used Lashon of Shamer Pen Baal. There is a prohibition. I.e. Hachi Lav Shem B'Maisei Nami. If that's the case for Rabbi Shmuel, you should also get malchus for Lav Shem B'Maisei. What's that? Lav Shem B'Maisei is a lav that doesn't even have an act. Doesn't even have an action associated with it. Which the Gemara says Lasos. No, it doesn't because the Bible says Lasos. You only get malchus for a prohibition that involves a dynamic activity. You should get malchus for a lav shenitak la'aseh. And let's say, what's a lav shenitak la'aseh? It's a lav that is remedied by the performance of a positive commandment. Paradigmatic example of that: theft. Torah says you can't steal. What happens if you steal? You should have zero. Get personally stolen items. You should get malchus even for a lav shenitak la'aseh. So we'll say, get ready for this line. This is going to be very important. Dumya, the lav de chasima. But let's say the paradigmatic lav for which we'll get malchus for is the lav of chasima, which is the lav of muzzling your enemy. You know, like that Torah says, "Lo saksum shar b'risha." You cannot muzzle your ox when it fleshes. Right? You have to let the animal eat while it fleshes. So also, why is this the paradigmatic example? So Rashi points out a very interesting thing. We're going to get more into this, but the Torah talks about malchus, right? Lashes. Right after the section of lashes, right after that is the lav of chasima, of not muzzling the animal. The Gemara understands that juxtaposition to teach you that the paradigmatic avera that for which you're chayiv malchus is chasima, because chasima has it all, right? Muzzling really has it all. It's one-stop shopping, right? Why? Number one, it's a prohibition. Number two, it's an action, right? It's active. Number three, it can't be remedied, right? You can't undo it. And therefore, again, this becomes like the poster child, ultimately, again, for Allah. Fine. So the Gemara says, Hashta, the Asis Lachi, Nami Tumi God, the Hashta. Now that we have that, by the way, that answers a lot of our previous questions. So therefore, both say, this is the position of Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel holds that Allah for myself, you get malchus for Chayve Nisa space, in Chiyav Nisa, and you get malchus ultimately again for Chiyav Karis. You get malchus for everything. That's Rabbi Shmuel. Next, Rabbi Akiva. What's Rabbi Akiva? What's the position of Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva holds you do not get malchus for Chiyav Nisa, but you will get malchus for Chiyav Karis. What's his last Rabbi Akiva? My time. Very simple. Today we shall sow. The pasuk says you shall punish a person in accordance with his wickedness. Singular. Can't give one person two punishments for the same crime. Therefore, if you're going to execute the guy anyway, you're going to execute him. And Allah you can't flog him and execute him. That's not right. On the other hand, I will say now it makes sense. By the way, what about Karis? So what did Rabbi Akiva say? Now we answer the rest of Rabbi Akiva's statement. Why did Rabbi Akiva say you get malchus by Karis? If you can't punish a person twice for the same crime, then why can you get malchus for a Karis bearing rubbish? Why? Because you can do tshuva. Because since I can do tshuva and remove Karis, therefore I'm going to get malchus. Rabbi Shmuel. Now what does Rabbi Shmuel do with Kedei Rishasa? Hiding in the Nisa in Mahor, or malchus in Mahor. Rabbi Shmuel said that means you can't give a person Nisa and a monetary penalty, or malchus and a monetary penalty. About Nisa or malchus, we're saying Nisa malchus, Nisa arichti. This is fascinating. Rabbi Shmuel doesn't view lashes and a death penalty as two punishments. Rather, what does he view it as? One protracted death penalty. Interesting. But Rabbi Akiva, Ihaki, Chayve Krisos Nami. According to Rabbi Akiva, I don't understand. So let's say Reuven ate chametz on Pesach. The penalty for chametz on Pesach is chametz. So now, how can we give him malchus also? Isn't that punishing him twice for the same penalty? So my armor, Shem also tshuva. So Rabbi Akiva said, oh, but it's not a double penalty. Why? Because if he does tshuva, he could go ahead and remove the chametz penalty. That's very nice. But what? Hashta mihas lo avdi. Right now, he hasn't done tshuva. Shlomo said, by the way, what a profound statement. Like Rabbi Akiva says, it's not really a double penalty. Why? Because since he can do tshuva and remove kares, but he hasn't done tshuva. Which means that right now, Reuven, after he ate chametz on Pesach, has two prohibitions hanging over his head. What are the two prohibitions? Kares, and are not two prohibitions, but two punishments, kares and malchus. They'll say, it's just incredible. This phrase feels like a punch to the gut. They will say, all of us have the opportunity to do tshuva. We each have the opportunity to become Bali tshuva. What's the only problem? Hashta mihas lahavdi. I'm not doing it. The opportunity for tshuva literally again is right in front of me every moment of every single day. Only one little technicality. Hashta mihas lahavdi. I have not yet done tshuva. I'm Rabbi Abba. The Torah strips the Torah, so therefore again, we're trying to figure out Rabbi Akiva, right? Because Rabbi Akiva seems to be inherently contradictory. On one hand, Rabbi Akiva will say that if somebody is chayiv nisas beithin, you can't give them malchus also. Why? Kedei rishaso. You can only get one punishment per crime. So therefore, you can't give a guy both nisa and malchus. So again, if Reuven ate chametz on Pesach, he's chayiv kalis. How can you give him malchus also? So we give this all because he do tshuva, and if he does tshuva, he removes kalis. It's very nice, but he didn't do tshuva yet.
he didn't do tshuva. If he didn't do tshuva, we still have the problem of giving him two punishments for one kind. I will say, give you a cliffhanger. We're stopping here. Resolution of Rabbi Kiva Mir session tomorrow. Such a schos. Begin again this new tikkucha together. Shkaya Chavnor.
It's really harder to get back. It's going to be probably more expensive. Moving there.
All right, Chavnor, great to have you.
Why do you think it'd be easier to live there? Because it's probably different cost of living. So you're like, oh, I'm saving money if I live there, and then you experience the fucking jungle, apparently, animals and venom and hail and all this shit. And you're like, oh, Los Angeles was amazing. Yeah, you realize why it's less money. Because there's hail that falls out of the sky. And,
all right, so both sides. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha B'Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shomer Drashos this year. This is a history of the Solar Torah and Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, called Park in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and in honor of the birth of his grandson Teida and Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsorship in the space of Simchas, all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. And Adam Yishim Bitomin, in memory of Abraham's mother, Sarah, Brina Basi, Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Libracha. Dr. sponsors for today, Casey and Lisa Kaden, in memory of Casey's mother, Ethel Kaden, Ethel Mora Bas, and Meir HaKohen, Zichron Libracha, Yoker, and America Bar Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Savan Aliyah, the families in your Chama, Yetz Hashem. Our hostages should come home to Shalom, and the caught up in our holy soldiers should be successful. Once with that, let us begin with a lot of detail, really incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf Yud 10. We are picking up on at the Mishnah on Tes Amud Days 90. The Mishnah says as follows: So again, we've been speaking extensively, of course, about the concept of goals. And now the Gemara asks an interesting question. So where is the murderer? Where is the killer exiled to? So the Gemara says the Ari Miklat, to the cities of refuge. Where were the cities of refuge? The Gemara says the Shalosh Shebe'i B'Hayardim, or the Shalosh Shel Eretz Canaan. There are three of them on what we call the Eba Hayardim, which is on the other side of the Jordan, the area where 2.5 tribes went ahead and ultimately settled. That's called Eba Hayardim. Three of them in Eba Hayardim and three in Eretz Canaan. Three in Eretz Yisrael itself. Shnei Amar as Shlosh Ha'arim Titnu Be'Eba Hayardim, as Shlosh Ha'arim Titnu Be'Eretz Canaan. Actually, Nidkaru Shalosh Eretz Yisrael, so Hayu Shalosh Be'Eba Hayardim Kotos. Now, interestingly enough, as we'll discuss, Moshe Rabbeinu was actually the one who designated the three the three cities of refuge in the Transjordanian area. But fascinatingly enough, those three in the Transjordanian area did not actually, quote unquote, like take effect until the three in Eretz Yisrael were identified and activated. Shneimar Sheish Arim Miklat Tiana. It's interesting if this was the halacha that even though three were designated by Moshe Rabbeinu in the Transjordanian areas, they did not take effect until the three in Eretz Yisrael were designated as well. And there are direct roadways, direct pathways from one Ir Miklat to another Ir Miklat. Okay, we'll talk more about that in just a little bit. So that's the first part of the Mishnah. That's talking about the Arei Miklat themselves. Now, the Mishnah spends a moment just talking about the process of getting the accidental killer from essentially the scene of the crime to the Ir Miklat. So what would happen? Remember again, one of the things that we have not spoken about, which is a very intriguing part of this entire process, is what's called the Goal Hadam. The Goal Hadam is a relative of the victim who according to the halacha, has the right to kill the killer. Now, this is a fascinating concept in general because it seems a little bit like vigilante justice. Again, we'll talk more about it, but the idea over here is that as we're escorting the killer, the accidental killer, to the Ir Miklat, we give him two attendants. We give him two Talmidei Chachamim to escort him. Now, what's the point of this? Because maybe the Goal Hadam will encounter the accidental killer. He's going to want to go ahead and kill the accidental killer. And the job of the two Talmidei Chacham escort is to talk him out of it. Talk Goal Hadam out of it. Also, the accidental killer could also advocate on behalf of himself. Shneimar Gazet Devar Harotzeh. Rabbi Yosef Yehuda Omer, the Tchila, Rabbi Yosef says as follows: the Tchila Echad Shogi ve'Echad Nezik Matim La'arim Miklat. So Rabbi Yosef says something very interesting. In the beginning, when let's say Reuben would accidentally kill Shimon, so everybody would run to Yer Miklat, right? Whether you were an intentional killer, unintentional killer, everyone would run to Yer Miklat. Ubezdin Shulchan Levin also Misham. Bezdin would then dispatch their messenger and bring back the person from the Yer Miklat. In other words, to adjudicate the case. So it's interesting. So it sounds like what would initially happen is Reuben would kill Shimon. Before the circumstance even became clarified, the first thing Reuben would do, run to the Yer Miklat. Bezdin would then go ahead and fetch Reuben from the Yer Miklat and bring him to Bezdin. Misha is Chai Misa Bezdin Hargo. So again, if it turned out that Reuben was an intentional murderer, then he'd be tried in Bezdin and executed. The Shalom is Chai Misa, but Shalom. And ultimately, if he wasn't Chai Misa, they would exempt him. Misha is Chai Golos, Machzir no Shalom Komo. And if it turned out that Reuben was Chai Golos, they'd send him back to the Yer Miklat. The Gemara says, "Shneimar ve'shivu also ida el Yer Miklato." So essentially, three possibilities. Possibility one is that Reuben was an intentional killer, in which case he'd be tried and executed by Bezdin. Possibility number two is that Reuben was an ones, extenuating circumstance, in which case again he'd be exonerated, fully exonerated. And possibility number three is that it was shogeg, it was an accident. And if it was an accident, he would be returned to Yer Miklat to serve out his time there, as we will discuss. Says the Gemara, Tanabaram. Shalosh Arim Hibdal Moshe Be'Zayad, Hibdal Yoshua Be'Eretz Kinan, Umechubanos Hayot Kimin Shtei Shurot Shevekera. So this is very interesting. As we just said before, Moshe Rabbeinu went ahead and identified and demarcated the three cities of refuge in the Transjordanian. Remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu never has the skills to cross the Jordan River. So he goes ahead and he identifies the three on the, we'll call it the outside side of the Jordan River, and Yoshua identified and demarcated the three on the Eretz Yisrael side of the Jordan River. Now, the Gemara points out, interestingly enough, is that these six cities, three on each row, three on each side of the Jordan, were opposite each other. Now again, not literally on two sides of the Jordan. They were spaced out, but they were opposite each other. The image the Gemara gives is like two rows in a vineyard, right? The same way if you ever go to a vineyard. Right, so vineyards are very methodically arranged. So again, the Ari Mikvah were like two rows in a vineyard on opposite sides of the Jordan. So the cities themselves were facing each other. So the Gemara says, Hebron Yehuda Kineged Betzer B'Midbar. So Hebron and Yehuda was opposite Betzer in the desert. Shechem Bahar Ephraim Kineged Ramot Gilad. Shechem was opposite Ramos Gilad. Kadesh Bahar Naphtali Kineged Golan Babashan. Okay. Ushlosh, so says these are the actual Arim Miklat. Ushlosh Vishilashka, Shimishulashim. And interestingly enough, the Lashon of the pasuk is Vishilashka, which means, remember, there are three cities on each side of the Jordan. Three on each side have to be distinct from each other. Remember again, there is a very methodical layout to the Arim Miklat for one particular purpose. We want people to know exactly where they are. Exactly where they are. So again, so number one, three on each side of the Jordan. The ones on the other side are exactly opposite each other, and they're equidistant from one another. Not equidistant, in other words, from one side of the Jordan to the other side of the Jordan, but on each side of the Jordan, they are equidistant from one another. Gemara says, "Shlash l'shem mishlashim, shemidan l'chadron, kimechevron l'shchem, or mechevron l'shchem, kimeshchem l'gadesh, or l'kadesh, kimeshchem l'kadesh, kimekadesh l'tzachon." Literally equidistant. Ve'eba hayarden tvas, very tisot tvas. So it's having Gemara points something very interesting. Here's what's fascinating. There were 2.5 tribes, right? Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh that settled on, we'll call it the outside side of the Jordan. Even though, again, remember, it all becomes concentrated as part of Eretz Yisrael, what we'll call the Transjordanian areas. The rest of the tribes were in Eretz Yisrael proper. So the Gemara says, there are 3 cities of refuge for 2.5 tribes, and then 3 cities of refuge for the rest of the tribes. So that seems to be a tremendous imbalance. Why does the Transjordanian area get its own 3 cities of refuge? On Rabbi, the Gilad Shlichi Rothschild.
Rabbi says, unfortunately, there was a very high murder rate. A very high murder rate in the Transjordanian lands. Now, Moshe, here's what's interesting. Obviously, those three in the Transjordanian area were identified and solidified by Moshe. They don't take effect until later on. So Moshe, obviously, Moshe ben Baruch Hu must have seen what was going to be happening in the Transjordanian lands, and therefore, amazingly enough, they get their own three Arei Miklat. Top of Yud, so the Gemara over here quotes the pasuk from Hosea, Gilad Kiryas Pale Eben Akuba Midam. So the Gemara says, "My Akuba Midam." On the Rabbi Shay Otvin Laharod Nefashos. That literally, again, unfortunately, there was a lot of bloodshed. There was a lot of bloodshed, ultimately, again, in the Gilad and the Transjordanian areas. Okay, incredible. Umaishname Hagisa, Umaishname Hagisa Dinelachti, Umaishname Tzii Dinekarbi. So I will say this. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara now points out something fascinating, which is that if you look, the outer areas are much more spread out, but the middle area is much more consolidated. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Mehagisa mehagisa d'melachti, Hebron v'kadesh v'chokos mivuli eretz, shnei revi aretz, v'hari v'sofat v'utzak lanos revi haaretz." So on one hand, you have Hebron and Kadesh, which are at the poles. And on the other hand, the Shnei Dinukardi, Hari ben Hebron l'Shem, ben Shem l'Kadesh, Karv l'Miklat Mikan l'Kan. So it's interesting. The outer areas are much more dispersed for the Arei Miklat, but the center area, as Rashi points out, is between Hebron to Shem and Shem to Kadesh is much more concentrated. So what's going on over there? In Shem also, unfortunately, there was a lot of bloodshed. Chaver Kohanim Derech Yitzuchu Shchema. My Chaver Kohanim. Ultimately, it says, what is it called? Chaver Kohanim. Amar Lazar Shayim Mischabrim Laharog Nefashos Ki Kohanim Halalu Shemischabrim Lachlok Trumos V'Leisagronis. Unfortunately, in the Shchem area, they were, seemingly that Kohanim get together, right, in the granary to receive their respective portions. So in Shchem, people got together, unfortunately, again, to spill blood. Now, listen, I remember again, here's what's interesting about this. The Psukim seem to indicate both in Transjordanian areas as well as in Shechem that there's like a lot of murder, there's like a lot of bloodshed. Now remember, Arei Miklat only take care of accidental murderers, right? Don't take care. But what could be interesting over here, we'll discuss how all of this comes together. Like if they have such a problem with bloodshed, it doesn't seem like Arei Miklat is the answer to this. But again, we'll see how all of this comes together. Point over here is just understand that the way the cities of refuge were laid out. Remember, this was done by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So the way the cities were laid out, ultimately, again, was methodical and prophetically based on the HaKadosh Baruch Hu saw that there was going to be a need for these cities in these particular areas. All right, incredible. The Sulaka. Now, one second. Now, it makes it sound like over here that there's only 6 cities of refuge, right? 3 in the Transjordanian areas, 3 in Eretz Yisrael. But there are many more. Now, once again, here's what's interesting. Shevet Levi did not get a portion in Eretz Yisrael. And Shevet Levi was given 42 cities. It was theirs. In other words, theirs to use. Not an ancestral portion, right? Not part of their chalukah, but every tribe essentially had an obligation to give up some of their area for the Levium. Every city in which the Levium resided also became an Miklat. Also became a city of refuge. To which the Gemara says, so there weren't 6 cities of refuge, there were 6. 3 designated by Moshe, 3 designated by Yoshua, but then 42 Levitic cities, which also served as Arei Miklat. So there's a total of 48 cities. Why do you only say 6 cities? So what's very interesting, Rabbi, Halalu Koltos Ben Ladas Ben Shlo Ladas, Halalu Ladas Koltos Shelo Ladas Inan Koltos. So it's actually quite interesting. So apparently, the Levitic cities did work as Arei Miklat as well, but they only worked if you recognized that you were inside of one of them. Let me say it differently. The power of we'll call it the 6 Arei Miklat, is that they absorbed and provided protection, whether the assailant recognized that he was there or not. It didn't need das. The Arei Miklat of the Levitic cities required das. It's fascinating. If you look at Rashi, Bein das das first short line in Rashi, Bein shebarach sham das klita, Bein shelo barach sham shelo das klita, hayodeh shehi koretes. So apparently, here's the fundamental distinction. Levitic cities only worked as an Ir Miklat if the assailant recognized that he was in one of those cities and wanted to avail himself of its protection. The other Arei Miklat worked automatically. And you say to yourself, what does that mean? So just to illustrate how this can happen, we're going to talk about the idea that we really don't allow the Goal Hadam, the avenger of blood, who is the relative of the deceased, right, the relative of the victim, to come into the Ir Miklat and get the killer. So what would be interesting is that would work as long as the killer knew that he was in an Ir Miklat. Like, apparently, what if the killer just didn't know he was in an Ir Miklat? So is he protected by the Ir Miklat? So it depends. If it's one of the six, the original six, then it affords him protection even if he doesn't know that he's there. If, on the other hand, it's one of the 42, then halacha l'maisa, again, it does not afford him protection unless, of course, he knows that it's there. Fascinating distinction. Again, more about that to come in the next session. So the goes back to the Hebron, Ir Miklatu. Now, interestingly enough, one of the six that was identified was Hebron. The Hebron wasn't Ir Miklat. Is that true? Rothschild. The pasuk says, "Vayitin l'Kalev es Hebron kasher diber Moshe." 1 second. Hebron was given to Kalev. Right? Hebron was, remember again, one of the additional portions that Kalev received was the city of Hebron. So how can you say that Hebron was never said? Because here's what's interesting. Arei Miklat to a certain degree are almost like they become property of Am Yisrael. Right? They're obviously situated in different tribal areas, but they can't belong to one person because they have to be utilized by all of Israel, whoever needs it. So how can you say that Hebron wasn't Ir Miklat when Hebron was given to Kalev? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Parvata. So look at Rashi Parvata. Interestingly enough, it's fascinating. That's the historical note. So Hebron proper was not given to Kalev. Hebron proper was an Ir Miklat. The surrounding areas of Hebron were given to Kalev. Just the surrounding areas were also called Hebron. What's called Hebron? Well, it's interesting. Which is also interesting to note, by the way, because remember, where does David HaMelech's monarchy start? Where does it begin? Right? In Hebron. So it's fascinating to see also that Hebron ultimately, again, Hebron, this Miklat, was also the initial seat of the monarchy of David HaMelech, which is really incredible. What did David HaMelech need more than anything in the beginning of his monarchy? He needed a miklat, right? He needed refuge. HaMelech was pursued from every single direction, by every single person. He needed that sense of miklat. It's also quite beautiful, but if you think about it, I know whenever we go on trips in Eretz Yisrael, sometimes the organizers of our Yaakov calls don't agree with me, but to me, going to Hebron is an indispensable part of every single trip to Eretz Yisrael. Because again, how can you go to Eretz Yisrael and not come home to see your parents? Like, how can you not come home to see your parents? It's like, it's like imagine your parents live out of town. You go to a chasana, like your parents live in New Jersey. You go to a chasana in New Jersey. Oh, I'm too busy to stop by. Talking about you live a couple of days here, but you're right here. Okay, you stop in for a minute to say shalom aleichem, have a cup of coffee to make a l'chaim. How do you not visit your parents? How do you not go to Hebron? Right? How do you go to Eretz Yisrael not visit your parents? Which is also quite beautiful that the place where our parents is buried is in Ir Miklat. Because sometimes, again, every child knows. But it's interesting, one of those interesting things, if a person is privileged to have their parents in this world, the one thing that always gives a child comfort is an embrace by their parents. And when a person no longer has that, it's one of the things that they miss more than anything. Just right, because a parent, sometimes an embrace from a parent, no matter how old you get, just gives you the necessary comfort, the necessary security that you need. How beautiful is it that the place where our parents are buried isn't Ir Miklat, it's a city of refuge. I run to my parents for refuge, I run to Hebron for refuge, I run to Masala for refuge. Incredible. The Kaddish in Miklat is Kaddish. Now, we'll say now again, another one, Kaddish. Is Kaddish in Miklat? The Gemara is Vaksiv. It's fascinating. Va'ari Niftsar, Hatzadin Sar, the Chamas, Rekes, the Kineres, the Kaddish, the Edrei, the Ein Chatzar. I must say here, the pasuk is talking about fortified cities. And amongst the list of fortified cities is Kadesh. And you say to yourself, okay, who cares? So the Gemara says, the Tanya Arim Halalu, Ein Osin Lo, Baharna, when it comes to Arim Miklat, there's a whole list of laws, criteria when it comes to Arim Miklat. Arim Miklat cannot be Tirin. Tirin, about like Tirin Kitanin, are small villages. Now, what we're going to just say the common denominator over there. On an Ir Miklat has to be a self-sufficient city, but yet not too big. So it can't be a small village. Why? Because again, the accidental murderer has to be able to live in this city and not have to leave it. Because the moment that he leaves it, he's susceptible to the Gal Adam. Right? The city of refuge only provides refuge as long as you are in the city. The moment you leave the city, you are exposed to the Gal Adam. So therefore, you can't make a small village into an Ir Miklat, because a small village doesn't have all of the necessities to sustain life there. So it can't be a small village, right? V'lo krakim gidolim. It also can't be a large city. Why can't it be a large city? Because if it's a large city, the Gal Hadam could sneak in there and potentially kill the accidental murderers. So again, because in a big city, you don't necessarily recognize everyone, so it can't be too small that it doesn't have what it needs. It also can't be too big. It can't be too big that halacha so the Gal Adam could sneak in there undetected. Ella ayoros benolios. Rather, again, which are the cities of refuge? Kind of in between cities. Ayoros benolios, in between cities. So the point over here is Kadesh was a fortified city. Fortified cities were big cities. So how can you tell me that Kadesh was an Ir Miklat? To which the words, Rabbi Yosef, not a big deal. Tarti Kadesh. By the way, there's two places named Kadesh. Two cities named Kadesh. On the Rashi, you go Slikum v'Akra de Slikum. Okay, it wasn't uncommon to have multiple cities with the same name. Okay, so Gufas analyzes this. Arim halalu ein osin osolo tirin kitanin lo krakim gidolim ela ayaros beinolinos. So when it came to designating Arim Miklat, so Arim Miklat again can't be small villages, because small villages, again, don't generally have the resources in order to maintain the population. And an Ir Miklat has to be a self-sufficient city. It can't also be a very large city, because again, then we're concerned that people could sneak in undetected. And the Gal Adam can get in there. Ella, Ayaros Beinonios. Rather, again, what are Ir Miklat? Kind of in between areas, in between cities, right? So not too small, not too big. Ve'imo Shibin also Ella B'makom Ma'im. Furthermore, again, Arim Miklat can only be situated in a place where there's a water source, which makes sense, right? We want the residents to be looked after. And if there's not a water source there, then we create a water source there. Right? So we create a water source there. So I say, by the way, it's such a beautiful idea over here, right? If there's no water source, bring a water source. There's two tremendous lessons in this. Sometimes in life, you don't have what it is that you need to be successful. So what's the answer? Get what you need to be successful. Don't complain about it. Don't worry about it. Right? Don't lament it. Change your circumstances. Right? So there's no water there. Get water there. Also remember again, water is Torah. Water is Torah, which is a tremendous idea. If one is not happy about their current spiritual state, right? One is not happy about their current spiritual state. There's not enough water in my life, not enough water in my circumstances. So get more water. Get more water. Change your spiritual circumstances. We spend so much time lamenting that our circumstances aren't the way we want it, that my life is not the way I want it, that my circumstances are not the way that I want it. Good. Change it. Change it. You can't change everything, it's true, but you can change a lot of stuff. So if the city that you're living in doesn't have water, if the life that you're living in doesn't have the requisite amount of spirituality, if you're not happy with your personalistic circumstances, don't spend your energy complaining about it, but do whatever is within your power to pivot and to change. Incredible. Furthermore, again, Ir Miklat has to be a place where there are marketplaces. There's a shop. All of this same idea. Because we need the city itself to be self-sufficient. Furthermore, again, it has to be in a population center. We want people around. And I will say that the idea over here is living in a population center. Rashi points out we are concerned that the Goal Adam is going to go ahead and round up a little army, like a little chevra, and try to extract the murder. If there's a population center and the Goal Adam comes with an army for the other people to repel him. The Smartuk was saying, what happens if people moved away from the areas surrounding the area of blood? Well, see, we add on more people. I don't know, whatever it is, the government incentivizes people to live in these areas around the Arim Miklat. So what happens if, again, residents of the Arim Miklat began to move away? Levi'im Kohanim, Levi'im Yisraelim. Bring in other Jews. Okay, bring in other people. They mokrim ba'aris fasting, no clay zayin. So we'll say in a miklat, you are not allowed to sell weapons. Right? No weapons sold in an ir miklat, which makes sense because again, remember, if the Gal Adam that manages to get there undetected, we don't want him buying any kind of weaponry in the city. Hello, clay mitsuda, not even hunting instruments. Right? So again, traps. All other hunting instruments are okay. The shoving, shein parson suka mitsudos. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, again, you can't go ahead and spread out nets or traps in the city itself. Nor can you produce rope inside of an ir miklat. So apparently, again, the production of rope was a specialized skill. So the problem is you couldn't get good rope everywhere. We don't want the ir miklat to be a production center of rope because again, that would encourage the Goal Adam to come there. We don't want him to. Shotehei regal Goal Adam mitzuyasham. Incredible. Amar Yitzchak Mikra v'nas al achas min ha'arim ha'el v'chai. So what Yitzchak says, what's the scriptural allusion, right? For all of these things, it has to have a water source, it has to have marketplaces, it has to have populations, and all this stuff. Because the pasuk says that the accidental killer will flee to one of these cities, v'chai, and he will live there. What does that teach me? Do whatever you need to do in this city to provide life for the accidental murder. So it's a really incredible idea. Now, again, see, you have this tremendous balance, right? On one hand, the accidental killer, right? Is he blame-free? No, because remember again, if he was blame-free, that would be called ones. Ones, you're potter. So obviously, again, the concept that he's going to gullus indicates to us that there is a level of culpability. Remember again, halacha holds you liable for accidents. In case of damages, if you accidentally damage someone, you're chayiv. There's no difference if you intentionally damage someone or unintentionally damage, right? Damages, you're always chayiv. Adam mu'av the olam. In the case chas v'shalom of bloodshed, so the halacha realizes, of course, there was no intentionality, right? There was no premeditated act of bloodshed. So chas v'shalom, the person is not going to be executed. But again, there is a level of culpability and liability. So therefore, again, I'm not going to call it a punishment, right? But rather, again, there's a sentence called galus. What's the rule of galus? Galus is a mechaba, right? Galus goes ahead and atones. So what's interesting is, on one hand, we're going to judge you and sentence you to galus. On the other hand, galus also protects the person from the Goal Adam. Right? So again, we'll discuss why the Torah allows for this Goal Adam. Like, what is that? What is that? We'll talk about that more in the Hashem. But you see from here that we want to protect the life of the killer. So therefore, again, we're going to put him in. He has to stay in the city of refuge. Now, again, but he doesn't have to. Right? If he wants to leave, he could leave. He's just taking his life in his own hands. But if he wants to leave, he could leave. But we try to make life in the city of refuge, in the Ir Miklat, as palatable as possible, and have everything he needs in order to go ahead and live there. Tana. So I'll say to take this now. So up until this point, we've been focusing on we'll call it the physical aspects of the Ir Miklat. Now we focus on the spiritual ones. This is incredible. Tana. Talmud Shagala. Megalin Rabo Imo. Let's listen to this. If a student accidentally killed someone and is sent to the Ir Miklat, we send his Rabbi together with him to the Ir Miklat. Shneimar, L'chai, Ovid le midi kutehali lefiyusa, because the pasuk says the killer has to live in the miklat. Give him everything he needs to live. And also, what does a person need to live in this world? I need my Rabbi. I need my Rabbi. It's true, I need a water source, right? And I need a shuk. I need a marketplace. And I need my Rabbi. So therefore, if I accidentally kill someone, my Rebbe is sent to exile with me. It's incredible. I'm Rabbi Zira. It also says, Rabbi Zira says, Mikan Shalom Yishana Adam Latamad She'ena Hagen. So both say, this is incredible. So now it says, Rabbi Zira says to Rebbe, be careful who you let into your shir. Right? Be careful you let into the shir. Why? Because again, if you have a Talmud who's not really worthy, you have a Talmud really who's not, and he accidentally kills someone and goes to Dallas, guess what? You're going with him. Because the Talmud always needs his jet. Now let's say, it's a little bit different for us. I don't know that we appreciate this as much contemporarily, because we live in such a different age, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Like, a person can learn Shas without ever interacting with another human being. Right? Baruch Hashem, like we live in a different time where Torah is accessible like never before. Like never before. So I don't have a Rabbi, I don't have a Rabbi. Okay, so I could learn. Right? It's incredible to think you can master pretty much Kala Torah Kula without ever having a Rabbi, which again is not a good thing, but it's interesting to note. Now, obviously, we know that what a Rabbi does for us. Okay, so maybe I don't need the Rabbi to translate the line in Gemara for me. Because sometimes you only need a Rabbi in life to be able to make it come alive, to be able to make it contemporarily relevant, to bring out the life lessons, bring out the Yisodos. And that's from the Gemara's perspective, right? The Rebbe wasn't taking Torah. Torah Shabbal Peh was transmitted Rebbe to Talmud, right? Talmud, there was a Misoda. So literally, again, if I didn't have a Rebbe, I literally would not have Torah. Just different understanding, I guess. Therefore, if the Talmud accidentally kills someone who needs to have life in the earth, right? Who gives the Talmud life? It's Rabbi. So the explanation. Rabbi Yochanan, Harav Shagala. Now listen to this. What if the Rabbi accidentally kills someone? There is no kill someone. The Gemara says, Megalin Yeshiva Sa'ino. Ultimately, his entire yeshiva goes into Golos, right? In other words, where the Rebbe goes, that's where the yeshiva goes. Rebbe goes where the yeshiva goes. So therefore, if Rebbe accidentally kills someone, he exiles his entire yeshiva with him. The Gemara says, really? Is that true? I will say, by the way, I'll point out something very interesting. The Maharsha comments on this. The Maharsha says, it's interesting, right? That at the end of the day, the Gemara doesn't say the same concept by the Rebbe like it does by the Talmud. Right? The Gemara says that if the Talmud kills someone, the Rebbe goes into Galus. Therefore, the Gemara tells the Rebbe, be careful who you teach Torah to, because whoever you teach Torah to, you're tethered to that person. Which I will say, by the way, tells you something beautiful about the Rebbe-Talmud relationship. And my Rebbe is not just someone who I learn Torah from, there's a connection. Right? There's a bond that's there, to the point that if the Talmud accidentally kills someone, the Rebbe has to go to Galus with him. So therefore, the Gemara says, Rebbe, be careful who you teach Torah to. Now, it's interesting. And then the Gemara says that if the Rebbe accidentally kills someone, then what? Then the whole yeshiva has to go into Galus with him. So you think the Gemara would say what? To the Talmud, be careful who you choose as a Rebbe. But yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara doesn't say that. So the Maharsha comments on this, and the Maharsha says something amazing, because when it comes to learning Torah from whoever you can. Right? In other words, that although a Rebbe should be very picky about who his Talmudim are, perhaps a Talmud shouldn't be as picky about who his Rebbe is. If you find someone from who you can learn, and remember again, who can I learn from? Ezu Chacham, who is wise, Halom Mikal Adam. Every person can become a Rebbe. Right? Every person has something to teach me. Every person has something to convey to me. So whereas the Rebbe should be very, very picky about who's going to be his Talmud, maybe the Talmud shouldn't be as picky about who's going to be his Rebbe. Fascinating idea. In any event, so the Rebbe accidentally kills someone, the entire yeshiva is sent to Galus. Is that so? Rabbi Yochanan, they both say, now what the Gemara is asking over here is as follows. The Gemara is saying, I don't understand. But if someone is steeped in Torah, Torah protects you. So how could it, the Gemara essentially asking is, how could it be that the Rebbe is ever going to end up accidentally killing someone? After all, again, won't Torah protecting, to which the Gemara says, Shinemar es Betzer Bamidbar, right? Betzer is one of the Arim Miklat, so it says Betzer Bamidbar, Betzer is in the desert, turns the dirty area, and then afterwards it says Uksiv is Zal Satorah. And the Gemara understands where just like Betzer is an Ir Miklat, which affords protection, so to Torah affords protection. So why would the Rabbi ever need an Ir Miklat? Lokasha, Hadbe'ina de Asikba, Hadbe'ina de Lo Asikba. Right, Torah protects you. When does Torah protect you? So when does Torah protect you? When you're learning it. When you're learning it. But when you're not learning it, Torah doesn't protect you. See, even the greatest Rabbi, right? At the end of the day, if he's learning, while he's learning, Torah will protect him. But when he's not learning, again, if he's subject to the same realities that the rest of us are subject to. Read by Shema, the other person is in trouble. Other possibilities, my Colton, what does it mean that Torah protects us? Mimalach Hamaves. Torah protects you from the angel of death. The Gemara says, tells the story. Listen to this, Rabbi. So Rav Chisda was learning Torah, right? And the Malach Hamaves could not get near him. It was time for him to leave this world. But the Malach Hamaves could not take his soul because he was always learning. So the Gemara says, that's what the Malach Hamaves do. He went down a cedar tree. Today, Rav, Paka Arz of a Shasek Yachale. And what did he do? The Malach Hamaves went up on the cedar tree. The cedar tree snapped. Because when the tree snaps, like it makes a loud noise. So Rav Chisda heard the noise. He stopped learning for a moment, and in that moment, the Malach Hamaves took back his neshama. So what is the other possibility is, again, Torah protects you from death. Torah doesn't necessarily protect you from everything else going on. So two possibilities. Either Torah protects you from everything, but only when you're learning it, or no, the protection of Torah is limited to the Malach Hamaves. But I'm still subject to other realities in life. Either way, Rabbi said one thing is clear, that when I am learning, I am protected. When I am learning, I am protected. What I'm protected from, what the scope of that protection is, okay, so that's my focus, but I'm protected. Power of Torah. I'm going to come back on God. If Neymar Zachar with Neymar spots off to so we'll say, interestingly enough, why is it that Ruvain, ultimately, again, I will say that interestingly enough, the first Ari Miklat were established in the tribal area of Ruvain. So why does Ruvain get this close? That his tribal area is the first to host the Ari Miklat. Because Reuben was the first to try to effect salvation for another Jew. Where did that happen? Shinemar. Reuben heard what was going on when the brothers turned on Yosef, and Reuben saved Yosef from his brothers. So because Reuben saved Yosef from his brothers, therefore, again, he is privileged to go ahead and host the Ari Miklat. Right? The Ari Miklat, the first Ari Miklat identified were the Ari Miklat in his tribal area, which Rabbi tells us something absolutely amazing. Sometimes in life we do something and we don't necessarily see the fruits of our labor. It's important to always operate with the understanding that whenever a Yid does something holy and positive, there is always a repercussion and a result. Sometimes the result is seen in our lifetime, but sometimes it's only seen generations later. Where do you see the result of Reuben stepping up and defending Yosef? Generations later, when the first Miklat was placed in his tribal area. Of course, we often become too focused on cause and effect. And if I do something good, I want to see the effect of that good right here, right now. And if I can't see it, then it must mean that my action was meaningless. And remember again, the Yid exists multiple generations. Right? Baruch was past, present, and future. So we're also past, present, and future. And I recognize that every single thing that I do that is positive has a positive effect, whether I'll see it or not. It's a different discussion. In order like the Darash Rabbi Smaloi, my Dichsiv Az Yavdil Moshe Shalosh Aram Ba'id Ayardim Mizrach HaShemesh. What does it mean when this pasuk says the Moshe being separated, 3 are in Miklat in the translating areas. Literally cause the sun to shine for accidental killers. Meaning give them hope. Give them the Miklat, give them a city of refuge. You give the Amri, others say, we said to Moshe, through your separation, you have caused the sun to come up for accidental killers. Give hope. Give hope. Also, sometimes the greatest thing you can do in life is give hope to someone who feels like they are in a hopeless situation. Right, at the end of the day, the person kills, right? Ruben killed Shimon accidentally. He didn't mean to. Okay, he could have been more vigilant. He could have been more careful. He could have been more attentive. Understood. But if Ash's Ruben's a good guy, right? He didn't mean to do anything wrong. And you can imagine just the debilitating feeling of failure in the aftermath of that act. And what does Moshe Rabbeinu say? Moshe Rabbeinu says, listen, life is going to take a dramatically different turn. Life has taken a dramatically different turn. But there's a new city. Create for yourself a new life. Right? Everything you need is going to be there. Moshe Rabbeinu says to Moshe, you've given hope to hopeless people. That is the greatest accomplishment one can have in this world. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like, "You get down, good." Darshav Simoy, Might of Siv. Listen, this is beautiful. Might of Siv. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Oiv Kasef, Lo Yispa Kasef, Umi Oiv Ba'amon Lo Tivua. So as I say, literally it means one who loves silver will never have enough silver, and one who loves Ba'amon, plenty, Lo Tivua, will never have enough. What does this mean? So this is beautiful. So I say, so generally, by the way, the way we understand this pasuk, right, is the pasuk is actually pretty self-explanatory, right? It's koheles, right? What do you mean? Okay, so because if you love money, you will never have enough money. That's how we generally again understand it. But let's say again, there is nothing wrong with liking money. There is nothing wrong with really liking money. There is nothing wrong with working very hard to amass money. There's also nothing wrong with not being content with a little bit of money and wanting. This is not like the wealth gospel over here, but this is right. This is like it's okay. It's okay to want to be wealthy, and it's okay to work hard to be wealthy. The problem is when you love money. Right? Love is a very strong emotion. Right? There are two things in this world that you should love. Right? You should love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? V'ahavta Hashem Elokecha. Right? You should love, and including HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Torah, is Am Yisrael, is Eretz Yisrael. V'ahavta Nishma Kamocha. You should love Klal Yisrael. Should love Klal Yisrael. That's it. Including Klal Yisrael, of course, is your family. Including, right? Those are the things in this world that you should love. That's what love should be reserved for. Everything else, you should like. I remember again one of the most times I got the context of it because somebody said they love football. They love football. I love football. Really? You love football? I said, like, you use that same mouth to tell your wife that you love her. Like, I love you, right? I love you, and I love football, right? So I love my life partner, and I love oversized men in tight pants jumping all over each other, right? I said, you understand, like you'll never be able to tell your wife you love her, but in the same way, because you literally use that same exact word to describe like this barbaric event of people jumping on top of each other, receiving millions of dollars for it, and a bunch of people paying to watch it. Like just understand, like that's like just you know what I'm saying. You use the same word for it. Listen, you have to be so careful how we use our words, because especially that word love. That word love is a strong word, right? Like Shlomo says in God, "Re'ei chayim im ha'isha sherahavta." Right? See a beautiful life with a woman who you love. Love is used for marriage. Love is used for my kids. Love is used for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Love is used for Am Yisrael. Love is used for Eretz Yisrael. Everything else you could like. You could like football. You could like football. You could like pizza. You could like chicken wings, right? You could like a lot of different things in this world. Like whatever you want. But love is referred to. So therefore, again, we normally say, so that's why Oed Kasef, the danger with money is when you love it. You want to like it a lot. You want to pursue it. You want ultimately, again, to acquire it. Hatzlacha. Absolutely fine. The moment you love it is the moment where things become a little bit complicated. So therefore, the Pashup Shad is and if you love money, what's the problem? If you love it, you'll never have enough of it. You'll never have a lot of it. Because you want to say, by the way, that's the power of love. Right, the power of love. Right, what is the shorish of love? Is have, is to give. When you love something, you can never get enough of it. And that's why it's so powerful. So in my marriage, I love my wife, and therefore, again, it's never enough. I always want to do more. I always want to be more. I always want to give more. I love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's never enough. I love Am Yisrael. It's never enough. I love Eretz. It's never enough. If you love money, the problem just is it becomes a toxic relationship with material law. But yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara Dashan is a different thing. The Gemara says, only cancel what he's looking. So what does this refer to? This is Moshe Rabbeinu. This is Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? What is in Moshe Rabbeinu? He says, Shai Yodesh and Shalosh Arim Shadei Vayadi Kolkos. Achlo Nifkalu Shalosh Sharetz Kinat. Listen to this. Now Moshe Rabbeinu knew full well that the three are in Miklat in the Transjordanian area would not take effect until the three in Eretz Yisrael were identified as well, were set aside. And Moshe Rabbeinu also knew that he was not crossing the Jordan. So he knew that he was not going to set up the three on the other side of the Jordan. Yoshua was going to do it. So again, Rashi could have dictated Moshe. What's the point? What's the point of setting up the three on the Transjordanian side if they're not going to take effect until the three on the other side come online, and the other three are not going to be done by you? They're only going to be done by Yoshua. But yet Moshe Rabbeinu still did it. V'amar mitzvah sheba b'yadi akaymena. Moshe Rabbeinu said, you know what? If there's an opportunity to do something, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Even if it's not complete, an opportunity for service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, an opportunity for spiritual growth, an opportunity for Dveikus comes our way, how can I not take it? So we'll say, isn't that absolutely beautiful? Do you want to know the greatness of Moshe? At the end of the day, what makes the Moshe Rabbeinu great? What makes the Moshe Rabbeinu great is when he sees an opportunity, he takes it. We'll say, what do we do when opportunities come our way? What do we do when opportunities? We analyze. Oh, okay, I'm going to take it under advisement. Right? I'm definitely going to run it by the opportunity panel, right? And we'll talk about it, and we'll see it. But we're looking at a whole bunch of different opportunities in front of us right now, right? So we're going to analyze this. There's a beautiful thing about you never brings them, to go ahead and learn the second Sota over Sira. There are 49 blocks of Sota and ultimately 49 days of Sira. The should have had a beautiful minute to go and learn Sota. So I was talking to someone about this. I would, but I just started Makos. And I can't take this on. So, floating. Just be honest. You can take it on. You won't take it on. Don't tell me you can't. Tell me you can't. Just be honest in life with what you're going to do, what you're not going to do. If you want to say you're not interested in taking it on, you can't take it on, you don't want to take away time from other things, that's fine. Just be honest. Don't say you can't, say you won't. Say you won't. The difference between great people and mediocre people is great people try to take on whatever they can, and when they can't, they're honest about why they can't. Mediocre people convince themselves that they can't. They can't. So they find a comfortable place doing the things that quote unquote they can, and they say they can't to everything else. Moshe Rabbeinu was a great man. Do you know why? Because when opportunity came and knocked on his door, he took it. But Moshe, come on, Moshe, the three are in Mikvah, you're not going to take effect until later on. So what? This is here right in front of me now. How do I not take advantage of it? So I said, do you know the number of beautiful opportunities that show up at our doorstep every single day? We just let them slip through our fingers. We just let them go. We're too busy, we're too distracted, we're too this, we're too that, whatever it is. Moshe Rabbeinu says, there's the opportunity here to do something, but it's not going to take it. Who cares? It's here right now. I'm going to do it. That's only Kesef, Lo Yisva Kesef. Mitzvah Shabali Adi Akaimena. If there's a mitzvah that comes my way, of course I'm going to take advantage of it. So this is very beautiful. Let's say, who is fit to teach Torah in public? Whoever has all of the grain. It's a little unfair word. Now, what does this mean? In other words, the person who teaches Torah in public should have the requisite knowledge. Rashi points out over here. What's Teruah? Shebaki b'mikra, b'mishnah, ba'alochas, ba'agadis. Someone who knows Kol HaTorah Kula. That's a person who should teach Torah to the masses. So, or who is it appropriate to teach the greatness of Hashem? Ultimately, again, one who is able to allow all of the Shalom's praises to be. In other words, who should teach Torah to the masses? Who should teach Torah in public? Only one who has the requisite tools, i.e. the knowledge, to be able to do so. What does this mean? This is beautiful. Whoever loves Talmidei Chachamim, whoever loves those who teach Torah to the masses, in other words, we'll say, whoever values the Talmid Chacham, whoever values Talmid Chacham, lo tevua, will himself have children who are Talmidei Chachamim. We'll say this is beautiful. If you love Talmidei Chachamim and you revere Talmidei Chachamim, you will have children who are Talmidei Chachamim. And we'll say, by the way, that's not like a heebie-jeebie hocus-pocus thing. It's very simple. Our children see who we look up to. We see who we look up to. So if my kids see me look up to the guy who has the most money, the nicest car, the biggest house, the most expensive vacation, so again, that's going to form their own perceptions of what's important in life. So they're going to say, oh, what's important? What's important? So material success. And material success is wonderful, it's beautiful. But that's, right? On the other hand, if my children see that what I value in this world is accomplishments in Torah, and the people I look up to, are the people who are Talmidei Chachamim. And I want to just point out, it's never either or, right? In other words, this is so important. One of the most important things in Yiddishkeit. Material success and spiritual success are not an either or, right? It's not like you can have one or the other. The Gemara says a person can be all for all state shulchanos. You could eat at two tables. You can eat at the table of spiritual success and a table of material success. It's hard. It's a lot of hard work. And most people are not able to be successful at both tables, but you can do it if you work hard enough. So if my children see, like, what do I look up to? What do I, as the parent, what do I revere? I revere spiritual success. I revere people who work hard in their spirituality. I revere people, ultimately, who become Talmidei Chachamim, and my children will become that as well, because if my children see that that's what I hold out as a successful person, they will say deep down, right? Freud wasn't the first person to discover that our relationship with our parents is the most important relationship. Deep down, what does every single child want to do? What does every child want to do? Give nachas to their parents. At the end of the day, really all I want to do is I want to know that my parents are proud of me. That's all. So subconsciously, again, how do I know how to make my parents proud? I see what my parents themselves look up to. What do my parents revere? Right? What do my parents put on a pedestal? And that's what I want to become. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, so it's amazing enough, the rabbis looked, when they're talking about the Simon Beis Medrash, they looked at Rabbi Berei Rabbi, who was a great Talmid Chacham, and his sons were great Talmidei Chachamim as well. If you love Talmidei Chacham, so you're great Talmidei Chacham. Rabbi Shemar Kala Oyer Lilmod B'Hamon Lo Torah. This is beautiful. Whoever loves to learn in a group, B'Hamon in a group, ultimately Lo Torah will be successful. Ultimately, Lo Torah means he'll have the grain, the necessary grain, so that he can acquire knowledge. It's beautiful. The Ma'aser said, "Cherev al abad v'na'alo, cherev al tzavah yisraelim shel Talmidei Chachamim, sheyosh bin ba'oskim Torah bad bebad." The worst thing one could do is learn by themselves. Why? What happens when you learn by yourself? Let's say if you learn by yourself and you make a mistake, then what happens? There's no one there to correct you. So therefore, again, sometimes the greatest accomplishment we have in this world is when we are able to learn with others. Whether it's with a chavrusa, with a shir, with a chabura, there is wisdom that comes from collective learning. Conversely, there are mistakes that are often made when learning by myself, and then because there's no one else there to correct me, those mistakes become reinforced. Not only that, when you learn by yourself, you become foolish. Right? Because at the end of the day, again, I'm making mistakes, and there's no one there to correct my mistakes. Not only that, but as a result of learning and making mistakes and reinforcing mistakes, I end up actually sinning. Because again, my knowledge base is corrupted. So it's beautiful. Literally, again, the gates of Shana were closed. Ravina Amar Kala Oed Ilmod Bahamon Lo Tavua. Vanu Amar Rabbi is beautiful. Harbe Targos. So what does this mean? Whoever goes in and learns with a group, right, learns with others, Lo Tavua will amass even greater amounts of knowledge. Vanu Amar Rabbi Harbe Torah Lamarak Rabbi. Such a beautiful thing. Rabbi said, I learned much Torah from my Rebbeim. I learned even more from my friends. Like when I got from my Rabbi, I learned even more from my friends. But the most I learned were from my students. but from my students. So it's such a beautiful, beautiful idea. I learned a lot from my Rabbi. I learned a lot ultimately again from my friends. The most I learned ultimately again was from myself. So I was just saying on a personal level, which was one of the things that to me is always personally inspiring. Just now we're on a Chol schedule, so there's not as much Mesiras Nefesh involved with getting up to the dot. But like I tell you, to me, I come into the shul in the morning, come to this marriage in the morning, and Baruch Hashem, now it's just coming to the shul, like this marriage is just happening already. 5:40 in the morning, to me, it is inspiring. I'm inspired. I'm Zoka, this is my job. This is my job. Right? This is Baruch Hashem's Achizah. Baruch Hashem gave me this life and gave me this job. This is what I do. I come to this marriage and I see all the VSC, the Chavra, and everybody's like, oh, and again, pulled to work, and this, and then pulled in a million different directions, and there could be a million different excuses to not show up, to not daven, to not daven with a million, right? To not, but yet again, if the pepper makes it conserve the effort, so that's the schema. I'll tell you, just on a personal level, the inspiration I get from seeing all of you every single morning is greater than any level of inspiration I've received from the greatest Rav, from the greatest Talmud Chacham, from the greatest Shia, from the greatest Orus, seeing even living lives, Torah-centric lives, and depriving themselves of much necessary sleep or respite in order to be, and then running off to work. Right? It's not the shot to like people go ahead and finish Shachar saying, okay, I'm going to go back in for a nap, afterwards, right? A lot of times, some of you are. Right. But the Maisa, many of you are running right from here to the office, right from here to work, right from here, or to carpool, or this and that. Inspiring. And sometimes the greatest inspiration is not from something that a person says, but it's how they live. Mamish, I see this. I'm Zoka to live this Gemara from all of you each and every day. I'm Rabbi Shabbat Levi. My Dechsiv, what says a beautiful Gemara? Omdos hayura glenim psharat Yerushalayim. Let's listen to this. So what a passage to you. Omdos hayura glenim psharat Yerushalayim. Feet were standing. With the Megitz of Yerushalayim. They say, how would I wish be Zoka Mir Hashem? Not just read this passage, just as an anticipatory dream. How would I wish be Zoka Mir Hashem to be able to live it? What does it mean when it says our feet were standing in Yerushalayim? Don't say this is incredible. What allowed us to go ahead and be successful in war? Right? In war. What else he says on war? Ultimately, again, Sharayich Yerushalayim. Let's say this is Tehillim. This is David HaMelech saying. What allowed us to be successful in all of our battles? Ultimately, again, Sha'arei Yerushalayim Shayu Oskim Torah. It was the gates of Yerushalayim who were engaged in Torah. David HaMelech understood that what allowed Klal Yisrael to be successful in war, ultimately, again, it was the Korach of Torah which propelled the army. I will say, this Gemara is so incredibly important. So listen, this speaks to the core of one of the most raging issues within Klal Yisrael right now. About who should serve in the army, how they should serve in the army. They will say, what the greatest problem within Klal Yisrael right now in this issue? It's not about what's more important, the Torah or the army. It's a foolish question. You need both of them. Klal Yisrael needs an army, and Klal Yisrael needs Torah. You know what the challenge is? The challenge is that each looks at the other, or many segments of each look at the other as opposite forces. Right? So sometimes, and again, sometimes the world of Torah looks at itself as its own self-contained thing. We are the most important. We're the most important, right? And without us, there's nothing. That's false. We need Torah, but we also need an army. We also need an army. That's the Klal Yisrael always work. You think David HaMelech wasn't from Chacham? You think David HaMelech wouldn't have preferred just to be in the base medrash? Of course. He didn't have an interest in warfare. He wanted to be similar. But again, David HaMelech understood Klal Yisrael needs an army. But the army has to be backed by Torah. Right? But again, if there's only Torah and there's no army, that's not going to work. But if the army thinks that all they need is the army, and Torah is not important, that is an army that is doomed for failure. An army without Torah is doomed for failure. Torah without an army is also doomed for failure. We need both. David HaMelech says, why are we successful? Why are we successful in life? Because we have an army that was fueled by Torah. But it only works when everyone recognizes that we're in this together, when everyone recognizes that there is this synergistic partnership, that I'm learning for you and I'm fighting for you, and that somehow that synergistic partnership is finessed so that everyone is literally on the same page, fighting and learning together. I've always thought, to me, and again, I'm a no one on this, but I've always thought that there was a very, imagine for a moment, a very simple remedy that goes like this. This is the problem with having that feeling after God, by the way, right? Imagine that it goes like this. Imagine for a moment, you can't have a blanket exemption for everyone. It doesn't work. Not sustainable. You cannot have a blanket exemption. You have to establish some type of criteria. Whatever the criteria is for those who are Torah Nasim, right? Those who are full-time learning, right? It can't be any guy who wants to do it to suddenly do it. That's whatever it is. A mission test, the criteria, right? Certain number of years that you're able to do it. There has to be a system. Well, imagine for a moment, right? Those Yechidei Skura, that on every single army base, there was a kollel of Mitzvyanim who sat on the army base, like not in a base measure far away from the front, on the front, and they were in uniforms like everyone else, right? Because the army of the has fighters and has learners. And what happens? The soldiers go out to battle, and before they go out to battle, they get a bracha from those who are sitting defending their learning Torah. Right? When they come back, they get a bracha that they come back. And again, that whole Torah is palpable on every single army base in Eretz Yisrael. Imagine what that would look like for Klal Yisrael. Imagine what that would be like. And now suddenly, there's not an us and a them. There's not this community and that community. There's Am Yisrael. Because Am Yisrael needs vibrant Batei Medrash from which the Kol Torah never ceases. And by the way, when the Kol Torah never ceases, there's another piece. Bein HaZmanim doesn't have to be for a month. Right? Soldiers don't get off for a month, or at least active duty. So if you're an active duty learner, you also can't be schmying around for weeks on end either. There has to be an urgency. There has to be a commitment. Whoever's fighting for Klal Yisrael, whether it's with the neshek, with the gun, or with the Gemara, you're on. What we're missing is just so many. We don't feel that there's an interconnectedness. There's what we want, and there's what we want. Well, the moment Klal Yisrael goes down that road of different what we wants, that's ultimately, I know where there's divisiveness, and where there's divisiveness, unfortunately, nothing good ever comes about. Just David HaMelech understood it. Almost Hayusharach Yerushalayim, where there's a vibrant synergistic partnership between the army and Torah. Klal Yisrael is invincible. But when there's an us and a them, then unfortunately, we are highly vulnerable. We're living this right now. And it's a shame that leadership on both sides cannot get it together and cannot go ahead and recognize that anyone's personal agenda is so much less important than the national agenda. Come to the table. Figure it out. We are people with unbreakable resolve, which unfortunately sometimes is our worst impediment. But put aside personal agendas, put aside personal needs, and figure out how to bring the nation together. With the Torah, with the army, with the base medrash, with the milchama, bring it all together, and that makes our people invincible. David HaMelech understood it. We have to figure it out as well. Everyone, let's go back to a little bit. It says, Mara Shalom Levi, my Shir Amalos and David Samach Roman Beis Hashem Melech. So what does it mean when it says, right, a song of ascents? David HaMelech said, this is a beautiful Gemara. I rejoiced when they said to me, let's go to the house of Hashem. This is beautiful. This is wild. David HaMelech said, I heard people saying, when is this old man going to die? Now, by the way, who's the old man? It's David. So David said about him, right? People said about me, when am I going to die? But why are they saying it? Because they understood David wasn't going to go to the Beis HaMikdash. Only Shlomo was. So people were like, when is David going to die already? Right? When is he going to die already so Shlomo can become king? Go to the Beis HaMikdash. We could be only regal. We could come for the last days of Yom Tiv to the Beis HaMikdash, to Yerushalayim. And what did David HaMelech say? V'samachti. I rejoiced. I was like, can you imagine this? I rejoiced. I don't know. So I was saying, This is leadership. This is leadership. What leadership means is the needs of the collective are more important than your personal agenda. So David Hassan literally, now again, I'm not going to lie, a little bit crass of the people to talk like this, right? When is David going to die? So that Shlomo could become king, build the base on Mikdash, and we could just move ourselves forward already. Okay, not the best way to articulate it, but David hears this, and you think they'll be offended. They'll be upset. After everything I've done for you, now you send me to die? David Hassan was a Melech Yisrael. And what does it mean to be a leader? Leadership means what I need is much less important than what the crowd needs. What I need is less important. And so at the end of the day, David says, I was happy because Klal Yisrael wants to make some Mikdash. I'm overjoyed. I'm not going to say not so fast. So David essentially says, Moshe, take me. I'm ready to go. Take me. I'm happy to leave this world. If it paves the way for Shlomo, paves the way for the base of me. This is not so fast. Once this is beautiful. He told Yom Echad Me'elef. Told me Yom Echad Sha'ata Osik Bator Lefanai Me'elef Olot Sha'asi Shlomo Bin Dalahakir Lefanai Gaben Mizbeach. The Baruch says, David, not so fast. I'm not taking you one day early. Because one day of your life in this world is better and more important to me than the thousands of karbanos that will be offered up on the altar that your son Shlomo will build. I will say, you understand the fun thing of this Gemara? The power of a day, the power of the present. Shlomo represented the future. And while it's important to go ahead and plan for the future, it's important to think about the future, it's important to contemplate the future, never plan your future at the expense of your present. You know, Aaron Lichtenstein, who was the Yeshiva of Gush Haretzion, had he had a beautiful essay where he wrote about the idea. He called America the 401k society. Right? Well, I don't know what a 401ks are worth anymore. I don't know, right? A 401k society. So everything about 401k, everything is about the future. Everything is about retirement. Right? People have all of these plans. Well, the future is going to be done. There's only one problem. But it's good to plan for the future. There's only one problem. People put so much emphasis on the future that they forget to maximize the present. People stay in careers that are unmeaningful and unfulfilling because, again, it's going to give them some type of payout in the future. Right? And people compromise and sacrifice their present because now, again, you have to plan for the future, but you can't build your future at the expense of the present. That's what Hakadosh Baruch Hu was saying, David and Melech. David, hold up. Base Mikdash will come. You are a man who maximizes each and every day. And because of that, I'm not taking you from this world one day early. It's a little bit back to Kanye. In the Chavaras from the Drachim, ultimately, again, remember, the pathways are identified between the Ari Miklat. Tanya, the Lazav and Yaakov Omer, Amud Beis, Miklat, that is a long daf. Miklat, it's okay. Miklat, Haya Kasa Pashas Drachim. Ultimately, again, there was a sign that said Miklat at the crossroads. In order that the Rotseach, the murderer, ultimately, again, so again, the pathways were very clearly marked. Amrav Kahana, Miklat, talking Lachai Derech, prepare for yourself. Ultimately, that was like Sunday services, maybe, right? So my crowd. No, I don't understand. I'm just saying, right? I'm only batting for one team, I promise. My crowd, talking Lachai ultimately, prepare for yourself. Prepare for yourself the pathway. So remember again, the pathways to the Miklat had to be very clearly demarcated. So about Hanina Palsas, what is called a high power. When he would go ahead and give a shear on open, he would open the shear with the following idea. It's beautiful. Ultimately, again, Hashem is good and just. Therefore, again, he shows the wicked the way. If Hashem shows the wicked the proper path, then Kal V'chomer and the Hakadosh Baruch Hu will do for the righteous. This is all the intros, right? Whenever they would give shir on Ari Mikvah, they would always go ahead and intro it in the following way. Right? Ultimately, again, someone acted without premeditation, and Hashem guided their hand. So sometimes wicked things happen through wicked people. What does this mean? What is the pasuk talking about? Mishnei Bnei Adam Shaglas Anachash. Two guys killed someone. Right? Reuben and Shimon both killed someone. Now, Echad Harag B'Shogeg. Reuben killed accidentally. Echad Harag B'Mezid. And Shimon killed intentionally. Lezeh Ein Eidim, Lezeh Ein Eidim. Now, neither have witnesses to what they did. One is Chosh Baruch Hu. Chosh Baruch Hu Mazmin L'Pun Lak Echad. Zeh Sharag B'Mezid. Yoshe Chachas HaSulam. Zeh Sharag B'Shogeg. Yorei B'Sulam. So now, watch this. Reuben and Shimon both killed someone. Reuben killed accidentally. Shimon killed intentionally. Neither of them have any witnesses to their respective acts. So what happens? The Torah brings them together to an inn. Right? Shimon, the intentional killer, is sitting underneath the ladder. Reuben, the accidental killer, is coming down on the ladder. What happened? The Napa Alog Bahargo. Ultimately, again, Reuben falls on Shimon. And he kills him. And there's an inn full of people. So what happens? Each kind of gets what's coming to them. Shimon, who kills intentionally, right, is killed, and Reuben, who killed unintentionally, now his witnesses is sent to Dallas. So let's say it's profound. What is the word trying to teach? Let's say the Rebbe Shalom runs a perfect world, right, and he choreographs everything. Sometimes you see the choreography, sometimes you don't see the choreography, but the choreography is always there. Just let God do his thing. Sometimes we become so impatient because the world looks so perfect and the circumstances look so perfect. The great choreographer's got multiple millions of moving pieces, billions of moving pieces in any given moment, and he's got his finger on the pulse of each of them. Just be patient, let him do his thing, and somehow, some way, everything comes together. Incredible. Also, we'll just finish with this. Here's a concept. The concept is also that these are just incredible gemaras. Absolutely incredible gemaras. Gemara says, God sees what path you want to take in life, and God helps you along that path. See, one side, the emotional is like a loving parent. What do parents do? Parents do their best to give a child instruction, right? They try to give necessary instruction, right? Hadracha. But then what happens? Every parent comes to that moment where they're like, you know what? You got to do what you're going to do. And I can't help you not make mistakes. What I can do is I can give you as much information, I can give you as much advice, I can model you the right behavior, but then at a certain point in time, you got to do you. The Rothschild gives us a Torah. Rothschild gives us Hadracha. Rothschild models for us everything we're supposed to do, everything we're supposed to do. But then at a certain point, Hashem says, I can't make you do anything. I can't make you do anything. So you choose a path, Hashem says, and whatever path you choose, I'll help you. But you have to choose the path. Incredible. So the Gemara says, you see examples of this from Torah, Nevi'im, and Ksubim. So listen to this. You know, it says Torah, Ksiv, Lo Silech Imoim, Ksiv, Kum Lech Itam. So Torah by Bilam. By Bilam, originally Hashem says to Bilam, Bilam, I don't want you to go with the messengers. Bilam insists on going, so Hashem says, fine, go. Go. Next, Ksiv, Ani Hashem Elokecha, V'lamdecha, L'hoya Midrachacha B'derech Zutera. Then Hashem says, I'm Hashem your God, I'll teach you, but at the end of the day, whatever path you choose, I'll help you along it. We're not suing the Ksiv. In Maleitzin, who Yoritz, if you want to be a less, right? If you want to be a scoffer, Hashem will help you with your scofferkeit. And if you want to be humble, then Hashem ultimately again will help you with your humility. But let's say one of the most profound Gemaras. You choose a path. Hashem gives me all the tools I need to be successful. He gives me a Torah, he models for me, he gives me kopos, and he says, go accomplish. But I can't make you choose correctly. So whatever you choose, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'll help you along that path. Now, I'll just end off with this. He frames this idea separately. He says, every day, Hashem sends down Shefa. Hashem sends down Koach. The Koach's not bad. The Koach's not good. It's just energy. So the Rabbi says, whatever state you're in, when you receive that Koach is going to propel you to go down that road. So if I'm sinning, and in that moment, that's when the Shefa comes down, that's when the energy comes down, it's going to be a sinful day. Because that Koach is going to cause me to sin. If on the other hand, I'm in a good spiritual state, When that energy comes down, that energy is going to propel me forward. That's what Shlomo says. Make sure your clothing is always white. Make sure you're in a constant state of spiritual preparedness. Because I don't know when that energy is going to come down. And I want to make sure that when it comes down, I'm ready to receive it in the right way and it propels me down the right path. Hashem gives us all the tools we need to be successful. The one thing He doesn't do for us is choose a path. It's up to us. Choose correctly, choose wisely. So like a supportive parent, like, look, whatever you choose, I'll help you. I'm telling you practices about choose life. I'm telling you what to choose. I have to tell you what to choose, but I can't force you to make the right decision. But as a supportive parent, whatever you do choose, I'll help you along that path. All He whispers in our ears, please, please, from the bottom of my divine heart, one request: choose wisely. I'm saying, okay. Let's say it's 2 minutes. We have a little bit more time tomorrow. So I think we have an hour tomorrow. Mir Hashem as well. We'll be good. I want to say. This might be a record. This might be a record. Might be a record.
I don't remember the story. In front of my the guy goes, he's like, I'm depressed or whatever. The therapist, he's like, I'm feeling really blockbuster these days. Nothing makes me happy. Nothing's Netflix. And the doctor says, cool story, bro, but let me hit you with this, Bubba. You gotta go see Pat Batch in the mouth. He goes, never know. He's like, Pat Batch is the funniest guy around, dude. Someone's like, the most, he's the best. And Pat Batch, he goes, actually, cool story, bro, to you. I'm Pat, but doctor, I am Pat Batch. So.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin the room by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for Top Shin Pei, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tutzin Shmach Havar Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shem and Rothschilds this year. He's supposed to be served for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Pollock, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson, Tegan Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsorship in the schools of Simchas for all of our children. And for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shnei for all the crowns today, and the Navin Shini coming in memory of Abraham's mother, Sarah, Brian, Bas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron Levrach, and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all those who need to refuah, Shnev, together as Kol Chol Yisrael, to which Baruch Hashem, Yeretz Hashem, brings home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov. We should allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem. Well, let's do that. Let us begin a lot. Today, Baruch Hashem, great Daf Hedor. Today's Daf is Daf Ches 8. We are picking up in Yeretz Hashem on Ches on days 8b, and we left off yesterday. I believe Ben Gola Al Yidei Av. Is that correct? 2 dots. Okay, so we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. Ben Gola Al Yidei Av. So literally translated is that if the son kills the father accidentally, the son is sent to Dalos based on the death of his father. Says Gemara, meaning, plus it says if a person kills someone, this comes to exclude, or a person hits someone, strikes someone, this comes to exclude one who goes ahead and strikes his father. Now, both say, now here, the Pasuk is talking about it. So again, this comes to exclude one's father. So again, that contradicts the Mishnah. Thank you, Rabbi. Comes a contradiction of the Mishnah. So the Gemara says, kind of low kasha. It's not a contradiction. Oh, thank you. So Rav Kahana lo kasha, Rabbi Shimon v'Harabanan. The Gemara says, not a contradiction. 2 different opinions. One is Rabbi Shimon and one is Birabanan. Now, both say, now what's this machlokes over here? If you take a look at Rashi, this is actually quite interesting. Rashi says over here. So actually, let's read the rest of the Gemara. First, we'll go to Rashi. Rabbi Shimon Damar Chenek Chamer Misa. Actually, no. Let's read Rashi. Good. Rashi will say it's in the wide lines, 3rd line down in. So Rabbi Shimon Damar, listen to this. Little Chazal of Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin, the Parak of Misos, Chenek Chamer Misayif. So according to Rabbi Shimon, remember we had this whole machlokes about in the Arba Misos Bezdin, which is considered to be more Chamer, which is considered to be more Kal. So according to Rabbi Shimon, which is strangulation, is considered to be more common, more stringent than sayif, which is beheading. Okay, now watch this. Now again, according to Rabbi Shimon, if a person, a son, chas v'shalom, kills his father, the penalty ultimately is chenek. the penalty is strangulation. This now, that's in a general case. This now, Mishin is Chayiv Beis Misos Beis Din Nidon Bechamura. Vahorik Abed Chayiv Shtei Misos Sha'osa Chabura Ba'avim Min HaNechnokim Hein V'Makin Nefesh Min HaNeherotim. So this is very interesting. Technically speaking, if a person goes ahead and Chas v'Shalom kills his father, he's really chayiv 2 death penalties. Why? One for striking his father, and then one for killing his father. Now, interestingly enough, the halacha is that if a person strikes his father, that's chenek. And in general, when you go and you kill someone, that's hereg. That's hereg, right? Beheading. So now, yesh chaburas abed uritzifa. So now, right, a person kills his father. There's 2 penalties involved over here. There's chabura, which is chenek, and then there's killing someone. He's killing someone, which is hereg, which is Rabbi Shimon Damar chenek chamar and haya zeh meziv haya bechenek. Now again, according to Rabbi Shimon says that chenek is more chamar. Therefore, again, had the son killed his father intentionally, he would be subject to chenek. Va'achshav shu shogeg lo nitna shilagaso lekapara begalus. Im nitna Torah kapara shiligas sayif shikala lo nitna kapara shiligas chenek. So this is very interesting. So now, remember, the whole concept of galus, is that galus is a kapara. Now, even kapara, as we've seen, has its limitations. Like you can't be mechaper for everything. So we shouldn't hold like this. So in general, galus is mechaper for lower forms of nisa, like sayif, like hereg, like chenek, which is considered to be a more chomer form of nisa. So ultimately, galus is not mechaper for that. So according to Rabbi Shimon, who holds that you can only get chenek for even just injuring a parent, holds that galus cannot be mechaper for that. Galus cannot be mechaper for that. Therefore, Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that ultimately, if a son kills his father, ultimately he does not go to galus, because the death penalty that he is liable to is chenek. Chenek is too severe to be atoned for through galus. That's Rabbi Shimon. Back to the Gemara. Rabbi Shimon Damar chenek chamar misayif. According to Rabbi Shimon, holds that chenek, which is the penalty you get for killing your father, is more chamar than sayif, which is the general penalty one gets for taking a life. Shiligas sayif, I'm reading Gemara now. Shiligas sayif nitla kapara. Shiligas chenek lo nitla kapara. So again, a shogeg that involves a shogeg that involves a sayif penalty can be atoned for, but a shogeg that involves a chenek penalty, i.e., striking or killing one's father, galus cannot be mechaper for. Therefore, the position of Rabbi Shimon is that if a son accidentally kills his father, the son does not go to galus. That's the opinion reflected in the Brisa that the Gemara just quoted. On the other hand, our Mishnah, which says that a son does go to galus for killing his father, whose opinion is that? That's the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon, the Ami Sayif Chamar Mechenek. So according to the Rabbanon, hold that Sayif. Remember again, sayif, beheading, is the general penalty you get when you kill someone. So the Rabbanan hold that sayif is more chamer than chenek. Therefore what? Therefore, holik avid b'shogeg shiliga sayifu, b'shiliga sayif nifna lakapara. So Rabbanan says it's very interesting. So according to the Rabbanan will say stam, chenek, right, or say sayif is more chamer than chenek. So therefore, again, the fact that galus is mechaper for sayif, it's certainly mechaper for chenek, and therefore, according to the Rabbanon, a son would go to galus if he accidentally killed his father. So the Rabbanon is the position mentioned in our Mishnah, and Rabbi Shimon is the position mentioned in our Brisa. So let's say it's very interesting just to see how all roads lead back to this machlokes in Sanhedrin, which is considered to be the more common form of Nisa. According to Rabbi Shimon, chenek is more common. According to the Rabbanon, sayif is more common. Why does this make a difference? Because in general, when you kill someone, you chayiv sayif. Excellent, because when you chayiv sayif. Therefore, again, if galus be mechaper for sayif, according to the Rabbanon, the mechaper for sayif, which is more common, there's even mechaper for chenek, which is more kal. According to Rabbi Shimon, sayif is more kal. Galus takes care of sayif. Galus does not take care of Galus does not take care ultimately again of Chenek. That's not focus. Shabbos says therefore again, halacha l'maisa, our Mishnah reflects the view of the Rabbanon that if a son accidentally kills his father, a son is sent to Galus. And Rabbi said that is how he passed it. That is how he passed it. He passed it. If a son accidentally kills his father, the son is subject to the laws of God. So we'll say there is a tremendous, there's a tremendous Mr. Haskins also, which shows us when he passed it, which is Galus is a kapara. Like Galus, the whole idea of being exiled is atonement. It's important to understand, even kapara has its limitations, which is really fascinating to think about. Right? We like to think that forgiveness knows no boundaries. Atonement knows no boundaries. It's not true. There are boundaries. There are certain things that if you do, right, that if you do, ultimately you pass a line, and atonement is not possible. Now again, with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's possible that atonement and forgiveness is boundless. But in the realm of man, right, in the realm of interpersonal relationships, there are certain lines that you cross that you cannot rebound from. You can't come back from it. So it's fascinating even to see that even Galus, which is a form of kapara, it can be mechaper for a wide swath of things. But there is a certain point where if you go too far, and this is incredibly important also because this is why we must take heed and we must take so much care in our interpersonal relationships. Like, we all have situations like this. I think this often happens much more from men towards women and women towards men, which is you do something. Let's just call it to your spouse. You do something. And what happens? You recognize that you're wrong. And you have enough courage to admit that you're wrong. So you go over to your spouse and you apologize. Now, what's interesting to note is men, and it's interesting because who wired us, we make the assumption that if you apologize sincerely, what should happen next? All is forgiven. Right? It's sincere. I mean, like a little tear coming out of the side of my eye. It's sincere. And then sometimes, like, a person is shocked when the apology is not just automatically accepted, or even if it's accepted, like, it just doesn't reset the clock. I will say it's very important to understand this is how human relationships work. When you do certain things wrong, sometimes you pass a certain point where the forgiveness cannot be automatically granted or will not be automatically granted. It might be at some point later on. So even kapara, right? Even atonement, it has its limitations. You can't atone for everything. You can't make up for everything. You can't achieve forgiveness in the realm of interpersonal relationships for everything. But the Kadosh Baruch Hu is different. That's right. Actually, it says, like Yom Kippur also, like even Yom Kippur, right? Again, Kadosh Baruch Hu provides just like thing for everything. When it comes to relationships with each other, that you got to figure out. It is incredibly important. This is why we have to take. I'm mentioning this now because especially like over Yom Kippur, we end up spending a lot of time with family. And sometimes, although it's wonderful to spend a lot of time with family, sometimes again it can be a little bit of a setup for certain relationships to show that. And it is important for us to exercise incredible heed and caution. How we treat our spouses, how we treat our loved ones, how we treat our relatives. Because although it's nice to think that no matter what you do, it can be forgiven, it's not true. Sometimes in relationships, there is a certain point where if you go too far, forgiveness ultimately, again, is not attainable. So you might go right. Even kapara has its limitations. Rabbi says, so what's very interesting. Rabbi understands over here. Rabbi understands that halacha l'maisa is actually not talking about killing your father. Oh, killing one's father. Rather, what is it talking about? Someone who inflicts a wound upon his father, the shogeg. Right? So remember again, generally, even if a son injures his father, son hits his father, that's a chiyuv misa. What happens if a son injures his father accidentally? So the Gemara says, I might have thought, this is the interesting halamina. I would have thought that since if a son intentionally injures his father, there's a chiyuv misa. Maybe if he unintentionally injures his father, what's the halacha? It's galus. Kamash malon? No. Kamash that there is no galus. There's no galus in that type of situation. If a son accidentally injures his father, ultimately again, he's pocket from Misa. He may be chayiv in damages, right? Because Adamu of the Olam, you're always chayiv in damages, even if you inflict them accidentally. But for Maisa, there's no galus for accidentally injuring one's father. Incredible. Incredible. I says Kolaiter. Hakol Golden Ide Yisrael. So the Gemara said everyone, literally translated, everyone is exiled through Yisrael, which makes it sound like anyone who kills a Jew is subject to Golos. So says the Gemara, Hakol Golden Ide Yisrael Asuyemai, who or what does this come to include? So the Gemara says, Lasui Eved Bekusi. Coming to include an Eved. I've also remember whenever we see an Eved means Eved Kinani, right? And a Kusi. And I've also remember what's unique about Eved Kinani. What's unique about Eved Kinani? So in general, whenever there are only two groups of people to be partially Jewish, right? Celebrities and Eved Kinani, right? So it's interesting. Generally, right? You can't be part Jewish. You can't be part Jewish. Either you're in or you're out. So what's interesting is the exception to that rule is actually Evet Kinani. Because remember again, a Jew acquires an Evet Kinani. He has Mila and Tevila l'shem Apos, circumcision and immersion in mikvah for the sake of being an Evet. That essentially gives him the obligations, like an Isha, like a woman. Then upon emancipation, he becomes a full-fledged Jew. So it's interesting. He is quasi-Jewish. Right, and a kusin. Now remember again, we'll say kusin. So remember, we use kusin a little bit in different ways in different contexts. Kusi sometimes can be synonymous with akum. But remember, kusin we know again in their real categorical designation who these group of individuals from, surprisingly enough, kusa, right, who converted, resettled in Eretz Yisrael by Shalvares or the kingdom of Ashur. They were idolaters. There was an outbreak of lions in Eretz Yisrael because of their idolatry. They converted. But there's a homachlokus whether or not their conversion was legitimate or not. So the Gemara says, who are we talking about? We're hearing Eved and Akusi. Watch this. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Eved and Akusi, go live alokai Yisrael. And Eved and Akusi are exiles and lashed through a Yisrael, based on what they do to a Jew. Now, what does this mean? Yisrael go live alokai Akusi the Eved. And a Yisrael ultimately is exiled and flogged based on Akusi and Eved. What does this mean? So Mishnah Akusi the Eved Golai de Yisrael Veloka. So listen to this. I understand how an Eved and a Akusi could be Gola Agi de Yisrael Veloka. Listen to this. Gola the Katman. So for example, if an Eved or a Akusi killed the Jew accidentally, they can be sent to Galus. Right? And Veloka, what's the case of Veloka? Where would they get flogged? The Lachie, if they curse the Jew. So if an Eved or a Akusi accidentally killed the Jew, they can be sent to Galus. And if they curse the Jew, they could be flogged. Yisrael Gola Veloka de Kusi. But I understand what's the case of Yisrael being Gola Veloka exiled and flogged based on a Kusi. So Mishnah Gola, I can understand the case of Galus. When did Galus come up? The Katleh. Let's say a Jew accidentally killed the Kusi. Okay, so I can see that maybe he's exiled for that. And a Loka Amai Delache. So if you want to say when would he be flogged? Maybe he'd be flogged ultimately if he cursed. If he cursed the Kusi, here's the problem with that. The Pasuk says, "V'nasi ba'amcha losar, ba'osem mase amcha." The only time you're obligated for cursing someone is if they fit into the category of amcha. Amcha, your nation. And I will say, what's the definition of your nation? Osei mase amcha, where they follow the dictates of Yiddishkeit. But the Pashtos, again, a Kusi is not. So why would I be obligated for cursing him? Interesting. The case might be where, let's say again, I testified against the Kusi, then I was made into an aid zone. I can get malchus for that. But here's the issue: is there a parallel case by an Eved? Because if you were to testify by an Eved and then be made into an aid zone, Eved by Edus is an Eved even subject to the laws of Edus. What's the case? Very interesting. The case could very well be where I injured the Kusi, or the Eved for that matter, and injured them in a way with an injury that doesn't result in injuries of akuta. So we'll say, what happens if you injure someone? It's actually interesting. I injure someone, but the injury does not amount to a shavakuta. So remember again, in the world of damages, if there's less than a shavakuta, then what do you chayiv? Nothing. But listen to this. Rashi says over here, Tap Rashi Tesla and Aleph, She'in Bo Shavakuta, She'nish Bo Tashlim Kuta Mishalim Ve'en Aloke, the Ksub is very narrows. So this is very interesting. So the halacha is, the Periship Sotorah Chotah Bechaber Tashlim, Ve'en Bo Shavakuta Loke, Sha'ava Alosef. Listen to this. So there's an interesting halacha about it, just an aside. We're always, right, if you injure someone and it's less than a Shavakuta, There to be no liability for damages, but you'll get malchus. You get malchus, right? Which I will say, by the way, makes sense from the perspective of societal order. Right? In other words, that you can't just go around injuring people, and even if there's not financial liability for you, can't. There's got to be some level of liability. So the case could be where I injured the Evan of the Kusi, less than a Shavakuta, but I lost on my second. I'll get Malchus. If you injured him with a hakal less than a Shavakuta, ultimately again you get Malchus. The Lomakshin hakal leklala, and we won't go ahead and equate injuring with cursing. Those two separate set of halachas. Just because there might be liability for injuring doesn't mean there'll be liability for cursing. Okay, chutz mi ayidei ger kosher. So we'll see. So it's interesting. So the Mishnah said, except by ger toshav. Right? It said the yisrael golin al yidei chutz mi ger toshav. The ger toshav ain't no gola al yidei ger toshav. Remember again, who's the ger toshav? The ger toshav is a guy, right? He's a non-Jew who lives in Eretz Yisrael and essentially accepts all shalom mitzvos b'nei Noach. Okay, so the Gemara Alma. Now, obviously, the fact that it sounds like that a Jew is not exiled because of the Ger Toshav sounds like the Ger Toshav has the din of an Akum, of a non-Jew. So they want to say, hey, let's see, if I'm going to look at the Mishnah, Ger Toshav gola al yidei Ger Toshav. So it sounds like if the Ger Toshav kills another Ger Toshav, he would be sent to Galus. So the Gemara says, so what's going on over here? One is talking about a case of a ger toshav who killed another ger toshav. That gets galus. Well, the other case is a case of a ger toshav who kills a Jew who does not get galus. Now, we'll say that this is very interesting. It goes to what we said before. Galus, what is galus? Galus is a kapara. It's an atonement. Now remember again, in order for atonement to work, the sin itself can only be up to a certain level of severity. If it goes beyond the severity threshold, then galus can't work. So therefore, when one ger toshav kills another ger toshav, it's subject to galus. But if a ger toshav kills a Jew, even accidentally, that act is of such great severity that it is too great to be atoned for through galus. Right? We kind of look at not going to galus as like, you're getting off, right? You're getting off. You're not being held liable. It's the opposite, right? When you don't get galus, it means that the act has risen to such a level of severity that it cannot be atoned simply through galus. So look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, ger toshav, it's right across from Rashi. Ger toshav, gola, to be coming to head. You have Reish Kishar, this is shot in a gola below sagile de galus. So therefore, again, more since we're resolving was like this. If the ger toshav kills the ger toshav, he goes to galus. But if the ger toshav kills the Jew, he does not go to galus because that act is too great to be atoned for through galus. Incredible. So others frame this conversation in a different way, contrasting Sukkah. Listen to this. The Yisrael, remember, here's what's interesting. The pasuk explicitly says, right, the Yisrael, right, for the Ger, and the Toshav who lives in their midst, these 6 cities. Now, which 6 cities are we talking about? Dari Mikvah. It's actually our next Mishnah, or 2 Mishnahs from now. No Mishnah, 2 Mishnahs from now. Right, so we'll talk about the 6 cities. So interestingly enough, what do you see from this pasuk? The Ger Toshav is included in the halachos of Ger Mikvah. Right, she's mentioned here explicitly. So the Gemara is listening to this. But then the pasuk says, these cities will be for you. Lachem, for all the Gerim. For you, not for Gerim. I must say Gerim, obviously, in this context, doesn't mean what? Doesn't mean converts, right? Because a convert is a regular Jew. It means Ger Toshav. So which one is it? Are the Ari Mikvah for Ger Toshav or not for Ger Toshav? What's going on? Lakana, Lokasha, can be Ger Toshav, Shahar Yisrael, can be Ger Toshav, Shahar Ger Toshav. Oh, it all depends who you're killing. It's good to know, right? It all depends who you're killing in life, right? So in other words, again, if a Ger Toshav is killing another Ger Toshav, then Ir Mikvah. If the Ger Toshav is killing a Jew, no Ir Mikvah. Okay. So our minute Gemara is the kasha leficha ger ba'ovikcham shahargu neharagim. Listen to this. The Gemara says. The middle. Gemara is the kasha. Ger ba'ovikcham shahargu. Right? So if a ger and an oved kochav is killed, neheragim. Ultimately, again, they're killed. So the Gemara says, well, here, what's interesting about this? What's interesting is we're putting ger and akum in the same sentence. Now, once again, we'll say ger in this context always means what? Ger tosha. Because remember, again, when it comes to the halachos of killing, it's accidental killing, right? So what does it matter if a person converted, a person is born Jewish? It makes absolutely no difference. A Jew is a Jew. So it's interesting to note over here that the ger and the oved kochavim are put together. So ger and oved kochavim shahargu neheragim. Hatani ger dumya to oved kochavim. Now I will say the Torah sounds like the pasuk, not the pasuk. The Brisa is equating a ger to an oved kochavim. How so? Not oved kochavim loshna the kadol banine loshna the kadol la banine nerag. Just like an akum will say, whether the akum killed someone like him or killed someone who was not like him. In other words, whether another oved kochavim or a Jew, what's the halacha? Cut off. That he's killed. That he killed. A ben noach is executed even for accidental murder. Ger loshna the kadol banine, the loshna the kadol la banine nerag. So it sounds like we're equating the halacha of the ger toshav with an akum. What's going on over here? So it sounds like the ger toshav is not subject to galus at all. So I'm Rav Kista Lokashia. Listen to this. Kan shahargu derech yerida, kan shahargu derech aliyah. Oh, very interesting. So you might want to make a distinction. Maybe it matters how the ger toshav is killing. So again, if he kills derech yerida, or is in a downward motion, that's shogeg, he'll be subject to galus. If he kills derech aliyah, that's not considered to be the paradigmatic case of shogeg, and therefore what? Not subject to galus, rather to execution. Derech yerida, the Yisrael gali, even nami sagile begalus. So just like a Jew, right? So in this respect, the ger toshav is somewhat similar to a Jew. Just like a Jew goes to galus when he kills someone derech yerida, so too if the ger toshav kills another ger toshav, derech yerida could go to galus. Another derech aliyah, the Yisrael potter, derech aliyah when he saw his potter. And then again, I'll say, if a Jew kills someone derech aliyah, remember we had all these cases, he's lifting the bucket, right, and the rope snaps and it falls down, or he's pulling the roller up and it falls down and kills someone. The Jew doesn't go to galus in those circumstances. In those circumstances, a ger toshav would be executed. Okay, I'm only Rabbi. So Rabbi wants us to justify. So we'll say, so therefore, what it sounds like the Gemara saying is like this: is a ger toshav is subject to galus when he kills another ger toshav, not subject to galus when he kills a Jew. Furthermore, a ger toshav is only subject to galus if he kills derech yerida, but if he kills derech aliyah, then ultimately he's executed like an akum, who is held liable for any act of bloodshed as well. So right, ultimately again with derech yerida, where a Jew goes to galus, so certainly again a ger toshav will go to galus as well. Derech aliyah, the Yisrael potter, ihu nerag. Doesn't make sense to say that derech aliyah, where a Jew is potter from galus, that a ger toshav is executed. Does that make sense? Allah Amarava, this is fascinating. Allah Amarava, Omer Mutter. What's the case over here? Both saying the case over here is Omer Mutter. What's Omer Mutter? Rashi says over here, Nerag Belav Bar Galusu. What are we talking about over here? A ger toshav who thinks it's permitted to take a life. Omer Mutter. He didn't know. He didn't know halacha. He thought it was permitted to go and kill someone. That's called Omer Mutter. So Rabbi wants to suggest that ultimately again, a ger toshav who kills someone in the context of Omer Mutter, ultimately he's put to death. He's executed. Only Abaye, Omer Mutter honest, but Omer Mutter, that would be honest. So wouldn't that be honest? Or if a person thinks that it's permitted to go ahead and take a life, wouldn't that be a case of honest extenuating circumstances? To which the Gemara says, Amalei, Shani Omer Mutter Karov Lemezid. Therefore, say Rabbi holds, I hold that Omer Mutter is Karov Lemezid. Karov Lemezid. Then ultimately, again, this is not considered to be honest, but rather ultimately, again, this is Karov Lemezid. And we'll say now, again, what's the, so let's see, they go according to their reasoning. The Itmar, Adam, let's listen to this. Let's say ger toshav is out hunting. He thinks he sees an animal. Right? But he accidentally kills a person. So, in other words, it turns out that it wasn't an animal, it was a person. Which I will say shows you something amazing. It shows you how low a person could sink if they could be mistaken for an animal. Like sometimes a person could debase themselves to such a level that they're mistaken for a behemoth. So kasar behemoth and imsa adam, Tanan even imsa ger toshab, or again, he thought it was a non-Jew, but it turned out to be a ger toshab. What's halach in these cases? So I'll say, so interestingly enough, in these cases, the ger toshab killed, there was intention to take his life. He just thought it was what? A different life. In case one, he thought it was an animal, it turned out to be a person. Two, thought it was an akum, turned out to be another ger toshab. So what's halacha? Rava amar chayiv. Rava says you're chayiv. The ger toshab is chayiv. Why? Omer mutter karov lamezit. Because just because you think something is mutter, right? That borders on mezit. That borders on mezit. The Chisda says potter. The Chisda on the other hand says that Allah Lamaisa again. Potter. Why Omer mutter honestly? Ultimately again he holds that the Omer mutter ultimately again is honest. Shall I say it's such a fascinating machlokes, right? Which has tremendous like hashkafic implications as well. What's Omer mutter? What's Omer mutter? Omer mutter essentially is really one of two cases. Either a person thought things were a certain way, but did not take the time to clarify what the actual circumstances were. Or a person literally lacked knowledge, but did not take the necessary steps to clarify or to gain that knowledge. So what is that? What is that? In life, I will say, no, this happens all the time to us. Like Omer Mutter, I did something because I didn't take the time to clarify what the actual circumstances were. Or I did something and I did not know what I did was prohibited. And now after the fact, what is my level of liability for not having taken the necessary steps to clarify the circumstances or to gain the requisite knowledge to operate properly? What is my liability? So it's not focus, right? The Chisda says, okay, it's ones, it's karov la'ones, right? What are you going to do? Right? There wasn't intentionality to do anything terrible. It's karov la'ones. So this is what we're talking about. That's karov la'mezi. It's karov la'mezi. You should have been working. Why not take the time in life to clarify your circumstances? Why not take the time to acquire the necessary knowledge you need to operate properly? And failure to do so, don't say ones. Don't say ones. Don't try extenuating circumstances. I didn't take the time to clarify the circumstances around me. I didn't take the time to acquire the necessary knowledge. That's a failure on my part. That's a failure on my part. Okay, is it mazid? Okay, no, it's not going to rise to mazid, but you know what? Karov l'mazid. Karov l'mazid. And I will say, I think we would all agree, we'll see what the halacha l'maisa is. But hashkafa l'maisa is Omer Mutter, is absolutely karov l'mazid. Omer Mutter, failure to clarify the circumstances around me and acting without that clarity, or acting without taking the time to acquire proper knowledge and proper tools to make informed decisions, and then making poor decisions or acting in a wrongful fashion, I am liable for that. I am absolutely liable for that, right? Adam muad li'olam. I am responsible to clarify circumstances before I make decisions. And I am responsible to acquire the necessary knowledge to lead an informed life. Failure to do so, Rosai, that's on you. That's on you. Halacha l'maisa seen a little bit. Let's go back to Says the Gemara 8, so Rabbi Chisda. So Rabbi Chisda, him chametz ali sheshalakachta. Listen to this. Avimelech. Remember again what the story of Avimelech? Avimelech goes to Gerar, and remember again when he goes to Gerar, he says to Avimelech, she says to Sarah, Imina Achosia, tell them that you're my sister. Right? So what happens? Avimelech goes out and takes Sarah, and then the whole household is stricken by a terrible plague. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Avimelech, Him chametz al isha shalakachta. You are going to be executed, right? You're going to be killed because of this married woman that you took. So the Gemara says, "My lab b'dishamayim." Does it not mean ultimately again that halacha l'maisa is going to be executed by heaven? Now remember again, Avimelech is a case of Omer Mutter. Omer Mutter, right? He thought that she was Avon's sister, and therefore again she was eligible. She was eligible. To which the Gemara says, no. My love be the Adam. So does this not show us that a Ben Noah is held responsible for Omer Mutter? Right? He literally again, I'm not going to be executed. Lo b'dei shamayim. No. Hashem is saying, Avimelech, in a court of law, you would not be found guilty. So the line says again, Omer Mutter is karov la'ones. Like Rabbi Shemaim, as like HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you would absolutely be held liable. Taken on the nechato li.
The Baruch phrases it as Avimelech, you're sinning towards me. Towards me. Well, the Tameh, using this logic for Chatasi Le'elokim. When it says Chatasi Le'elokim. I will say again, this is by Yosef. This is by Yosef, right? When Ashes Potiphar is trying to seduce him, and Yosef essentially says to her, how can I do this? If I do this for Chatasi Le'elokim. So the Gemara says, Le'elokim or Adam. So would Yosef be committing a crime just to get out again? That's adultery. Adultery again. So would it have been a crime punishable again in a human court of law as well? Eladino must the Adam. Rather, again, what you have to say is, as much as Yosef was saying that I'd be seen against God, it would be against God, but it would also be a din that would be handed over to the human court. Hachanami Dino must the Adam. So to over here, Avimelech's din would have also been handed over to a human court. So what do you see from here, according to Rabbi? What do you see from here? That Omer Mutter is Karov Lemezid. Right? That ultimately, just because someone thinks something is Mutter, nevertheless, Omer Mutter is almost rises to the level of intentionality. Space where by the Rabbi, Shabai, because it's Rabbi, Hagar, Gan Sadik, Karov. So ultimately, Avimelech says back. Ultimately again to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He says, are you going to go ahead and just kill an innocent person? So it sounds like it wasn't. Now remember, ultimately Hashem forgives Avimelech, which makes it sound like God agreed with Avimelech that Omer Mutter is Karav La'onis. Hasan Kibekama Haji Iluya, Va'ata Hashet Eshes Ha'ish Kinyabihu. As Baruch Hu tells Avimelech, return Sarah. So here's what's interesting. Rashi points out over here, Lo Hodu Dvar Sheshi Lo Tshuva Shekai Misa, Shino Tzadek Vidar, Shaylo Lo Mo Derekaretz Mefarsh. So we're going to see that Hashem did not agree with Avimelech. Avimelech wanted to portray himself as a victim. Like, I'm a victim in this. After all, again, they conspired, right? They both said, she's my sister. What was I to do? HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, you're not innocent. You're not innocent. Maybe Omer Motor is not Karov Lemezid. Maybe so. But Lamaisa, still, you're not potter. You're not innocent over here. Why not? So this is very interesting. So Hashem says to Avimelech, return Sarah to Abram, because Abram is a Navi. On the base. So you must understand. Ashes Navi Mutahada, the Lab Navi Lotada, I understand. So you have to return a man's life because he's a prophet, and if he's not a prophet, you don't have to return his life. This is what Hashem said to Avimelech. Right? Avimelech, return Sarah to her husband because she's a married woman. That's it. Period. I did the comment. I write down Tzaddik Taro. So maybe Avimelech, now you're gonna play like the victim card, right? You're gonna say, right, you're the victim. Everyone goes, it's incredible, right? Avimelech, you see, it's not just in 2025 that everybody's a victim, right? I was gonna say, Avimelech, you're the victim. You're the victim. You're not the victim. You're not the victim. Did the comment, I write down Tzaddik Taro. Hello, who Amalia Kosiu? Because after all, again, Avram said to me, that Sarah is my sister. Do you know why Avram said she was my sister? She's my sister? Because Avram was a very smart man. Avram was a prophet. And he understood how things were working here in your Kehillah. Right? He understood how things are happening over here in your community, why that happened. He understood from your behavior how you have to operate. So let's say when someone shows up in the city, right? They will say, when somebody shows up in town, right, and they're standing next to a woman, right, generally, what's the question you ask them? Right, you ask a guest, you have a place to sleep, you have a place to eat. If the first question you ask them is, hey, who's she? Right? Is that your wife or your sister? Right? Generally, again, it does not portend well for the particular community. So Avram being a Navi, and we're saying in this context, being a Navi means he was an insightful individual. So he understood already, again, coming into the crowd, that this was a place of incredible immorality, and that they would have possibly killed Avram and Sarah had they recognized that ultimately, again, she was his wife.
So because he wasn't Rabbi, therefore he acted in a certain way. But Avimelech ultimately, again, the fact that these were the questions that he was asking and came down to Gerar is in and of itself an indictment of you and your community. So don't play the victim card, right? I know, don't play the victim card. So what do you see from here? So ultimately, again, Kadosh Baruch Hu rejects Avimelech's claim of Omer Mutter, right? He rejects his claim. He rejects his Avimelech. You are liable. Okay, I'm not going to kill you. Because I recognize that you did not act intentionally. So please understand that at the end of the day, a Benah is held liable for Omer Mutter. We'll say that at Halacha L'maisa. That's not how Gemara ends off. Gemara ends off. Right? That a Benah who thinks that something is Mutter, and therefore operates in that way, he should have learned. And you should have clarified the circumstances. You should have learned what is that. And failure to clarify your circumstances, failure to clarify and learn, ultimately results in liability and culpability. Incredible. Says the Mishnah. Hasuma in a gola. So this is very interesting too. A blind person is not exiled. Right? So this is the pastor. So this is talking about over here is that a blind person kills someone, like accidentally kills someone, he is not sent into Galus. Right? Miriam says yes, he is killed. He's exiled. Quite interesting. Hasone in a gola. So it says, let's say Reuben accidentally kills Shimon. Reuben and Shimon are bitter enemies. So what's the halacha? Tanakama says Reuben is not exiled. But he also says Hasone in Nerag. That they should come on. What's that? Comes to Tanakama, the Sone, right? The enemy, right? Reuben and Shimon are enemies. Reuben accidentally kills Shimon. Tanakama says Reuben's not going to go to Galus, but also not going to do anything else. Right? We're not going to do anything else. On the other hand, Rabbi Yossi says that a Sone is executed. Wow. So that means Reuben accidentally killed Shimon. So let's just understand, right? Reuben's going ahead and walking down a ladder. Reuben falls off the ladder, falls onto Shimon, and kills him. So the Tanakama holds Reuben is not going to go to Galus for that. But we're also not doing anything else to him. Rabbi Yossi holds we're actually going to execute Reuben for that. Wow. Why? Ultimately, again, because Reuben is considered to be forewarned. Right? Why? Because since this real animosity exists, we view Reuben as being ready to harm Shimon at the first opportunity. Therefore, he's considered to be warned. There's a hasral, and therefore, again, if he kills Shimon, he's actually executed for that. Wild, I will say. It's absolutely wild. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says, Yesh Sone Gola, Yesh Sone Shena Gola. Sometimes an enemy is exiled, sometimes an enemy is not exiled. For example, Zaklau, Koshu Yochol Lomar, Ludas Harag Inagola, the Shalom Das Harag Harezagola. So we'll say it's very interesting. Rabbi Shimon says, essentially, you have to look at the circumstances. If it's clear that it was an accident, then how about said there's Galus? If there's any suffix about the accidental nature of events, then ultimately he won't go to Galus. Very interesting. Since I said you're going to turn on, so we'll say first thing you're going to do is the blind guy. Right? So remember again, Machlokes, does a blind man go to Galus if he accidentally kills someone? Right? Rabbi Yehuda says no. Rabbi Meir says yes. So turn on and below Ra'os. Right? So that's very interesting. So the pasuk, when it talks about it, says B'chol Aven Asher Yamusra below Ra'os. So let's say when it talks about the accidental killer, it says he didn't see. And the Pasha, what it means he didn't see, he wasn't aware, right? Right? So remember, again, Reuben's chopping wood, a splinter flies off, kills Shimon, he didn't see Shimon in the vicinity, he didn't see him. But now this is Mark actually below Rose, practicing the Rabbi Yehuda. We don't say this literally. That someone without sight doesn't go to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda. And there on below Rose, the Rabbi says Asuma. The Gemara says no, below Rose comes to actually include a blind person. Right? Even someone who is below Rose ultimately again goes to Galus. Fundamental Machlokes. My time Rabbi Yehuda, what Rabbi Yehuda logic? You see, right? Remember again, the pasuk makes the pasuk sounds like Reuben and Shimon come into the forest. So the Gemara says, "Afilu suma," right? Afilu suma. even a blind person. I also below the os. So remember, essentially, like Ya'ar is like a boy. Anyone who comes into the forest. Then it says below the os, without sight. So it says Miyate. Ultimately, it comes to exclude Suma. Right, so this is Rabbi Yehuda's logic, right? Rabbi Yehuda holds that Halakha L'Maisa, Suma is excluded. Ya'ar comes to include everyone, and then below the os comes to exclude a blind person. Okay, Rabbi Meir says below the os the night. So below the os comes to exclude a suma, right? Lead da'as l'night without intent is also a miyut. What is this? Haveniyut achaniyut. It's one exclusionary phrase after another. We'll say, what's that? One of the Shilach principles. What's miyut achaniyut? Miyut achaniyut el rebels. Right? A miyut after another miyut only comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, a suma, and that is the position ultimately again of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Yehuda, if lead das from the scattering das, Rabbi Yehuda will say, no, the lead das comes to exclude something else, comes to exclude someone with intention. So we'll say, so therefore, this is our machlokes. Is a suma exiled for accidentally killing someone else? We'll say that Rambam passing like Rabbi Yehuda, a blind person does not go to Galus. Right? So if Reuben is blind and he accidentally kills Shimon, Halakha L'Maisa, not sent to Galus. First wise, and Rabbi Yossi only has so many there. Rabbi Yossi is very interesting. Rabbi Yossi says, if Reuben hates Shimon, and then Reuben accidentally kills Shimon, so what's the halacha? Rabbi Yossi says Reuben is executed. Why? Because Reuben is considered to be forewarned. Forewarned, so he was Asra, but 1 second. But he didn't get Asra. You could say it's like he's been forewarned, that's very nice, but he didn't get Asra. He didn't get Asra, he actually got Asra. Masnis Rabbi Yossi Yehudi, this time, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Chaver, Ein Tzarech Hasra. So I say, remember again, Rabbi Yehuda holds that a Tam Chacham doesn't require Hasra. Why? If you shall nikna Hasra el ha'apindim shogeg b'mezid. So what are we talking about over here? We're talking about Reuben, the guy who hates Shimon is a Tam Chacham. He's a Tam Chacham, so because he's a Tam Chacham, ultimately what? He doesn't require Hasra. So because he doesn't require Hasra, therefore when he ends up killing Shimon, we view it as an premeditated act, and therefore he's going to be executed. So let's say, by the way, it tells you something amazing. How could it be that you have a Tam Chacham who hates another Yid? How could that be? It's very simple. Because just because you have a lot of Torah knowledge doesn't mean you have midos. Doesn't mean you have two midos. Those are two different buckets. It is very nice to think that the more Torah you have, the more midos you have. But unfortunately, again, we do tend to see this life bifurcation. And just because, right, remember, it's like, it's easy to acquire Torah knowledge. It really is. It really is. For the simple reason, learning Torah is incredible. It's fantastic. It's enjoyable. So to go ahead and soak this in, great. You could be a bad person and acquire a lot of Torah. The goal is that Torah changes me. Right? The goal is that Torah refines me. But unfortunately, some people live with cognitive dissonance. And in that state of cognitive dissonance, I acquire tremendous amount of knowledge, but I don't allow it to penetrate deeply enough to change me as a human being. So you can have a Tam Chacham who is a soner. And I'm going to say, that's the most dangerous thing. That's the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous, like, state of being, because a person thinks they're righteous because they have a lot of Torah, but they are utterly bankrupt in the world of midos, and because of that, but they don't even realize it because they think they have all this Torah, so they figure themselves as righteous and pious. Because look at me, I have this Torah. So you have to be so careful about this as well. To be the kinds of people who have to allow Torah to sink deep enough inside of you that ultimately, again, it changes my midos as well, and to recognize that even with all of the Torah, no matter how much you learn, you have to simultaneously work on your midos as well. They don't automatically occur in perfect harmony. I have to be working on my Torah, I have to be working on my midos. So as the pastor shall never become a mitchacham soneh. Incredible. So what's this? Rabbi Shimon says, Yesh soneh gola. Rabbi Shimon says, Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah is saying, it really depends on the circumstances, right? In other words, that we kind of look at what happened over here. Does it look like an accent? Not look like an accent? And based on Rabbi Shimon, Yesh soneh gola, Yesh soneh gola. Listen to this. Nifsak, Gola, Nishmat in a Gola. It's very simple. The Lord said, right, Reuven hates Shimon. Right, Reuven hates Shimon. And he makes no secret about that he didn't hate Shimon. So what happened? So Reuven is hoisting up a bucket, and Shimon is sitting underneath the bucket. So if Reuven's pulling it up, right, Reuven's pulling it up, and then suddenly, miraculously, right, it drops out of his hands, right? Nifsakola. So, for example, if the rope breaks, then ultimately, again, that's an accident. As the rope snap, that's an accident. And therefore, again, Reuben will go to Gullus. If the rope didn't snap, but somehow Reuben lost his grip and the bucket fell on Shimon, that doesn't look like an accident. And therefore, again, that won't get Gullus. That time of Shimon says, the Olam Eno Gola, Achi Yishma Machatzala Biado. Right, Simon says, but 1 second, Rabbi Shimon says elsewhere that he doesn't get Gullus up until the literally again the rope slips from his hand. So the Gemara says, Kashin nifsak nifsak, Kashin nishmat nishmat. What's contradiction? The Gemara says, nifsak nifsak lo kasha. So the case of the snapping of the rope, I will say, is not a contradiction. Haba ohev. One is when they're friends. I will say, by the way, ohev doesn't have to literally mean they're friends. Just what does ohev mean? What does ohev mean? They're not enemies, right? They're not enemies. We'll say, which, by the way, is a tremendous assault. V'ahavta l're'acha kamocha. Right? What does it mean, I will say? And again, it's probably the mitzvah that we struggle with most. What is v'ahavta kamocha? Love your love yourself. Impossible. Impossible. I can't love every single Jew. For the simple reason I will say, even if I want to, let's be honest. There are some people who are simply unlovable. Right? There are some people, you might be related to someone else, all right? Let's say who are simply unlovable. Like they're not nice. They're not good. They're really not. Like girls say, not everybody is good. So what do? You see something amazing. All you need to do is not hate people. Right? In other words, if you notice, by the way, how do Chazal define it? Ohev? Someone you love is simply what? Someone who you don't hate. Like the goal within Klal Yisrael is don't harbor animosity. Okay, so you get to the level of loving every Jew, like the Rabbi Yitzchak, the Rabbi so who's the young year of the Rabbi, was a trans, he literally loved every single Yid. Incredible, fantastic. But for most of us who are not going to get to the level of Rabbi Yitzchak, the Gemara says, by the way, as long as you don't hate someone, that's an ohev. The hafta l're'acha kamocha simply means don't harbor animosity against another Jew. That's it. We'll say that all of us could do. There's not one again. I love everyone. I love everyone like I love myself. Okay, that's Rabbi Yitzchak. That's Rabbi Akiva. That's Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? And even Moshe Rabbeinu had his tipping point by Korach and so on Sanhedrin. Even fine. But at least I will say not to harbor animosity. So as long as you don't hate someone, he's called it ohev. So Abba ohev. Right? So again, I will say halacha l'maisa. If the rope snaps, ultimately again, if it's someone who I don't hate, Golos. Habisone, but ultimately, again, if it was an enemy, then there's no Golos. Nishmat and Nishmat Martasha. So I'm going to work the time in my hand. So it's not a contradiction. So the Gemara says, Ha, Rabbi Baharabanan. Ultimately, again, one of the fucking reveals Rabbi, that's the Inagola, and one of the fucking reveals Rabbanan. Okay, we'll say good. Next mission, I will say now we're starting a very, very exciting sugya. I mean, this is all been very exciting. So let's go right there. Mehe'efem golden. We'll say it's interesting. So, by the way, we've been discussing, we've been speaking about Golas this whole time. By the way, where exactly are we going in Golas? To where are we being exiled? And so we'll say, you know what? Well, sorry. All right, so let me start this. Mehe'efem golden. It's a long daf tomorrow. Mehe'efem golden, right? So to where exactly does exile occur? La'ari miklat, so near miklat, the city of refuge. What about the cities of refuge? So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says, that's not what's there. We're going to take what Mishnah tomorrow. There's a hard the whole city right. So we're going to Mishnah tomorrow. Say tremendous shkoyach, everyone. Shkoyach.
For what it's worth, I'm sad. So I'm sentimental about it. We'll say that.
All right, that's true.
Here's one that comes to us from Chance Harris. That's 2 parts. What's been your favorite and least favorite thing about Austin so far?
My least favorite thing about Austin, my favorite thing about Austin is the community and
All right, Say good morning or good night, everyone. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our commentary sponsor for Touching Hey Hey, the Tosin Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shana Drushas this year. It is Bus for the Solar Service for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Nisan called College in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson, Eden Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. An anonymous commentary sponsorship in the social Simchas for all of our children. The Nisan to be the month of Geula Shema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Shem becoming one of Avram's mother, Sarah, Brian Basi, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron Levrach, we have been American commentary, all of the Nisham Southern Aliyah, the families in the Kamo, all those who are foolish should have them together with Kol Holy Israel, which Baruch Hashem, that Hashem brings home all of our hostages, Shalom and the Korah, and Holy Soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Yedehem. Those with that, let us begin with an incredible daf ahead of us today. Okay, so we'll say today's daf is daf fest 8. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Zayin on the base 7b, and we left off at the Mishnah on the bottom. Mishmat Habarzon Mikato Baharat. So it's very interesting enough, the Mishnah is going to delve into what is considered to be the paradigmatic case of killing someone b'shogeg, because it's the case that the Torah brings down. Literally translated, Reuben goes into the forest to go ahead and chop wood. And what ends up happening? The axe head falls off of the handle. Right? So we're going to imagine he's chopping wood, the axe head flies off the handle, kills Shimon. What's halacha? Rabbi Omer Eino Gola. Rabbi says he does not go to Golas. Now listen, I understand. Not go to Golas means what? That in other words, he doesn't get the punishment of Golas. Obviously, he's not going to be executed. There's no fear of himself because this is not lazy. This is not intentional. So remember, as we've already sung yesterday's down, the punishment of Golas is really only applied in very specific scenarios. Very specific scenarios. So Rabbi says this type of case is not Golas. The Chum say Gola. The Chum say no, he does get Golas. I think we'll explain that Machlokes in Meretz Hashem in the Gemara. That's case 1. Case 2, Mina Eitza Mispakeach. Case 2 is Reuben is chopping wood. A splinter of wood flies off the tree and kills Shimon. Right? So case 1 is the axe head flying off the handle, killing Shimon. Case 2 is a splinter of wood coming off of the tree and killing Shimon. In case 2, Rabbi Omer Gola. Rabbi says, oh, this is the case of Galus. The Chalom ain't a Gola. The Chum say no, he doesn't get Galus. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore these are 2 cases. It says the Gemara, Tanya, I'll remember the Chachamim. So Rabbi says the Chachamim, the Ne'emar, the Nashal Habarzol Me'itzo. So Rabbi says like this. Remember again, what's the position of Rabbi? Rabbi holds that if the axe head flies off, no Galus. If a splinter of wood comes off, yes, Galus. What's Rabbi's ideal here? So let's say, so the lashon of the pasuk is, right, the pasuk itself is Vasher Yavo Esfe'elu Bayar, Lachtov Eitzim. Right? Reuben goes into the forest to chop wood. And what happens? That's the expression. The nashal habarzel min ha'etz. So Rabbi understands, so Rabbi says the chum like this. Does the pasuk say, the nashal habarzel me'itzo? Does it say that the axe head fell off of its handle or flew off of its handle? Itzo? Falo le'ne'emar ela min ha'etz. Rather, what it says is, "V'nashal habarzal min ha'etz." So something happened with the axe head, with the tree. So that's why Rabbi understands that the paradigmatic case of Galus is not where the axe head falls off of the handle, but rather where a splinter comes off the tree, or a piece of wood comes off the tree, and that's what kills Shimon. Furthermore, ne'emar eitz l'mata, ne'emar eitz l'mala. Furthermore, again, it says eitz. Lower down in the pasuk, and then it says eitz above. So just like ultimately again, eitz mentioned earlier is talking about a piece of wood from the tree itself. So to again the eitz that is mentioned lower down, i.e. the nashal habarzol min ha'etz, ultimately is talking about a splinter of wood from the tree itself. From the tree itself. So I'll say, therefore, Allah said, so Rabbi has really twofold drush on this. We'll see just a little bit. So part 1 is, it doesn't say the nashal habarzol min so that the axe head fell off on his handle. That's issue number 1. Right? And number 2, it says eitz twice in the pasuk. Just like in the beginning of the pasuk, it's talking about trees. So to Benasha Habarzal Mina 8 is talking about trees as well, not the axe handle. Okay, so that's the position of Rabbi. The truth is both the Chachamim and Rabbi darshan the same pasuk. What's the pasuk? Benasha Habarzal Mina 8. So that's the first in the Torah. Really, again, the barzal, the axe head, will come off of the eights. Rabbi Savar Yish in the Masoras. So Rabbi says, interestingly enough, we go ahead and we assign supremacy to the way that the word is read. So I'm not sure. So in the Masoras, you see we said machlokas many times before, means that when we look at how to dash the word, we look at how it's read, how it's actually pronounced. Rabbanon hold yesh in the mikra. We look at how it's written. Again, how does this play out? Well, let me actually read it. So, Rabbi Sava yesh in the Masoras v'nishal ksiv. Rabbi says we look at how the word is read. Now remember again, the word as it's written in the Torah is Vav Min Nun Shin Lam. That can be pronounced as not just V'nashal but V'nishal, as opposed to Yish Im L'Mikra. If you look at how it's written, Vav Nun Shin Aleph, that's V'nashal. So that's my focus. Now what does this mean practically? Take a look at the last Rashi on the dot. Yish Im L'Masoras, Rashi says, Kimashinim Tzira Ksav Shal Teva L'Moshe. So Rabbi holds like this. We look at how the word could be pronounced, not how the word is written. Therefore, Kisha'ata Kore B'Nashal, Ata Mosif Havara Shal Aleph O Shal Hey Bein Nun L'Shin, U'Lefei HaMasoret V'Nishal Ksiv, U'Perusha V'Nishal Shehishal Habarzal Min Ha'etan Mispakea, U'Matzes Re'eh. So watch this. So Rabbi says when we look at the word as it's written in the Torah, we look at the way it's pronounced, or the way it could be pronounced, not the way it's written. It could be pronounced as the Nishal. Now what does the Nishal mean? If you were to read it like that, the Nishal Habarzal Mina 8 means, and the Barzal, the axe head, dislodged something from the tree. It dislodged it. So therefore, Rabbi understands that the paradigmatic case of killing the shogeg, as mentioned in the Torah, is where a splinter of wood comes off the tree that is being chopped and kills Shimon. That's the Golas case. That's the Golas case. On the other hand, Rabbanan Savi finished on the Rashi. Rabbanan Savi Yish in the Mikra the Nashal Karina Lashon Pal Habarza Atzmo B'Nashal Mi'alitza. The Rabbanan on the other hand say no. Look at how it's written. It's written as the Nashal. The Nashal Habarzal Mina 8 literally means that the axe head flew off the handle and killed Shimon like that. So if I was, I just want to point out something very interesting over here. Right, let's go through what everyone agrees with. Obviously, Reuben is not going to be executed in this case. Why is he not going to be executed? Why not? Right? No intentionality, right? It's definitely a shogeg. It's what you call an accident. The shaila just is it the type of shogeg which results in golos? Right? Because as we've already seen yesterday's daf, not every case of accidental death results in an obligation to go into golos, right? Into exile. There's only very specific parameters of cases. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, Rabbi says, and what it all comes down to is how do you interpret the phrase of v'nashal habarzal min ha'etz? So the Rabbanan will say, v'nashal, that's how it's written. Nashal habarzal min ha'etz literally means the axe head falls off or flies off of the handle. So therefore, the Rabbanan's case of galus is the right within chopping wood, the axe head flies off there, the axe head flies off the handle, kills Shimon, who then goes to galus. The Rebbe says no. We look at the word and how it's read. The nishal. The nishal means the axe head dislodged something from the tree. It's when the splinter from the tree kills Shimon. That's the case of galus. Incredible. So the Gemara says, one second. The Rebbe Yish in the Masoras relay. The Rebbe really holds that we go ahead and we look at the way that the word is written, the way the word is read. It's everything he holds. Most of the top of Chesim Dalet. Already, it's Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yehuda ben Roetz, Rabbi Shammai, Rabbi Kiva, Kulu Sviru, Yish in the Mikra. So here's the problem. We have an explicit statement that says Rebbe holds Yish in the Mikra. So in Darshan the pasuk, we look as to how it's written, not how it's read. So what's going on over here? Jewish Gemara says, You're right. It happens to be. So whether it's a machor, it's not what Rebbe holds, or really Rebbe holds Yish in the Mikra. That's like, remember again, I'll say, what else? Rebbe said two things. Rebbe said, number one, Denisha, he also made a Gzera Shava. It says 8 in the beginning of the pasuk and 8 in the end of the pasuk, right? So the beginning of the pasuk is that a person, Asher Yava Israel Bayar Lachtov 8. right? So there, trees in the beginning, because it's really talking about trees. So therefore, he holds that when it says the Nashal HaBarzel Min Ha'etz, just like tree in the beginning of the pasuk refers ultimately again to actual tree. So to tree at the end of the pasuk, at the end of the pasuk doesn't refer to axe. That also applies only to tree. Okay, so that's right. Even if Rabbi holds Yish in the Mikra, he still has that Gezerah Shalom. Incredible. Amra Papa. Man Dishaga piece of difference. So again, so this is from the Machokis of the Rabbanon. Right? What is the biblically paradigmatic case of gullus when it comes to chopping wood? Is it the axe head flies off and kills Shimon, or a splinter from the tree that Reuben is chopping flies off and kills Shimon? We'll say, now the Gemara gives a couple of other cases. So, Papa, man dishaga piece of a dikla, va'asi tami ba'azo tami b'kato, but on the machokis Rabbi Rabban. Listen to this following case. Reuben takes a clod of earth, he throws it at a cluster of dates. The cluster of dates falls down and falls onto Shimon and kills Shimon. Heavy cluster of dates. Kills Shimon. Okay? So the Gemara says, by the way, this is the Machlokes Rabbi and Rabbi, right? Rabbi would hold that this is Galus, similar to the splinter case, and the Rabbanan will hold that this is not a case of Galus. Okay? So the Gemara says, Pshita. Okay, that's kind of obvious. Malvin, what would you have thought? I might have thought that maybe this is a case of secondary force, and everyone would agree that halacha l'maisa again, that there's no galus. Kamash know that this case of the cluster of dates is effectively the same case as the splinter. Whereas according to Rabbi, ultimately again you go to galus. According to the Rabbanan, you would not go to galus. To which the Gemara says, "Ella koach kofol l'Rebbe ha'ita mishkachasla." So we'll say, according to Rabbi, where would you ever find a case of secondary force which would not result in galus? What would be a case like that? We think you go the shaga pisa umachia legarma, va'azol garma umachia lekabasa. So it's a more be a case ultimately again of secondary force. Secondary force would be Reuben throws a cloud of earth at a tree. The tree hits the branch hits the dates fall down on Shimon and kill Shimon. That would be a secondary force according to Reuben where you would not go to those. Okay, what's that? Let's actually give look at the Russian over here. The Shada, right? You know what's right? The Shada Piso Mafia Lagama, Azol Garmo, Mafia Lakanza, that's not Tanner. And Kagaju, and so you have a little bit again. So that would be a case of secondary force. Now, interestingly enough, how do we constantly here? Because we'll say, so again, what's interesting about this is everyone is agreeing, obviously, there's no death penalty over here, right? Because there's no intentionality. The question is this what is the shogeg case that will result in galus? So interestingly enough, the Rambam Paskins like Rabbi, which is quite interesting. The Rambam says, Nishmat habarzel min ha'eta misbakeya eino gola mipnei she'ein zeh ba mikolcho al mikoach kolcho. So interestingly enough, the way the Rambam Paskins is that a local mindset, if Reuben goes out to chop wood and the axe handle flies off the handle, again, Reuben's not tired about these, that's not the case of galus. Right? Ultimately, again, he holds that halacha l'maisa, that nishmat habarzel min ha'eta misbakeya, right? That if the axe head falls off, you're not chayav galus in that case, right? Again, it's an accidental death, but l'maisa, no galus. He says, "V'china zorik even l'tamar la'adol torah v'naflu min ha'tamar ha'trino plago." So it's interesting. So halacha l'maisa seems like the Rambam holds that the paradigmatic case of killing b'shogeg is a splinter of wood. That's the case. So Reuben's chopping wood, a splinter comes up from the tree that he's chopping, kills Shimon. That's the case of shogeg that goes to galus. Interesting. Okay, so let's go like that. I'll say we're going to spend a good amount of time on these type of cases because where we get into like what we call koach, kochol. We've seen this elsewhere as what we call rema, causation. So we'll get into a lot of these cases as to what's galus. But just interestingly enough, at least the way the Rambam understands the pasuk is in accordance with Rabbi. That the noshal habarzel ha'etz is not talking about where the axe head falls off, but rather again it's talking about where Reuben is chopping wood. A splinter of wood comes from the tree, and that's what kills Reuben. That's a kill Shimon. Sorry. Next. So we'll take some more cases like this. Azorik ever Rosh Hashanah b'Harat. Listen to this. Reuben throws a stone into Rosh Hashanah and he ends up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Harei Zegola. This goes to Galus. This goes to Galus. Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov Omer. In the Shiyatasa Eden Yado, Hotzi Halas Rosho B'Kibba, Harei Zepater. So Elazar ben Yaakov introduces an interesting clarification. He was like this. Let's say Reuben went ahead and threw the stone. And at the time that Reuben threw the stone, there was no one in Rishus Harabim. No one was there. After Reuben released the stone, Shimon stuck his head out of his window, right, and extended his hand to the Shirabim. So Elazar ben Yaakov says, Reuben's potter. There's no gullus in that case. Why? And again, interesting that the logic seems to be, since at the time that Reuben threw the stone, no one was there. Right? Shimon wasn't present. Therefore, again, Reuben can't be liable to gullus for that kind of case. Interesting. Zorak es ha'evan l'chatzero, Baharak, listen to this. What happens if Reuben is standing in his own yard, and he goes and he throws a stone, and he kills Shimon? Now Reuben is in his property. He kills Shimon in his property. In the Yisrael Shushan is that the Kadesham Gola, written lot, ain't no Gola, everything depends on what? Did Shimon have permission to be there? If Shimon had permission to be there, then ultimately, again, Reuben should have been more vigilant. And because Reuben wasn't vigilant, therefore he goes to Galus. If, however, Shimon did not have permission to be there, then Reuben does not go to Galus. Shneimar, Basher Yavo Esrei Bayar. Shneimar said the way the Torah sets up the case of killing the shogeg is what happens. Right, two people are together in the forest. Why the forest? Just like the forest, right? Both Reuben and Shimon, the damager, right? And I should say the killer and the victim have the right to be there. So to the only time that there could be a liability for Galus is when the victim had the right to be there. If, however, again, this is very important. So again, what we're doing is we're slowly but surely adding on like the details to what creates a shogeg case which would result in Galus. So from the previous Mishnah, we established again it's not the axe head, but ultimately again it is the splinter. From this Mishnah we see now in order to be chayav Galus, the victim has to have had permission to be in that area. Or if he did not have permission to be there, then there is no din of Galus, which makes sense. Rothschild says, "Machatabas eitzim rishos, afkol rishos." So this is very. Rothschild says furthermore, when you chayav Galus, when you accidentally kill someone engaged in what we'll call a rishos, an optional act, a non-mitzvah act. However, Yosa ha'ad hamakes below, va'arav harodes tamid over shliach bezit. Let's say a person was engaged in an act of a mitzvah, which resulted in the death of a person. For example, now again, obviously some of these are bit societally, focused as well. Let's say a father is disciplining his child. Father is shooting his child, and he ends up hitting his child. Right, ends up killing his child. Or a Rabbi is disciplining his students, and he ends up. There's also another way. It is so important to understand that the way we discipline our children today has to be so fundamentally different. So fundamentally different. And you understand again, this is reflective of what happened. What a slap could do today to a child in terms of turning them off in so many different ways. Right? This has to be understood. It doesn't necessarily mean that a little patch here and there can't up, but again, it has to be so deep in general. What we say to our children, how we discipline our children, what we choose to discipline versus what we choose just to kind of, ignore and let it be, is a very delicate dance in terms of the atmosphere in which we're being mechanic and hopefully raising Jewish children these days. Okay, they're a different discussion. But clearly the Gemara is talking about the idea that a father is physically disciplining his son. A Rabbi is physically disciplining his student. So if let's say again a father kills his son, a Rabbi kills his student, ultimately again, or shliach bezin. So in this case, a little bit more understandable. Shliach bezin would be like bezin is administering malchus to someone. So again, remember, we'll talk about this as well in this, but again, you got a court physician who determined how many malchus a guy could withstand. So let's say he died. he just died. So the halacha is because all of these are mitzvah activities, therefore halacha l'maisa, there is no liability of galus for the person who ends up killing someone like this. Okay, so let's say, so again, the point that Abba Shaul is trying to make is that the only time one is chayiv galus is if halacha l'maisa they are engaged in what we'll call a non-mitzvah activity. But if I end up killing, if Reuben ends up killing someone when engaged in a mitzvah activity, ultimately, again, there's no galus for that. So it says the Gemara. There's just a Rabbi, amazing. So let's say first case in Mishnah. First case in Mishnah was Reuben throws a stone into the Rabbi and kills someone. So the Mishnah says he goes to galus. The Gemara says galus. That's like amazing. They both say again. Now, when the Gemara says amazing, what does that mean? So you throw a stone that's capable of killing someone into a crowded public area. That's at least horrible news, right? That's egregious. That's egregious. What are you talking about, galus? You're talking about shogeg. To which the Gemara says, "Amr Shula Yitzchak, the Sosras Koslo." No. What's the case? Not literally throwing a stone. Rather, what's the case is Reuben's property is adjacent to the Sharabim. Reuben has a stone wall that he needs to demolish. As he's demolishing it, a stone falls into the Sharabim and kills Shimon. Which the Gemara says, still, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. And let's say what we're going to see, by the way, is in general, it's fascinating to see that on one hand, accidents happen. On the other hand, in the eyes of halacha, almost all accidents are absolutely preventable. Now, again, because there's another category of unpreventable circumstances, that's called ones. Shogeg, by definition, means an accident, meaning I did not intend to do anything, but had I been more vigilant, I could have prevented this. So again, obviously, I'm not going to be liable, for an intentional act of bloodshed if it was an accident, but there's still liability. This is the whole chap of galus, right? Because remember, again, if there was no fault for the accident, then why would you have to go to galus? Galus is a kapara. Kapara is only necessary if what? If you did something wrong, if there's some level of liability. So the nice again, the fact that it said, it was an accident, that's fine. That's fine. You're not amazing, but you're still responsible for accidents as well. So that's why the Gemara says, okay, I understand, you didn't need to kill Shimon when deconstructing your wall, but you should have been more careful. To which the Gemara says, no, but so says Kosel Balayla. Reuben's doing it at night. So again, so what's the shot? So he's assuming that at night there aren't people around. To which the Gemara says, still, Balayla Nami Balayla, you gotta be careful at night as well. Now, just because it's at night, why does that give you a pass? To which the Gemara says, so says Kosel the Ashba. Oh, it's an interesting case. Reuben is demolishing his wall, and he's kind of like demolishing it into a garbage dump, right? Okay, so first white line. Hi, Ashba, if he does it. So what's the case of the Ashba? So you must, if there are people coming in the garbage dump, I don't know, low budget, color activity, whatever. If there are people right in the garbage dump, so then the nice, again, you must suppose then that's negligence. But if people never come in the garbage dump, honestly, that's onus. So what's the very external point out? So you begin to see already these three very interesting categories, right? There's music, intentionality. There's shogeg, where it's an accident, but I should have been more careful and could have prevented this. And then there's onus, which is I had no way. There was no way for me to prevent this. So again, it's a garbage dump that people don't normally come into. So moving is just he's demolishing, he's going to a garbage dump. He had no reason to expect anybody would be there. That's called an onus. So this is very interesting. So what are you talking about? I was saying that sometimes people would use a garbage dump also like as a public restroom. So we're talking about over here, that's why you have to be careful of people in the garbage dump. So what's the case? The case is where people use this garbage dump as a restroom, right? But ultimately, again, at night, all right, but don't use it by day. But sometimes people use it by day. In other words, it's primarily used at night by people, right? Not really used by day, but every once in a while, somebody will use it by day. Therefore, again, what's happening over here? Reuben is deconstructing his wall into this garbage dump, and he's doing it by day. So again, on one hand, he's not a posher, he's not negligent. Why? Because he had every right to assume that people won't really be there by day. On the other hand, Ones Nani Lahabi, he's also not going to be an Ones. Why isn't he an Ones? Because every once in a while, people do come there by day. So this would be an interesting case of shogeg. Right? Shogeg. So on one hand, he's obviously not intentional because he's doing it by day where people aren't normally there. On the other hand, it's also not an Ones because again, people do come there by day. So if you're not a Mazid and you're not an Ones, what are you? Shogeg. Shogeg. Okay, that's the case. So those we have to worry about. So those we have is an interesting case. And if you don't throw the stone torch that happened, and the coast was clear, then after he goes ahead and he throws his stone, Shimon sticks his head out. So ultimately, again, if those Yaakov said, Reuben is Potter. What's the logic? Was Tarabanon in Matzah? So most of the Lashon of the pasuk is umatza, right? Umatza esrei. So umatza esrei means, right? So literally, again, this was the splinter of wood. Splinter of wood finds Shimon. That comes to exclude a case where Shimon makes himself available for death. In other words, so the Maisa in this case over here, Shimon stuck his head out of the window, put himself in the direction, right, in the path of the projectile. So therefore, again, Reuben is not going to be chayiv gutless in that kind of case. So therefore, again, if when Reuben threw the stone, there was no one there, right? And then Shimon afterwards, after Reuben released the stone, Shimon stuck his head out of his window, thereby putting his head in the direction of the projectile. Ultimately, again, Reuben is going to be potter. The Menra, the matzah made karamashma. So that makes it sound like matzah. The lashon of matzah means something was there already beforehand. Right? There was like a pre-existing condition. Is that true? Or many of the Gemara says, but one second, matzah prat lematzui shelo yimkar b'yachok v'yigo b'karov v'ra v'yigo b'yachok. So this is actually the steachuza. Right, by steachuza, the person has ancestral land. So in general, if you sell off your ancestral land, you can force the purchaser to sell it back to you, right? Since it's part of your ancestral portion. However, again, the halacha is only so if you sold your ancestral land as like a last resort. Like you had nothing else to sell. But if let's say you had other properties, but you still sold your ancestral land, you can't force the purchaser to sell it back to you. So matzah, prat lematzui. This comes to exclude some of that other property. So you cover up, we go back off. Mirah, you go by Yafa. Mirah Hassan, and you're in the crowd Hassan in the end. So the truth is, matzah means different things based on context. For example, Hassan may know the crowd, matzah didn't do his siga yado. So therefore, by steachuza, so again, matzah is comparable ultimately again to the siga yado, that he comes into new money. Just like again, the siga means he came into new money now. How come in the over here also matzah is in accordance with context? Matzah didn't the ya'ar. The matzah is like the forest. How so? Just like the ya'ar, it's like the forest was a pre-existing reality. Matzah so to over here, in order for Reuben to be chayiv for killing Shimon accidentally, what has to happen? Shimon, so to speak, has to be present at the time that Reuben did his activity. But at the time that Reuben did his thing, for example, in this case, through the rock, Shimon was not present. And Shimon only introduces himself into the equation after Reuben already threw the rock. There will not be liability for gullus in that case. Okay, incredible. Hazor Keshaven. So much like this. Only I'm not all about Mimai, the Mechatavas 18 directions. So remember again, the end of the Mishnah was as follows. In the Mishnah spoke about this idea. Abba Shaul said that the only time you're viable for Gullus is when you are engaging in what we'll call a Meiser Rishus. Like we'll call an optional act, a non-mitzvah driven activity. But if you are engaged in a mitzvah-driven activity, then halacha and you end up killing someone accidentally, halacha so you get. So the Gemara says, and again, the Gemara Darshan, Rabbi Shaul Darshan, because the pasuk says, remember again, the pasuk is about Asher Yavel Esra'el Bayar Lachtov Eitzi. Right, Reuben goes into the forest to chop wood. So the Gemara says, just like chopping wood. is an optional act, so too again, one is only chayav galus if engaged in an optional act. But if you're doing something that is mitzvah related, then Allah Almighty you're part from galus. So the Gemara says, how do you know that the pasuk is talking about chopping down wood for optional purposes? Dilma, mechatavas eating the sukkah, or mechatavas eating the ma'alacha. Maybe it's talking about a person who's going to chop wood because he wants to build a sukkah, or someone's chopping wood because he needs wood for the pyre, for the pile of the mizbeach. And even though a person knows, how do you know that we're talking about optional chopping of wood? Maybe it's mitzvah chopping of wood, and even though it's a mitzvah, the Torah still says you go to galus. To which the Gemara says, "No, that's not a good example. I'll tell you why. Let's say there is no mitzvah to chop down wood for a sukkah, right? There is no mitzvah to chop wood for the mizbeach. Meaning what? Let's say, for example, there's a pile of wood. Let's say there's a pile of schach, right? Is there a mitzvah to chop down your own schach? No. Let's say you find a pile of wood for the mizbeach. Is there a mitzvah to chop down wood for the mizbeach? No. So there's a mitzvah to have schach, right? There's a mitzvah to have wood. There's no mitzvah to chop it down. So even if technically speaking you were going ahead and chopping in front of the mizbeach for schach, halakha l'maisa, that's still called an optional act. And you will not be chayiv. You will not be chayiv. I'm sorry. And you will not be punished for galus from that. Rabbi Yatsa Av Hamakes. This isn't Israel saying. So what about the case of Mishnah? Right? The Mishnah said that if a father is disciplining his child, he accidentally kills him. A Rabbi disciplining his student accidentally kills him. A shliach Rabbi is flogging someone, accidentally kills them. They're pata. Well, why don't we say pata from galus? Lema kevan diyu gamar lat mitzvah. Hashtenami lat mitzvah. Well, let's say this, let's take the case of the father. You know what? Maybe we should say this. Since technically speaking, if the son was well behaved, his father wouldn't need to discipline him. Right? And therefore, halakha l'maisa again. So maybe therefore the act of disciplining as well should be covered. So it's just like this. The same way that, let's say, for example, by the wood of the mizbeach, there's not a mitzvah to chop wood. What's the mitzvah? To have wood. So there's no mitzvah to chop wood, right? If I have wood, I don't chop wood. So it's like this. There's no mitzvah to discipline a child. What's the mitzvah, or what's the obligation of a parent? To have a disciplined child. Like that's my obligation as a parent. You have a child who is properly disciplined. It's just only if they're not disciplined that a parent has to discipline them. So maybe we should say that the act of disciplining isn't really a mitzvah. It's like a hechsher mitzvah. Same way that the act of cutting down wood for a sukkah is not a mitzvah. Right? I need schach. It's just if there's no cut schach, I have to cut down wood. But the cutting of the schach is not for a mitzvah. So again, the obligation of a parent is to have a disciplined child. That's the mitzvah. It's just that my child is not disciplined, so I have to do the work. So therefore, again, we should say the same thing. Therefore, if the father kills his son in the midst of disciplining, he shouldn't go to galus. I'm sorry, he shouldn't be exempt from galus. To which the Gemara says, Hassam is very interesting. Mitzvah. Even if a son is disciplined, it's fascinating. It is still an obligation of a father to further discipline him. It says, which literally means again, discipline your son and educate him, and he will provide delight for your soul. So that's actually very interesting. So the Gemara seems to be indicating over here is that even if a child is well behaved, there is still an element of parental discipline that is absolutely necessary in order to maintain the child's proper path in life. Very interesting. So let's say, so first of all, just in general, just as an aside, what's fascinating about this is, one of the things sometimes that we're so scared about in life is to tell our children no, because we think that if we tell our children no, especially if every parent thinks if they tell their children no, my kid's going to go off the desk. So we go up there and tell them no. I give them every single thing that we want, that they should be happy, they should love me, they should love you. It's not true. It's not true. Not disciplining your child is a shirking of parental responsibility. Allowing my child to do whatever they want is an abdication of parental responsibility. Your children do not need them to be your friends. How about if you have enough friends? But they have one parent or two parents. They have one father, one mother. That's what they have. And the job of the parent ultimately again is to provide structure, to provide hadracha, and ultimately to provide discipline. And the parent who fails to do that ultimately is shirking the responsibility. So even if a child, it's interesting, even if a child is well done, the Gemara says, there still has to be an element of parental discipline that is present. It's fascinating. So Rabbi says, a Rabbi comes along and says, you know what, forget about what I just said. Let's go with a different approach. He says, right, what does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk talks about, again, when Reuben comes in contact, ultimately, again, with Shimon in the forest. So again, the forest represents a totally optional act. You want to come in, you don't want to come in. These are that for mitzvah misagi b'ro'ah. If you're talking about a mitzvah act, so how can you say that ultimately, again, you have the right to choose if you come in or you don't come in? So the Gemara says, so you tell me wherever it says the word asher always means something optional. So also the Pasuk is talking about a person who becomes tamei, doesn't become tahar, and enters into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah. Such a person is chayiv kares. So but he used lashon of asher. So what are you saying? Ivai nikma, ivai lo nikma. Are we talking about a case of a person who had a choice whether or not to become tamei? What about the person mismitzvah? What about mismitzvah? The lo sadi, the lo nikma. Hakinam depater. So also in the case of mismitzvah, are you going to say that the pasuk says asher? Maybe asher means like this. Only in a case where you have the choice to become tamei, that's when you enter into the Beis Hamikdash with chayiv kares. But if you didn't have a choice of becoming tamei and you enter into the Beis Hamikdash instead of something not chayiv kares. So, for example, in a case of Beis Mitzvah, or both say, a person who's crossing Beis Mitzvah, you don't have a choice. You have to take care of the Beis Mitzvah. Would you say that therefore, because I didn't have a choice, I had to do it? Therefore, if I enter into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, not chayiv kares, that's not true. That's simply not true. Shiny house on the Amikra, both in the Pasuk it says on the days, Tamei Yihya Mikamakom. Now, because there the Pasuk is Tamei Yihya, where the Torah clearly indicates that however you became Tamei, whether you became tamei in an optional way or you became tamei in a non-optional way, halakha l'maisa, if you enter into the mikdash in that state of tumah, you are chayiv kares. Which the Gemara says, only by the saying, no. Tamei yiyah is moving for something different. What does that teach me? The Chidusayim Tamei yiyah, the Ravos Tvul Yom. So what's very interesting? Tamei yiyah actually teaching Tvul Yom. Who's Tvul Yom? I mean, Tvul Yom is the guy who was tamei. What did he do? He went to the mikvah, but he's still missing what? Erev Shemesh, nightfall. If that guy goes into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, he's also chayiv kares. So I would have thought that maybe Tvul Yom is not chayiv kares. If the Bible says Tamei yiyah, as long as your tumah is upon you in some way, shape, or form, and you go into this mikdash, you are chayiv kares. So the Bible says tumah so bowl, the Rav was missing sukkikurim, and tumah so bowl comes to include ultimately in the sukkikurim someone ultimately again who went to the mikvah, maybe even had a sheresh, but is still missing his requisite karbanos to be mitaros. Ana me'ot tumah kamina. So we'll say others have a different approach to this conversation. Listen to this. So the Gemara says, B'chol Shubakatza Tishbos. Supposed to be very interesting. So the pasuk over here, B'chol Shubakatza Tishbos is like this. Sheishes Yomim Tash. Listen to this. Sheishes Yomim Tavot. For 6 days you will work. Ubayom Hashvi Tishbos. B'chol Shubakatza Tishbos. On the 7th day you shall rest. B'chol, literally plowing. Katzir, harvesting, tishbos, you shall rest. I will say, we're going to see over here, it sounds like it's talking about Shabbos, but it doesn't make sense that it's talking about Shabbos because we already know the melachos of Shabbos. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara in Israel is talking about Shemitah. Shemitah, okay, so listen to this. So the Kiva Omer, the Kiva says, Eino Sorach Omer, Chorish, Shal Shiris, because there's Shal Shiris. Now, even if it goes with Shemitah, I don't need the pasuk to teach me that I can't plow and I can't harvest during Shemitah. I already know this. How do I already know this? Because the pasuk already says, literally, don't plow your field and don't prune your vineyard. It already tells you the prohibition of Shemitah. Ela afilu charish shel erev shvius shenichnas l'shvius v'katzir shel shvius sheyotza l'matzei shvius. Rather, what is it coming to include? It's coming to include even plowing of the 6th year. that benefits the 7th year, or things that grow during the 7th year that ultimately mature during the 8th year. That those items have an element of Shemitah sanctity as well. The Rosh says, Ma'akorish Rishos, Avkat Rishos. Rabbi Shlomo says, no, it comes to teach you like this. It comes to teach you that halacha l'maisa, just as plowing is an optional act, so do harvesting is an optional act. That's when there are these prohibitions. Yatza Ketzir HaOmer Shum Mitzvah. What does this come to exclude? This comes to exclude the harvesting of the Omer, which is not an optional act, but rather is a mitzvah. How do you know they're talking about a plowing of Rishos? Dilma Charishas Mitzvah. I'm sorry, Dilma Charishas Omer. The mitzvah, maybe he's talking about again the plowing that is done in order to, for the Omer, right? I'm going to plow the field to plant barley for the Omer, which is a mitzvah. And even so, and even so, the Torah says, still can't do that. Still can't do that. Amrale, Kevan de Matzacharish in a Chorish, Lad Mitzvah. Says no, because it's different. Because after all, Rabbi say there is no mitzvah to plow, right? Because if you already found the plowed field, it's not like you have to plow a different field ultimately for the owner. Say, Rabbi. Yotza Avamakes, Pinova, that's mostly the same conversations we had before, just from a different approach. So, what about power in case the Mishnah said, if the father is disciplining his child and he kills him while disciplining him, or Rabbi is disciplining his student and kills him while disciplining him, or Shliach pays and is flogging someone and kills him, so what's the halacha? Pater from Davos. Why? Because it's a mitzvah. B'amai. Lema kivan di'iru gomer lav mitzvah, hashtenami lav mitzvah. Why do we say something over here? Since if the son was disciplined, if the student was disciplined, the person, right, was disciplined, then Allah said there'll be no mitzvah to do these things. Maybe even now it's not called a mitzvah. First one says, no. Hasam, hashtanami la mitzvah. Hasam, afagav, the first white line. Hasam, afagav, the gomer, nami mitzvah coming. In the case of disciplining, even if the child is disciplined, even if the student is disciplined, there is still a mitzvah of further discipline. Okay, to which the Gemara says, Haga Amar Rava, Lav Nosihi Da'amin, Kitsira Dumi Dekalisha. So ultimately, as Rava says, one second, let's revisit that which we said before. The Torah is comparing the harvesting to the plowing. Machalisha Matzacharish Eno Chorish, just like that Chalisha. Let's say if you found the plowed field, you don't have to plow it again. It's not like a carbon omer. Like if you found, let's say I need to plant, I need to plant barley for the carbon omer. I already found the field that is plowed. There is no mitzvah to go out of my way to plow another field for the sake of omer. I'm going to put af katsira nami matza katza in a kotzer. So I'm going to put also that Allah for myself I already find cut barley. I don't have to harvest more barley. Please I like the mitzvah matza katzer in a kotzer. Mitzvah liktor l'havis. The word just ends up by the way. That's actually interesting enough when it comes to the carbon omer by charisha, by plowing. If you already found the plowed field, there is no mitzvah to plow again for the sake of planting barley for the omer. But let's say for the tzira, let's say for the harvesting, if you found cut barley, right, can you use that for the omer? The answer is no. Right, rather what? In order to be yosef for the mitzvah of the omer, you have to actually what? You have to actually harvest that barley. So let's say I just want to point out how beautiful this is. Right, we're talking about carbon omer. Carbon on third day of the omer today. Third day of tzira. It's interesting that we just to understand. You have tzira omer just as an aside. Yes, Omer, with there's two different gersos of Hayom Shlosha Yamin La Omer and Ba Omer, right? So what's the machlok? Yes. So remember again, it's very lemaisa. La Omer goes assuming that you are counting from the time that the carbon was offered. Hayom Shlosha La Omer means today is the third day since the carbon Omer was offered. Ba Omer reflects the idea that there is not yet a carbon Omer. So therefore, again, Ba Omer means not from the carbon Omer, but in the counting of the days of the Omer. That's why it's interesting that the majority of opinions actually say contemporarily, one should say Ba Omer and not La Omer. You only say La Omer when there's an actual carbon Omer. That's what. Otherwise, if there's no carbon Omer, I'm not counting from the carbon Omer. I'm counting Ba Omer. I'm counting right in the count. So this was there of a salvation. Yartzeit was yesterday. That was the first day of Holonaut. So Rav actually had an interesting minute. I don't know if it was his minute or maybe from his father beforehand to actually say both. To actually, when counting, they'd say Hayom Shlosh Yamim Ba Omer And then afterwards to say Hayom Shloshim Yomim La'omer. There's nothing wrong with saying both. Saying both. When I say that part again, you get both opinions. But interestingly enough, I don't know what they have friends on the art school. Because some Machzer they have foul more. Okay, whatever it is. Anyway, so just in the deal. But anyway, we'll say. So for our purposes, by the way, the Gemara just ends off by saying, so Omer is a little bit different. Halacha says if you were to find cut barley that would not satisfy the obligations, you would have to go ahead and in a nice mitzvah, and that results in the accidental death from someone to someone, there is no galus. So therefore, if a father is disciplining his child, again, the parameters of that would be very interesting, or Rabbi is disciplining a student, or let's go with the Beis Din case. Like Beis Din is administering a punishment, and like the Sheva is kill someone, those are considered mitzvah acts. One would not go to galus for those acts. You only go to galus in the case of an optional discretionary act. That's number one. Number 12, the Gemara didn't really spend that much time with it, is halacha says only galus if both parties, right, or if the victim has the right to be where he is. But if ultimately, let's say again, Shimon is trespassing on Reuben's property, and Reuben's practicing archery, right, and Reuben killed Shimon, then halacha says there's no key of galus over there because Shimon had no right to be there. All right, well, so let's go over the right to Mishnah. Hav gola ayidei ben, v'aben gola ayidei ha'av. So we'll define exactly what this means. But literally, again, a father is exiled as a result of killing his son, and a son is exiled as a result of killing his father. Okay, like I said, what this means is a father kills his son b'shogeg, or a son kills his father b'shogeg. Halacha they go to galus. Hakol golden ayidei Yisrael. Everyone is sent to galus as a result of killing a Jew. Right, that's the Rothschild. It means we saw going on Yidei Head. The Jew is exiled, whoever he kills, chutz mi ger toshav, with the exception of the ger toshav. The ger toshav ain't a gola ayidei ger toshav. And a ger toshav is only exiled as a result of another ger toshav. We'll have to see exactly what this means. Remember again, a ger toshav is a non-Jew who lives in Eretz Yisrael, who repudiates idolatry, and ultimately goes there and observes Shemus Hasbirinoah. Says the Gemara. So one second, you tell me that if a father kills his son, then ultimately he goes to us. But we just learned, but we just learned that's what I said. What was the previous Mishnah? We learned that if a father is disciplining his kid and ends up killing him in the midst of disciplining him, the father doesn't go to galus. To which the Gemara says, no, the Gumir. What are we talking about? A well-behaved child. The child's already disciplined. He's already disciplined, and therefore, again, the father had no need to hit him. But we said before that even if the son is disciplined, there's still a mitzvah for the father to further discipline him. The shuya denagri. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about ultimately again a carpenter's apprentice, right? The case over here is ultimately again where the father is teaching his son carpentry. The son is not paying attention. The father disciplines him in order to get him to pay attention, and he ends up killing the son accidentally. That'll be the case of galus. Because you want to understand shuya denagri yusahu, but that's teaching your son a trade, right? That's teaching your son a parnasa, right? And the Gemara says, right? We'll say a father has an obligation to teach his son a trade, much in the same way that a father has an obligation to teach his son Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, in the case of Ra Kaina Isha Shahafta, Hikish Omnos Shu Isha Kiditzit Kubenechem Nashim. So it's the interesting of the Gemara Darshans, the same way that a father has an obligation to marry his son off. By the way, marrying his son off doesn't just mean marry his son off. It means that a father has an obligation to teach his son how to be a proper husband, right? How to maintain a proper marriage, how to maintain a proper home, not just find the shidduch, but model for him the right behaviors as to how to be a proper Jewish husband. So too, again, a father has an obligation to teach his son a parnasa. So therefore, again, we'll say, so the nice again, if a father is teaching his son a parnasa,
and is disciplining him so he pays attention and accidentally kills him, the Pasha, that should be called the performance of a mitzvah, and she learned it from Galus. The Gala in Nasiatis, no, it's where the son already had another trade. Another skill set. Father's teaching him something, therefore he already knew what he needed to know in order to maintain himself in life. Father's teaching him an additional trade. Okay, you must have a plan. Like, what is he teaching him an additional trade? You know what else Father has to teach his son in life? Right? How to have a plan B. Mostly one of the most important yesodos in life is to learn how to pivot. Because a lot of times in life, things don't go the way you planned. And I must say, there are two different kinds of people in life when things don't go according to plan. There are people who fall apart, and people who don't know how to move forward, and people who learn the power of the pivot. One of the most important things that we teach our children is how to pivot. That's why, we know the most teachable moments in life, the most incredible teachable moments of for our children is how we deal with stressful situations. Our children learn so much about us and about life from how we deal with stress. And when our children see us fall apart, and our children see us lose it, and our children see us lash out in stressful situations, that's how they too will deal with stress as well. But if my child sees me under stressful situations, under pressure, I got this. I know inside, I don't got this, right? I do not have this. I don't have any control over this situation. I don't know what to do. But I know that I'm going to keep a cool head. I'm going to be menschlich. I'm going to be proper. I'm going to be measured. I'm going to be even keeled. I'm going to figure this out. That is the most tremendous thing that we give to our children. So therefore, what's interesting enough, the father in question over here, he already taught us on his part also. But this father also understands that in life, you got to teach your kid a plan B, an active plan B, and also again in general, how to deal with life when things don't go according to plan. But because it's a plan B, therefore it's not a mitzvah. Because it's a mitzvah, therefore if the father ends up accidentally killing his son in the midst of teaching him this secondary turn also, halacha l'maisa, again, he will go to God's path. So we'll stop over here for today. Tremendous shkoyach. For the daf. Shkoyach, have a good night. See you tomorrow. Everyone on Zoom, have a great day. Good night, everyone. Yeah, I know, sorry.
I like how this is their body naturally rejects the shoppers. Oh yeah, they don't know, but they know. Yeah. After all that, there's levels to this shit. It's all good. It's all good. Guys, come on.
All right, I will say good night. Such a source of Hashem. Evil.
How would you respond to that?
Namshik the Simchas Yamtiv into Cholamayit with some beautiful Torah, the second Smakas, which has just been delightful, absolutely delightful. Something exciting, right? When you feel you have something, it's short, right? 23 days. So I'm getting just to say it, right? And it's actually there's something just very exciting about it. And Sanhedrin was a massive undertaking, which was incredible. And we finished it, certainly a tremendous feeling of elation. But then there's these little sekulach that are just so sweet and so beautiful. And things often we've seen maybe, for some of us in our youth. And Rothschild brings back, I don't know, I guess for some it brings back, it's triggering, right? From the yeshiva days. Others, it's a nice memory of our Hashem. Anyway, it's just, again, a special welcome. I'm going to try to welcome, a lot of new people. And close to 30 new people who joined this year for Makas. Not necessarily the in-person year. Baruch Hashem, we thank God, people who are not doing the daf, not committed for Shas, and definitely just committed for Makas. Wink, wink. That's always how it starts. But a special welcome to Morty, Baruch Hashem, who is to Justin. Baruch Hashem, beautiful to have like a chevra. We'll recognize the people chevra every day in this session. All right, well, so with that, let us begin. So, we do my thank you all of our sponsors. Special thank you to Ari for making sure that we have Pesach coffee. That doesn't taste like Pesach coffee, by the way. It tastes like all year round coffee. So, tremendous shkoyach, and thank you for that. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, for Kapshin Tehei, the Tosin Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shimon's Roshos this year as a Zechus from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsor for the month of Nisan
Paul Pollock, in a celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth of a grandson to Eden Jeremiah Pollock in Minneapolis, Indiana. Now is Talmud Torah sponsorship in the source of Simchos for all of our children, and to Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. Amen. And Avram Yishem Yitomin, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Bnei Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichrono Livracha. Well, so with that, let us begin. So we have a beautiful, beautiful daf ahead of us today, and of course, as always, we dedicate our learning this course of all of our hostages, and to Hashem bring them home, the Shalom and the Karov, and the Hashem is supposed to our holy soldiers may be successful, the whole Maaseh Yibbein. Also to all of our online listeners, it's beautiful. Like I say, I woke up this morning to a whole bunch of pictures of people learning daf in different places that they're away for Yom Tov. Now, Bruce Shop's happening. I don't have permission to share them yet. I'm going to try to get permission. But it's really beautiful. It's really beautiful and really inspiring. And it's tremendous. I think those of us who've been doing the daf for a while recognize that it's so much more than just learning. It's that it becomes an indispensable part of your day. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you're traveling. I'll just say this. I got a picture tape from Randy Orchard and Yosef Orchard's wife. Yosef and Josh Rosenblum, they're in Spain for Yom Tov, and they're going to, I thought this was got to Spain, but I don't know. So the nice, I guess we're back there. Right, so nice again, learning together, and just beautiful, just inspiring. There's no such thing, there's no break, there's no day off. Wherever you are, you figure it out, and that's part of the beauty of the daf. Just that inspiring. I got a number of other pictures as well. Just beautiful to see people learning from our shia, all different places, and getting the energy. Let's read that. Let's begin. We're up to Mishnah on Zayin Medalef 7a, up to Mishnah. Mishnah Midmar Dina Ubara. Interesting case over here. Let's say someone was, so you have Reuben killed Shimon, right? And now we're fast forwarding a little bit, right? Because Reuben has been judged by a basin and found guilty. And then what happens? Reuben runs away. He escapes. He escapes before they're able to execute him. Ubarak may also basin. Now let's say again Reuben's brought back. So Reuben's recaptured and he's brought back into that basin. He's brought back into that basin. So what happens? In social as you know, we don't retry him. In other words, let's say as much. What does this mean? We don't retry him. That Rashi says over there, "Lachso v'lisa v'litin ulai yizakeh." In other words, we don't retry him to see maybe we'll find some way to exonerate him. Now, why did you mention to say this? First, remember going back to our Sanhedrin days, in general, with capital cases. What does Bacon try to do in all capital cases? What do we try to do? Exonerate, right? That's what we always try to do. We try not to execute people, and we'll do whatever we can to try to find someone innocent. So I might have thought that if Reuben was sentenced to death, but escaped before the sentence was carried out, that perhaps when he's hauled back in front of the basin, maybe we should retry him. Commercial English says no, we don't do that. If he's brought back in front of the basin, we don't go and retry him. We'll visit that a little bit more in the Gemara. Similarly, let's say again, witnesses show up in basement. Witnesses say, we are here to testify that Reuben was tried in front of so-and-so basement. So-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses, and he was convicted. He's convicted, so Bezdin could execute Reuben based on that testimony. In other words, so this is a Bezdin that didn't share the case, right? But now this Bezdin is receiving testimony from the witnesses who know that Reuben was tried in front of a particular Bezdin. So-and-so and so-and-so were his witnesses. Therefore, they could execute him based on that. Sanhedrin, no haggis ba'aretz or b'chutz la'aretz. So we'll say, so this is fascinating. So literally translated, the Sanhedrin operates in Eretz Yisrael and outside of Eretz Yisrael. Now, what does this mean? We'll see the Rambam in just when we get to the Sugya. But again, the idea over here is when the Sanhedrin is operating in Eretz Yisrael, it has the ability to implement its rulings outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. There's obviously there's no Sanhedrin outside of Eretz Yisrael. The Sanhedrin only resides in Eretz Yisrael itself. But when the Sanhedrin is operational in Eretz Yisrael, its rulings to be enforced outside of Eretz Yisrael as well. The Gemara says, this is the famous Gemara, Sanhedrin ha'oreges echad b'shavua miknes chovlonis. The Sanhedrin that executes a person once every 7 years, 7 years, is called the destroyer. All right? Rabbi Ben Azariah Omer, Echad l'shivim shana. But Rabbi Azariah says, no, even once every 70 years. So let's say, interesting enough, back to that previous motif, Beis Din does not like to execute. And therefore, again, Tanakama says, if a Beis Din kills once every 7 years, that's not good. That's a bad track record for a Beis Din. They call the destroyer Beis Din. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, even once every 7 years. You also, by the way, how beautiful is it? Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Omer Harei Ani Keben Shivim Shana. So listen, the beautiful thing about Kedusha is that when you go ahead and you wrap yourself in Kedusha, Kedusha follows you. We have the Kedusha of the Seder, and the Kedusha of the Seder. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was there as like a Seder. Remember again, there's a thing that says Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, I'm like 70 years old, but he wasn't 70 years old. And how incredible is it after 2 nights, right? Well, what's tonight the fifth Seder? I think tonight's the fifth Seder, right? So after Baruch Hashem, after the stone, after 3 days of Yom, the first day Cholam, right? Who shows up? Who shows up when you open the door? Who shows up when you open the door? Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. So that's the whole chap with Kedusha. The more you immerse yourself in it, you envelop yourself in it, it follows you wherever you go. Incredible. So Elazar ben Azariah says, anyone 70 years, not good. So look at this. Rabbi Kiva say, in the Hayim of the Sanhedrin, lo nerat adam le'olam. So this is fascinating. Rabbi Kiva saying, if we sat on a Sanhedrin, no one would ever be executed. We'll see what that means. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, because if no one gets executed, right? If no one is ever executed, no one's ever put to death for murder, then in general you create a general sense of lawlessness. So obviously, what Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon were trying to say was that, we would find ways to exonerate everyone. What Rav Shimon was saying is, while that sounds very beautiful, like answer Rachmanis, that's not good. That's not good. A Beis Din does have to execute, because at the end of the day, there are capital cases. And if a capital punishment is never carried out, then that creates a certain sense of societal lawlessness. We'll say more about that in the below. Says, they also Beis Din the Israel. Part of it Beis Din Achas also. So what it says, remember again, the first part of the Mishnah, right? So what was the first part of the Mishnah? Reuben was convicted of murder, sentenced to death. Then what occurs? Reuben escapes. So the Mishnah says if he's brought back in front of the same Beis Din, we don't retry his case. The Gemara Darshan is, what do you see from there? It's only because he's being brought back where? In front of the same Beis Din. But I can infer from that if he was brought in front of a second Beis Din, a different Beis Din, then maybe we would retry his case. Come up from Shiam, decide even unless it's Tony. Shenigma Dina Beis Din. So 1 second. But yet, if you look at the end of the Mishnah, what does the end of the Mishnah say? That if witnesses show up and witnesses say, we testify about Reuben, that Reuben was tried in so-and-so Beis Din, so-and-so were his witnesses, and he was found guilty, that we execute him, which makes it sound like what? Even if he's brought in front of another Beis Din, we don't retry his case. In other words, what it sounds like, the contradiction from the first part of the Mishnah, it sounds like the reason why we don't re-examine Reuben's case is because he's being brought back in front of the same Beis Din. I can infer from that if he were to be brought in front of a different Beis Din, we wouldn't even look at his case. But then if you look at the end of the Mishnah seems to indicate that if witnesses show up and say, we testified that Reuben was found guilty in a different Beis Din, we will execute Reuben based on that, and we will not retry his case. So what's going on here? Both say this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. Let's say 2 different cases. Overwhelming. One is talking about Eretz Yisrael, and one is talking about Chutz La'aretz. What does that mean? This time you're supposed to hear this. When you read it in the story, only Yishol Sheta. Bara Mechutz La'aretz, Ein Sosrim Es Dino. Right? So you notice like this. If a person, the person runs away from Eretz Yisrael to Chutz La'aretz, you do not retry his case. In other words, here's the case. Reuben was convicted of murder, right? Reuben was convicted of murder. So he's convicted of murder in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael. And then what happens? He escapes the Chutz La'aretz. So again, in that case, if witnesses show up in front of a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz, and they say, we testify that Reuben was convicted in so-and-so Beis Din, so the Chutz La'aretz will not retry his case. Third tries case. However, listen to this. Michutz la'aretz la'aretz, sosur estino. Now, local Lamaisa, if we go ahead and he escapes from Chutz la'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, we will retry his case. Why? Mipnei zchusa shel Eretz Yisrael. Because they also have a dismiss on Eretz Yisrael. And we'll say first I just want to point out how beautiful it is, right? Well, before we get, so we'll say, so this is a really incredible idea. So the Gemara says, there are times that we will re-examine a capital case and times when we won't. What's the criteria? If Reuben was tried and found guilty in Eretz Yisrael and then escapes to Chutz La'aretz, and witnesses come in front of a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz, and they say, we testify that Reuben was found guilty in a Beis Din in Eretz Yisrael, this so-and-so Beis Din, so-and-so were his witnesses, Beis Din will carry out the execution. Now, again, we'll discuss when a Beis Din in Chutz La'aretz could execute someone. We'll talk about that. But the Gemara said they won't retry the case. However, if Reuben was found guilty in Chutz La'aretz and then escapes to Eretz Yisrael, even if witnesses show up and they say, we testified that Reuben was convicted of murder and sentenced to death in Chutz La'aretz, we will re-look at the case, we'll retry it in Eretz Yisrael. Why? It's because of Eretz Yisrael. It's because of Eretz Yisrael. And as they said, besides such a beautiful, overwhelming Gemara, just about literally the Kedusha, the holiness, and the source. It's interesting. We speak a lot about the holiness of the land. This is different. This is Zekusa Shal Eretz Yisrael. What is Zekusa Shal Eretz Yisrael? Eretz Yisrael makes us better people. Eretz Yisrael makes us better people. So when you comes to Eretz Yisrael, is a better person. So therefore, again, Reuben, the murderer, to escape from Chutz La'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, we have an obligation now to re-look at his case. Why? Because Reuben of Eretz Yisrael is a different person than Reuben of Chutz La'aretz. And therefore, again, Reuben of Eretz Yisrael deserves another look at his case. Conversely, Reuben of Eretz Yisrael was convicted and goes to Chutz La'aretz, doesn't get a second chance. Doesn't get a second chance. Reuben of Chutz La'aretz, who escapes Eretz Yisrael, is a chusa. It's a different man. Because he's a different man, therefore, again, his case has to be re-adjudicated. And I just want to point out how beautiful this is to learn Eretz Yisrael Gemara Chalamai. Because I think one of the most difficult things, in Chutz La'aretz, you have a very beautiful Yom Tov. Right? Yom Tov is beautiful, Yom Tov is uplifting, Yom Tov is magnificent. Where do you feel it a little bit more, the distinction in Chutz La'aretz? Chalamai. At Chalamai. And Chalamai, it's anyone who's ever been in Eretz Yisrael for Chalamai, Chalamai is Yom Tov. Chalamai is Yom Tov. Right? You feel the Yom Tov atmosphere. Chutz La'aretz is a little bit more difficult to recreate the Yom Tov feel on Chalamai. It just is. And how beautiful is it that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us an Eretz Yisrael Gemara on the first day Chalamai. I mean, for us, it's first Chalamai. So second Chalamai. But for us, first day Chalamai, the Chashmah who gave us an Eretz Yisrael Gemara, almost as if to go ahead and just give us a little bit of that Kedusha, a little bit of that feeling, a little bit of that spus of Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So how do you know, I guess? Someone says, remember again, the Mishnah says that the rulings of a Sanhedrin, right, all the rulings translated, Sanhedrin no hagas, Sanhedrin no hagas, in Eretz Yisrael and in Chutz La'aretz. The words, how do we know this? We don't have on, B'hayu eila lachem b'chukas mishpat midoro secha. Rabbi is teaching us that Sanhedrin no hagas ba'aretz u'b'chutz La'aretz. Sanhedrin operates both in Eretz Yisrael as well as in Chutz La'aretz. I intend not kamlo b'sha'arecha. So if that's the case, that the Sanhedrin operates both in Eretz Yisrael and in Chutz La'aretz, so why does the Torah frame it, or why does the Torah say b'sha'arecha, in your gates, which makes it sound like that the Sanhedrin only operates in Eretz Yisrael itself. So what's going on? So the Torah said b'sha'arecha ata Moshe b'asei dinim b'chol plach u'plach u'b'chol ir v'ir. In Eretz Yisrael, we'll say the way it worked is like this. Although you had the Sanhedrin the high court that operated in the Lishkas HaGosos, the chamber of kings, only days in Mikdash, you also had Batei Din in every province and in every city. Right? A province is made up of multiple cities. So you have like a regional, provincial Beis Din, or Sanhedrin, and then you have smaller Sanhedrins or small Batei Din in each city. That's in Eretz Yisrael. B'chutz La'aretz, ata Moshe b'chol plach u'plach, v'ata Moshe b'chol ir u'ir. In Chutz La'aretz, we had provincial Batei Din, but not Batei Din in every single city. So as I said, I just want to point out to you something very interesting. The Rambam points out in the This is the Rambam, it brings down in real Sanhedrin. He says, Bizman Shedonin Dine Nefashos Be'eret Yisrael, Donin Dine Nefashos B'chutz La'aretz. So this is very interesting. When the Sanhedrin operates in Eretz Yisrael, Sanhedrin is sitting here, and the Sanhedrin adjudicates capital cases in Eretz Yisrael, you can adjudicate capital cases in the Chutz La'aretz as well. With the caveat, והוא שיהיו הסנהדרין סמוכים בארץ, כמו שבארץ שהסנהדרין נוהגת בארץ ובחוץ לארץ. So what this means is as follows. When there is a proper operational Sanhedrin in Eretz Yisrael that is adjudicating capital cases. Now that requires two things. Number one, smicha, and number two, that the Sanhedrin is situated in the Lishkas HaGazis, in the Beis HaMikdash. If you have those two criteria, then the Sanhedrin is able to adjudicate capital cases. When a Sanhedrin adjudicates capital cases in Eretz Yisrael, it empowers Sanhedrins outside of Eretz Yisrael to adjudicate capital cases as well. That's the takeaway from this. Incredible. Okay, let's go right there. And let's say the last part of the Mishnah was quite intriguing. Remember again, Sanhedrin held, I guess. So we have two different versions of this, right? In the first version, kind of commonly said that a Sanhedrin goes ahead and executes once every 7 years is considered to be a destroyer, right? So Rabbi Ben Azariah said either once every 70 years. Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva, if we sat on the Sanhedrin, it would never execute anyone. To which the Gemara says, so we'll say, so what does this mean? In other words, so let's go to Rabbi Tarfon, Rabbi Ben Azariah for just a moment. In other words, is Rabbi Ben Azariah saying that once every 70 years is normal? Like in other words, that okay. Rabbi Ben Azariah is saying, listen, once every 7 years is too much, but once every 70 years, that's normal, or no, even once every 70 years is too much. Which the Gemara says, take it, okay? That we talk from Rabbi Akiva, only Israel units. Remember again, this was fascinating, this last exchange. So the talk from Rabbi Akiva said, if we sat on a Sanhedrin, it wouldn't execute, we would essentially exonerate everyone. Now remember again, Shimon says that's very nice, but then there would be a proliferation of murderers. Like to create a sense of lawlessness. The Gemara says, anything about this. So first of all, by the way, how exactly would Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon accomplish this, right? Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon were confident that if they sat on the Sanhedrin, they would exonerate everyone. Okay, how? How exactly would you do that? This is fascinating. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Re'isem treifa, re'isem treifa harag, shalim harag. So listen to this. They would have asked the following question. That's not a question, right? So, did you kill? Right? So listen to this. So Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon, if they were on the base, and they would say like this. Okay, so witnesses show up. They say, we saw Reuven kill Shimon. So they would ask, tell me, do you know, was Shimon a healthy person or was he a treifa? And let's say, what does this mean? Let's say Shimon was a treifa. Let's say we're going to kill Shimon. Then we're going to do Gemaras like this. All right, let's say Shimon was a treifa. And we'll say, what does treifa mean? Treifa means that he has a condition from which he's imminently going to die. The halacha is if you kill someone like that, technically speaking, you're not liable for a death penalty. Now, we'll have to define the scope of that just a little bit more. But in other words, what they would have said. So, okay, witnesses, you saw Reuven kill Shimon, doesn't? You know what Shimon helping? Or Shimon a treifa? Now, let's say the pashtos, the witnesses won't be able to what? They won't be able to answer that. They can answer that. So again, if you can't answer that, that seems to be grounds for exoneration. Like Rav Ashi and King Solomon Shalim Hala, and even if you want to say, let's say the witnesses say, no, we know that Shimon was totally healthy. How do we know? They both happen to be Shimon's, general practitioners, right? I don't know, does HIPAA apply after your patient dies? I don't know if it applies. Right? But the nice they go, right, they said, you know what? We're general practitioners, and he just came for his physical the day before. He gave him a complete bill of health, so that he's 100% healthy. I don't know the Makom Sayed, not the Hava. Did you give him but maybe where the place where Reuven went ahead and stabbed Shimon, maybe he had a hole in his heart there. We didn't give him a complete diagnostic, like we didn't give him an MRI or a CAT scan or whatever else. So maybe he had a hole in his heart that you didn't know about, or maybe he had some other defect, physical defects you didn't know about. The Gemara says, okay, the Bo Less Higher. So that would be in a capital case. So essentially, Bo says, in a capital case, if you wanted to exonerate, the way you would exonerate would be to say to the witnesses, how will you know with certainty that Reuben, you say you saw Reuben kill Shimon? Fine, so we're not even disputing that. Maybe Shimon was a treifa. Maybe she was a treifa. So that would have been grounds for exoneration. Now, the truth is, the counter to that is the chazaka. Is that what? People are traitors, right? But again, nevertheless, we're trying to see, the point of it is that the Kidron and Tarfon would have exploited a particular, derech of questioning. And essentially, they would have cast doubt on the fact that Reuben shouldn't be liable for killing Shimon if there's a possibility that Shimon essentially was already, halachically dead. He was a traitor already. Okay, so that works, let's say, in cases of murder. What about in cases of immorality? Right? Let's say witnesses show up and they say that we saw Reuben commit adultery. Right? We saw Reuben have relations with Shimon's wife. So how would Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon exonerate in that case? So the Gemara says, the ball is so they would have said like this. They would have said, witnesses, did you see the actual act of Bia? Right? Literally translated a two into an applicant. Did you actually see Bia? Right? It was like, you gotta be pretty up close and personal, right? To actually see that. Right? And so in other words, what they're saying is, you might have seen a lot of stuff that looks like adultery. But did you see the act itself? Now, the Pashtos, the answer to that 9.9 out of 10 times is going to be no. No. So the Gemara says, but Abanon, so again, that's how they would have exonerated everyone. So right in the case of murder, essentially the way you would have exonerated was to say, how do you know that Shimon was a whole and healthy person? Maybe he was a traitor. And in the case of Elias, they would have said, did you really see the actual act itself? And the answer to that would be no as well. That would have been grounds for exoneration. Which says, by the way, that's actually very interesting. Specific now, again, in the case of murder, so the reason we reject that line of question is because, as we said, the chazaka is that a person is not a traitor, unless, of course, you know that they are a traitor. What about the case of erba? Let's say, is that valid? Or maybe we should say, you know what, if you don't see the actual act of bia, maybe you can't convict. So how do we ever convict someone of immorality? But Abanon, so I'll say, because again, when you give testimony about adultery or about arayos in general, the Eidim are not obligated to see the act. What are they obligated to see? Right? Circumstantial evidence that indicates to us that an act of immorality occurred. Again, rarely are Eidim ever going to see actual act, right, of actual arayos. Well, what are they going to see? They're going to see a man and woman behaving in a certain way that clearly indicates to us that forbidden sexual activity. So, by the way, can't you go about reading this tomorrow now? You know, Zach put this out on our dot check today. There's a beautiful minute to actually learn Masechah Sota over Sira, because there are 49 blocks. There are 49 blocks in Masechah Sota. So the Rabbi had a very beautiful minute to learn Masechah Sota every day. I know we just started Makkos, but it's still time for Sota. There's always time for a little Sota, right? It doesn't come out right, but you understand what I mean. So it's actually incredible because also that's what Sota is all about, right? Sota is a different kind of case, but Sota are witnesses seeing a man and a woman, right? A woman who's been forewarned about a certain man behaving in a certain way. Now, they don't see Bia. Actually, really, in that case, all they see is seclusion, right? And that's why, again, interestingly enough, that triggers a whole different process. But in general, when witnesses are showing up and they're saying, Reuben committed adultery with Shimon's wife, so again, we're operating like Shmuel says, that halakha l'maisa, rarely are they ever saying we saw an act of bia. That's not what they're saying. Rather, what they're saying is we saw enough to indicate to us that there was forbidden sexual activity that happened over there. And I will say that's how we pass them. Hadron Allah, he said, I will say, Mazel Tov. Our first tarek in Marcus. Incredible. What a feeling. All right. Nighter. Celebration's over. Good. Hey, where we not going? Rose said, now, right? No, I'm going to take a little break, right? We went hard on the first days of Yom Tov, right? Good. Well, wait till tonight. Anyway, not going. So now we're going to focus a little bit on actually a sugya that is probably the most well-known sugya in the Second Matters, which is the halachas of your miklat of going to Golas. So remember again, just a little bit of brief background. Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. We're going to define exactly what all of these terms mean. Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The halacha is that Reuben is sent to Galus, to an miklat, to a city of refuge. A lot of details of the city of refuge, all those details, sucks Marcus. That's what we're going to deal with. So here we go. So now we're going to focus is on what kind of case actually results in a I'm going to use the word carefully. It's not clear if it's obligation, punishment, or opportunity for Galus, right? We'll just say right now, what kind of act results in the obligation for the killer to go to Galus? These are the following people who are sent into Galus. Ahol Nefesh Bishkaga, right? Reuben kills Shimon by accident. By accident, so we'll say, what types of accidents result in Galus? Listen to this. So we'll say, Magdal Magil is interesting. They used to have plaster roofs, right? So how would you plaster your roof? You take plaster, and what do? You roll it, right? You roll the plaster. So he's taking his so Reuben is taking his roller and he's rolling out the plaster. And he drops the roller. Again, we'll discuss the parameters. He drops the roller. The roller falls on Shimon and kills Shimon. Okay, accidental or what happens? Reuben was lowering a barrel, right? And what happens? And he lost holding the rope, right? So the rope snapped. Something happened. The barrel fell down on Shimon and killed Shimon. Reuben was coming down on a ladder. He slipped off the rung, or the rung broke. He falls on Shimon. In all of these cases, in all of these cases, ultimately, again, Reuben is sent to Golas. So there's a common denominator in all of these cases. Reuben is killing with a downward motion, right? The case of the roller that I just used to we're talking about is he's rolling down, he's rolling out, right? He's rolling down, and the roller slips out of his hand, going in the downward motion, falls down. He's lowering the barrel. The rope snaps, something happens, the barrel falls down. He's coming down on the ladder, falls down on Shimon. All these cases, Reuben is killing Shimon with a downward motion. This is where Reuben is going to be subject to Galus. And Hayamoshe B'Magil of Nafala. Let's say Reuben was going at a passing roof, but he was pulling the roller up, right, in upward motion, and then he lost grip of the roller, right, and killed Shimon. Or Hayadola B'Chavas, or he was hoisting up the barrel, right, and something happened, the rope snapped and the barrel fell down. Or on the days, Hayaola B'Sulam, or Reuben was going up the ladder, and ultimately again, and he fell down on Shimon. And we'll say all of these cases, Reuben is not sent to Galus. Why not? Because in these cases, death occurred through an upward motion. So we'll say, now we don't understand why there is this decision. We'll say it's in Gemara, but clearly the Gemara is outlining a principle for me. Mishnah, Kol Shabbaderach Yiridaso, Gola. So also here's the general cloud. Anytime Reuben kills Shimon because of some type of downward motion activity, ultimately again, he's Gola. He goes to Galus. Anytime ultimately again, it's not the Derech Yiridaso, it's not downward, but rather again, it's an upward motion, he doesn't go to Galus. Now I will say again, this is a technicality, I just also will say it's a very beautiful line. If you think about this line, let's say what happens if halacha l'maisa, person is experiencing a yerida in life. Says in yerida, things aren't going well, right? My life is not going in the direction I want it to go, right? I'm b'derech yerida. What should you do? Go left. What does Gola mean? Change the circumstances. A lot of times in life when we're not in a good spot, what we tend to do is like wallowing. We just wallow, we just stay there. Meanwhile, the Mishnah says if you're the guy who does what happens to all of us in life, change the circumstances. Now again, maybe you can't change all of your circumstances, but there are always circumstances that are within our sphere of influence. So you're not in a good spot in life, if the guy who does so, go left. Change your spot, change your place, change whatever circumstances you can, and turn your situation, or at least begin to change your situation around. Incredible. All right, send me Mara. So let's say, where do I know this from? Where do I know this from? Right? In other words, so the Mishnah is giving you this cloud that if Reuben kills Shimon with a downward motion, so Reuben is sent to Galus. But yet again, if he kills Shimon with an upward motion, he is not sent to Galus. So Moses says, where do I know this from? To Amr Kra, Vayipal, the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, so it's actually pretty explicit. The lesson of the Pasuk is Vayapel Alov, right? When the Torah describes the accidental killer, like the Pasuk in its entirety is Obekol Eved Shayam, was below the os, Vayapel Alov, Vayamos, Behulo Oy, Tuglo, Velamavak So the Torah speaks about, again, the accidental killer. The Russian uses Vayapel Alov. He falls on him. So what do you see from here? The Allah said the din of Galus is only visited upon someone who kills someone else in a downward motion. So we'll say it's not a logic thing, it's a pasuk thing. It's a drasha. So now we're going to unpack this entire sugya of this. We'll say, so if you have a newer Gemara, you can see, by the way, you notice on your margins you have the psukim. So if you just take a look at the psukim that we're talking about. This is the psukim of Ir Miklat. So it's V'krisim Lachem Arin Miklat. Who are designated for yourselves, I'm just reading psukim now, not the Gemara. Who are designated for yourselves sins of refuge. Tino Lachem V'gam Shama Rotzeach Make Nefesh B'shkaga. The Bnei Yisrael Lagev and Zoshal B'Sochachem Tziyena Sheish Arim Ha'ela L'Miklat Lonos Shama Kol Make Nefesh B'shkaga. So ultimately, again, who goes? Who goes to the Miklat? Someone who kills accidentally. So we're talking about B'shkaga. What do you mean B'shkaga? Proclamation. This comes to exclude someone who kills intentionally. We'll talk about this. That the cities of refuge were set up for people who killed accidentally, not for people who killed intentionally. In fact, again, if you were an intentional killer, right, you intentionally kill Shimon and decides to run to an Ir Miklat, what do? We get him out. We pull him out. We're going to talk about this. We put him out and we send him to stand trial in Beis Din. So the Vidas, Reuben killed Shimon without intent. This excludes someone who killed, right? Reuben who killed Shimon with intention. The Gemara says that's obvious. The Gemara says Prakamiskave. So the Gemara says Mezid Pshita Bar Kalavu. Listen, now obviously, if there's intention, then he's a Mezid. If he's a Mezid, then he's liable for that penalty. Ella Amarava Ema Prakla Omen Mutter. You don't understand what I said. So what does it come to exclude? It comes to exclude someone who says Omen Mutter. Now what's Omen Mutter? So like it's in case where Reuben killed Shimon. But when we go ahead and we say, Reuben, what's going on? Reuben says, I thought it was Mutter. Shimon says, this is what happens when you don't pay attention in Shir. Right? I thought it was Mutter. Now obviously we're talking about a legitimate case where Reuben actually thought that what he did was Mutter. Now interestingly enough, but the Gemara thing was like this: even though Reuben will not be executed, right? In the case where someone thinks that what he did was mutter, he won't execute him under those circumstances. But at the same time, what? At the same time, he doesn't go to Galus, right? He's not sent into exile. You don't get your mikvah in the case of Omer Mutter. Omer Abaye, Omer Mutter. Honestly, one second, if he thinks that it's mutter, isn't that extinguishing circumstance? Isn't that an ones? Shani Omer, Omer Mutter, Khalif of the Mizid. Now I hold that Omer Mutter, so when Reuben kills Shimon, and Reuben says, yes, I did it, but I thought it was Mutter, that's what we call Khalif of the Mizid. So it's like, in other words, it's not shogeg, right? Why isn't it shogeg? Why isn't it accidental? Why? Because there was intentionality. It's not mezid because he didn't have in mind to do something wrong, so he thought it was mutter. So I say, so Omer Mutter on one hand isn't shogeg, it's Karol Lemezid, right? It's close to Mezid, but not Mezid itself, so it won't execute him, but at the same time, it also doesn't go to Galus. So there's Ridas, without intention, Praklam is Skavin. This is Kusam Ra Kavana. That's obviously what says Miskavin, Shita Bakatolo. I will say, if Reuben killed Shimon, Reuben had intention to kill Shimon, then ultimately again he's liable to death penalty. Kushima says, no, what's the case? Interesting. What about Reuben? Right, so let's watch this. Reuben had intention to kill, he was hunting, had intention to kill a deer, but instead he killed Shimon. Or Likusi, Bargis Israel. Or you have intention to kill a Kusi, which again, not good, but also not liable to death penalty. Right? And he ends up killing Yisrael. The Nefel Baharad ben Kayama. He had intention to kill a Nefel, right? A non-viable child, but instead he killed a regular person. We'll say, so all of these cases, interestingly enough, you don't go to Gullus. Right? Why don't you go to Gullus? Why not? Because it wasn't fully accidental, right? There was intentionality for an act of bloodshed. Just it was supposed to be quote unquote a permitted act, it turned out to be a prohibited act. So again, because there wasn't some level of intentionality, you can't go to. Obviously, you're not going to be executed for that. But it also can't go to Gullus because there was some level of intentionality. Turn around on in the Pesach, right? It can happen suddenly. But with Karen's others. This excludes the case of a corner. Now, what's the case of a corner? That's very interesting. That's the following area. Ruben is walking with a knife, an outstretched knife. Right? Why? I don't know. Like his mother always told him don't run with scissors. Right? He's having some mother issues. Right? So he's deciding, after the buying, I'm walking around with outstretched scissors. Right? That's what he's doing. Right? So the nice right now again, he's just walking like that. What happens? He comes around the corner. Shimon comes around the corner, and he ends up killing Shimon. Now again, he didn't have intention to kill Shimon, right? He was just holding an outstretched knife. That's what was happening. So again, I will say, so Lamaisa, in this case over here, he's not going to go to Gullus, right? Why won't he go to Gullus? Because at the end of the day, there was some level of intentionality. You can't say that this was totally accidental. On the other hand, of course, he's not going to be executed because he didn't have intention to kill Shimon. Below Ava, without animosity, this comes to exclude ultimately again enemies. We'll talk about this more. That Lamaisa again, if there's some pre-existing beef, between ultimately again Reuven and Shimon, we'll see what to do with that. But Reuven will not go to Gullus. Hagafo, Shadaf over Gufo, Ishvik Alav. Ultimately, he's talking about a case where either Reuven killed Shimon by pushing him, by pushing his body against him, or that Reuven was thrown upon Shimon and killed him like that. We'll talk more about that as well. Lahabi Yerida, so he says, Ishvik Alav. Lahabi Yerida, Shivsorat Aliyah. This comes to exclude the case, and we'll talk about this moment of going down, Yerida, for the purpose of going up. Below Sidia, without intention, or I should say, below Sidia means without intention to kill, Praklim is cutting. That comes to explain this. Imagine for a moment Reuven threw a rock. Right, his intention was to throw it to the left, but it went to the right and it ended up killing Shimon. So let's say, what you begin to see, he did not have intention. It comes to explain a case where intention to throw for 2 amas, and instead it went for 4 amas. So let's say, what you begin to see is the theme. What's the theme over here? When does Reuven go to Gullus? Essentially, when it's really a total accident, right? He did not have in mind at all. What you begin to see is any situation where Reuven had some level of intentionality. Even if it was intentionality to kill an animal, but he killed a person. To throw a rock 2 amas and it went 4 amas, right? He rounded the corner, didn't realize what was on the other corner. If there's some level of intentionality, that of course does not rise to the level of intentionality to make him chayiv nisa, but it will preclude him from going to Gullus. Gullus is only like exile, spear, nikmat is only for someone who is a full and complete shogeg. If there's any level, even a little bit of some level of intentionality, no Gullus. This is these are the details that we're going to continue to kind of brush out as we go forward. Let's just do a little bit more, then we'll stop. So where it says Vayar, so ultimately, it's interesting. The way that the Torah phrases this is where is all of this happening? In the forest. So it's interesting, right? The paradigmatic case of accidental death is where Reuven is going ahead and chopping wood in the forest, and what happens? So we'll see, somehow he ends up killing Shimon, whether it's because the axe head flies off, or because a splinter of wood flies off. But the paradigmatic case is what's happening in the forest. So the Gemara says, why forest? Why forest? So the Gemara says, my ya'ar rishus l'nizak u'lamazak u'kanesham afkol rishus l'nizak u'lamazak u'kanesham. Because a forest is a place where both parties have the right to be there. So therefore, Allah suggests that the forest, again, both Reuven and Shimon are permitted to be there. So too again, the only time when there's a galus is where both parties have a right to be there. For example, if Shimon comes into Reuben's property uninvited, something happens to Shimon, so Reuben is not necessarily liable for that, right? Or conversely, if Reuben goes onto Shimon's property, also that's not fully accidental. In order for it to be an accidental death, a number of factors have to be in place. Number one, we've established zero intentionality, right? And number two, it has to be an area where both parties are permitted to be. Next. Now, this is an interesting case here. Okay, watch this. Let's say Reuben is going up on a ladder. And what happens? The run buckles underneath him, and therefore again he falls down onto Shimon. Now let's say Simon says, Mahu, what is the halacha in this case? And we'll say, now what's unique about this case? What's unique about this case? On one hand, which direction is Reuben going? Up. But yet, how does he exert his force? Down. So the shaila is, so now let's say Reuben falls down on Shimon. So what is it? So what do we see from the Mishnah? If Reuben kills Shimon with an upward motion, no galus. Downward motion, there is galus. So what do you do in a case like this, where on one hand, his intention is to go up, right? He's going up the ladder, but it's a downward motion that caused the breakage of the rung that caused him to come down onto Shimon. So what are you doing? Because it was like the paradigmatic case of the ladder where he's going galus as well. It's paradigmatic case. Shimon is coming down the ladder, he slips off, and he falls down Shimon. In this case, he's going up, so it's aliyah, but at the same time, it was a downward force that broke the run and caused him to fall down. So is that called aliyah or yerida? So the Gemara says, no. So the Gemara says, no, aliyah. Is this called ascension? Is this called aliyah? And therefore, Reuben will not go to galus, or yerida? Or is this called going down? And therefore, Reuben will go to galus. Amalei, kavanagata, yerida, shirida, tzarach. So again, it says, okay, you've touched on this already. This is the case of yerida, tzarach, aliyah. So this is the case of going down for the purpose of going up. Rashi says over Kvarnagata, Arinagata can be read Shitar Haliyah, Baharadino Le'el Le'iyuva. So listen, just so here, we've spoken about this before, and you're chayiv for this kind of case. Since the breakage of the run happens with downward force, this is called Yezida, this is called descent, this is called going down, and therefore halacha l'maisa, you'd be chayiv. Now, whether that's the halacha l'maisa, we'll have to see. That's the Gemara wants to suggest right now. Now, we're not finished. The Gemara says, this is the rule. So the Mishnah said, what was the rule? Anything, anytime that you kill someone in a downward motion, goes to galus. Not in a downward motion, doesn't go to galus. So the Gemara said, so when you say going down, what does this come to include? Doesn't it come to include this case? Again, when I'm going up the ladder, Reuben's going up the ladder, but again, it's the pressure exerted downward that causes the run to break. And we see ultimately again that he's chayiv. Which was no, my love last week I got no. What does Kol Shebederech Yeridaso Lasuyemai? What does Kol Shebederech Yeridaso come to include? Where it says my El Lasuye cuts up. It comes to include the butcher. We'll say, what's the butcher case? So the Pashtus, the case of the butcher sounds like where a butcher is what do you call it? Chopping, thank you. And what happens? He comes down with the knife. Let's say he's coming down, the knife slips out of his hand and kills Shimon. Did you try for that? So when I said, cuts up, the Sanya, that's very interesting. The Sanya, listen to this. If a butcher was cutting meat, listen to this. Tanachada, so we'll say there are essentially 4 different brises over here. Tanachada, one brise says, the fun of chayiv la'achar potter. If he kills in front of him, he's chayiv, in back of him, he's potter. Tanya idach, bless you, Tanya idach la'achar chayiv l'fan potter. Another brise, if he kills in back of him, he's chayiv, in front of him, he's potter. Tanya idach, aim upon him la'achar chayiv. Whether he kills in front of him or in back of him, he's chayiv. Tanya idach, aim upon him la'achar potter. And another person says that he kills the father and back of his potter. What is this? Well, that's not a contradiction. It's very simple. Can be a reader shalafana, ba'aliyah shala'akara. So we'll say one person is talking about a case. Now again, I will say for the butcher, there's 2 motions, right? When he chops meat, what is he doing? First he goes up and then he comes down. So again, can't be read Shalapon. When the Brisa says that he's chayiv in front of him, that's talking about where he kills in a downward motion the knife in front of him. And versus when he's pulling the knife in back of him, right in the upward motion in back of him. His second Brisa is talking about a case of where the aliyah is in front of him and the yerida is in back of him. Can be yerida Shalapon of Shalacharav. Both right. Third Brisa is talking about again where the yerida is in front and in back. So we'll say, so it's really actually very simple. In the butcher cases, when is the butcher going to be chayiv galus? When he kills with the downward motion of the knife. But if he kills with the upward motion of the knife, wherever that upward motion is taking place, ultimately, again, he's going to be potter. Incredible. So let me get to this. We'll say, so again, we're still focused on our case over here. Ruben's going up the ladder, right? And when he presses down on the rung breaks and he falls down on Shimon. So that is what we call aliyah or yerida with sorech aliyah. There is downward motion, but the downward motion is for the purpose of going up. So in halacha, how do we look at that? Is that called ascent or is that called descent? Remember again, the nafkamin is big, right? The nafkamin is big. Why? Because if it's ascent aliyah, he's not chayiv galus. If it's yerida descent, he is chayiv galus. So which one is it? So which one is it? Let me get tonight. You want to say last short line. Let me get tonight. If Reuben was going up the ladder, and ultimately again the rung broke as he was going ahead and ascending the ladder. So Tani Chada Chayiv, the Tanya Idach Potter. One Brisa says he's Chayiv, one Brisa says he's Potter. So Maila Bacham, if I do not argue about the following case, the Mar Sava Yeridahi, or Mar Sava Aliyahi. So this is not focus. Again, I will say, this is a great case. What is this? Is this called aliyah or yerida? Is it ascent or descent? No. The Chuli Alma aliyah. The says, no, not true. Everyone agrees, I will say that in this case, this is called aliyah. This is called going up. It's going up. I will say, by the way, if you think about it, it has to be that way, right? Why? Because if it's not that way, then what? There's never a case of ascent, right? Whereas by definition, every ascent requires pressure downward. If you're going to say that any ascent, right, that ultimately, again, what we call yerida with sorech aliyah, or aliyah, yerida sorech aliyah, that when Reuben goes up the ladder and he breaks the rung because he's pressing downward, if that is called descent, then Lamaisa, there's no case of ascent. The only way to ascend, by definition, is to exert pressure downwards. So the Gemara says it has to be that's called the case of aliyah, and therefore, again, if Reuben were to go ahead and go up the ladder, break the rung as he was ascending the ladder, fall down on Shimon and kill him, he would not go to galus. That's called aliyah, not yerida. It has to be that way. But look, Kashus, what do you do with the two Brises? The Gemara says, Kanani Zakin, Kanani galus. When the Brisa says that he's chayiv doesn't mean galus. What does chayiv mean? Damages. Let's say Reuben's going up the ladder, or he breaks the rung as he's going up. He falls down on Shimon. He doesn't kill him. He injures him. What's the halacha? It's chayiv damages. They both said, it's an accident. It's an accident. Right? Damages. Nizikin 101 is Adam Mor B'Olam. A person is always liable for any damages he does. Accidentally, intentional, doesn't make a difference. He's chayiv for everything. The other Brisa that says that he's potter, that's talking about for galus. So another possibility is Hava Hala galus. Both are talking about galus. Lokashia Had Isli. So this is very interesting. The other possibility is talking about as follows. The aloha l'maisa. One is talking about a worm-eaten ladder. So let's say the rung is eaten by worms, which means that it's rotted. So let's say in that case where it's rotted, so that will say if then Shimon were to go ahead and step on it and were to break, that would be called yerida. That would be called descent. Why? Because since we're talking about a ladder that's not really capable of going ahead and holding this weight and sustaining this ascent, that's considered to be descent, and therefore it would be chayiv in that kind of case. Interesting. Look at Rashi this moment. Had the isli chayiv shekol shliva sheisliya kishadarsan ala mechavasi. It's understood whenever you have a rotten rung, what's going to happen? It's going to sag. Therefore, by definition, that is called descent. So the mechavasi lamata b'yeridahi. In low hisliya in kan yerida. Incredible. Or the other possible Rokash Shimon says, people say Mahaba gloriously, or if you're talking about cases of ladders that are not eaten by worms, but Lokasha, Hadimahadek, Hadalomahadek. One is talking about a case where the rung was properly fastened in place, and one is where it wasn't properly fastened in place. Meaning what? If it was properly fastened in place, that's a proper ladder. And therefore, again, if the rung breaks as Reuben is ascending, that's called ascent. And ultimately, again, is that high dollars. If it wasn't properly fastened in place, then that's going to be called descent, and Reuben will be high. So it sounds like what the Gemara is saying is like this: that halacha l'maisa, if Reuben is going up the ladder in a regular case, assuming that the ladder is a proper ladder, right? It's not it's not rotted. Right, it's properly affixed. Reuben's going up the ladder, and now what happens? As he's going up, he snaps the rung. Even though why is the rung being snapped? Why is it snapping? Because of the downward pressure, but we don't look at that as descent. Rather than we only view that ultimately again as ascent, and therefore Reuben would not go to Galus in that situation. I'm not saying how's it on passing, so listen to this. So the Rambam says in Rothschild will say here it is. Here it is. Reuben's going up the ladder, and what happens as he's going up? The rung snaps under him, and as it snaps, he falls down on Shimon and kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Pater min hadalos. Ultimately, again, Reuben is pater from Galus. Now, why Rabbi saying? Because again, the Gemara paskins that Yerida Mitzoret Aliyah is called Aliyah. Yerida Tzarech Aliyah is called that. Ultimately, again, downward motion for the sake of going up is called upward. Right? Aliyah Litzorech Yerida. No, it's Yerida Litzorech Aliyah. Right? Because again, what you're doing is you're pushing down for the purpose of going up. Right? So Yerida Litzorech Aliyah, exerting downward pressure for the purpose of going up, is not called Yerida, it's called Aliyah. And therefore, again, by definition, when Reuben is ascending, now again, remember, if it's a rotted ladder, right? Or if it's a what's the word? Like a poorly constructed ladder, again, then that's a different kind of case. But assuming that it's a proper ladder, right? Even though again, when Reuben is going up, he's exerting downward pressure. That is called ascension, and therefore, so Reuben will not be chayiv galus in that case. And on both sides, the Musa Haskell was screaming at us in the back. And what do you see from here? Yerida Litzorech Aliyah is called Aliyah. I will say, a lot of times in life, it'd be wonderful to think that life is like this perpetual journey upwards. It's not like that. You ever have one of those experiences where things are going so great spiritually, and then something happens, and like you are like thrown into this valley. Right? And it's so frustrating, so upsetting, and a person feels like all of my work, everything I did to build myself up, is now gone because I look at this descent. Look at what happened. So I say the most beautiful thing in Yiddishkeit is when we descend, right? When we have the Yerida, when we have a spiritual descent, it offers us an incredible opportunity to learn so much about ourselves, to learn so much about our weaknesses, right? When I make a mistake, I will say, right? When I get myself into a bad spot in life, that teaches me, that shows me like my spiritual Achilles heel. If I use those moments of Yerida to learn about myself, to learn about my weaknesses, and to build back better, then it turns out that Yerida is Litzorech Aliyah. Those descents, those spiritual descents, fuel my ascent. And I'm going to say, what's the halacha? With the Yerida Litzorech Aliyah, if your spiritual descent, you utilize it to build yourself back better to ascend, then a Yerida Litzorech Aliyah is considered to be an Aliyah. And I'm going to say that it turns out that even the descents in life ultimately they are judged as an ascent. Even the Yeridos are considered to be an Aliyah if the Yeridos are used ultimately again for our spiritual betterment. I'm going to say this is one of the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit. When we fail, our avodah is not to wallow in it. When we fail, our avodah is to ask ourselves, why did I fail? What happened over here? What can I learn about myself? What can I learn about my life? How through my weaknesses can I grow to become a better person? If in those moments of failure, I learn about myself, I build myself up even stronger, then the failure itself, then the Yerida itself becomes the Yerida itself becomes an aliyah. The Yerida itself becomes a moment ultimately again of spiritual ascension. If my Yeridas are just Yeridas, I don't do anything with it, then just Yeridas. But if the Yeridas, if the mistakes in life become the opportunity to learn about myself, to build myself back even stronger, then even the Yerida is an aliyah. Then it ultimately again becomes a Yerida with Sorech aliyah. And the halacha l'maisa, the hashkafa l'maisa, is that Yerida with Sorech aliyah is called an aliyah, a descent for the sake of ascending. Even the descent is part of the physical and the spiritual ascension. What's that? Shkoyach. All right, Kevin, give me a good night, everyone.
I wrote his American nutsack all the way into the ground. On Monday, American nutsack. It's way too many calories. It's a strange thing to say for sure. Yeah, you fucked up strange too, by the way. I said strange, I said like strange. It's a strange. I mean, it's very strange. I should have said this. This is an absolute horrible matchup for Potato. RDR does not give a fuck about this record.
All right, Kevin, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, the Chosin Mishpach Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shimon Joshua this year as his host for the Son of Travels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Haba, Lina, Tova, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tishka Esther, and on the birth of a grandson to Ida and Jeremiah Pollack of Indianapolis, Indiana, Mazel Tov, and Mazel Tov. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsorship and exclusive singles for all of our children, and permission to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And may the Avram Shili Kilman, memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Braina, Bas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron Lebracha. We thank all of our sponsors for their incredible generosity. So that in America, about Talmud Torah, all of them, Neshama Shavna, we have the families, and all of those who we report. Traveling together with all the sponsors, we may bring our hostages home. The Shalom and the cause of our holy soldiers to be successful. So with that, let us begin with a beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Gimel 3. We are picking up on days 12 lines up from the bottom. My Chainayu Drabana. So let's just remember again in yesterday's daf, we ended up with as follows. We saw the Gemara highlighted 3 unique things, 3 unique qualities that apply to Eidim Zolman. Rabbi Akiva added on a 4th. And interestingly enough, one of the things that we saw about Eidim Zolman is that they don't pay kofar. Like remember again, if my ox goes ahead and kills someone, there is a payment that's called kofar, which means atonement. Atonement so Eidim Zolman do not pay kofar. So remember again, the Gemara began with a discussion. Well, what is kofar? Is kofar kapara? Like, is kofar ultimately is an atonement payment? Is it mammon? Is it a monetary payment? So the Gemara ultimately ended off with the fact that kofar is kapara. Like kofar is an atonement payment. There's machlokes over here between the Rabbanon and Rabbi Shmuel about how you value that payment. It's like Rabbi Shmuel, we go ahead and we value the payment ultimately again based on the value of the damager, which makes sense because since it's an atonement payment, therefore he has to sort of give his value. But the Rabbanon on the other hand holds we go ahead and we value the payment based on the value of the damaged party. So that's what we're picking up. Why is it that now, here's what's interesting is this seems to be inherently contradictory. If you hold that kofar payment is a kapara, is an atonement payment, right? If that's what it is, then logically, what should it be? What should the value be based on? Should the value be based on the damager, right? If I'm the person whose ox killed Reuben, so the makes sense that I have to pay my work. In other words, again, something of mine took the life of another. I should have to pay my value. That makes sense. But according to the Rabbanon, he said that you pay the value of the victim, what the shot. So here he goes. He wants to say as follows: Nemar hashas salamata, Nemar hashas salamata. So more interesting enough, it says hashasa. Hashasa means to impose a payment upon someone. So it says hashasa lamata, and again Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out there, Nema hashasa lamata, or lamala, excuse me. He says, "Benogev isha harakasha yashis alabakisha." There's two cases. Case number one is where two men are fighting. The men are fighting, and Reuben goes ahead and bumps into a pregnant woman, causing her to miscarry. So the Torah explains that halakha l'maisa, the Reuben, the perpetrator, has to go ahead and pay for the miscarriage. Now what does that mean? He pays a value. Pays value. Now what's the value? The value is the value of the victim, right? Just as the value for him is pregnant and is not pregnant, so Reuben goes ahead and has to pay that amount. So the Torah uses the word hashasa, which means we impose a financial penalty, or we impose a penalty upon the perpetrator of the damage. So the word is hashasa l'mala. Mala halon bidin mizot afkam b'nezek. So it says hashasa by the damaging of a pregnant woman. It says hashasa by kosher. Just like hashasa by the pregnant woman, everyone agrees to the nizak shamina. We evaluate damages based on the value of the victim. So to again in the hashasa. So when it comes to valuation of damages or valuation of kofar, we do it by the value of the victim. Okay, Rabbi Akiva at their side, Rabbi Shmuel, and that's like the Yonashotzi. Rabbi Shmuel, who holds again that halakha l'maisa, kofar is based on the value of the damager. He says, when you read it, well, the Torah says, "V'nasan Yonasho," you have to give a redemption for your soul, which sounds like again you have to give your value, the damager's value. To which the Gemara says, "But Rabbanon in Pijo not said, yeah, it's true that everyone's agreeing with this. Everyone is agreeing that kofar ultimately again is kapara. Kofar ultimately again is an atonement. But nevertheless, how do we value that atonement? So the Rabbanon in Pijo not said, Kishanino, Bidin is a Shamino. It's true, it's an atonement payment. But how do we evaluate that atonement payment? Ultimately based on the value of the damaged party. Okay, so most of this fucking calibrated as follows. Now remember, for our purposes, ultimately, what comes out is really two pieces of information. Number one, Adim Zomin don't take kapar, don't take over. So, for example, just to illustrate the case, Adim Zomin Shabin David, what are they testifying to? They're claiming that we saw Ruvain's ox kill Shimon. Okay? It turns out, the second set witness to show up, you couldn't have seen that you were with us at that time, the Adim Zomin. No reciprocal punishment, no reciprocal punishment over here. Why not? Because we've established kofar is kapara, is an atonement payment. So it doesn't make sense to impose an atonement payment upon the Adim. Why? Why? They didn't do anything. I mean, they did something. They testified falsely, but they didn't do anything in that. They didn't kill anyone. The ox didn't kill anyone. So therefore, you can't impose an atonement payment on someone who has not committed the infraction. So that's our purpose. Now the Gemara Shabbat has an aside, there's another raging machlokas about how do you evaluate the kofar payment. Rabbi Shmuel says it's the Masik Shemina. So Reuven, the owner of the ox, will pay to Shimon, will going to pay to Shimon's heirs. Ultimately, again, Reuven's value. His own value. It's his atonement payment. And again, the Rabbanan hold no, but the Mizak Shemina, the payment ultimately again is in accordance with the value of the victims. That machlokas is still here. We're not wading into that too much right now, but our purpose is not even Zola is our focus on. Good, next. They, you come evidently. This is interesting. Even Zolan are not sold as an evidently. Now, what does this mean? Remember again, halakha l'maisa, here's the case. Witnesses 1 and 2 show up. And what do they say? We saw Reuben steal from Shimon. Now, Reuben does not have the money to pay back the theft. In general, if you steal and don't have the money to pay back the theft, what's halakha? You're sold as an evidently. So they're testifying against Reuben that he stole. Reuben doesn't have the money to pay back, which means under these circumstances, Reuben would be sold as an evidently. Okay? So the halakha is, if it turns out that they made it to 18 shillings, we don't impose reciprocal punishment. They're not sold as evidently. So you want to say, Sabra Hamnuna and Neymar, so Hamnuna say, what is this? So, honey, that's ultimately, again, when Reuben himself had money. Reuben himself had money, so Reuben himself would not have been sold as a slave. The Migos, the evil known as Davin, and the Lani known as Davin. So since ultimately, again, Reuben himself wouldn't have been sold because Reuben has money to pay back the stolen out, so to the Edom wouldn't be sold as well. Okay, about the less they live day, this is the case. So Hamura wants to suggest But if Reuben doesn't have money, right, and if Reuben would have been sold, even though the Adim do have money, right? So if Reuben didn't have money, even if the Adim do have money, Mizdamnu, the Adim are sold. Wow. So what's it? That's intense. Right, so if the witness is testifying that Reuben is still consuming and Reuben doesn't have money, so found guilty, Reuben would have been sold. Now it turns out that the Adim are Adim Zolim, the Adim are sold. The Adim are sold. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Amri Rava, Malemule, the Ant Havalot, me having this done. Why can't we say this Reuben? Hold up over here. No, Reuben, if you had money, you wouldn't have been sold either. Nami Lot is Namdinon. Why should the witnesses be sold if they have money? In other words, Halachah L'maisa, even if Reuben would have been sold, but Reuben would have had money, could have bought himself out. If you want to impose reciprocal punishment upon the Adim, so go ahead and say if they don't have money, they can be sold also. But L'maisa, if they do have money, why shouldn't they be able to buy themselves out of servitude? Hello, Mercy, you're right. Let's have a Nima said as follows. As we said, tiny, Hechad the Islay only the day, only the day. Was the way we say that Adim are not sold as the evidence. When is that? When someone in the equation has money. Right? Either Reuben himself, right, or the witnesses, right? Because if Reuben himself has money, that means Reuben wouldn't have been sold. If Reuben wouldn't have been sold, you can't sell the witnesses. Or even if Reuben doesn't have money, so Reuben would have been sold. And now we seek to impose reciprocal punishment upon the Adim. The Adim is saying, look, we do have money. So again, we're happy. We're willing to pay. But again, just like Reuben, if you had money, you could have bought yourself out of servitude. So if we have money, we should also be able to buy ourselves out of servitude. That's the halacha. So listen to this. The less late, Lord the day, the Lord the go is David. But says, but when neither Reuben nor the Adim have money, then what's the halacha? The witnesses are sold. Incredible. Right? So in the case where no one has money, right? Reuben doesn't have money, the Adim don't have money, no one has money, which means that Reuben would have been sold as an evidence. And the witnesses don't have their Adim don't have money either. In that case, they would be sold into servitude. That's Rav Hamnuna. Now again, Rabbi said no, absolutely not. That is not the halacha. Rabbi says no, it's not true. The concept of being sold as an evident is a unique halacha that applies to the thief himself. It doesn't apply to the reciprocal punishment of Adim Zolim. So we begin to see this theme emerging, right? So as much as the Torah prescribes, reciprocity for Adim Zolim, there are certain punishments that are doctor reserved for the actual perpetrator of the crime that cannot be replicated in a reciprocal scenario. So again, so for over here, the concept of being sold as an Eved Ivri is that reserved for the thief himself. So steal, you borrow, you steal, you can't pay back that which you have stolen. You're sold as an Eved Ivri. When Adim Zolim come into the picture, they could be forced to pay the value of the theft, right? Or the accused theft, supposedly there was no actual theft. But the Lord said they can't be sold. Same thing with Kofer. Right? Kofer is an atonement payment. Who has to pay an atonement payment? The person who committed the crime, right? The person who committed the act. But if you didn't commit the act, then there's no such thing as an atonement payment for you. Okay, so that's halacha. Good. So I say that's the end of the list. Next, we show you Kiva almost remember that Kiva added in. When you keep it added in, At in the Shaman of the answer. This is very interesting. We keep it added in also over here. In addition to the first three, the Adim Zolim also can't pay or aren't made to pay based on their own admission. Okay, so what's the case? Right down to Rabbi Akiva. What's Rabbi Akiva's logic? What's Rabbi Akiva's logic? Very simple. Let's say the reciprocal payment is a knas. Remember again, in the world of financial payments, there are two different types of payments. What are the two different types of payments? Number one, mamon, which is actual compensation, compensatory payments, or knas, which is a penalty. And how do you know there's some knas and mamon? Mamon is logical, knas is illogical. Right? So that when I say illogical means it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the actual value of the damage committed. Adim Zolim is a knas. It's a penalty. Rabbi Akiva said like this: there is a principle that when it comes to knas, ultimately, again, you cannot pay a knas based on your own admission. Or, as we've stated it before, moge the knas, potter. If you admit that you owe a penalty payment, you're potter. So therefore, again, Rabbi Akiva says if witnesses show up, right, to basically, and witnesses say, we are even Zimmerman, we're like, okay, have a nice day, but we're not going to impose reciprocal punishment upon them because it's knas, and moge the knas, potter. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi. Rabbi says, Fastida, Sharla Asimaisa. Then they had like, Shaman. So the Gemara says, Rabbi says, I'll show you how it's a knas. How do I know that it's a knas? Eidim Zolman do not actually do a maisa. Right? The most right? He asks, what did Eidim Zolman do? What do? It was speech. The speech Dibur is not the maisa. Even though they didn't do a maisa, technically speaking, they could be executed. They might be executed again. In case they show up and they say, we saw you didn't kill Shimon. Right, on Friday, and then the second sentence is Rabbi saying, no, you couldn't have been there on Friday because you were with us on Friday. Eidim Zolman, and you put them to death. So Rabbi says, just if you want to understand how do you know that Eidim Zolman are a knas, just look at the mechanics of it. Right? Just look at the mechanics. At the end of the day, they didn't actually do a maisa yet, they can still be put to death. That shows that it's a knas. Oh no, not going to take though. Shemam biad ba'ilin mushalmin. Right, and Nachman comes along, and Nachman says, I'll show you it's knas as well. Look, Eidim Zolman, for example, let's say they claim Ruben went ahead and Ruben borrowed $1,000 from Shimon and he didn't pay that. Okay, then if it turns out that you're Eidim Zolman, they have to pay $1,000. Meanwhile, money never left Ruben's hands. All they're doing is testifying. Despite the fact that they did not actually cause Ruben a loss of money, nevertheless, what? They have to pay. What does that show you? That it's knas. That's knas. So the Gemara is top of the role. So the Gemara says, I understand. Now, I will say, it sounds like from the way the Gemara is structured, that Rabbi and Rav Nachman are saying two different things. But the truth is, they seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is, how do you know that Eidim Zolman is a knas? Because at the end of the day, there was no maisa, right? There was no action, yet halacha l'maisa, there's still liabilities. The Gemara says, my nihu, de lo asa maisa, hani b'rabba. So again, Rav Nachman, you're saying the same thing as Rabbi, right? Rabbi said, Eidim Zolman didn't even do a maisa, yet they could be put to death. And Rav Nachman says, essentially, they didn't even do a maisa because look, they didn't even extract money from one party, yet they could still be liable. So Rav Nachman, aren't you saying the same thing as Rabbi? You're right, the king of Rav Nachman. You're right. Rav Nachman is not coming to say anything new, but ultimately, again, Rav Nachman is coming to add on to Rabba's statement. So we'll say this is incredibly important. Eidim Zolman, the reciprocal payment, is a knas. It's a penalty. Because it is a penalty, that's what Rabbi Akiva comes along and says that if Eidim admit that they are Eidim Zolman, in halacha l'maisa, they are not forced to pay reciprocal payment. How do we know that Eidim Zolman is a knas? Because they didn't do a maisa. They didn't do anything, right? All they did is they proffered speech, right? They offered up Eidos, and yet at the end of the day, there's still liability. Okay, says the Gemara. Go say second line below that one. Eidim Zolman, Mishal Lefi Chalko. An Eidim Zolman, this is a very interesting case, right? An Eidim Zolman, a zoning witness, and from a singular witness, he pays his portion. So when it says, what does that mean? What exactly does that mean? So what's this? So are you telling me like this? Right, witnesses show up, right? Witness 1, witness 2. They claim that Ruben stole $1,000 from Shimon. So they're looking to make Ruben viable $1,000. Turns out they're Eidim Zolman. So what do? We say to him, okay, you have to pay $1,000. How do we split it? Witness 1 pays 500. Witness 2 pays 500. Okay, that's we already learned that, right? That's a Mishnah. We split money, but we don't split malchus. Now, both sides. This is very interesting. What does that mean? We'll get into what is this? We'll get to it over in 2 days from now. So listen to this. What this means is like this. Fascinating case. Witness 1 and 2 show up. What do they claim? They claim we saw Ruben with shackles. Right? We saw Ruben eat chazer. So what it says now? What's the halacha to eat chazer? What's the halacha? Malchus. So now it turns out that the second time witnesses show up and they say, you couldn't see Ruben eating chazer because you were with us. Okay. So now we give malchus to the Eidim Zolman. So let's assume for a moment, right? Malchus is 39. Let's call it 40. I don't know. I can't remember if it's 40. So you would have thought like this, right? Or I would have thought maybe witness one gets 20. What is it? It's not the way it works. Each of the witnesses get the full measure of Malchus because we split monetary awards or monetary knas, but not Malchus, right? So if, let's say again, if they were going to make Ruben $1,000, each witness will pay 500. But by Malchus, each one gets the full measure of Malchus. So they learn that. So what is the word teaching us? Eluk Yagon is very interesting. So Eluk Yagon, the Itzim Chaginayu, the Mishalim Pagadiday. Oh, most of this fascinating. Rather, what does it mean? What does Rab's statement mean? That an Eid Zoman pays his share. It means is like this. Let's say only one of the witnesses was went into an Eid Zoman. Right, so for example, right, witness 1 and 2 show up and they say we saw Ruben steal $1,000 from Shimon on Friday. Okay. There's another set of witnesses show up and they say witness 1, you cannot have seen that, you were with us. Now the second set of witnesses are only testifying about witness 1. They're not testifying about witness 2. So it sounds like what they can do is they can make witness 1 into an Eid Zoman and he'll have to pay his portion. In other words, he won't have to pay the full $1,000. He'll pay $500 because that quote unquote was his portion of the Eidus. The Gemara says 1 second. Well, Mishalim, does that actually work? Well, time you will learn. Ein Eid Zoman Mishalim Mamor Acher Zumushleim. Well, that's not the way it works by Hazama, right? By reciprocal punishment. The way it works either is the entire testimonial unit is made into Eidim Zomerman, or none of them are Eidim Zomerman. In other words, you can't make one witness of the unit into an Eid Zomerman. It doesn't work. Rabbi says you're right. But Omer, Eidos Sheker He'arati. This guy says, what's the case? The case is where one of the witnesses shows up and he's supposed to say again, same case, right? Witness 1 and 2 claim Ruben stole $1,000 from Shimon, charging the people liable to $1,000. Then one of the witnesses says, I'm sorry, I want to do tshuva. Someone's going to do a Pesach, tremendous onerous change, freedom, ben chorin, and I lied. I didn't tell the truth. And therefore, again, it's okay, and it sounds like Rabbi is saying, okay, we'll make him pay his share of $500. The Gemara says that doesn't work. So the Gemara says, Kol Tuminesi, he believes, David Shehegit Shuvin and Choser Magi. Looks, that's not the way it works by testimony. By testimony, the way it works is once you give your testimony, that's it. You are not believed to change your story. So this is really interesting. In other words, once you offer up your testimony in Beis Din, that's it. It's locked in. We do not believe you to change it. So how could a witness come along and say, I lied, and therefore make them liable to half of the $1,000? To which the U.S. Ella, by the way, this is very interesting. You want to listen to this. What's the case? The case is where the witness 1 shows up and he says, you know what? Me and witness 2, we testified in a different case. We were made into Eidim Zomerman. But then we escaped from that Beis Din. So I'm here now in this Beis Din number 2 to declare that I am an Eid Zomerman. And therefore, again, I'm going to pay my portion. So Gemara says, well, that doesn't work. The Gemara says, Kiman, this is Rabbi Akiva. This obviously doesn't refer to Rabbi Akiva. We just finished Rabbi Akiva on the bottom of Beis Din Beis. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva ha'amar atei m'shalim pi'atzmo. Remember again, what Rabbi Akiva holds, that what? You can't pay as an Eid Zomerman based on your own remission. Why not? Eid Zomerman is a knas. And again, you can't pay a knas payment based on your own remission. So what's the case? So again, just to be clear, remember, we're just trying to figure out, Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rav, that an Eid Zomerman could pay his own portion. Right? Yishalim Pi Chalkal, based on his own admission, could be liable to his share. We're just trying to figure out what is that case. What is that case? So you must listen to this. Elba Omer, Abnu B'Hizamnu B'Beis Din Klonim, V'Chayvinu Mamo. Oh, so this is very interesting. What's the case? The case is right where witness 1 shows up. Witness 1 shows up in Beis Din 2. Okay? Witness 1 in Beis Din 2. And what does witness 1 say in Beis Din 2? He says, listen, Beis Din 2. Witness 2 and I testified in Beis Din 1, and we were found to be Eidim Zomerman, and Beis Din imposed the financial penalty upon us. So we're liable to $1,000. Now let's say something very interesting happens here. Even though we say that reciprocal payment, right, is Eidim Zomerman is knas, Once Beis Din passes the psak din, right, the verdict, once the verdict is delivered, and now Beis Din says witness 1 and 2 is tied $1,000, that is now a debt. Because it's a debt, therefore what? It's mamo. It's money. It's not knas. And it's like any other debt. That's in other words, after the verdict is delivered, the witnesses 1 and 2 are Eidim Zomrim, and they're obligated to pay back within $1,000. So again, even though the process of Eidim Zomrim is a knas, but once Beis Din delivers its verdict, that is now mamo. That is a debt that they owe. If it's a debt, then you can pay it based on your own admission. So when witness 1 shows up in Beis Din 2, right, and says, listen, witness 2 and I, we were about to do Eidim Zomrim in Beis Din 1, and Beis Din 1 delivered the verdict, and we're tied to it. You said, they wrote up the verdict, we're tied to the $1,000, that is a financial obligation. When witness 1 shows up in Beis Din 2 and says, I owe it, we believe him, and we let him pay his portion of $500 to him. So the Gemara says, okay, it's interesting. What's fascinating about this? Who's chayiv in this case? Who's chayiv in this case? Witness 1. Who's not chayiv in this case? Witness 2. Why? Because witness 2 hasn't said anything. Witness 2 hasn't confirmed anything. So I might have thought, that how can I obligate witness 1 to pay his share without obligating witness 2? Kamash, no, we didn't. We're looking at 2 different things. Witness 1 is coming forward and saying he owes money. When someone comes forward and says that they owe money, what's our approach to that? What's our approach? Okay, that's fine. Cash or credit. That's our approach. If you say you owe money, we'll take you at your word. If you say you owe money, that's it. The fact that there's another witness involved in it, well, he's not saying anything, and your word, witness 1, your admission can't have an impact on witness number 2. So I'll say, interestingly enough, if witness 1 comes along and says, we were made Eidim Zomrim in another Beis Din, and that first Beis Din actually delivered the verdict, so made us chayiv as a debt $1,000, and I stand before you in Beis Din number 2 saying that I owe my portion. Beis Din 2 says, okay, they are. No problem. We're happy to accept the payment. What's the implication of that on witness number 2? Nothing, because witness number 2 didn't say anything. Incredible. All right, so let's say Mishnah. Second Mishnah in Second Mishnah is incredible. Even anu es ishponi, shegirish es ishto, but no nas ksilas. That's very interesting. So witness 1 is Rothschild. They say, we saw Ruben divorce his wife. Right? Friday, Shabbos. Right, the 13th of Nisan, we saw him divorce his wife, and he did not pay her ksuba. He didn't give her ksuba. Okay, so let's say now what happens? Now the Gemara says, interestingly enough, they're found to be Eidim Zomrim. Okay, so second set of witnesses show up and tell the first set of witnesses, you cannot have seen that on Friday. You were with us burning the chametz, right? We were there the whole day, a lot of chametz. Right there the whole day. So you cannot have seen that we didn't divorce his wife. So the says, now the question is, what do they pay in this scenario? So again, obviously they were trying to make Ruben pay the ksuba. Let's just say the ksuba was worth $50,000. So they're trying to make Ruben pay the ksuba. Now here's the problem. To just say that the Eidim Zomrim have to pay $50,000, that doesn't make any sense. Why? So now it's possible to say that what? That it would have ended up, now that Ruben would have ended up paying her the ksuba anyway. Now, why would he end up paying her the ksuba anyway? 2 possibilities. Possibility one, they get divorced. Possibility 2, he dies and his estate has to pay it to her. So it's not like, see what I'm saying, like in a classic case we were saying before, right? When it's a shop and they say, Ruben's 1 and 2, Ruben's $12,000 from shipping. So they're trying to make Ruben liable to $1,000 that he would not be liable to without their testimony. So the halacha is, reciprocal buyers have to pay $1,000. In this case, they were trying to get Ruben to pay the ksuba. So right now, Ruben doesn't owe the ksuba. But it could be that he will owe the ksuba. On both sides, there's so many different scenarios. Scenario 1 is that Rothschild feed the season Ruben. If that's the case, there's no ksuba payment at all. And therefore, based on their testimony, they'd be depriving him of $50,000. Possibility 2 is that they get divorced. If they get divorced, he has to pay it anyway. And possibility 3 is that he predeceases her, in which case his estate would have to pay her. So Shiloh's in this case, what do the Eidim Zomanim pay to Reuben? To which the Mishnah says, Om din kama adam rotza litem b'ksuvasa shazu, shinis amala oniskarsha b'inesa Hiroshima Baila. So it's interesting. So essentially what we value this at is it's like a ksuba future. Now, once we've seen this concept before, that people, a woman has a right to sell her ksuba. Right, so let's say Rachel wants some extra money, so she decides to sell her ksuba. Now, what happens when a woman sells her ksuba? What is she selling? She's selling a future option. What she's saying is, my ksuba is worth $50,000. Now, we need to sell it to you with the possibility that we're going to get divorced, right? Or my husband's going to die, and therefore I'll collect. But remember, again, there's also the other possibility that that's what she predeceases him. If she predeceases him, what does the buyer get? Or get 0. So therefore, when you sell a ksuba, the kashtos, you sell it at a steep discount. Right? Because again, although there's the possibility of a payout, there is, right? I guess we check into the shalom bias a little bit first, right? There's the possibility of a payout, right? But for Maisa, there's also the possibility that you get absolutely nothing. So the Gemara suggests that's the amount that we make Eidim Zomanim pay. Now, I was saying, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Kates at Shabbat. The Gemara says, by the way, how do we assess this payment? So I want to describe the bow. So Krista says, ultimately, again, we do it based on the husband. What does it mean based on the husband? What this means is like this. So the husband will say everything for the ksuba. Every husband, what's mishubid? What's mishubid? What is encumbered to the ksuba? So from the husband, what is encumbered to the ksuba? Everything. Right, so this is very important. Right, the ksuba encumbrance develops upon everything. Real property, movable property. Yes, and the ksuba we write. Even in grima, that kasvai. Even a shirt on my back. Everything is encumbered to the ksuba. So Rav Chisda seems to indicate that you look at the value of the property. If you look at the value of the property encumbered to the ksuba. Right, look at the value of the property encumbered to the ksuba, and that is what the Eidim would have deprived the husbands of, and therefore that's what they have to pay. So what's the value of the property encumbered to the ksuba? Now local mind said that's what they have to pay to the husband. But Nasra Oshia Omer no, the Isha. No, Nasra Oshia says really like what the Mishnah said. And Halakha L'Maisa, this is very interesting. We look at the following. How much would a person be willing to pay for the future right of the ksuba? Right? And we subtract that amount from the actual value of the ksuba, and that's the amount that Eidim Zomanim have to pay. Right? So in other words, we'll say, there's the value of the ksuba, we'll call it $50,000. Then if she were to sell the ksuba, how much could she sell it for? Let's call that $20,000. We look at those two values, and the Eidim Zomanim are forced to pay the difference in those two values. The face value minus the future value, that's the amount ultimately, again, that they were seeking to deprive the husband of, and therefore, they have to pay that. I'm going to Papa says the Isha or the Ksuba. So Papa says, we're going to go like that second approach. That will do a difference between the face value and the future. From future, we'll call it the future value. Like the future's value of that Ksuba. Right? We pay that amount, but also here's the top. Remember, ksuba doesn't necessarily include everything that a husband will be obligated to his wife for upon divorce. Right? There's other properties, there's, let's say, some barzel, let's say, mamud, other things like that. That does not come into the equation over here. The only thing Eidim Zomanim are obligated for is what's written in the ksuba itself. So Allah Kalamaisa, the Gemara can stand off is, if witnesses testify, we saw Reuben divorce Rachel, and he didn't pay her the ksuba, the halacha is they have to pay. What do they have to pay? The difference between the face value of the ksuba and the future's value of the ksuba. That difference is what they pay to the husband. Incredible. Mishnah. It was very interesting. When it's a show up, let's say we testify that Reuben owes Shimon $1,000, and it's $1,000 that is due within 30 days. That's not like 30. The debt itself is due within 30 days. So let's say now Reuben himself says, no, we find that extra. Not true. Interesting enough, in this case, Reuben says, I owe Shimon $1,000. But it's not in 30 days, it's 10 years. It's 10 years. So now it turns out that the witnesses are Eidim Zomanim, right? So they lie. Right? Second set of witnesses show up, they say, you can't know that Reuben owes Shimon $1,000 because the day that the debt was made, you were with us. So this is interesting enough. what do the witnesses feel here? Because remember, again, interestingly enough, in this case, everyone is agreeing that what? Reuben owes Shimon $1,000. What's the disagreement about? Not disagreement, but what were they lying about? The payment schedule. The Eidim Zoman said that the loan was due in 30 days. Right? Reuben said the loan was due in 10 years, and Reuben was right that they lied. So what do? Very simple. The Gemara says, well, very simple. Omdim kama adam litain, the biyado elef zuz, they nosla mikan ba'advan yom, they nosla mikan ba'ad shanim. So it's very simple. Like, what do the Eidim Zoman have to pay? They have to pay like this. How much would a person pay? How much extra would a person be willing to pay to delay payment from 30 days to 10 years? Essentially, how much would I? What is the value of being able to pay back at a much later date? Whatever, and everyone says, obviously there's value to that, right? There's absolutely a value to that. Again, that's how interest on loans works. Like the longer you can hold the money, so again, that represents something. So how much would a person pay? What is the value of being able to hold on to a loan of $1,000 for 10 years versus 30 days? And that difference in value, that's what the Eidim Zoman have to go ahead and pay to you. Tomorrow, I'm going to read the Rishwal. This is an interesting case. Person goes ahead and lends his friend money for 10 years. 10-year loan. Shvi'is Misham Tarso. It's fascinating. Shmita will cancel the debt. The Gemara says, now here's what's fascinating. Nowadays, and I will say, what's Shmita? So it says as follows. It says, when the Shmita year comes, Loidos Esrei Evi, which means you can't approach your friend for repayment. Right? You can't push him for repayment. And what's interestingly enough, on a 10-year loan, Reuven is not pushing Shimon for repayment. Right? Why? It's not due now. Right? Let's assume for a moment they made the loan in the first year of the 7-year Shemitah cycle. So in the Shemitah year number 7, Reuven is not approaching Shimon because the loan's not due. Even though, again, there's no element of lo yigos, nevertheless, right? So possibly de lo yigos. Ultimately, again, this loan will come to lo yigos. So it's like, when will it come to lo yigos? In year number 10, in other words, even though it's not actively collected now, essentially what we say is like this. Any loan that ultimately, again, will become collectible is subject to Shemitah cancellation, which is fascinating. So what it sounds like is every loan, no matter how long the duration, right? You have a 30-year mortgage, it sounds like, again, you got that money from a Jew, it sounds like Shemitah is going to cancel that, even though it's not coming due during Shemitah year itself, because we apply lo yigos means any loan, ultimately, again, that will be collectible, is canceled out by the Shemitah year. Versus one second. Master Rav Kahana. So Kahana, remember, brings out concept from the Mishnah. Omdin, Kama, all this collector, so that's the Mishnah's case. Witness one or two shop, and what do they say? They say, Reuven borrowed $1,000 from Shimon, and he owes Shimon that money back when? Within 30 days. Right? Reuven claims that I owe it back 10 years later. 10 years later. So says the Gemara, so what do? We go ahead and we differentiate between the value that a person would pay to have a loan for 30 days versus 10 years. Well, 1 second, that's what kind of. That's just according to Mishnah. But that doesn't make any sense. Now, if you hold that Shemitah cancels a loan, even if it's not due during the Shemitah year, then what they were saying, when in reality, so the witnesses should have to pay within $4,000. Why? Because in the way the loan was structured, what was going to happen to Reuven's loan from Shimon? What was going to happen to it? It was going to be canceled by Shemitah. Right? Meanwhile, when the witnesses say that it's due within 30 days, then they can be fully liable for a loan. In other words, so in the way that they're claiming the loan happened, Reuven would be fired $1,000. But ultimately, again, in the way that it actually happened, Shemitah would actually cancel this debt. So what's going on over there? Which the Gemara to be Amit Shvi'is Mishantaso. If you say that Shemitah cancels a debt, even if the debt is not due during the Shemitah year, that means they were looking to make Reuven liable for the $4,000 when he really would have been exempt from that because Shemitah would have canceled it. So no. How can I ask, what's the case over here? The Milva al Hamashkot of the Moshe Shtaros of the base. The case over here is that Halacha L'maisa, in this loan that Reuven borrowed from Shimon, they had a mashkon. They had collateral, or they handed over the debt to Beis Din, which is what we call husbal. Husbal. So this is very important. So in other words, interesting as an aside, Shemitah cancels debts, but Shemitah doesn't cancel all debts. So for example, there are two elements over here. If you have a loan that has a collateral, then Shemitah doesn't cancel that debt. Why? Because the collateral makes it as if the loan has already been collected, right? That's what collateral is. Collateral is a form of repayment. So since there's an already existing form of repayment, therefore Allah Shemitah does not cancel such a debt. The other thing that prevents Shemitah from canceling is what we call a prusbal. Rashi says over there, Rashi, first short line. Rashi knows your fellows of the Bezdin, who prusbal, Sheviskin Hilo, Shepasiv Bol, Mosrani Lachem Tzloni Hadayanu, Shebemakom Ploni, Shekol Kol Shiyishli, She'agmanu, So this is exactly it, right? This is exactly it. So they give a prusbal. So what I'm suggesting over here, this case of the Mishnah is different because it could very well be that Reuven is not arguing that he borrowed money from Shimon, right? He did. Machlokes over here is about the duration. Ibn Zomer are saying 30 days, right? And Reuven is saying 10 years. But even so, Shemitah would not have canceled this debt. Why not? Because this was a collateralized loan, or there was a prusbal. Okay, this time, Hamada al Hamashton. So if you go and you lend on collateral or you make a prusbal, Shemitah does not cancel your debt. So fine. Well, so that's the first version of this discussion. I mean, Ikidami is very important because it's actually the halacha l'maisa. So Ikidami, the ultimate version of this discussion. However, we go to Shmuel. Hamal ba'as chaveru ba'asar shanim ein shviyas l'sham tasal. So the alternate version of this is if you lend your friend money for 10 years, Shemitah does not cancel the debt. Okay? So the Apagav, the Asili de Laligos, even though ultimately this loan will come to Laligos, which means even though one day this loan, of course, will become collectible. Hashta miha lokarina be Laligos. Right now, it's not subject to Laligos. According to this version, and this I saw this is not focus. According to this version, Shemitah only cancels debts that are due now, Laligos now. But debts that are due later on down the road, Shemitah does not cancel. So I'm going to read it. Amrav Kana, Ap Ananani Tanina. We learned this as well. Omdin, Kama other Mosa Mikenu, Alexis Biado, Mikeni Kaiba Lamio, Mikeni Kaiba as a charm. So it's a Mishnah. Right? Witnesses show up, witnesses wanted to show up and they say, Reuven borrowed $1,000 from Shimon and it's due within 30 days. Reuven claims not due within 30 days, due within 10 years. Due within 10 years. So I say, so what do we do? Now it turns out that the witnesses are even zoning. So what do they have to pay? We assess the difference in value. How much would a person be willing to pay to delay payment from 30 days to 10 years? That's the amount they have to pay. Now, the Amish is Mishantaso, Kulunani by Shmita. And again, Allah if Shemitah really canceled debts, even that we're into during the Shemitah year, then it turns out that Allah the way the loan was structured, Shemitah would have canceled it. Basically, even Zomim, Reuven would have to pay it, which means that Reuven should have to pay, the witnesses should have to pay the entire amount to Reuven. Rabbi says, no, I'm asking what's the case of here? The Milva al Hamashkon. We're talking about, again, collateralized loan, the Meser Shtaros of the Bezdin, and one who does oppose both. This man, Hamal al Hamashkon, if one lends with collateral, the Hamotzer Shtaros of the Bezdin, or one does a fistball, ain't mashmichim. Ultimately, again, it does not go ahead and Shemitah does not wipe out the debt. Incredible. So I say, so again, so halacha l'maisa, I just want to point out that the halacha l'maisa of the Mishnah remains the same, which is again, witnesses 1 and 2 show up and they say, you didn't owe Shimon $1,000 due in 30 days. Right, Reuven says back, I owe him the money, but it's 10 years from now. Second set of witnesses show up and they say, first set of witnesses, you're lying, you're with us. You're with us, you couldn't have seen the loan or anything else. So what's the halacha? What do the witnesses pay? They pay the value. How much would a person be willing to pay to delay payment from 30 days to 10 years? That's the amount that they have to pay. And in the midst of this, we'll say, is a fascinating machlokas. Okay, so a couple of Shemitah now, machlokas Shemitah, which we'll come back to. The machlokas Shemitah is everyone agrees that Shemitah cancels debts that are due during the Shemitah year. Shaila does Shemitah cancel debts that are due after the Shemitah year. That is a machlokas. That's a machlokas. Everyone also agrees that Shemitah doesn't cancel either collateralized loans or principal loans, right? Why? The logic is the same. Ultimately, again, because those loans are already considered to be collected, right? Collateralized loan is collateral. Collateral is a source of repayment, and if our local amounts again, a collateralized loan is already considered to be as if it's been repaid, and if a Shemitah will not cancel it. Principal, again, we'll get into the answer principal by itself. Good. I want to do the Shmuel. I want to Chavero. Person says to his friend, Amanas Shorot Shmitini Shvius Mishanetas. So this is interesting. So let's say I loan money to Ruben. I say, Ruben, I'm giving you a 7-year loan. I'm lending you money on the condition that Shemitah does not cancel this loan. So what's the halacha? What does Shmuel say? Shvius Mishanetas. Shemitah cancels the loan. I must limit myself to Shmuel. Master Mashkas Bataro. It's not battle. Okay, so let's say it seems to be a simple rule. You can't make a condition which runs contrary to Torah law. And if you do so, it's not your condition is battle. So to make a condition that Shemitah doesn't cancel a loan, when Shemitah cancels loans is essentially an irrelevant condition. Irrelevant condition, it says, 1 second. Listen to this. Let's say I sell Ruben an object, right? And I say to Ruben, I'm selling you the object on the condition that you have no claim of owner on me, right? Remember again, owner means halach is overcharging. So Ruben, I'm selling you this item, probably means I'm significantly overcharging, right? But the I sell him the item on the condition that he has no claim of owner against me. So what's that, Rav Amar Yishla Lavona, Ushmol Omer, Eina Allah Owner. So Rav says ultimately again, I have no owner. Shmuel says I do, but 1 second. Why would Shmuel say that I do? Shmuel just got finished saying that if I say, okay, here's the loan on the condition that Shemitah does not cancel it, such a condition is void. Why? Because you cannot make a condition which runs contrary to Torah law. So over here, there's a Torah law of no. How can I go ahead and engage in a transaction to say that there's no no? Which one says no? Very interesting. Listen to this. I'll send this to you. Let's say everything is how you say it. If I sell you an object, right, and I say to Ruben, I'm selling you this object on the condition that there is no owner. If it turns out that, let's say, I overcharged it by more than a 6, so let's say, then there's owner. In other words, you can't say, to say that there is no owner, that's a factual statement. See, there is owner or there's not owner. If there is owner, just because you said there's no owner, right, doesn't matter. Everyone said you can't change realities. Right? Realities are what they are. So therefore, if Halacha said, I'm overcharging by more than a 6, that is owner, and therefore my statement is meaningless. If, however, I say to Ruben, I'm selling you this object on the condition that you have no claim of owner against me, that works. Why? Because there, what is Ruben doing? Ruben is giving up a right. Right, when a transaction is more than a 6, then ultimately, again, there is a right on the part of the purchaser to claim owner. You can yield rights, you can't change reality. So what's the biggest distinction? So when you say, I'm selling you this on the condition that there is no owner, if there is owner, there is owner. The fact that you said there is no owner, right, at the end of the day, doesn't change the reality. If, however, I say to Ruben, I'm selling you this object on the condition that you have no claim of owner, and Ruben says, okay, then Ruben is giving up his rights. Giving up your rights, giving up your claim you're allowed to do. How can I be so over here? I'm not sure if a person says, right, I say to Ruben, I'm going to give you this money on the condition that Shemitah, I'm sorry. So ultimately, you know, so essentially, if I'm not so same thing. If I let Ruben money, say Ruben, I'm not even on the condition that Shemitah will not cancel the debt. Right? So again, Shemitah cancels the debt. Why? Because Shemitah, you can't change Shemitah. On the other hand, if I say to Ruben, I'm going ahead and lending you this money on the condition that you will not cancel the debt on Shemitah. That works. Why? Because what's happening over here? Reuven is waiving his Shemitah right. So Reuven, as the borrower, has the right to say, the loan will continue even past Shemitah. I don't have the right or the ability to go and change the reality of how Shemitah works. So we'll say, this fundamental distinction. When you make a t'nai that tries to change reality, that does not work. It's no bottle. But when you make a t'nai that essentially allows the other person to yield their rights, if they choose to yield their rights, they have the ability to do so. So if Reuven wants to yield the right of a forgiven debt, a continuing to pay debt, that's his right. If Reuven wants to yield the right of Onah, that's his right. But you can't change realities with your words. Incredible. Tana. So let's say Tana. About that, so okay, let's say that there's so I just want to point out, if you think about this in just like a societal way, this is one of the concepts that is so lost on us, right? That in other words, one of the things that we struggle with now contemporarily as a society is this notion that you could say things, and just because you say it, realities change. Like whether that's in matters of gender, or it's matters like it doesn't work that way. Realities now, again, a person has a right to do what they want with themselves, right? As an individual, as a yachid, I have a right to make decisions about myself. But I can't change realities. There are de facto realities that exist in this world. And just because you say something, you can't change it. You could change your personal circumstances, right? You could change you. You could forgive certain rights that you have. But you can't change realities with words. So again, to say Shemitah will not cancel that debt, that is a false statement. Shemitah cancels debt. To say there is no Onah in this transaction, you can't say that. There is Onah in the transaction. But to say, I'm lending you this money on the condition that you will not exercise your Shemitah cancellation, that works. To say that you will not exercise or you yield your own rights, that works. Incredible. I do want to say, Tara, I'm all this for the stand. In Rothschild, listen, you know what? I'm just going to use the last. We'll stop over here today for finance. These are like Babelach, these doctrine, right? Remember, it's nothing, Dapalach, right? Nothing. Right? So just a short idea as we go into Yom Tov. You know, it struck me, and I'm very, very, very just very overwhelmed a little bit by this. Just a little bit overwhelmed by this Erev Shabbos. We're all overwhelmed by the Erev Shabbos going into Yom Tov. Not overwhelmed like in a bad way. It's just like what's fascinating to me most is the prolongation of like B'dikas Chametz. Right? It's fascinating, right? Because in other words, we did the last night. We're going to burn this morning by whatever it is, 11:32, right? 37, right? But interestingly enough, right? But really, you can still clean your house today. Like in other words, it's actually nice. Like in other words, yeah, I guess again, don't do that. Better to finish everything up this morning. But again, I still have comments in my house. We're doing comments on Shabbos and Nikolai Chaim. Like in other words, that I'm still doing all of this stuff. Right? And through tomorrow morning, right? So tomorrow morning we'll finish in comments by 10:30, 10:22, right? Right? Call Kamira by 11:37. Good, right? So it's just fascinating. Just the prolongation, right? The elongate of this process. So could it very well be that this avoda of this year is mamish like in this B'dikas Chametz Biur Chametz. I saw something beautiful. That I'm not passing. You said it last night, right? Last night you said Kol Kamira. Now the Kol Chamira last night is a Kol Chamira about Chametz you don't know about. So the Darki Moshe says that we say Kol Chamira b'Lashon Aramis. We say it in Aramaic, right? So in the Ramon Shekol he says, why Lashon Aramis? That was the vernacular. The idea is you're supposed to say Kol Chamira in any language that you understand. That's why, again, if you don't understand Kol Chamira, the Chazisi, the Chazisi, the Chamite, if you don't understand those, then say English. So say any language that you understand. That's why the Ramah says Aramaic, that was the vernacular. The Berhutit quotes from the Seder Hayom. And the Seder Hayom says, no, there's no reason you say it in Aramaic. Why? Because the Malachim don't speak Aramaic. And I don't want the Malachim to understand my Kol Chamira. So Satan says, what's the pshat is incredible. Because what does Kol Chamira say? Kol Chamira says, like, any bread that I have, any chametz, I don't want it. I don't want it. It's odorless. It's like hefker to Aphrodite. It's like dust to the earth. And if the Malachim, you say, the Malachim hear this, they say, look, bread is sustenance. Bread is the staple of life. And look how dismissive these Jews are about their bread. They don't care about the sustenance you give them. They don't care about the lechem you give them. And it will incite the Malachim to advocate against us on high. Found. And therefore, again, we say Kol Chamir in Aramaic, even though that the Malachim should not understand it. Perhaps there's an additional idea also I say in Aramaic. But let's say the power of the B'dikas Chametz, and this fuels us. You know, last night, today, the sun brings down, we know, the Zohar brings down already, that Chametz is representative of the Yitzhak. And when we do the B'dikas Chametz, what do we do? Yes, it's true, I'm looking for the Chametz, the external Chametz. But really what I'm doing is the search for external Chametz is really just to be the catalyst for the search for internal Chametz. That's really what I'm doing last night and today and through tomorrow morning. That's why we have this long window, right? To look for internal Chametz. What is this Chametz that resides inside of my heart, inside of my life? What are the things that I just need to purge myself of? Or in other words, what the B'dikas Chametz and ultimately B'dikas Chametz represents is the power of change. That I have the ability to get rid of the Chametz from inside of me. I have that ability. That is my right. That is my ability. You know what I'm saying? If there's one thing that man could do, that we could do, that Malachim can't do, it's what? Change. Malachim can't change. Malachim can't evolve. A Malach can't wake up one morning and say, you know what, today is the day I'm going to be the best version of my angelic self. A Malach is what it is. There's no change, there's no transcendence, there's no evolution, there's nothing. There's nothing. The greatest part of being a Jew, the greatest part of being a human being is the ability to change. And the B'dikas Chametz, in its essence, represents that power of change. That ability to find your inner Chametz, the ability to get rid of it, and the ability to either become someone different, become someone better, or just move myself forward in life. Perhaps that's the pshat we say Yom as well. We don't say Kol Chamira, we don't say Kol Chamira in Aramaic. Right? Really clear why the Malachim shouldn't understand it. Why should the Malachim understand it? Because I don't want to create tension between myself and the Malachim. Because if the Malachim could see that I could change, and they can't, that creates kinah, that creates jealousy between Eretz and Shamayim. So we'll say it in a language that they don't understand, knowing full well for ourselves that we possess the greatest koach in the world, the koach that even the Malachim don't possess, the koach to change, the koach to get rid of our chametz, the koach to become someone even greater. And finally, we have a long window, an elongated window of the B'dikas Chametz this year. Started last night, it goes through today, goes through tomorrow morning. And we Zohar and Eretz Hashem to be able to use this golden opportunity to, yes, get rid of all the external chametz, but also be courageous enough to go out and find the internal chametz and be able to do something so great that even the Malachim can't accomplish it. Was that good now, Shabbos? And a good Yom Tov. All right, Chag on Zoom. Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, good Yom Tov. Great to see everyone.
We're part of the 36,000 views. Part of the 10,000, or 250, yeah. All right, it's always changing. Let's see what's next. Oh, I thought it was Spider. Let's see. This is posted by Haphazard. I thought he stopped talking to the comments because of the General Lee incident. Big narrative, Haphazard.
All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual commentary sponsor, Tokim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shem Joshua this year as a zchus for the Sorrow Tolls for all of our Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Nisan, Habar and the Paul Pollock, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy, his granddaughter Tikva Esther, and the birth auction. This is an addition yesterday. Birth of a grandson, T. and Jeremiah Pollock of Indianapolis, Indiana. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. This is Yochel Achnis Ubis Shalom Aleinu Bizmano. Gather Torah Chol Ma'asim Tzvot. Anonymous commentary sponsor in the source of Simchas for all of our children, and for these to be the month of Geula Shem for Klal Yisrael. Amen. And Avram Yisrael Yitelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Raina Bas Yoshua Heschel. Our Dr. sponsors for today. Aaron Naskis, gratitude to Hashem for the bris today in Eretz Hashem of baby boy born to Dani and Rezo Raskis. Aaron, Mazel Tov. The Aaron is with us on Zoom. Mazel Shizoka. Lachniso Disa Shalom Bizmano Amigabu Tov B'Chuppah U'Lemaisim Tovim. Mazel Tov. Incredible. It's like, and of course, as always, we should be giving the sacraments Hashem to dedicate our learning in this Chuspa Precious Hasti. Make a Shpach, and yet Hashem bring them home to Shalom and the Kalach and this Chuspa Holy Soldiers make a Shpach, allow them to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedei and come back to their families with Shalom and the Kalach. So with that, let us begin. Shafiyano, Vikimano, Vigiano, Lazman Azar. What a privilege it is to have finished the Sefer Sanhedrin. What a journey. Feels like we were doing Sanhedrin for about 14 years, right? But it was like the best 14 years of our life. It was just, it was 11 of those years, right? But it was just absolutely incredible and special and beautiful. And now we come to the Sefer Makos, very different. You can just tell by the sheer size of the pages, very different. But Baruch Hashem. Good, so let's go. Ultimately, again, how do Eidim become Zolim? Now, again, we'll say we've had exposure to this topic extensively over the course of Masechet Sanhedrin. So remember, again, the Torah introduces us to this idea that if we just by the background, if witnesses come along, and that's the Rabban's virgil, very simply, right? Witnesses come along. Witness 1 and 2 come along and they testify that Reuven killed Shimon. Okay? And they're vetted, and we go through the testimony, and then a second set of witnesses show up. And they say to the first set of witnesses, you cannot have seen Reuven kill Shimon. Why? Because Imanu Hayisa, you were with us. So interestingly enough, second set of witnesses do not say that Reuven didn't kill Shimon. Maybe Reuven did kill Shimon. What do the second set of witnesses say? What are they saying? That the first set could not have seen what they are claiming to see. That's the ikar over there. There's no way that you could actually claim that you saw what you actually saw because you were with us at that particular time. Okay, then what's the halacha? So we'll say this one pasuk is going to serve as the cornerstone for our entire league. So the Torah says, "Vasis and lo kasher zamam lasos diachos." What's the halacha? The halacha is that you have to go ahead and do to the Eidim Zolim that which they conspired to do to the defendant. So whatever punishment they wanted to seek to impose upon Reuven, in this case again it would have been a death penalty, because they were accusing Reuven of going and killing Shimon. So whatever they were ready to go ahead and do to Reuven, that's ultimately again what we do to them. Now, interestingly enough, the Sefer HaChinuch brings down. This is actually fascinating. So Sefer HaChinuch brings down. This is mitzvah Tov Kuf Chaf Dalet. Tov Kuf Dalet. So interestingly enough, the Sefer HaChinuch. Listen to these words. When commenting on this mitzvah, the Sefer HaChinuch writes, "V'kasher kamin haTorah ha'Torah Rishonim, lo yadanu kam baru bazeh." Sefer HaChinuch says, not exactly sure what is the root of this halacha. Like, what is this? I understand that Eidim Zolim have to be punished. I understand that. Like, anytime you do something wrong, there's a punishment for it. Is that right? Every action has a consequence and a reaction. That's the way the world works. But Sefer HaChinuch says, I'm not exactly sure why there is this reciprocal punishment. It's fascinating. He says, we don't have, I want to point out what's the number. What's the Sefer HaChinuch's entire goal is what? To provide commandments, to provide an insight and reasoning into mitzvahs. I don't have clarity on the reason for this particular mitzvah. He then goes on and offers a fascinating insight. He says, Mishrash mitzvah, liyaser kol ish asher melo libo, laha'id badavar asher im yodea also b'emes u'bubar. So really what this is as follows. Here's the goal, says the Sefer HaChinuch. The goal is sometimes in life we have partial information. And it's interesting how our minds are able to construct an entire story from partial information. Right? You do this all the time. I hear something, I see something, and I create an entire narrative around that little bit of information that I've seen. Sefer HaChinuch says that's very dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. And therefore, again, if Baruch Hu doesn't want us to do that, laha'id badavar asher eino yodea also. The emes over Be'er. Hashem does not want us to testify about anything that we don't have explicit clarity on. This is fascinating. So the Baruch essentially says, in order to go ahead and convince us not to testify about something on which we don't have explicit clarity, but just, by the way, whatever you're seeking to do to the defendant, just know if you're wrong. If you're wrong, or if you're lying for that matter, ultimately, again, it's going to come right back on you. Fascinating, but to be honest, to me, what's even more striking about the Sefer Hashem's explanation, ultimately, again, is his understanding about this concept that not everybody understands. It's hard to get clarity exactly what this means. But the Sefer Hashem's shoresh of this is the Rebbe Shalom only wants us to give testimony if we are explicitly clear. If there's any suffix involved in the testimony, the Sefer Hashem says Hashem does not want me to give it. And the most haskell of it is, the danger is the way we construct partial narratives, I should say, excuse me, the way we construct complete narratives based on partial information. We do this with each other all the time. I see something, I hear something, I create an entire story. How many times does it happen after I create the entire story that I find out the what? The story's wrong. The story's wrong. Why? Because I was operating with incomplete information. Says the same thing. That's what's unfolding over here. Ultimately, again, by Ibn Zomer. I think there's another piece as well. That this idea of reciprocal punishment is that the Ribono Shel Olam wants us to understand the achrayus that we have to the other. If you're going to go ahead and show up and give testimony, that means you are willing to change someone else's life. If you're willing to change someone else's life, you better have skin in the game as well. Because if you're going to stand on the sidelines and make proper information, right, that could dramatically change the course of a person's existence, no, you can't do that unless you have skin in the game. If you want to go ahead and do something that's going to impact someone else, you need to ultimately, again, be involved in that scenario as well. And interestingly enough, in that way, this is also, I think, the beautiful bridge between the end of Sanhedrin and the beginning of the Sanhedrin. It's not this. Remember again, what did we learn at the end of the Sanhedrin? We saw again the Gemara says, Tzadik Bali Olam, Tova Bali Olam. Tzadik comes to the world, good comes to the world. And who did he quote? Who is the example of this? Noah. And again, Noah was one of the first people who we saw was concerned about the other. Noah comes with a sense of empathy about the other. Noah constructed with farming tools. Noah understood that siddkus means caring about the other. A system of testimony only works if there's a sense of responsibility one for the other. If you can give testimony and just like walk away, if you're telling the truth, great. And if you're lying, whatever, then ultimately, again, there's no shared sense of achrayus for the life and for the plight of the other. Even Zolan says, we are in this together. We're in everything together. You're going to give testimony about someone, you need to feel the achrayus of the impact that your words may have on the life of the other. Incredible, Mr. Oscar. Okay, Mishnah. So how do witnesses become Eidim Zolim? How does it work? So we either are Bishponi, Shuben, Yerushalayim, Chalutza. So let's say this is a fascinating case. So what happens? We go, witnesses show up. Right? So we'll just call them 1 and 2. Witnesses show up and they say about, let's call him Ruvain. Now, Ruvain, as far as we know, is a Kohen. Right? So he's been a Kohen, he's been duchening, he's been getting reshon, right? All this stuff. Then what happens? Witnesses show up and they say, well, Ruvain's not a Kohen. Instead, what? Instead, Ruvain's father married a Grusha or a Chalusa. Right? He married a divorcee. Now, Kohen is now allowed to marry a divorcee. And if I marry a divorcee, there was Dalaha. The offspring is what's called the Chalal. Chalal, status of a Chalal, again, Chalal is still a Kasher. He is still a Kasher Jew, but he is precluded from doing the Avodah. So now, Reuben has been operating his whole life as a Kohen. Witnesses show up and they say, Reuben, you're not a Kohen because your father married a Grusha, and therefore you are Ben Grusha, Ben Chalutza. So now what happens? It turns out, second set of witnesses show up. They say to witnesses 1 and 2, hey, guys, how can you testify about this? Because you say you were at the Chasana. You had the Chasana of Reuben's father. When Reuben's father married a Grusha, you weren't at the Chasana. Right, first of all, you weren't invited. Right? That's number one. Right? Second of all, you were with us on that day at a different location. So what's Talacha? Ein Omrim Yaseh Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza Tachtav Elalo Karban. So again, there's a lot of intriguing pieces about this Mishnah. So the Mishnah begins to illustrate the concept of reciprocal punishment, but yet begins with the case of non-reciprocal punishment. So we'll say so. I don't know. You can also share boxes of tissues. You know, does everybody needs their own? So all right. You know, who's paying for all this? So I don't know. All right. So let's say you run something like this. So I'm sorry. I'm occupied. It's empty. I'm using an empty box. So the question is like this. Looks like this. So therefore, witnesses show up and they say we testify about Reuben as a Ben Yusha and Chalutza. Second set of witnesses show up and they say essentially again maybe Reuben again. Listen, the whole chap of Eden Zoman is the second set of witnesses are not weighing in on the legal dispute. They're not weighing in on the Din Torah. All they're saying is first set of witnesses, you can't be testifying about what you're testifying to because you were with us at the time of the event. So therefore, you're lying. So they show up, second set of witnesses, and say you can't. You have no idea if Reuben is a Ben Yusha or Chalutza because again, you weren't there. You weren't at the chasana. You don't know if their father married a grusha or not. So I'm going to say, so in this case, the Mishnah says, so it's okay, reciprocal punishment. What should we do? We should make the Eidim into chalolim. Make the Eidim chalolim. Now, obviously, this would only work if what? If the Eidim were kohanim, right? But let's say again, in the case of Eidim, we're making it chalolim, which the Mishnah says, no, we don't do that. We'll see why we don't do that. We do not visit reciprocal punishment upon them in this case. Instead, what do? We give them office. We give them lashes. Okay, good. So the Gemara says as follows. That's case number one. Case number one of the Mishnah. Next, interesting case. Witnesses 1 and 2 show up and they say, hey, we saw Reuben accidentally kill Shimon. All right, so what's the halacha? If Reuben accidentally kills Shimon, there's a constant galus, right? Reuben has to go to the Ir Mikvah. So we saw, right? They testified that on Thursday, the 12th of Nisan, we saw Reuben kill Shimon. Second set of witnesses show up and they say, I'm sorry, there's no way you could have seen that. Because on the 12th of Nisan, you were with us somewhere else. So now it turns out that the first set of witnesses are Eidim Zolim. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, ultimately, again, we do not send the second set of witnesses to Dallas. Rather, what happens? They get Malchus. So we'll say, so a number of interesting facts come out of this Mishnah. Number one, apparently we do not apply the din of reciprocity to every case of Eidim Zolim. That's number one. And number two, in cases where we do not apply the concept of reciprocity, ultimately, again, we go ahead and impose malchus upon them, lashes upon them. Okay, those are the two takeaways from the Mishnah. Now let's unravel this a little bit. So the Gemara says, the Mishnah, let's say, first of all, the Mishnah itself doesn't read well, right? Why not? How does the Mishnah read? Kate said, how do Eidim become Zolim? So what would you expect the Mishnah to say? Or is the Mishnah to say? How the Eidim become Zolim? Yet remember, what does the Mishnah talk about? Cases where the Eidim aren't Zolim. So the Gemara says just the flow doesn't work. Instead, it should have said, ha, Kate said, ultimately, again, it should have said, how do witnesses not become Zolim? That's what I should have seen in this scenario. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, those that which we learned later on about Amru Lahem, Take Atem Me'idim. So then we're going to say we see this later on in the next Mishnah. And that's actually not the next Mishnah. It's the Mishnah on Hey Modalis. There's a couple of Mishnahs in between, but one of the next Mishnahs we'll see explicitly Amru Lahem. So the next Mishnah on Hey Modalis actually goes through the process of how Eidim become Zomin. How do Eidim become Zomin? First set of witnesses testified to something, right? One and two testified, and then second set of witnesses show up and they say, this is what they say. They say to the first set of witnesses, hey, Atzem Me'idim, how can you be testifying about what you're testifying to? Shahari ba'ol sayom atem ha'isem imanu b'makom ploni, because on the day that you're testifying, you were with us in a specific place. Then what's the halacha? Hari Eidim Zolim. These are Eidim Zolim. So again, the Mishnah in Hamad Aleph explicitly discusses how Eidim Zolim work. So what's going on over here? The Gemara says tonight. So that's the kasha. Kasha is, why does our Mishnah say Kate said Eidim Nasu Zolim? How do witnesses become Zolim? When the Mishnah talks about cases of where we don't make them Eidim Zolim. Again, we're going to punish them, but we're not visiting reciprocal punishment of others. What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, Kana Hasan Kai. Well, here we go. The Gemara says our Mishnah is linking itself to Sanhedrin. the Sanhedrin. So we say no one wants to leave Sanhedrin. No one wants to. We don't want to leave Sanhedrin. The Gemara doesn't want to leave Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin is incredible. The Gemara says, Tana Hasan Kai. So the Tana is actually continuing the conversation which was begun in the Sefer Sanhedrin. What happened in Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin says, Kol Zomamin, Maktim Lo Samisis. Remember this? Zomame Bas Kohen. Remember how much time we spent on this case? That if a Bas Kohen who is a Nesua commits adultery, right? A Bas Kohen Nesua commits adultery. So what's the halacha? There's a unique punishment for her of Sreifa, right? Now that is opposed to general adultery, which is punishable by Henek. She gets Sreifa. So the Gemara says over here as follows: in general, Eidim Zolmin, if they testify that someone is liable to a death penalty, and they're found to be liars, they're found to be Eidim Zolmin, they will get whatever death penalty they were seeking to impose upon the defendant. Quotes, the exception to this rule is if they're testifying about a Bas Kohen who went ahead and committed who committed adultery. They don't get that same death penalty because again, they don't get Sreifa. Instead, they get Chenek. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is putting Zoe Bas Kohen. Rashi says Nesua. So if a Bas Kohen Nesua commits adultery, so even though again, through their testimony, she was sentenced to death. He besreva ve'im ba'ala besreva. Elo b'chanek kishar eishes ish. Va'zomamin mashkimin la'olamisa shechai bo es ha'boel. V'ksid kasher zomam lasos la'otiv v'lo la'achoso. Okay, so we'll say, so this is the halacha. So again, normally, a Bas Kohen Nesua who commits adultery is punished by Sreifa. Now, interestingly enough, her adulterer, right, the man who she commits adultery doesn't get Sreifa, he gets Chenek. If witnesses testified against the Bas Kohen and her adulterer, and they're found to be Eidim Zolmin, what death penalty do we give them? After all, again, they were seeking to impose Sreifa upon her, but again, Gzeres HaKal, the Pasuk teaches us, only she gets Sreifa, no one else gets Sreifa, not her adulterer, right, and not the Eidim Zolmin. So that's where, so therefore, we're picking up from that Mishnah in Sanhedrin. Now, our Mishnah picks up from there. But so we know, by the way, sometimes Mishnayos work this way, right? Mishnayos are a lot like life, right? A lot like life. They're not necessarily linear, meaning that a Mishnayos don't have to follow one after the other. So you can have a Mishnah in here, in the beginning of Makkos, that is picking up from somewhere like in the middle of Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin, we'll say it's a tremendous metaphor for life, right? You'd like to think that life continues just in one straight path. This is going to happen, this is going to happen. Everything is sequential, everything is orderly, everything is perfect. But as we get a little bit older, we recognize that's not the way it happens at all. There's plenty of bumps, plenty of turbulence, plenty of detours. And such is the nature of life. The beautiful part is the same way that Mishnayos at the end of the day come together, right? At the end of the Masechta, or at the end of Shas, everything comes together. It's the same way it works in life as well. Just got to give it a little bit of time, or a lot of time. For 7.5 years, or multiple cycles, whatever it might be. Shas comes together, Mishnayos comes together, life comes together as well at some point in time. Maybe the Mishnayos lined up the way you wanted it to, maybe not exactly. Same thing in life. Life often all comes together, sometimes exactly the way we anticipated or wanted, sometimes dramatically differently, but some way, somehow, the beautiful picture always becomes intact and whole. Incredible. So once again, therefore again, our Mishnah in the Sefes Makkos is picking up ultimately again from the Sefer Sanhedrin. So Sanhedrin spoke about Zomalei Bas Kohen, right? And sometimes when the Eidim are testifying about Bas Kohen, she gets Sreifa. If it turns out that they're Eidim Zomamin, they're not getting Sreifa, they're getting Chenek. And now comes our Mishnah. So Kate, so now watch this. So go back for just a second. Sorry. Zome Kol Zomamin Makdim Lo Samisim. In general, the halacha is all Zomamin get the same death penalty as the person they're testifying against. Except for witnesses who testify about Bas Kohen, because they're going to get a death penalty, but not the same death penalty. She's going to get Sreifa, they're going to get Chenek. Now, our Mishnah continues on that theme. Then so let's say, essentially we're going to see there's three categories of Eidim Zolmin. Category one, right? Category one of Eidim Zolmin is that halacha l'maisa, they get the exact reciprocal punishment. Category 2 is they get the same type of punishment, but not exactly the same punishment. For example, Zolim Bas Coin, they'll get a death penalty, but what? Not the same death penalty. And then there's a third category of Eidim Zolim who what? Not get the same reciprocal punishment at all, but rather will get malchus. That's our Mishnah. That's our Mishnah. Eidim Zolim HaKeidim She'im Osim Bahem Din Hazama Kol Ikar Ela Malchus Arboim. Right, so there's another category of Eidim Zolim, which is our Mishnah. Category 3 of Eidim Zolim, where they will get a punishment, but it's not reciprocal. Instead, what are they getting? They're getting malchus. So what's the example of this? What's an example of Eidim Zolim? We get a punishment, but it's not reciprocal punishment. Instead, it's just quote-unquote. It's just quote-unquote malchus. Ketzad. Me'idin on a reish ploni, shu ben Yusha ben Chalusa. We testify about a person named Ben Yusha ben Chalusa. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Ein omen yasa zeh ben Yusha ben Chalusa. Achtav ela lokes ha'arbayim. So we don't say make the Eidim into a Ben Yusha ben Chalusa. Rather, what do we say? We give him malchus. So we'll say, so this is incredible. We'll say these are facts again. And remember, the Ikar over here is if you can, take notes in some way, record the Ikar and Kudos. So important because again, we're not going to remember everything. We can take something away from us. So 3 categories of Eidim Zolim. Category 1, Eidim receive exact reciprocal punishment. Category 2, they receive the same type of punishment, but not exactly the same punishment. There's really only one case like that, which is Zolim Bas Cohen. Like I said about Bas Cohen committed adultery, she gets straight from they get that. And then category 3 Eidim Zolim, where they get a punishment, but it's not reciprocal at all. Right? So, and what's that case? That's our Mishnah. That's Ben Grusha Ben Chalusa, that's Galus. But if it turns out that they're Eidim Zolim, they're just going to get malchus and not, and it's not just malchus. They'll get malchus and not a different kind of punishment. Incredible. So I'm going to say, from where do we know this? I'm going to say, how do we know that when witnesses testify, that let's say Ruvain, right? They testify, Ruvain is a chalal. He's a Ben Grusha. He's the son of a divorcee. So the Mishnah says, we do not make them into a Ben Grusha. Assuming that they're Kohanim, we don't make them into a Ben Grusha. How do you know that? Why not? Why not? If the witnesses are Kohanim, make them chalal. Make them chalal before you're chalal. Right? Why not go ahead and do that? So how do we know that we don't do it? I'm Rabbi Shimon Levi is very interesting. I'm Rabbi Shimon Levi. John McGrath, Ba'asisa Mo Kasha Zamam Velo Rizaro. Wow. So as I said, the halacha is the pasuk says we will do to the witness as he conspired to do, but ultimately again not to his offspring. Isn't that incredible? Not to his offspring. So remember again, the halacha is that the punishment of Eidim Zolim is something that is imposed upon the Eidim themselves. What's the problem? If you make the Eidim into a challah, right? You make the Eidim into a challah, then what happens? It has an impact on the kids as well. And that's not Eidim Zolim. That's not Eidim Zolim. So Gemara says, okay, but if Salul would be able, if Salul is alright, no problem. Make the Eidim Zolim themselves into challah and say their kids are fine. Leave their kids alone. Gemara says that doesn't work either. Why? But even kasha some masos for leka. I'll tell you why that doesn't work. Because remember again, that's not a fulfillment of kasha zolim. Why? Because what did the Eidim want to do to Ruvain? What do they want to do to Ruvain? They want to start by Ruvain and future generations. So by just making the witnesses themselves chalalim, that's not the fulfillment of kasher zaman. That doesn't work. So because you don't really have a good option, because you can't really visit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim Zolim, therefore we content ourselves with malchus. Okay, that's a ritual lady. Parapata says, it's very interesting. Parapata says, no, we're not going to make the witnesses we're not going to make the witnesses a color from different groups. What's the kavachom? Here we go. That was very interesting. If a Kohen himself marries a Grusha, what happens to the Kohen? Nothing, he's still a Kohen. Now, it happens to be that while he's married to the Grusha, he can't do avoda, but he still has the status of a Kohen. So now, the Rabbi is like this. If a Kohen himself marries a Grusha, he himself doesn't become disqualified. So ultimately, again, even the Kohen who's Mechalal himself does not become full, does not become, so to speak, defiled, right? So therefore, an aide who comes to try to disqualify and doesn't end up disqualifying, certainly he himself can't be disqualified. You know what I'm saying? The Eidim Zolim themselves can't be treated any more stringently than the defendant, right? So in other words, if Reuven himself, right, who they're testifying about, if Reuven had married Rusha, he would not be disqualified. He'd still be a Kohen. So therefore, again, you can't make the Eidim, or you can't punish the Eidim with greater severity than the defendant himself. Interesting. Okay. So Rabbi, I just point out that phrase. It is such a Shas is the greatest Sefer Musar. Look at that visual. Say, if you keep using your own Gemara, you can underline this. Umaha mechalo, eno mischalo. I'll say so many times in life, you're mechalo. I'm mechalo so many things. I violate and I defame. Right? I engage in extensive profanation. Right? All of the yes, made up word, but again, I use it extensively already. Right? So again, how many times in life do I make things foolish? How many times in life do I do things wrong? So we think that often when you do bad things, you become bad people. That's Adrian Tversky. Has a beautiful book called Positive Parenting. And in this book, he writes, the most important thing in truth is a parent should never tell their child that they're bad. Child is never bad. A good child could do a lot of bad things. Right? A good child could do some really terrible things. But you never tell a child that you're bad, because telling a child that you're bad is a statement about the essence of the child. And Tversky says, he says, we all do bad things. The most incredible thing that the Baruch always reminds us of is just because I do bad things, that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I'm a really good person who has a difficult time staying on the right path. I'm a good person who sometimes is a little bit good challenged. And I'm a good person who sometimes makes a lot of really bad mistakes. But deep down, that good kite is still absolutely there and still intact. And that's that phrase. Umaha mechalel eino mischalo. Even when I do things that are chulin, even when I do things that are profane, even when I do things that look like they drain the kedusha from myself, just know I'm not profane. My personalistic kedusha always remains intact, no matter how many dramatic mistakes I make in life. Incredible. Maskef Rabbi is one side. If that's the case, if you're right, it can be calculated then you've gone ahead and totally negated the entire concept of Ibn Zolian. In other words, if that Kavachomer is true, then Allah Almighty totally negated the concept of Ibn Zolian. Why? I will say on the base. So listen to this. This is fast forwarding a little bit in the way that Eidim Zolman work. We're going to see that the only time Eidim are made into Eidim Zolman is if they do not succeed in the actualization of their testimony. But let's say witnesses show up and they say that Reuben went ahead and killed Shimon, and their testimony is accepted. And Allah again, David executes Reuben. And then a second set of witnesses show up and they say, first set, you could not have seen what you saw. Why? Because you were with us at that time. They're not even Zolman. It's only Vasis and Lokasha Zaman for Lokasha Asa. We'll talk about this later. If witnesses are successful in having the defendant killed, they themselves are not killed. That's Halacha. We'll say only even Zolman if the Beijing didn't carry out the verdict yet. So therefore we should say, Habal Listo below Saka, Dishlo Yisto. So let's say if Halacha Lamaisa, right? If Halacha Lamaisa, we would say, that if witnesses show up and they actually succeed in having someone killed, right, then they turn out to be Ibn Zolman, that the Ibn themselves are not killed, then all the more so what? All the more so that if witnesses try to get someone killed and they don't succeed, and then the second set of witnesses show up to try to get them disqualified, certainly the first set should not be killed. And let's say that means that there's no Ibn Zolman. And the Chavarta tradition in Kara. But then let's say it turns out that the Kavachomer of Bar Padra is not a good Kavachomer. Instead, we will go with the position of Rabbi Yeshua Ben Instead of say, Halach the morning Mishnah, which is that if even come along and say, testify, Reuben is a Ben Yusha, Reuben is a Chalal, right? And now, Halach again, it turns out second set witnesses show up and say to the first said, you cannot know this information because you were with us on the day that Reuben's father got married or that Reuben got whatever it was. The halacha is we do not make the witnesses into chalalim. Instead, we give them malchus. Why? Based on Rabbi Yeshua maybe because vasisim lo kasha zalon lo v'lo zaro. Because the halacha is reciprocal punishment is only visited upon the witnesses themselves, not on their offspring. Making the witnesses into chalalim would impact their offspring. and that we don't do. So because we can't visit reciprocal punishment upon the Edom, what do? We go ahead and we give them notice. Incredible. What's that base on the base 2 dots? Next, next case. Right? Witnesses testify that Reuben killed Shimon accidentally. And therefore Reuben is Chayiv Galus. Reuben is Chayiv Galus. Then it turns out that second set of witnesses show up and they say, first set of witnesses, you could not have seen that because on the day that you testified that Reuben killed Shimon, you were with us. So what's that? First set of witnesses are even Zonin, but they don't get doubles. Instead, they get malchus. You must even, how do where do you know that from? How do you know? Maybe they should get doubles. So the Gemara says, I'm going to tell you the very interesting. I'm a crowd. Who Yanos al Achas Harim? Who below Zonin? Beautiful verse, because the pasuk says when it talks about Galus, it says he will flee to one of the cities of refuge. He meaning the killer, and not Ibn Zolman. That Galus is a unique punishment that is reserved for the actual killer himself, not for the Ibn. Who below Zolman? Okay, that's your shakish. Rabbi Yochanan says, Kavachomer, Uma who sha'asa ma'aseh b'mezi ein dola. So I say, what's Kavachomer? If Reuben had killed Shimon intentionally, there's no Galus in that scenario. Uma who sha'asa ma'aseh b'mezi ein dola. So if Reuben were to kill Shimon intentionally, he would not get Galus. Ein shalo asu ma'aseh b'mezi ein din shalo yiglu. So ultimately, again, so certainly the witnesses, and what's that? This is interesting. Now, what does it mean into a Maisa B'Mezid? The witnesses didn't do any Maisa at all. Right? Rather, what are they doing? They're offering up Dibur. Dibur is not a Maisa, Dibur is speech. We want to make an interesting suggestion. If they actually killed Shimon intentionally, a Maisa B'Mezid, there's no Galus for that. So the witnesses, the Ibn Zolman, who didn't even do a Maisa, they didn't even do an action, they just offered up words, certainly they should not be sent to Galus. If you look at Rashi says over here, it's the last line of Rashi, and if Reuben killed Shimon in the Nezir Asar, if he did it intentionally, in a Gola, they will say, Rashi says over here, if Reuben killed Shimon intentionally, even in a way that we can't execute Reuben, for example, let's say there was no Hasra, there was no warning. So because there was no warning, therefore again we can't execute Reuben. So you might have thought that again in that case we would go to Galus. Doesn't go to Galus. Therefore Rashi says, why don't Aiden go to Galus? Because if someone killed intentionally, did a Maisa and he doesn't go to Galus, Aiden who didn't even do a Maisa, they just offered up speech, certainly should not go to Galus. Whereas it was exactly. Vihino says, who shot us a Maisa amazing low lily? So yours is one second. Hold up. Let's analyze the reasoning for this. Why is it that if Reuben kills Shimon intentionally, why is it that Reuben doesn't go to Galus? Right? And I will say, now again, I want to point out, obviously in the case where this isn't an Asra, Reuben is going to be executed. So let's say in the case where Reuben killed Shimon without even an Asra, not even an Asra, so we know that Reuben did it, but we can't execute him. Why doesn't Reuben go to Galus under those circumstances? Why not? So let's listen to this. Interestingly enough, Galus is a kapara. Galus is an atonement. Atonement has to be deserved. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says over here, Reuben, if he intentionally killed Shimon, is not deserving of that kapara. That's why he does not go to Galus. Hein shalo asu ma'aseh b'mezid, not be liglu, ki hefi b'la'adu kapara. And maybe Eden Zonin, who didn't do a Maisa, perhaps again, they should be sent to Galus as a kapara. In other words, so again, I will say, if you're trying to make a kavachomer, right? What's this kavachomer? This kavachomer is like this. If Reuben intentionally killed Shimon, he did a Maisa b'mezid, he doesn't get Galus, then certainly witnesses who didn't do a Maisa b'mezid, they didn't do a Maisa, just gave Dibur, just gave speech, should not go to Galus. You want to see 1 second, hold up. The reason why Reuben, when he kills Shimon intentionally, doesn't go to Galus is because Galus is an atonement. When you do such a dramatic act of bloodshed, you don't deserve that level of atonement. But witnesses, even Zonin, maybe because they didn't do a Maisa, right? All they did was what? All they did was Dibur. Maybe they should be able to be atoned for through Galus. To which the Gemara says, "Hello, you're right. You know what? It appears The real reason for this is like Reish Lakish. So I'll say, what does Reish Lakish say? Who Yanos Alachas Ha'arim, who below Zomim. There's only, in other words, the concept of Galus is reserved for who? Who's the who? Who's the who? Like who being Heidavala. Who's the who? The who is the person who kills the shogun, moving. That's it. No one else goes to Galus. Incredible. So let's say, so again, Salachah, I say now this is our second piece. And now what we've successfully done in a relatively short amount of time is we've explained the Mishnah. So number one of us, let's just, right, where are we holding? Number one, we explained that our Mishnah, although it seems like it's picking up in the middle of nowhere, is actually not picking up in the middle of from Sanhedrin. And based on our Mishnah of Sanhedrin and our Mishnah here, it turns out that there's three categories of Eidim Zomim. Right? Category one, where we visit exact reciprocal punishment. Category two, same type of punishment like a death penalty, but not the same death penalty. That's Zomim Bas Kohen. And then category three, which is our Mishnah, where we can't visit any kind of reciprocal punishment. What do we do in that circumstance? Malchus. Malchus. Okay, what are the two cases of Malchus? Case number one, Ben Gusha Ben Chalutza. Why can't you go ahead and make the Eidim Zomim into a Ben Gusha Ben Chalutza? Vasisem lo v'lo mizalo. You can only revisit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim if it impacts them, but if it impacts their offspring, not. Right? Can't do it. And therefore, again, making the Eidim into a Chamo will impact their offspring. Case number two, right, where the Eidim testified that Ruben killed Shimon and therefore he should go to Galus. We don't send the Eidim to Galus. Why? Reish Lakish, who Yanos? Only one person goes to Galus, and that is the accidental killer. No one else goes to Galus. No one else goes to Galus. Good. So we'll say we've now just explained the entire Mishnah. Beautiful, beautiful. Now we'll say again, it's a little bit into the Kishkas of Eidim Zomim. Arola. Remez the Eidim Zomim in Atari 9. So this is like this. From where do we see a Remez? A scriptural allusion to Eidim Zomim. The Gemara says, Remez? That was Eidim Zomim. Haksir. That's season look like Shazam. What are you talking about? I don't need a Remez. There's a pasuk, right? There's an explicit pasuk. And the pasuk says, Vasisa lo kashazam. You shall do to the witness that which he conspired to do to his fellow. Reciprocal punishment. As opposed to Allah, Remez the Eidim Zomim shalok to the Atari 9. You're right. The Gemara says, got it. From where do we know, or what the Gemara is asking over here is, where do you know category 3 of Eidim Zomim? Where does that come from? And where does that come from? That if you can't visit, I could have just easily said, if you can't visit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim, then what? What should be the halacha? Right? Potter, I don't know. Right? If you can't do it, you can't do it. Where do we know this concept that if you can't visit reciprocal punishment upon the Eidim Zomim, that halacha l'maisa, we go ahead and we give them malchus? Where does that come? This is very interesting. It's tikuas atzadik ve'eshuas harasha. So the pasuk says, the pasuk in its entirety is ki yariv bein anashim v'nikshu ala mishpat u'shfatum. If two people have an argument, they'll come before judgment. You should judge them. And the pasuk says, "It's tikuas atzadik ve'eshuas harasha." Literally, again, you will exonerate, right, or righteous size the tzaddik. Right, and you go ahead and you'll find the Rasha culpable. Okay? Then it says afterwards, V'haya in bin hakos harasha. And it will be if the Rasha is subject to Malchus, so you're going to give him Malchus. So we'll say the pasuk is written strangely, right? The Gemara says, I don't understand, what does this mean? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. What does this mean? First of all, Rashi points out over here like this. The pasuk is written in a strange way. Why does the pasuk say the pasuk could just say, people have a fight, people have a disagreement, basically we'll adjudicate the case. He'll decide this one's right, this one's right. What are you getting into tzaddik in Russia? They will say tzaddik in Russia are very strong terms, right? Often again in a court case, not that you have someone who's a tzaddik and someone who's a Russia. Rather, what do you have? Someone who's right and someone who's wrong, or someone who the Beis sides with, someone who the Beis sides against. Right now, the court case comes out that this person is a tzaddik, this person is a rasha, this person is liable, this person is exempt. So why tzaddik and rasha? And what does it mean? One person will be a tzaddik, one person will be a rasha, and if the rasha is subject to Malchus, why Russia? Why all these special tzaddik and rasha? Which the Gemara says, man, I'll tell you why. There's something happening, something deeper happening over there. Ella, here we go. Rather, Gemara says this is what the pasuk is talking about. Ella, Eidim shershiu esas tzaddik. Oh, so what happens? Two people having this room, they come to the Beis Din, and witnesses show up, and witnesses give false testimony. And in that false testimony, they attempt to Hirshiu as Tzaddik. They try to make the tzaddik liable. That's what they're coming to do. They're coming to make the tzaddik liable. But also, Eidim Achrini, they speak as tzaddik. Then a second set of witnesses come along, and what do? They go ahead and they righteousize the tzaddik again. Right? They go ahead. Yeah, it's a word. Right? They go ahead. Right? They go ahead and they reinstate the righteous side. They go ahead and they reinstate the righteous tzaddik of Tzaddik. So again, first set of witnesses come along and attempt to go ahead and make the tzaddik into a rasha, make him liable to something that is not. Second set of witnesses come along and once again righteousize the tzaddik. They go ahead and they try to reinstate the fact that he's really a tzaddik, which is another way of saying. They go ahead and they claim the first set to not have seen what they claim to have seen. Why? Because they're with us. Idus only. So what's the halacha? The shadu lahani rishayim. And therefore they make the first set of witnesses into rishayim. That's it. So the discussion of rishayim over here, right, is in fact idus only. They make the first set of witnesses into rishayim. Idus only. V'haya and binakol sarasha. Someone said this is a case of idus only. What is the pasuk saying? Because sometimes in a case of idus only, you cannot impose reciprocal punishment. Now, again, as we saw, there are two categories for which you can't, or one category for now, for which you can't impose reciprocal punishment. So what do you do when you can't impose reciprocal punishment? The pasuk says, "V'haya and binakol sarasha." It will be ultimately again, then you give Malchus. So the pasuk itself is telling us, "V'haya binakol sarasha." So most of this entire pasuk is talking about a case of where witnesses showed up, sought to go ahead and make the tzaddik into a rasha, give false testimony. Second witnesses came along and righteousized the tzaddik, reinstated his status by showing that the first set of witnesses were not telling the truth. They could not have seen what they saw, maybe to Edom Zolomon. And sometimes Edom Zolomon cannot be given reciprocal punishment. What do you do in that case? The pasuk says, "V'haya and bin hakos harasha." You'll give Malchus to the rasha. Ultimately, again, Malchus. That's the case. Beautiful. Supposed to first line. I have to say between the Losana. I don't understand. It's much simpler. Why don't you say that Edom Zolomon, if you can't give them reciprocal punishment, will go ahead and get Malchus because they're in violation of Losana. What's Losana? Losana b'rachai shaket. Don't be a false witness. 10 Commandments. So they're in violation of a law. In general, whenever you violate a prohibition, that comes with Malchus. So why not just give them Malchus? Give them Malchus from the Losana. Because Mishum Dahavilav Shem Lomaisa, or Lav Shem Lomaisa is Loki Love. Oh, because Losana is a Lav Shem Lomaisa. It's a love without an action. There's no Maisa. You can't give Malchus for a Lav Shem Lomaisa. So even though Losana is a lav, it would not allow us to give Malchus. You can only give Malchus for something actional. Testimony is not actional. Therefore, again, Edom Zolomon getting Malchus has to be learned out from V'haya and binakol sarasha. Can't be learned out from Losana. Incredible. I don't say that is a great price up. Kanabaran. Stalin, Zvarim, Neru, Edom Zolomon. Here we go. There are 4 things that were said about Edom Zolomon. There are many more than 4 things, but 4 things for now. What are the 4 things? Number 1, Ein Nasim Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza. Right? You cannot, if Edom are testifying that moving is a Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza, and then none of the witnesses go along and say, first that you cannot know that information because you were with us. You do not make the Edom Zolomon into a Ben Grusha Ben Chalutza. That's number 1. Number 2. And go in as well. Witnesses showed up, testified that Reuben killed Shimon, like accidentally, and therefore it's 5 dollars. Then second set of witnesses come along and say, first you couldn't have seen that because you were with us on that day that the event occurred. We don't send the Edom Zolomon to Golos. Then those first 2 cases we get months. That's our Mishnah. Next. They Mashalmin Esa Kofer. We do not make Edom Zolomon pay Kofer. Now, what's that case? That case is if witnesses show up and they say, we saw Reuben's shar kill Shimon. We saw Reuben's shar kill Shimon. The halacha is that if your shar kills someone, there is a kofer payment that is made. So if it turns out that the witnesses were lying, the Edom Zolomon, we do not impose kofer upon them. They'll give them kofer. Okay, so the Gemara says, and also they are not sold with evidently. Now, what does this mean? If witnesses showed up and they said that we saw Reuben steal from Shimon, and let's say again, Reuben does not have enough money to pay back the stolen object. What's the halacha if Reuben doesn't have enough money to pay back the stolen object? What's the halacha? is sold into servitude. So let's say it turns out that the witnesses are lying, we don't sell them as an evidence. Basically, these are four things that were said. We're going to go through each of them. Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Kiva says not only that, but they also don't go ahead and pay based on their own admission. So Rashi points out over here, Rashi says, in his move of Bezdin, it's about 5 lines up before it gets wide. In his move of Bezdin, the logistic Baldin Amidam again, Allah Zamasan, Ad Shebarfu, involved in Bezdin Acher, the whole Yeshua of Bezdin Ploni will come up first time. Listen, we'll see this, that if Halacha Lamaisa, you have a case where Eden were made into Eden Zolim. But then what ends up happening is they essentially, before the verdict is passed, they admit their culpability. They don't pay based on their own admission. We'll see that case. Fine, so let's analyze. Here we go. You don't make Eden into Beglu Shemon Chalutza. Kidamar. All right, done. Check. We already learned that. Next. And go on Mikla. Kidamar. Check. We did that also. That's $70. We did that 2 euros and not Eden Zolim. Good. In Shalom, that's not Kofar. It's interesting. So I have to pay Kofar. So what's this case? With this issue, I'm going to say we saw Reuben's ox kill Shimon on Thursday, and then second we're going to say, hey, Chavra, you cannot have seen that because you were with us on Thursday. What's the halacha? They don't pay Kofar. Why not? Interesting. Gemara says, Kasavi Kofar Kapara Bahani Rabbi Kapara. We'll say for the very simple reason that ultimately, again, the Kofar payment is a kapara, is an atonement payment for the person whose ox killed the victim. But again, Eden Zolim, we need to punish them, but they don't need that kapara, right? So therefore, it doesn't make sense to impose the kofar upon them when kofar itself is for kapara for atonement purposes. Rashi says over here, if you look at the first wide line, Rashi says, before that, second to last short line, Kufar Kapara, L'chaper al zeh shoro esa adam, v'hani lav b'nei kapara minu, shlo harag shoram adam. So as much as we have to punish Eden Zolim, we're not going to give them kofar. Why not? Because ultimately, again, their shar didn't kill anyone. So it doesn't make sense to impose the kofar payment upon them. Okay, so therefore they don't pay kofar. Now, what punishment they do have to, what punishment they do, we'll have to see. Good. So this is, by the way, man have a kofar kapara. Who's the opinion that says that the kofar payment is a kapara, right? I don't know what to say. Now, as opposed to what? As opposed to mamo, right? As opposed to just like compensatory type damages. Who says that kofar is a kapara? Gemara says, I'm sorry. Not having kufar kapara. I'm going to kiss Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Yochanan ben Rokai. So it's Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Yochanan ben Rokai. The Sanya, very interesting. The Nasan Pidyon Nafsho. So let's say if a person's ox, let's say Reuben, right? Reuben's ox goes ahead and Reuben's ox kills someone. So what's the halacha? The Nasan Pidyon Nafsho. He will give a redemption for his life. So the Gemara says, Dnei Nizak. That refers ultimately again to the value of the damaged party. In other words, what money do you pay? You pay the value of what you damaged. The value of that person of the damaged party. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Rokai says, no. What do you pay? What's kofar? Kofar is the value of the damager. So what's interesting? Is kofar the value of the damaged party, or is kofar the value of the damager? What's the difference on a guess? My love for happiness is that you're not arguing about the following point. The Mar Saba Kufra Mamona, Umar Saba Kufra Kapara. One says that kofar is a compensatory damage. If kofar is mamon, if it's compensatory damage, then what? Then you should evaluate damages based on the victim. But the other opinion of Rabbi Shmuel says that no, kofar is an atonement. Kofar is an atonement payment. If that's the case, then it's the value of the assailant, right? It's the value ultimately again of the damager. Tushima says no. Not everyone agrees that kofar is an atonement payment. What are they arguing about? Again, it's actually just the focus on how we evaluate the payment. Actually, everyone agrees that kofar is for atonement. The shaila just is, how are you assessing the atonement payment? Is it based on the value of the damager, or is it based on the value of the damaged party? So the Gemara says, my time I grab on, and I both said, here this is the thing. I understand Rabbi Shmuel's perspective, right? Rabbi Shmuel says the Demazik Shamina. He valued kofar payment based on the value of the assailant, of the perpetrator, which makes sense. Because if it's his kofar, right, if it's his atonement, then it makes sense for him to pay his value. What's the logic of the Rabbanan who say they pay the value of the damaged party? If it's not compensatory, but rather again it's kofar, why would you pay the value of the damaged party? It's very simple. Ne'emar hashasa lemata, the Ne'emar hashasa lemala. We'll say it says ultimately again hashasa, which means to impose a payment. It says to impose a payment lemata. Now both say Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out here. Obviously, we're going to stop it for today. We stop it for today. We'll read this report down. But so I'm leaving a little bit of a cliffhanger. Again, really exciting because now we ventured into new information as well. Right? And in this new information, again, we're talking about kofar. Now, here's what we're leaving off. We're leaving off that everyone agrees that kofar is an atonement payment. Atonement payment. It's kapara. What is it valued based on? That's my focus, Rabbi Yochanan or Rabbi Shmuel and the Rabbanan. Rabbi Shmuel is the value of the perpetrator, which makes sense if it's an atonement payment. And the Rabbanan, ultimately, again, it's the value of the victim. Now, why the Rabbanan hold the value of the victim? That's the cliffhanger. To be continued tomorrow. Shabbos Osai. Welcome to the Sefas Matas. We're going to be diving in Eretz Hashem in the main shore. All right, so have a great day, everyone. Mouse going to Matas.
I think this is a troll post. When I first saw it, if it's actually a BJ it sounds like a troll post. That's like someone pretending to be him. No, it's not BJ Penn. Oh, he's trolling. Yeah. I mean, he has brain damage for sure. Like that guy, he's fucked up. So the Brandon Chow comment is not jumping in. I thought it was a joke. Is he for real? Whatever you need to hit me up regarding BJ, one of my absolute favorites. It's been going on for a bit. He's not doing.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Baruch Hashem, Shafianu V'Kimanu V'Gyanu. The last couple of time that you. Pleasure to thank all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor. I know Talmud Torah sponsor. The Tashin Hey Hey. Naftali Tilson and Mishpacha for dedicating over Sherman Drushes this year as a zechus for Resource Levels to Am Yisrael. Paul Pollitt. In celebration, Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisan, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollitt. An unanimous Talmud Torah sponsorship in the schools of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. And Avram Yishem Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Hashem. Our week of learning sponsors, Steve Glasgow, in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem is providing for me, Jordana, and our family. And our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Rav Mordechai Tost, Le'ilu Nishmas, Tzvi Menachem Ben Avram Aryeh Zichron Lebracha. And get ready for this. And on the occasion of Rav Mordechai's completion of Shas, Mazel Tov, Rav Mordechai, incredible Shabin Aliyah for your father's Neshama, and the Chama for your Mishpacha, tremendous Zichos for you and for the entire Mishpacha for many years to come. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. The Mordechai is actually going to be on the Messiah tomorrow morning at the scene. There's Hashem. All right, let's do that. Let us begin today. There is no catch-up. Today, there is no way we'll make up ground tomorrow. Today is Mamish. This is the day. This is it. This is when we make it all happen. This is when it all comes together. Today's doctor is Kufiyat Gimel. 113. We are prepared to Hashem on Kufiyat Beis Laveis 112b. And we are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down from the top. So we are going through the fascinating sugya of Yerani Dachas. Tragic yet fascinating as well. Of Yerani Dachas, and specifically we're focusing now on when you destroy the Yerani Dachas, what is included, what is excluded. So where is it? Amar Mar, how you bought Kachim, let's see, if there are kavanas. If there are kavanas, literally again, animals or items that, because of just the animals, the items that are sanctified for offering up on the Mizbeach, Yamusu, ultimately again, the animals they are left to die. Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, generally, when we say Yamusu, Yamusu never means actively put to death. Rather, what Yamusu means is usually they're just deprived of food and left to die. Left to die, being right, why my Yamusu? Here actually started remarkably food why? There's a better mechanism. What's the better mechanism? Let them graze until they develop a mold, which will inevitably happen, and then go ahead and sell them off. And utilize just essentially transfer the sanctuary to the money. Let the animal becomes cooling, and let the let the animal itself be redeemed. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, Zerach Hashem Torah. No, because remember, who does this carbon belong to? This carbon belongs to a Rasha, belongs to a member of Irani Dachas. We don't want that carbon. I don't want it. No one wants it. So therefore, Rabbi Yochanan says to go ahead and offer it would be almost like an affront, and therefore, halacha l'maisa again, we actually let it die. Rabbi Shlagish says, mamon bailu. Rabbi Shlagish says, ultimately, again, it belongs, it's considered to be the property of the owner. It's mamon bailu. Now, because it's property of the owner, what's the halacha of all property of members of the Irani Dachas? It's destroyed. It's destroyed. So the Gemara said, here we're talking about, by the way, the situation that we're dealing with is kachim for which you have achrayis. And we'll say, again, without getting into too much of the weeds here, but remember, in different types of kachim means what happens if you designate a carbon and something happens to it? Are you obligated to replace it? Or do we say, no, whatever happens? So the Gemara is suggesting over here that in this case, we're talking about karbanos for which you have achrayis, which means if something happens to the carbon, you are obligated to go ahead and replace it. It shouldn't be the other moment by them. It should hold that halacha l'maisa, any carbon for which you have achrayis, by definition, is your property. And if it is your property, then halacha l'maisa has got to be destroyed as part of Irani Dachas. Here's the problem. The Sefer Rabbi Shimon, here's the problem. Since the Sefer explicitly articulates that it's position Rabbi Shimon, the Pashtus direction is not Rabbi Shimon. So the Gemara says, the Kachim Kalim Ba'alid Rabbi Yosei. You're right. What are we talking about over here? We're talking about Kachim Kalim, which is lower sanctity karbanos. And according to Rabbi Yosei, what does he say? Ga'amar Kachim Kalim Mamon Ba'alid. And again, Kachim Kalim Ba'alid, which is lower sanctity karbanos. That's when we say that it's the property of the owner. About Kachim Kadoshim, what happens to Kachim Kadoshim? Higher sanctity karbanos. And if you the halacha is you can redeem them. About the process for redemption, as we just said before, let the animal graze, develop a mold, and once you develop some mold, you sell it off. Sanctity is transferred onto the money, and the animal itself becomes human. So so that's the case. So now you're setting this up as ultimate. So now, if that's the establishing this, that the carbon case we're talking about, where the carbon has to be left to die, is the case ultimately of Kachim Kalim. And Kachim Kalim we say is Mamon Bailu. It's the property of the owner, and therefore it has to be destroyed. If that's when you're setting it up, then we should change the safe of this price. So why? Because is important to to say, but what is this? The Kachim Kalim. This is talking about lower sanctity karbanos. About Kachim Kadoshim, when it comes to Kachim Kadoshim, I'm sorry. I'm trying to say, Kachim Bedek Habayis Yiptu. Once it said that Kachim Bedek Habayis, ultimately, now remember what's Kachim Bedek Habayis? Kachim Bedek Habayis refers to consecrated items that are dedicated to temple upkeep, right? And ultimately, again, meaning that halacha l'maisa is financial sanctity, not physical sanctity. So when you said Kachim Bedek Habayis Yiptu, we flow from this name to the day. Let's go ahead and make an internal division based on that previous information. What should we say? What is this so? What is what so? What is it so that halacha l'maisa? We go ahead and let karbanos die in the Irani Dachas. When is that so? The Kachim Kalim. That's true with karbanos of lesser sanctity because they are considered to be mamon bailit. They are ultimately again the property of the owner. About Kachim Kadoshim, Yiptu. But Kachim Kadoshim ultimately again, those are redeemed. So you must give them the ikachatz. Why not just go ahead and say it like that? Which Gemara says, gave them the ikachatz. To the Misa Azolop. So because at the end of the day, you can't go ahead and even for Kachim Kadoshim, the same process doesn't work for all things, right? For example, for some Kachim Kadoshim, the process will be let the animal graze, develop a moment, and sell it up. And for example, it doesn't work for everything. For example, chatos. A carbon chatos, that process doesn't work. Carbon chatos, everyone agrees, the animal itself is left to die, it's left to starve, and it just dies. So since you don't have a uniform process, for Kachim Kadoshim, you can't say it that way. Okay, so Mishnah Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish. Okay, so I'll say, going back for just a second. So now I understand why Rabbi Yochanan doesn't say like Reish Lakish. Tichsev Zevach V'Shem To'iva. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha l'maisa gives no redemption for the karbanos. Why? Because Rabbi Yochanan holds that the notion of going ahead and bringing the carbon of a rasha to the base of Mikdash is unfathomable. Can't do that. It's not Hashem. The offering of a rasha is an abomination. And Reish Lakish, my time will look Rabbi Yochanan. But why does Reish Lakish not look Rabbi Yochanan? So Reish Lakish would say, when we say that the offering of a rasha is a toiva, that's true when the carbon itself is in existence. In other words, if there's a rasha and the rasha has a carbon ola, right, has a shlaz in the java, you can't bring that because to bring the carbon of a rasha, that's considered to be abominative. However, right, you could add that to the made up words list. Abominative. Right, so again, so the Raisa, if however, halot the Raisa, even the ishtani, right? But at the end of the day, if it changed, then ultimately again it's changed. Now, what does that mean? So this is very interesting. So Rish Lakish will say like this: when can't you bring the carbon of a rasha for the actual carbon itself? Right? The rasha has a carbon as the shlomin. You can't bring that carbon. But if that carbon changes, what does it mean it changes? Let's say again, that carbon develops a mum. Now you have money, right? And that money now is going to be used for anything. If you use something else, that's okay. So it's interestingly enough, that's the fundamental approach of Yochanan. Yochanan will say the carbon of a rasha in any form is problematic. But ultimately, again, but the Yochanan will say, that's what Yochanan. Rish Lakish will say that it's only problematic if it's in the original form. If it changes form, then it's going to be mutter. So let's say, if you think about it, it's a tremendous Musar Haskell. Like, when is the carbon, according to Rish Lakish, when is the carbon of the rasha rejected? When it's unchanged. But the moment that it changes is the moment that it's accepted. In life, sometimes we make tremendous mistakes. And in those moments of tremendous mistake, the truth is, to a certain degree, there's a piece of us that's rejected. Because the rasha can't come close. The rasha is really kept at a distance. Whatever the rasha wants to offer up, that's an abomination. But here's the incredible news. It's okay. Just don't stay rasha. Just change form. Just change what you are. Just change who you are. Just affect some level of change within your life and don't be the rasha anymore. And suddenly, anything and everything you want to give is accepted. Overwhelming Musar skill. The Gemara goes right there. Rabbi Shimon says again, the only thing, again, back to property of an Irani Dachas. So remember again, the Irani Dachas, what is destroyed? Your animals. They're animals. However, again, any animal of Bechar and Meiser, so remember again, first point sanctity, Meiser Sheni, is not destroyed. So my asking, what's the case? So again, if we're talking about like an unblemished Bechar, and just a regular Meiser Sheni animal, Shalom Shamayim. So that's obvious that it's not destroyed as part of the Irani Dachas. Why? Because that belongs to the Ribono Shalom. That's not personal property. I love the Bali Mumin. So ultimately, again, maybe it's talking about Bali Mumin. Well, if it's Bali Mumin, Shlomo Nuhu. Then ultimately, again, that's the property of the member of the Irani Dachas, and that's prohibited. Fine. I'm Rabbi, the owner of Bali Mumin. So really, it's not Bali Mumin. Well, so listen to this. Very interesting. So let's say, so it's Bali Mumin. So let's say you have a Bechar. I have a firstborn animal. What's that Bechar? What do you do with the firstborn animal? What do you do with it? What do you do with the firstborn animal? Give it to a Kohen. If the animal develops a mum on its own, right? If you go and you blemish it, you say, oh well, it's blemished, right? That doesn't work. But if it becomes blemished on its own, then it's my animal. So the Gemara says like this: what are we talking about over here? We're talking about, say, for example, a blemished bachar. Now, if it's a blemished bachar, that's my animal. If it's my animal, then it should be destroyed as part of the property of the Irani Dachas. Why would it be excluded? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you what, I'm Rabbi, because the Torah is very specific. When the Torah speaks about the property that is destroyed in Irani Dachas, it identifies behemtecha, your animal. What does your animal mean? Yatsu elu she'in ne'echal in b'toras behemtecha, ela b'toras b'char u'maiser b'shalal shamayim. So here's what's interesting. Even though an unblemished bachar ultimately, again, is yours to consume, yours to utilize, but its origination point is not as your animal. The hemtecha means an animal that was yours and solely yours from the beginning. There's something that had consecrated status. Even if now that consecrated status changed, halakha l'maisa, it's not your animal. That's not your animal. And because it's not your animal, therefore, again, even though now it's permitted for usage, that is not to be destroyed with the Erni Dachas. Because again, since its origination point was the animal of the Ribono Shel Olam, which argues as well, Shmuel, Hakol Karav, Hakol Mifteh. Shmuel says makes a strange statement. Everything is offered and everything is redeemed. What does that mean? My Kamar, Haki Kamar, Kol Shekarav Kishuvitam, the Mifteh Kishubam, is very interesting. Any animal that is offered up when it's unblemished and can be redeemed when it is blemished, the shallow in it is excluded from destruction of Erni Dachas, because that's called the Ribono Shel Olam's property. The Chol Shekarav Kishuvitan, the Eino Mifteh Kishubamum, but anything that ultimately again is offered up or has kedusha when it's unblemished. But ultimately again, once it develops a blemish, it's no longer offered up, and it doesn't need to go through a redemptive process. Kidon, the Kar Umaiser, it's excluded from Erni Dachas, ultimately again based on the word Behema. So what's coming out from there is something very interesting. There are two different ways in which an animal would be excluded from destroyed property in Erni Dachas. So number one would be if an animal is fully consecrated and then it is redeemed. Then it's redeemed, because ultimately again, even if it's been redeemed, that's still called the property of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But interestingly enough, if you ever say a Bechar, so remember again, Bechar never needs to go through a redemption process. You have Bechar, so it's sanctified. If it develops a mold, it's mundane. But there is no consecration process that needs to be done. It's just that's though what you decommission from the Bechar status. That animal is also excluded from being destroyed in Erni Dachas. Why? Based on the word Behemtecha. Behemtecha means what kind of animal is destroyed in Erni Dachas? Your animal. What does your animal mean? It was yours and no one else's from the beginning. When I say no one else's, means the Ribono Shel Olam never had a hold on it. As Baruch Hu has some type of tfisa, some type of hold on it, even if that hold subsequently changes now, the animal is still excluded from destruction in the Erni Dachas. Incredible. Okay, Truma you're kavut. If there's Truma in the Erni Dachas, you let it rot. So again, remember, we saw yesterday's daf. Remember, not everyone in the Erni Dachas necessarily is evil. All you need is the majority of people to be Ogdev or Bizarre, and they get. But remember, we saw yesterday, you have tzaddikim. Tzaddikim aren't killed. The property is destroyed, but they're not killed. So if you have Truma in the Erni Dachas, what do you do with it? Truma is Kodesh. What do you do with it? You let it rot. So you want to unlock this stuff. Rothschild, I would Truma behind yourself. You very clear. We say Truma has to rot. Where's the Truma? The Truma is in the hands of the Yisrael. So I'm Yisrael, much to my chagrin. I'm Yisrael, so I have Truma, and I haven't yet given it to the Kohen. So now again, that's when the Gemara says, so what do I do with it? I'm in the Erni Dachas. What do I do with it? I let it rot. You know, about Truma at Kohen, given the Mamone with Yisrael. Oh, remember, if the Truma is given to the Kohen, once Truma comes into the hands of a Kohen, that's his property. Once it's his property, then what's the halacha? You have to destroy it along with all the other property in the Erni Dachas. That's Rabbi Yosef is the kasha. Ma'aser Sheni, Kisvei Kodesh Yignisu. The Mishnah said, and Ma'aser Sheni and Kisvei Kodesh, any type of holy writings, have to be buried. Famous. I have a whole Ma'aser Sheni Yad Yisrael to truly Yad Kohen Dami. One second, it's very interesting. Ma'aser Sheni in the hands of the Yisrael is like Truma in the hands of a Kohen. And yes, again, what does it say? So, we just said that Truma in the hands of a Kohen, what happens to it? Should be destroyed because it's his mamon. The Ma'aser Sheni then should be my mamon and should be destroyed as well. Yet it doesn't need to be destroyed, it says it should be hidden away, or not hidden away, buried. So it must be Katani Yignizu. Rather, it says it should be buried. Ella. Here's what I have to say. Here we go. Amar Krista, Moshe, how the Truma Yad Kohen. When do we say that ultimately again, Truma is Mivnas. When is that? When it's Truma in the hands of a Kohen. About Truma b'yad Yisrael, tinasim l'kohen sheb'ir achares. So listen, this is very interesting. So what do you do with Truma in the hands of Yisrael? What do you do there? It's fascinating. You go ahead and you move that to a different city. Send that to a Kohen in a different city. So this is really quite a fascinating idea. Salah for the Maisa. Truma in the hands of Yisrael, it doesn't belong to you. Right? It's not mine. So watch this. So because it's not mine, therefore it's not what? It's not my property. Because it's not my property, therefore it doesn't have to be destroyed in the Erni Dachas. So what do? It's a very simple idea. Send it to a Kohen in a different city. That's all. Just get it out of the city and give it to a different going. Fascinating. So Tnan Hasan learned. Isa Shamais Risheni Pturim. So what's that? So just fascinating halacha. It's like if the truma is in the hands of the Kohen, then ultimately again it has to rot. But Lamaisa, again, if halacha Lamaisa, it is in the hands of the Yisrael, get it out of the city and give it to another Kohen. Fascinating. So Tnan Hasan learned. Isa Shamais Risheni Pturim and Challah. Interesting halacha. If you have dough of Ma'aser Sheni, dough of Ma'aser Sheni is potter from challah. Right? Remember again, normally if I'm in Israel, I'm making dough. I have to give a portion of my dough to the Kohen. That is the obligation of challah. Ma'aser Sheni dough is potter from challah. You read there. Chum say no, you're obligated to give challah even from the dough of Ma'aser Sheni. I'm going to kiss off. Machlokes by Ma'aser Sheni Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim is very interesting. Machlokes over here is when it comes to Ma'aser Sheni in Yerushalayim itself. Why? The Rabbi holds Ma'aser Sheni Malon Gavavu. Rabbi holds the halacha l'maisa. Rabbi holds that Ma'aser Sheni belongs to Hashem. I have the right to eat it and the right to consume it, but it belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because it belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, therefore what? Therefore halacha l'maisa is potter from challah. The Rabbanan Sabri, Rabbanan hold no, Ma'aser Sheni belongs to me. Belongs to me. It has certain strictures which dictate how it's to be consumed, but it belongs to me. Because it belongs to me, therefore what? It's chayv and challah. So the Gemara says, Avo big bulin, but Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, Tivya potter. First one on the bottom, everyone agrees. Ultimately, again, it's potter from challah. So Master Yosef is the cash of Ma'aser Sheni. If you say kol Sheni Mizuz, let's go at Yerni Dachas. So, right, what do we say about Yerni Dachas? What happens to Ma'aser Sheni? As Ma'aser Sheni, it's buried. It's buried. So Gemara says, what's going on over here? The night. The night is Kina. Even if Yerushalayim, so if you're talking about Ma'aser Sheni Yerushalayim, this is fascinating. So the Gemara says, Mi have Yerni Dachas. This is fascinating. Yerushalayim can never become an Yerni Dachas. Yerushalayim can never become an Yerni Dachas. So the Gemara says, Vatanya, Asar Dvan Nemer Yerushalayim. There are 10 unique features of Yerushalayim Yirakodesh. The Zu Achas Mehen. And ultimately, again, this is one of them. Eina Nasis Irhanidachas. Ultimately, again, it can never become an Irhanidachas. I must say, so again, there's the reason for that, by the way, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, no, Rashi, sorry. The reason why is because, remember, the pasuk talks about the idea that Yerni Dachas is one of the it happens in a city that was given to Yerushtecha for you to acquire. There's a whole yisod that Yerushalayim lo nischal kol shvatim. Yerushalayim belongs to all of Klal Yisrael and does not belong to any particular shevet. So because Yerushalayim doesn't belong to a shevet, right, it belongs to everyone. Even though, again, just want to point out, Yerushalayim falls in the tribal area of Yehuda and Binyamin. Right? Remember, again, that's the line between Yehuda and Binyamin actually cut through the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Beis HaMikdash. Right? But yet Yerushalayim itself belonged to everyone. So it's also just a beautiful, this lashon over here. You see, lashon is Yerushalayim Eina Nasa. What's the lashon? We have it. Eina Nasis Irani Dachas. Okay, so we translate Irani Dachas ultimately again as you see, they worship idolatry. But the etymological root, what does Irani Dachas mean? A city that is cast aside. Yerushalayim is never cast aside. Yerushalayim as a city has been through so much over the millennia. Right? But yet one thing is clear, which is Yerushalayim is never fully pushed away from us. It's never nida. Like the connection between the youth and Yerushalayim is an unbreakable bond. And it doesn't matter throughout history who has occupied it, and it doesn't matter throughout history who has lived there, who has ruled over it. Yerushalayim has and always will be the eternal capital of Am Yisrael. It can never be an Irani Dachas, not just throughout Avodah Zarah, but it can never be fully pushed away from Klal Yisrael. Incredible. I love it. So what's the case over here? What's the case? We're just trying to figure out the case of where Ma'aser Sheni would be buried. What is that case? The Elacharis we are mostly talking about today. Obviously, Ma'aser Sheni in a different city, not Yerushalayim, in a city that could become an Irani Dachas. And interestingly enough, we're talking about a case where a person brought the Ma'aser Sheni into Yerushalayim itself. If that's the case, Hakal Tua Mechitzos. What the Mechitzos of Yerushalayim absorbed the Ma'aser Sheni, it's absorbed. To which the Gemara says, Ella Lava Bigvulim. Rather, when we must be talking about Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. The Katani, Yignizu. And ultimately, again, we see that what's the halacha? It has to be buried away. Now, what do you see from here? What you see from here is that halacha Meiser Sheni is considered to be the property of the owner. Like that's why if it's in the Yeridachas, it has to be destroyed, or in this case again hidden away, buried. What's the case? Also, interestingly enough, we're talking about Meiser Sheni that originated in another city, but was now brought to Yerushalayim, and that previously that former city became a Yeridachas. I'm asking, what's the case? Shemitma, but it became Tameh. I bet if it became Tameh, the Gemara says, I don't understand the lift, okay, just redeem it. No, so I feel Yerushalayim. How do we know that the Meiser Sheni became Tameh? That you're allowed to redeem it even in Yerushalayim itself. That was Omar, Lo Suchal Seiso. The Seis Elachila. Seis means, right, if you're unable to go ahead, if you're unable to eat it, then ultimately, again, you have the ability to go ahead and redeem it. I will say, now the pasuk of Lo Suchal Seiso actually is talking about, again, if Baruch Hashem, you have so much Meiser Sheni, and you live a good distance from Yerushalayim, so you can't take the produce. What can you do? You could redeem the produce onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim. But you also darshan what Suchal say. So seis also means to eat. Because let's say you're unable to eat Meiser Sheni. Now, why would one be unable to eat the Meiser Sheni? Because it became Tameh. If that's the case, then halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and redeem it. Then it says, Elachil Shneimar, Ba'isa Masas Meis Pano. You know what's the case? Bilakuach. So also it's very interesting. Before you turn, look at Rashi. Bilakuach. Last Rashi had a daf. Shekpar Hotzia, the Hotzah, the Kasef Meiser. The Nasnua B'Yayin, the Shekpar Basra, the Nitma. Also Lakuach. The whole less they could do. Oh, what happened? I bought money of Meiser Sheni to Yerushalayim, so that's how, right? If I bought, I have a lot of Meiser Sheni. I can't carry it to Yerushalayim. So what do? I redeem it onto money. I bring the money to Yerushalayim, and I have to use the money to buy food. And I come to Yerushalayim HaKodesh. I buy food. Now what happens? That food becomes Tameh. So most of the halacha is, as much as Meiser Sheni that is Tameh can be redeemed, but food bought with Meiser Sheni money, if that becomes Tameh, that can't be redeemed. Which makes sense. In other words, it's a bit too far off the source to avail itself of the redemptive process. So I'm asking you, top of Kofir Gimel. Let's say, last daf on the second Sanhedrin. I've been the Perkei. I don't understand. But still, why can't I redeem it? It's not after all we learned. The Meiser Sheni Well, again, they will say we have a right there. In any case, that even food items bought with Meiser Sheni money can in fact be redeemed. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda the Amar Yifvar, because Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that says that Allah might say no. If you have food that was bought with money of Meiser Sheni, that has to be buried. If that's the case, my area dachas. Why you bring up area dachas? This would be true anytime. In other words, this is not a thing of area dachas. Then this is true in general. In other words, we'll say, the halacha is, if I take Meiser Sheni money to Yerushalayim and use the money to go ahead and purchase food, which is what I'm supposed to do, then that food becomes tameh. I can't redeem that food. So what do you do with it? The answer is bury it. If that's the case, that's not a unique halacha by area dachas. That's halacha Meiser Sheni. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, so the Olam Betar, right? So talking about Meiser Sheni tar. And what happened? Kigom the Nafal Mechitzos. Very interesting. What happened? That halacha l'maisa, the walls, the Mechitzos of Yerushalayim fell. Ukidirav Damarava Mechitza lechol daraisa likrot drabanan. Ultimately, in order to eat Meiser Sheni Yerushalayim, eating Mechitzos midaraisa, and ultimately again, once you bring the Meiser Sheni into the walls, right, the walls absorb them, so to speak. And gather Mechidusha midrabanan. If he does Rabbanan, when did Chazal go? When did it go on this? He is still the Mechitza. Ultimately, again, only when the Mechitza stood, when the walls stood. The rest of the Mechitza. But if the walls are not standing low, then ultimately again they're not frozen. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, the way it works is like this. So it seems to return the case of Meiser Sheni, of an Irni Dachas that was brought to Yerushalayim, and when it was there, the walls fell. Right? And so just also, let me say it better. Meiser Sheni from another city was brought to Yerushalayim. Before that city became an Irni Dachas. After the Ma'aser Sheni came to Yerushalayim, the city became an Irani Dachas, and then the walls fell down. Now, once the walls fell, so all right, so there's a lot happening over here. Once the walls fell down, I can't eat Ma'aser Sheni there anymore. And now, also remember again, this is property of an Irani Dachas. So therefore, what's the halacha? That's the unique case where the halacha will be that you bury the Ma'aser Sheni. Okay, fine. So I'll say so good. That's that specific case. Good, let's go back to if I have holy writings, right? Again, Svarim, Sefer Torah, in a Irani Dachas, they have to be buried. So the Gemara says, "Mastis those Rabbi Rothschild." It's fascinating. Our Mishnah does not reflect the Rabbi Rothschild. Why is Rabbi Rothschild say? Listen to this. The sign Rabbi Rothschild Omer, Kol Yoshiyish Ba'afilim Mezuzah Achas Eino Naasis Irani Dachas. So I will say, listen to this. This is actually a tremendous Gemara. Rabbi Rothschild says, any city that has even one mezuzah in it, one mezuzah can't become an Irani Dachas. Why not? Shneimar, Yisarachta Ba'ish Es Ha'ir Ves Kol Shlala Kalil. Because we'll say, what is Allah from Irani Dachas? What are you destroying Irani Dachas? What are you destroying? Everything. Now here's the, so in other words, what Rabbi Rothschild is saying is like this. In order for a city to be Irani Dachas, you have to be able to destroy everything. If you can't destroy everything, then by definition it's not an Irani Dachas. So therefore he says literally, if there's not a mezuzah, it can't become an Irani Dachas. To which the Gemara says, sorry. Good. And if there is a mezuzah in the city, you're not able to destroy everything. Ultimately, again, because the pasuk says you're not allowed to do this. Do this means by avodah zarah, the obligation is to destroy all avodah zarah. And the Torah says that which you do to avodah zarah, do not do to the ribono shel olam. So therefore, again, I can't destroy mezuzah. So because I can't destroy mezuzah on a technical level, I wouldn't be able to destroy Irani Dachas. So Rabbi says, what the Gemara is pointing out over here is machokas, right? Because the Mishnah says if there's kisei kodesh, what would be included in kisei kodesh? A mezuzah. So the Mishnah says, what do you do with the mezuzah, the Sefer Torah, the Svarim? Now, what do? You bury them. These are Sheamus. And yet the Gemara says, by the way, there's just another opinion. Other opinion says that if you're in a place where there are kisei kodesh, like the mezuzah, other things, that city can't become an Irani Dachas. So just an interesting machlokes. Okay. So what Rabbi Shimon says as follows. Rabbi Shimon says, now again, this was the end of the Mishnah. Right, end of the Mishnah. So what happened over here? Good. So the Rosa said, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Good. Let's actually just see it in the map. So Rosa said, Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So here we go. Lema, with Rabbi Abin, this is this. Kol makom she'ata motze klal ba'aseh u'prat b'lo sa'aseh ein danin also b'klal u'prat. Okay, so we'll say now, what is this? Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, it's almost right across in Rashi. Klal ba'aseh u'prat b'lo sa'aseh, keep going. This is by the end of the Mishnah, where we speak about again, what can you do about rebuilding of the Irani Dachas? So remember again, we had a machlokes between Rabbi Yossi Agili and Rabbi Akiva, right? So ultimately, again, good. So Rabbi Yossi Agili said that Allah you can't go ahead and do anything on that site. The Irani Dachas just remains a ruin. Now you can't rebuild the city. You can't even go ahead and do gardens and orchards. Rabbi Akiva said you can't rebuild the city to what it once was, but you can make it into gardens and orchards. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Keep going. The pasuk is Irani Dachas. You have to leave it a desolate mound. That's the assay, right? That filu ganos of pardesim low. Right, lo sasa. Ella siya tel olam shu assay lo si bane od. So again, so there's two things over there. There's an assay of v'asat tel olam. Leave it desolate. And then there's a lo sase of lo si bane od. Do not rebuild this city. So the Gemara said, so the halacha is like this. Now go back to the Gemara just one. You're hearing that Rashi. So so here again, You have a klal and an asay, right? What's the klal and asay, right? So b'haisa tel olam, it should be an amount, and prat below saseh, low sibane od. Now that's called a prat because what that sounds like is you can't rebuild the city as it was. So that's the prat. So I have a klal and an asay, a prat in a low saseh, ain done in also the klal prat. So Rabbi holds you cannot darshan that as that's not a typical klal prat, and therefore it can't be darshaned as a klal prat. So what's the halacha? So now what's going on here? The Mar is slave, Rabbi Abin. Omar, let's say Rabbi Abin, one opinion holds like Rabbi Abin, and one opinion rejects Rabbi Abin. That's my focus over here. First says, no, that's not my focus. So, everyone agrees with Rabbi Abin's assessment that whenever you have this interesting type of klal prat, you have the klal that are say, and the prat of the low say, you can't darshan it as a klal prat, but that's not the machlokes. What is the machlokes Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yosef? What is the machlokes? Listen to this. Mar Savar, Old Legamre Mashma, Umar Savar Old Lekamoshaisa. It's very interesting. Rabbi Yosef we hold that the word Mosibane Old. Mosibane Old. You can't rebuild the city anymore. And what he says, that means for anything. For anything. You can't do anything with this destroyed city. You have to leave it a desolate mound. It's the desolate mound, right? And therefore, again, Nakanos Napardesim, nothing. And Rabbi Kiva understands ode to mean what? You can't rebuild the ode to what it once was. So you can't rebuild the city to what it once was, but you absolutely can make it into gardens and into orchards. Incredible. Ain't an ignis about Nasa Siganos Napardesim. So that's Rabbi Kiva, right? Rabbi Kiva is the Allah for the mice again. You can't rebuild it into the city. It's a form of glory, but you can't make it into gardens and orchards. So not borrow. So here we go. How you bought Iranus is a very interesting case. If they were detached trees in the Irani Dachas, right? So again, at the Irani Dachas and they're detached trees, what's the halacha? Asurim, they're also. In other words, meaning they have to be destroyed. Michubarim, what happens if the trees were attached to the ground? Mutarim. Ultimately, again, they're mutter. They're mutter. Now, let's say now, what's the reason for that? Rashi points out over here because what the Torah says by Irni Dachas is if the tikvos, the kabatzta, you will collect and you will burn. So anything that is readily collectible and destroyable. But a tree has to first what? Be detached. So because there is that extra step, therefore it's not included in the destruction of Irhani Dachas. Where it says Shalir Acheres, if you have trees from another city in the Irani Dachas, bein Furushim, bein Mechubarin Aser. Ultimately, again, whether they are detached or attached, ultimately, again, they will be destroyed. So what does that mean? My Yeracheres, we mean from a different city. Omer Pista, Yericho. Oh, okay, what's that? A different kind of city. City of Yericho. What happened in Yericho? The city. V'haisaha ir cherem la'Hashem, v'yishba Yoshua. By Asa Yilimor, Arura Ish Lufnei Hashem Shayokum Ubana Sa'ir Azos, as Yericho, if Choro Yisadena, Ubetzilo Yatsim Dalasal. So we'll say there is a different halakha by Yericho. By Yericho was put, it was made Cherem. Like when Yoshua conquered Yericho, he made an oath, made Chayishah take an oath. Literally again, cursed is the man before Hashem who will rebuild this city. With his eldest son, he will lay the foundation stone, and with his youngest sons, he will set up the doors. Which means Yoshua cursed whoever will rebuild Jericho. Ultimately, again, will Chas Hashem Rachmana Litzlan lose his children. These are children. So looks like the Gemara says like this: if you have trees from Jericho in the area of Dachas, that's destroyed. Whether they are attached trees, meaning like replanted trees, or ultimately again detached trees. Because Yericho as a city is in Cherem, with times Yoshua. So time this. You also this fascinating brisa. Lo Yericho Hashem Yerachares, lo Yerachares Hashem Yericho. This is fascinating. There are two prohibitions. You cannot rebuild the city of Yericho, even if you call it another name. Right? You can't rebuild on that site, even if you call it another name. And ultimately, again, you also can't make another city called Yericho. You're not allowed to make another city called Yericho. That's the kingdom of Yoshua. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Tzid, so the Gemara gives an example of this. Bana Chiel Beisa'ili Es Yericho, Ba'avilam Becharo Yasta, or Biskuf Saro Hisid Dalasal. Because the Navi tells us about a guy by the name of Chiel. Chiel rebuilt the city called Yericho. Now, interestingly enough, he did not rebuild Yericho on the site of Yericho. Rather, he built another city called Yericho in a different location. And yet, what happened? Amazing, tragically enough, right? The Aviram Bechorot Yasta, when he started building it, he lost his son, Aviram, and then he lost. We'll see in just a little bit. He actually lost all of his children during the construction process, and ultimately, when he put up the doors of this city, his youngest son, Skuld, died. Youngest son, Skuld, died. So from here, you see that not only are you not allowed to rebuild Yericho on the side of Yericho, but again, you're also not allowed to build another city called Yericho itself. Tanya, Russia, so ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Raisa says, perhaps with the death of Aviram, his oldest son, he could not have known that what he was doing was wrong. And by the time he got ultimately again to the loss of his youngest son, he was losing children successively. He should have realized that something was wrong with what he was doing. To which the Gemara says, Aviram uskub my avid. What did Aviram uskub do? What was their fault that they were punished like this? So Moses Haki Kama, this is what he needs to say. Aviram b'choro hayalo lumod la'osa rasha uskub siro. So again, Simon just saying again, it's really an indictment of Theo. How does Theo himself not understand what it is that's unfolding over here? He's losing his oldest son when he begins to rebuild the city, and not the actual city of Yericho, but another city called Yericho, and he still doesn't seem to catch on. So again, let's say this is tremendously so. We all make mistakes in life. And again, when I first make my mistake, sometimes if it's a brand new mistake, it's understandable that I'm making it. At a certain point in time in life, when you keep on repeating the same mistake over and over, you can't claim ignorance. So again, Chiel is going out and building this city. So he loses his firstborn son, and then another son. Okay, you want to say that in the beginning, you didn't know what you were doing or what was wrong. But at a certain point in time, it becomes abundantly clear that the way you're living your life and the decisions you're making are having negative consequences. You can't claim ignorance. On both sides, I can claim ignorance the first time I make mistakes. I can't claim ignorance when I continue to make the same mistake over and over and suffer the consequences. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, so again, I know it feels right? So why do you have to articulate this? That Aviram is his oldest boy and Skub is his youngest. So I'm not talking about Skub, Skub Zero. Why do you have to tell me that Skub is his youngest son? The Lamed Shay and the Kaber the Holish Madir not Skub. So it's interesting. From the concept, you would have thought that maybe he just lost Aviram and Skub. Maybe that's it, just Aviram when he started creating the city and Skub when he put up the doors. But maybe there was no other loss. No, he was using his children successively from Aviram all the way to Skub. Achav, so listen to this story. Incredible. Achav, Shoshvine Hava. Achav was the friend of Hiel. Now, let's say, by the way, if you've got a chaver like that, you know that you're in trouble, right? When so Achaz, obviously, Hiel's not a good guy because Hiel's rebuilding Yericho, right? And again, I will say, you also, how else do you see that? Even if you want to say he was a mistake, like you said before, I know that Hiel, unfortunately, again, was a spiritually compromised individual because he keeps going down a path, even though he recognizes that there are spiritually deleterious results. He keeps on engaging in bad behavior, seeing immediate consequences, and it does not stop, keeps going. Okay, so now he's sitting Shiva for his kids. Who comes to Menachem? We're going to see Sa'acha was his friend. Listen to this. So let's get ready for this. Eliyahu, right? Eliyahu had nothing. Eliyahu walks in together with Achov. You saw Achov. So we saw Achov. You just saw Achov. One of the kings who doesn't have a chiluk no lam haba. So Eliyahu walks in with Achov to pay a shiva visit to Chiel. You'll say Shiva. Eliyahu and Achov walking together. Yosef the Kalmar. So ultimately, again, they walk in and they say, and what happens? And Achov begins to speak. Because everyone's trying to figure out, like what happened over there? Why did you lose your kids? So Achav says, Dilma, Kimilik Yoshua Haki, Lot, Kimilik Yoshua Haki, Lot Lo Yericha Shem Iracheres, Lo Iracheres Hashem Yericho. So listen to this. Achav is like, I just realized something. Maybe when Yoshua cursed Yericho, he said, not only are you not allowed to rebuild Yericho instead of Yericho, but you also can't build another city called Yericho, even somewhere else, and maybe Chiel. Maybe that's why you just lost your kids. Just came to me, right? Let's look in together. Some of the and it says, yeah, Right. Yes. That is correct, and that's what happens when you don't pay attention this year. Right? In other words, we spoke about this. Right? We spoke this. Yeah, that is the halacha. Amalei. So listen to this. Achal, such a mechusar. He says, Ashta, Lavtasa, Lavtasa, the Moshe, Lo Kakaima. So Achal says, I don't get it. Even the curses of Moshe Rabbeinu don't come true. What a statement. Right? Even the curses of Moshe Rabbeinu don't come true. How do I know this? Listen to this. The Sartem and the Barakem, right? The Pasuk says that if you worship Avodah Zarah, so Hashem says he's going to punish you. And what happens? What's one of the punishments? Hashem says he's going to withhold the rain. Withhold the rain. So this Acham says, talking about himself. And me? I'll tell him the Mazel Miskadlei. And Acham says, you know what? I put up Avodah Zarah every single mountain of birth in Eretz Yisrael. And yet, it rains so much in Eretz Yisrael that I can't even visit my Avodah Zarah. So you hear what Acham was saying? He said, I understand. Moshe Rabbeinu's curses don't come true. Like Moshe Rabbeinu says, if you worship Avodah Zarah, the rain's not going to come. Acham says, not true. I worship more Avodah Zarah than anyone. Right? I put Avodah Zarah everywhere. And yet, again, it rains so much in Eretz Yisrael that I can't even reach my Avodah Zarah. So you see from here, the curses of Moshe Rabbeinu don't come true. The Tasa the Yoshua Tamidu Mekaima is about to let the curse of Yoshua, the Talmud, do come true. This is Achav's Kasha and the Shiva home. Miyat, so ultimately, what happened? Eliyahu was so incensed. Eliyahu was so upset. About this chutzpah, about this tremendous chutzpah, that he swears there won't be any more rain. And what happens? So, the mitra, the kamba atzal. So what happens? Eliyahu died to HaKadosh. He asked Hashem, give me the key to rain. And Eliyahu locked the heavens. It was a massive drought. No more rain. What happened? Eliyahu left. Eliyahu went into hiding. So what happened? Eliyahu went into hiding. And after he went into hiding, he was not a very popular guy because his curse plunged Eretz Yisrael into regional drought and famine. See, he's in hiding. How is he surviving in hiding? Every single day the ravens bring him bread and meat in the morning. The Gemara says, by the way, where are the ravens bringing him food from? Interestingly enough, they're bringing in bread and meat from the kitchen of Achav. Very fascinating. From the kitchen of Achav. So literally, again, he's hiding from Achav, and every day the birds are bringing him food from the kitchen of Achav. So ultimately, again, obviously, at a certain point, the drought becomes critical. And literally, again, there's no water. Right? The streams dried up in Eretz Yisrael. And I will say, here's the issue. This is fascinating. So now Hashem needs to bring rain. I will say, but Kiviyachol, listen to this. Kiviyachol, First Baruch Hu couldn't. Kiviyachol, why? Because Eliyahu Hanavi was holding the keys to rain. Right? He had the key. So First Baruch Hu had to get the key back, so to speak, from Eliyahu Hanavi. So what happens? So what happens? Once it's now Eliyahu Hanavi goes to Tzarfas. Right? There's the Isha Tzarfas. So what happened? We know the famous story. Her son, now she hosts the Eliyahu Hanavi. It was tremendous. Her son becomes ill and dies. Eliyahu Hanavi supplicates to Hashem. He wants to bring the young boy back to life. So Eliyahu Hanavi asks her, please give me the key to resurrection. It's not fair. It's not right. This woman hosted me so beautifully. Sometimes I says, I want to bring this boy back to life. Give me the key of Tchias HaMesim. Relay. So Baruch says here, in general, there are 3 keys. Baruch says that I never give out to anyone else. What 3 keys? Shalchaya, Shal Yeshamim, Shal Tchias HaMesim. The key of childbirth, the key of rain, and the key of resurrection. So again, the problem is, Eliyahu, you now have the key of rain. If I give you the key of resurrection, Yomu, Shtayim biyad Talmud ve'echa biyad Araf, people are going to say, the Rabbi has 1 key, and the Talmud has 2 keys. Eliyahu, you're going to have the key to rain, the key to resurrection? Impossible. I see her, the shakal, I'll make you a deal. Give me back the key to rain, of key of rain, and ultimately, again, I'll give you the key of resurrection. The Ksiv, Lech Harei al Acha ve'etna mata. Exactly. Baruch Hu ultimately again forced Eliyahu, so to speak, to give back the key terrain and end the regional drought in Israel. Don't say there's so much to say about that story. All right, the different time. Dar Shahu Galila Perida Christa. This is great. So a certain Galilean, right? That's me in front of it. This the what could the certain Eliyahu be compared to? The Garba, the Shrika, the Galia, is someone who locked the storehouse and then lost the key. So he locked the heavens, prevented the rains, but then he himself lost the key to open it back up. The key was given back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Darash Rabbi Yossi B'tzikori. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Yossi Darash Mepanya V'Yitzvot. Abba Eliyahu. And listen, by the way, what a beautiful way to refer to Eliyahu and Navi. And listen, I just want to point out how incredible is it. Just a couple of days before Pesach, when the Mir Tashem Eliyahu is going to join us at our Seder, and we're learning about Eliyahu Navi. So listen to this. Abba Eliyahu, on the base. Kaptan Hava. Listen to this. So Yossi says, Abba Eliyahu was a captain. Now, listen, what does captain mean? Rashi says over here, captain, on the base, last time, higher captain. Shekas al Acha ba'amar Chai Hashem Imi Hashem la'ila tal v'mata. So Yossi said Eliyahu Navi was very makbid. In other words, he had a strict temperament. Now, it doesn't mean, it means he got angry, but kaplan doesn't necessarily mean that one gets angry. Kaplan means just that one is very exacting. So, in other words, he's at the Shema visit, he's sitting there with Achav. Achav makes this incredulous statement, right? And Achav says, Moshe Rabbeinu's curses don't come true. I'm the biggest Avodah in the world, and yet it's still raining. And Eliyahu Navi is like, I was going to use the word triggered by that, but you can't use that word, right? He was angered by that, and he acted immediately. I was like, do you know what life is all about? Life is all about the ability to hear people say stupid and hurtful things and move on. You can't react to every single thing that people say, because then you will spend your entire life in reactive mode. So Rabbi Yossi says, Eliyahu, you gotta learn to let things slide, even if it's Achav. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi said, Eliyahu was a captain. He heard stuff and he was reactive. He did not know how to just go ahead and let things slide. So listen to this. This is great. Have a regular Mesi Kadeh. So Eliyahu used to have a chavrusa with Rabbi Yossi. Used to have a chavrusa with Rabbi Yossi every single day. So what happened? Listen to this. After this statement, Eliyahu got upset. What happened? He didn't show up for 3 days. When he finally came up for 3 days, Rabbi Yossi said, what happened to you? Right? Why didn't you show up for Chavrusa? So Amalek, Captain Tarisili. Well, I got upset. Why did I get upset? Because you called me a captain. Rabbi Yossi said, yeah, exactly. Right? Brother, one second. Just words. Do not engage in this kind of conversations with Eliyahu Navi, right? It is not just say something like whatever you want to do. Hard to come on the captain mud. So this is exactly. This is why I called you a captain. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, because you get a little bit too angry. And I will say, by the way, this is the need that Eliyahu Navi. Remember, who's Eliyahu Navi? Eliyahu Navi is Pinchas, right? So Eliyahu Navi is a Canaan. He's a zealot. He's a captain, and specifically, ultimately, again, when he sees things that are done that are an affront to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he can't take it. He has to react. And because he has to react, ultimately, which is, by the way, interestingly enough, why Eliyahu Navi, right? Eliyahu Navi shows up 2 times. He shows up at a bris. He comes to every single bris. That's for a different reason, because he thinks that Klal Yisrael had forsaken the covenant to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Rothschild makes him come to every single bris. And let's say what happens. Where's the other place he shows up? At the Leil HaSeder. Right? We pour a beautiful cup for him at the Leil HaSeder. And we'll say, why did he go ahead? Why does he show up at the Seder? And we'll say, generally, a lot of times the Seder becomes a little bit chaotic, right? For a lot of us, right? At any given Seder, you have a lot of different opinions about what to do. Like this one wants to go fast, this one wants to go slow, this one wants to divide Torah, this one wants to eat, this one wants to sleep, this one wants dessert, this one wants afikomen. This one is taking out their paper to measure the shear for matzah, and the other one's like, what's the matter with you, right? And again, and I will say, if you think about it, sometimes there is no greater place for everyone to get upset at each other than the Seder. But yet again, what the beauty of the Seder and the tremendous yeshuas of the Seder is when a family and friends are able to navigate together and not get upset at one another. So Eliyahu Navi shows up, and Eliyahu Navi shows how even people with different things of opinion and different mahalchim are able to come together around the table and create a beautiful experience. It's a little bit of a Musar Hasef Eliyahu Navi also. But sometimes, again, not everything is perfect. But the beauty of it is the ability to live with one another, to coexist with one another, even if not everything is exactly as it should be. And it comes to every single Seder, and what we want him to see at our Seder, more than anything, is Shalom. I want him to be able to see a sense of peace. I want him to be able to see a family that gets along together, a community that gets along together, friends that get along together, and people who may have a variety of different opinions sitting around the table, but you're still able to coexist with Shalom. That's what Eliyahu, because again, Eliyahu was the captain. This prophet says, okay, you got to take it down a little bit, because people aren't perfect. But let me show you how even imperfect people are able to get along with each other. Eliyahu goes house to house to house, Seder to Seder, to be able to see the Shalom within the Sdarim of Klal Yisrael. You know what I'll say? Last piece of Gemara. As long as there's Shama in the world, there is anger, divine anger in the world. Man Rishayim, who are the Rishayim that we're referring to over here? So the Gemara says, Man Rishayim, I'm Rabbi Yosef Ganvi, Ganotim, also, which is fascinating. Why is the Ganav the paradigmatic Rashi? It's very simple. Because we will say the Ganav does not respect the other. That at the end of the day, a thief just doesn't respect anyone else. He doesn't care about anyone else. That is the greatest level of rishus. When you can't respect your fellow Jew, when you can't have to agree, but when you can't respect your fellow Yid, that's rishus. When that exists in the world, ultimately again there's divine wrath. So the Gemara says, when Russia comes to the world, there's anger in the world. When the Russia disappears from the world, then there is good in the world. When the Rishayim are lost, there is joy. Tzaddik niftar min ha'olam. When a tzaddik dies, tzaddik leaves the world. Ra'a ba'al yolam. Ultimately, again, evil comes to the world. Shnei amar, hatzaddik avad ve'in ish sam al loy. V'anshei chesed ne'asafin ve'in meidin kimitni hara'a ne'asaf hatzaddik. So it's very profound. This is why when a tzaddik dies, it will say, even if the tzaddik is old, there's a profound sadness that's there. Because when the tzaddik dies, there's his goodness, his goodkeit leaves the world as well. Tzaddik ba'ali olam, when a tzaddik comes to the world, tova ba'ali olam. Ultimately, again, there is good that comes to the world as well. Shene'emar, zeyinachamenu mina'asenu, ome'itzvon yadenu. As the pasuk says, this one will console us from our actions and from the sadness of our hands. Now, both sides, it's fascinating to see, right? The Gemara statement, tzaddik ba'ali olam, tova ba'ali olam. Tzaddik comes to the world, ultimately good comes to the world. And I will say, who's the example of this? Who's the example of this? This pasuk is by who? Is by Noah. Is by Noah. I will say, how intriguing is it that the Gemara chooses to illustrate this concept with Noah? Right? After all, again, there's a raging focus about Noah. Was Noah a tzaddik? Right? For the Rothschild. Was he an objective tzaddik, right? Or was he a subjective tzaddik, right? Was he just a tzaddik because he lived in a dark generation of the Shai, or was he objectively righteous? So it's fascinating that the Gemara chooses to illustrate this principle of tzaddik ba'ali olam. When a righteous person comes to the world, good comes to the world. Oh, who's the example of that? Noah. So what's the pshat? So let's say, if you think about it for just a moment, people just said, what does the Gemara quote? Zeyinachamenu. Now, by the way, why does it say Zeyinachamenu? Why does it say that Noah will console? But so actually, I quotes the Medrash that says, what did Noah invent? What did Noah invent? Noah invented farming utensils. Farming utensils, up until Noah, they had to farm with their hands. He invented farming utensils. Or essentially, Noah was one of the first people to do something meaningful and significant for the other. But I'll say, what is the definition of a tzaddik? A tzaddik is a person who cares enough to live outside of himself. A tzaddik is a person who cares enough to live outside of his immediate family, to recognize that my life is not about me. My life is about what can I do for the crowd? What can I do for my community? What can I do for those around me? That's a tzaddik. Learning Torah by itself does not create tzaddikim, because learning Torah by itself can very easily, very beautifully be viewed as a self-serving level. I love it. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. So what makes a tzaddik a tzaddik? Of course, you need the Torah. What really makes a tzaddik is a person who doesn't spend his life thinking about himself. Is a person who spends his life thinking about trying to figure out what can I do for the other? How can I make a difference in the lives of others? If you could be a kind of person who brings nechama ultimately to others, or another person when they see another person who is tzibroken, who is broken, who is sad, to be the kind of person that could step in and make a difference, that's a tzaddik. Noah might not have been spiritually perfect. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. It's not focus. But at the end of the day, he cared enough to do for the other. He cared enough to make a difference for the other. I will say, if you think about it, by the way, just fascinating, just literally 30 more seconds. Svarim remember there's always a connection between the beginning of the Masechta and the end of the Masechta. Right? So the end of the Masechta is Noah, right? And Noah ultimately, again, what's a tzaddik? Someone who is there for others. There's a power being there for others. Now let's see if you think about it, how does the Masechta begin? Like, I have no idea, right? How did the Masechta begin? So the Masechta began with the phrase, Dine Mamanis B'Shlosha, which again meant, right, if you want to adjudicate monetary cases, you need a basin of three. Right? You see, that's the Chalos B'Shlosha. So I often talk that there's a little bit of reading Mishnah also. There are a lot of different problems in life. There's Dine Mamanis problems, right? There's Zealous V'Chavalas problems, injuries, difficulties, sadness, sickness, Nezek V'Chatzi Nezek, damages, right? These are all the different kinds of issues in life. Onis in the Fata is a morality problem, right? There's all kinds of issues in life. How do you navigate the issues, the difficulties in life? And there's always one answer. B'Shlosha, 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 B'Shlosha. You can't navigate life alone. You have to be there. All of us need other people, and we need to be there for other people. It is so tempting to kind of just live in your own dalaramas and just worry about yourself and worry about your own. But that's not what makes tzaddikim, and it's not what makes Klal Yisrael. What makes Klal Yisrael is that whatever we have to go through, whatever dinei mamanos, kavalos, hazekos, whatever it is, as long as we're there for each other, whatever the challenge is, we will get through it together. That's how the Masechta begins, and how does the Masechta end? What's a tzaddik? A tzaddik is a Noach. Because when you are the kind of person who is there for others, when you're the kind of person who cares for others, that ultimately, again, is what creates tzaddikim for Klal Yisrael. And let's say, so much more to say, so much more to, right? What? The Rambam, yes, I hear the Rambam. I also owe you a Vladisika Berdichev on the story with Achot and the Eliyahu Navi. Again, so Netz Hashem, tomorrow. We'll get to tomorrow. We'll continue. We'll say a tremendous shkoyach to everyone. Again, details for the Siyum forthcoming in Netz Hashem. We're going to make our Siyum tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we begin with Seches Makas. Again, we'll say, what a journey. Such Prophet Shemir give us the cup to continue to learn together, to grow together for many years to come. Shkoyach, everyone.
You have 5 minutes today for me to ask you navigate the halachic.
Yeah, no, tell me this afternoon.
Yeah, after 1. Okay, please come back.
Okay, so Jeff died, $26,000. Now, what is he taking with him? I guess a lot of cowboy boots, cigars, and maybe there's a lot of things that you need to do with, like, sorry. I was just trying to.
All right, Joe, say good morning. A great Zechus Baruch Hashem. We begin our second to last day of Masechta Sanhedrin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share, to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Folsom Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the children's Roshos this year as a Zechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habarim Latova, Paul Pollock, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollock, an anonymous sponsorship in the source of similitudes for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. Avram Yishin Dikomin for dedicating Shurim this month in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Brainer Bas Yoshua Heschel from the Rava. Our week of learning sponsor Steve Galaska, in honor of all of the brachas that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. Incredibly beautiful. Baruch Hashem, thank you to all of our sponsors for your generosity, for your commitment, and I will say that a tremendous zechus, Baruch Hashem, to be able to continue our journey in the Masechta Sanhedrin. Today's daf is Kuf Yod Beis 112. And we are picking up on Kufir Aleph Amud Beis, a lot to do still on Amud Beis. Let's pick up 10 lines down. 10 lines down from the top. The truth is, just to be fair, we got much further, like 2 lines further than that. But we're so far behind anyway, you might as well just start from there. All right, so 10 lines down from the top. The Gemara quotes the beautiful pasuk that says, "Vayomahu Yashem Svakos Lateres Tzvi Uvetiferes Tifer L'Sher Amo." My Lateres Tzvi Uvetzviras Tifara Lo Osel Lo Simritzona Uvetzavim Yeshua. So what does this pasuk mean? Yachol Akol. You might have thought that the Baruch Hu chooses to give out his bracha upon all people. Maybe again, we'll say, remember, how did this parak start? Chelik started with Kal Yisrael Yisrael Chelik V'Olam Haba. I thought that every year, everyone gets the brachas from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say this is incredible. L'she'er amo. So brachas only she'er amo. What does she'er amo mean? Me shemesim atzmi makes himself like leftovers. Now what does this mean? Rashi points out over here, humility. Humility, the nida that the Ribono Shel Olam goes ahead and values most is humility. So we'll say, what's the pshat? Rashi says over here, Kishirayi, 3 lines into the short lines, third short line down on the right hand side. Shirayin shein nechshavim kach in chashav be'ina ve'ina mizgah. Person doesn't think highly of himself. In other words, humility. We'll say, why is humility such an important thing? That makes perfect sense. Because remember, again, if I'm not humble, then by definition I'm arrogant. The moment that a person is arrogant, they feel that they have absolutely no work to do, nothing to work on, nothing to improve, nothing to try to build on. So therefore, once a person is suffering, unfortunately, again, from the emotional malady of arrogance, there's simply nowhere to go. You can't work with a person. Such a person is not open to anything. Conversely, when a person goes ahead and is humble, so a person, of course, still recognizes their accomplishments, still recognizes their pluses, but at the same time also recognizes all of the areas of weakness, all the things that need to be improved, all the work that needs to be done. So who does HaKadosh Baruch Hu shower bracha upon? Someone who is humble. Next, Ruach Mishpat, Yoshev ala Mishpat. So what's Ruach Mishpat? What does this mean? Ruach Mishpat, so what does that mean? Zeharod de'es Yisrael. This is someone ultimately, again, who controls his Yitzhar. Rashi says here, Shelod Yisrael, Sheboy Yisrael, the Chozor B'Shuva, Mina B'Nei Sha'abat. So listen, this is fascinating. In general, when we see that lotion of Rod de'es Yisrael, we generally assume that it means someone who controls their Yitzhar Hara. Someone who controls the Yitzhar Hara. So Rashi's pointing out it really means 2 things over here. Rod de'es Yisrael means that literally, again, I subdue my Yitzhar Hara. That is part 1. Like, I am in control of my Yitzhar Hara. We know this, that one of the first steps to recognizing, to spiritual success, is the ability to acknowledge the fact I am in control of me. I am in control of me. Now, the fact that I'm in control of me doesn't mean that I always control me, but I am in control of me. So therefore, when I give in to my Yitzhar, I give in to my desires, I give in to my wants, my lusts, and my proclivities, that is my choice. That is my choice. That's not me being overpowered. That's not me ultimately, again, something is out of my control. I am choosing to give in. So therefore the Gemara says, Rod de'es Yisrael means someone who recognizes that he is in control of his Yitzhar. That's part 1. Part 2, when I make a mistake, I own it and I do tshuva. We all make mistakes. That's almost like an inevitable part of being human. We all make mistakes. But at the end of the day, what do I do in the aftermath of that mistake? Do I deflect? Do I make excuses? Or do I simply own it and figure out a way to move on? So what this is from means part 1, I try to remain in control of my Yitzhar. Part 2, when I make mistakes, which inevitably I will, I own it, I do tshuva, and I move forward from it. Next. This refers to someone who adjudicates a case in a correct way. So it could be, of course, referring to a diner himself, a judge himself. But also that the truth is, in general, we're all judges in some way, right? Everyone who enters into my galeramas enters into my courtroom. Like, we judge everyone all the time, every day. How do you judge people? Like, how do you judge people? Do you benefit people the benefit of the doubt? That's done in Emes Lamiko. Only Gvura, Zahav Miskaber Yisrael. Gvura ultimately refers to someone who overpowers his Yitzhar. So Rashi says over here, Mark his Yitzhar Tov al Yitzhar Hara, And by Yitzhak, so this is someone who literally again empowers his Yitzhak HaTov over his Yitzhak HaRa. שאם היצר הרע אומר לו, עשה עבירה זו, לא דיו שנמנע מן העבירה, אלא הולך ועושה מצווה ומזכר בעדת מרודה. So this, by the way, this is so nuanced. This is so nuanced. And the truth is, if we didn't have to go so quickly, we could go ahead and spend an entire sheet on this. If you notice again, there's two terms that are being used over here. There's Roda B'Yitzro and Gover B'Yitzro. Roda B'Yitzro means a recognition, I am in charge. I am in charge. And again, when I fail, which I do, because I'm in charge, I own it. It hurts to own it. It's so much easier to deflect. I own it. And therefore, because I own it, I can do tshuva. That's Roda. Gover B'Yitzro means something different. Gover B'Yitzro actually points out over here, this guy B'Yitzro means, number one, someone who overpowers his Yitzhak HaRa. I have the wants, the desires, the proclivities, the inclinations, but I overpower my Yitzhak HaRa. How do I overpower my Yitzhak HaRa? There are times when Yitzhak is trying to subdue me and trying to get me to sin. What do? I overpower it by engaging in good. Not only do I resist the temptation to sin, but I utilize that same time, that same energy, that same effort to do good. It's a higher level. So not only do I subdue it and conquer it, but again, I'm utilizing that same koach to do good in life. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Meshivim Nechama, what is Meshivim Nechama? This is someone ultimately again who goes ahead and literally gives and takes in the war of Torah. You know what exactly that was saying? This is a thing that we spoke about yesterday as well. It's interesting that Torah learning is often called a milchama, a war. Just like think to yourselves, I don't know, come Torah every day. What's the war? Now it is a battle sometimes to stay awake. That is absolutely true. That could be a daily battle. Right? But what's the war? So this goes back to what we spoke about yesterday, which is Torah is only meaningful if there's sacrifice and if there's effort. Right? War means that I'm giving something up. War means I'm exerting myself. War means that by definition I'm exhausted and feel depleted. That's milchamta shel Torah. Shara, elu shemashtimin. How beautiful this is. What does it mean, shara? Elu shemashtimin u'ma'aridim b'bati knesses u'matim drashos. Wow. What does this refer to? Let's say this refers to people who come early to shul and stay late in shul. Come early and stay late in the shuls in the bati medrash. That's who the shara is. So we'll say, what does this mean? There's a midah. In other words, when I'm going ahead and I'm waking up early and I'm coming to shul, I'm coming to base medrash, or I'm staying late, what I'm ultimately showing is that this is something that is important to me. This is something, sometimes those early hours and those late hours are sometimes the most precious ones that I need for me. When I give up those hours for Torah, that's where greatness comes from. So the Gemara goes like to Amar Torah. So again, what is it going to say about the person like this? Amar Torah, I'm sorry, Amar Midas Hadin, Nifnech and Sparaful, Ribono Shel Olam. Man Nishtanu Elim Elim. So this is still, so all beautiful midos. So interestingly enough, what happens? So the Midas Hadin says before Hashem, I don't understand, these are all very nice character traits, but you're making it sound that only a person who possesses these traits is someone who receives bracha from Hashem. But there are a lot of other traits that are important and beautiful as well. So why dafka these? Amara gam ela biyayin shanu ubashechar ta'u haku koliba ve'in puka el gehenna shneimar lo tiyezos l'chol puka. So let's listen to this. To which the Gemara effectively answers something amazing. You're right. There are a lot of wonderful qualities. But if one does not possess these qualities, then at the end of the day, they do not possess the qualities I need to stay out of Gehenna. In other words, many redeeming qualities, but there are certain indispensable qualities that you need in order to be successful in life. These are those qualities. So let's say, if you think about this for just a moment, so it just turns out that before 6 o'clock in the morning, we just learned all of the necessary qualities in order to be successful in life. What a day it's going to be. And we'll say again, what are those qualities? Right, number one, Lo Des Yisro. Just a quick review. Number one, Lo Des Yisro. Be the kind of person who recognizes you're in charge of your Yetzer. And if I fail, because I'm in charge, I'm going to become an immediate Baal Tshuva. Next, Yoshev ala Mishpat, someone who judges other people favorably. Number three, Miskaber B'Yitzro. Not only my control, but I can vanquish Yitzhak. How do I do that? In that moment that I'm tempted to sin, not only am I not going to sin, I'm going to use those sin kochos in order to do good. And ultimately, again, number 4, no signosim l'chamto shel Torah. Torah requires sacrifice. Torah is a battle. Torah is a war. If there's no sacrifice in my Torah, ultimately, again, it's not going to endure. And number 5, wake up early and stay late in the Medrash and in the shul. Make sure that you are giving of your morning hours and of your evening hours to be in the base Medrash. And also, if you notice, by the way, it doesn't just say to learn Torah. What does it say? To be in the base Medrash and to be in the base Knesset. It's not just about learning. It's about putting yourself in a muscle Torah in the morning and in the evening. If I have those 5 qualities, ultimately, again, I will receive the bracha of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Without those qualities, you could be a good person, but it's kind of like being a good person who's inebriated. What does a good person who's inebriated accomplish? Not all that much. You're a good guy, but because ultimately, again, I'm inebriated, I can't really function. I can't really do that much. Without these 5 core qualities, 5 core attributes, it's hard to move myself forward in life. So the Gemara says, and furthermore, again, the Gemara says that a judge who doesn't do the correct thing is also like a person who's inebriated, who's drunk and unable to function. Incredible. I love to say, Mishnah. Actually, in the Dachas. What's the last Mishnah in? Last Mishnah. Where's the last Mishnah? Last Mishnah in the Sanhedrin. Last Mishnah in the Dachas. Mostly, we're actually going to get like a little bit back to some classic type of Gemara. Right? Not all Agarata. Don't worry, there's still beautiful Agarata ahead of us. But listen to this. Actually, in the Dachas, in the Chekol Haba. People in the Dachas. Moses, remember, what's here in the Dachas? Funny you should ask, because the Mishnah is going to answer that question for us in just a moment. So the people over here in the Dachas do not have a chilek in Olam Haba. Now, just for our purposes, before we get into the actual definition, Eri Dachas means a city whose majority of its residents worships Avodah Zarah. Okay, no chilek in Olam Haba. So Moshe Shneimar, Yotzu Anoshim B'nei Belial Mikrebecha, V'yadichu es Anshe Yoshvei Iram. Right, Ve'eina Neharagin, Ad Shiyu Madicheha Me'osa Ha'ir, or Me'osa Ha'shevach. So first of all, again, I will say, Madicha are like the inciters. So the Chevra that incites others to worship idolatry. So ultimately, the people of the city are not executed, right, as Anshe and Nidachas, until the inciters are from the same tribe and members of the same city. In other words, if you have external agitators, right, who would think that such a word like that would actually have contemporary relevance to us, right, these days, right? If you have external agitators, they don't just exist on college campuses, right? But if you have external agitators who come into a city and go ahead and incite, that's not Yerni Dachas. Yerni Dachas has to be inciters from within. Same city, same tribe. Right? Furthermore, again, the majority of the city has to be incited to worship idolatry, and ultimately, again, and it has to be the men who are the inciters, and the men who are the incitees. What happens if the city is incited to worship idolatry by women or children, or only a minority of the city has been incited, or the inciters are from out of town, right? Out of town inciters. Then ultimately, you have also to understand. Because of the Yerni Dachas, you're going to see a city that worships idolatry. That is because the city itself gets a unique punishment. Now, what happens if the residents are not deemed to be a Yerni Dachas? They're what's halacha? They're just good old what? Good old Avodah Zarah. Right? Just good old Avodah Zarah. They are judged as individuals and not as a collective city. That's what it means when it says Hare Elu Ki Yechidim. So we're going to understand, by the way, Yerni Dachas, the punishment is sayif, right, beheading, and all of the property is destroyed. If you're a stam every Avodah Zarah, right, just a regular guy worshiping Avodah Zarah, then the halacha is you're chayiv skila, and your property is not destroyed. So that's the fundamental distinction over here. So again, you want to say, therefore, you can have a city that doesn't meet the criteria of Yerni Dachas, but Lamaisa, again, the residents are still judged as Ovdei Avodah Zarah. So they won't get Sayif of Yerni Dachas. Their property won't be destroyed like Yerni Dachas, but they will be executed with Skiva. Incredible. And ultimately, you know, now, again, in general, in Yerni Dachas, even when a city is judged, every person to be executed, even if you're under the umbrella of Yerni Dachas, every person still needs their own Eidim and Hasra. Right? So that process is no different. Even though the city itself is going to be judged collectively, every individual needs their own Eidim and Hasra. Incredible. So once I saw again, so one of the chumrah that individual of the avodah zarah have over Irni Dachas is that individuals are judged with skiva. Leficha, mamon and pala. Therefore, their property is not destroyed, as we just said before. Da'merubim v'sayif, ultimately a city. Irni Dachas is judged with sayif. Leficha, mamonam avad. Therefore, their property is destroyed. So, this is very important. Stam ovid avodah zarah, skiva, property untouched. Irni Dachas, sayif, beheading, property is destroyed. Incredible. So Gemara says, "Haketake Yoshei Irazos lefi Charef." So the Gemara says, "Fine." Haketake Hachamaras v'Agamaras ha'overes v'makol makom. So this is very interesting. So now, obviously, the whole chap of Irni Dachas is dependent on the majority of the city worshiping Avodah Zarah. The interesting shaila is going to be who comprises that majority. So let's say, for example, you have people traveling through town. You have a donkey driver. You have a camel driver. They're not residents, they're just traveling through. What's the halacha? Also, they could save the city. What does that mean? They're counted as part of the tally. So if it turns out that they're just passing through, they didn't worship Avodah Zarah, they could actually go ahead and save the city as well. Shneimar, hacharim tacharim osa, ve'es kol asher ba, ve'es behemta ufi chara. Good. So you are saying, Nikan Amru, Nifsei Tzadikim Shabisofa, Ogdin, Shabachutz Lapalkus. Well, so this is actually very interesting. We'll discuss this in greater depth. Now remember, in the Irni Dachas, is everybody worshiping Avodah Zarah? Everybody? No. What do you need? Rov. Which means it's very possible you have tzaddikim who are living in the Irni Dachas. Now the tzaddikim, the Gemara says, their property that's in the Irni Dachas will be destroyed. Because the way it works is all property in an Irni Dachas is destroyed. But their property, however, again, let's say the tzaddik was in Irni Dachas, so any property he has in Irni Dachas, the condemned Irni Dachas is going to be destroyed. Let's say the same tzaddik owns property outside of Irni Dachas. That property remains untouched. On the other hand, the Sharishanim, Ben Shabasoka, Ben Shabachutzala, Hari Elu Ovdid. This is very interesting. The Shul of the Irni Dachas, both their property in the city and their property outside of the city, all of it is destroyed. All of it is destroyed. Shenei Amar, Ves Kol Shlava, Tikbots, Altok, Rechava. Incredible. In Eino Rechov, so it says, now the washing of the parts of the Irni Dachas is you gather all the property of the city into the Rechov, into like the main square, like the main street of the city, and you destroy it. What happens if the city doesn't have a main street? Okay? In Eino Rechov, Osin La Rechov, make a street. Right? It's such a profound line. What happens if you don't have something in life that you need? Get it, make it. Right? What happens if there's a reality that you wish you had created? Don't spend your entire life, on aspirational ideations. Sometimes if you need something to happen in life, just make it happen. So if the city doesn't have a rechov, make a rechov. Make a rechov. So the mother like that. Let's say there's a main street right outside of the city. We expand the territorial boundaries of the city to include the Rechov. Good. So, brother, I just want to point out, and this is like a very nice tie into the beginning of the paragraph. So, if you remember, actually, I'm sorry, before this paragraph, if you remember again, in general, when it comes to death sentences, right, Misas Bezdin goes out of its way to help people avoid death penalties. There's only one exception to that rule, which is Avodah Zarah, right? Mesa Avodah Zarah. With Avodah Zarah, we throw the book at the person. So you begin to see this, right? So you might call it this. Well, if the city doesn't have a main street, they get off on a technicality. No, they don't. We'll make a main street. We'll expand the territorial borders to include a main street, but we are not giving people an exemption from this. Very important. The mother goes right there. Good. Shlama, good. This is after Shneim. I've said that by each S. I hear that's called Shlama. Color Hashem will keep off. Shlama for those Shamayim. What do you destroy in the Irni Dachas? Only the property of the residents, not property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's property that belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Nikan Amru, Hekdeshos Shebo Yiftu. So let's say in the Irni Dachas, there's Hekdesh. So what do you do with that? you redeem it. Or Trumos Yirkuvu, if there's Truma, you allow it to rot. Again, we'll discuss all this tomorrow. Meiser Sheni the Kisei Kodesh Yidnisu. And if there's Meiser Sheni or some type of Kisei Kodesh, we go ahead and put it in Geniza, like we put it in Shemus. Kalila Shamokecho. Our Shemar Rakash Baruch Ima An Ata always said in the early Dachas, if you do proper judgment in the early Dachas and destroy this city, Ma'ale Ani Alechem, Kilu Atem Ma'ale Ola Kalil Ifanai. So what says you gotta want? If you go ahead and you eradicate the early Dachas, the Bible says, I will count it as if you offered up an Ola. I will say, this is something that sometimes like is a little bit difficult for us to reconcile with our modern day sensitivities, because the thing is, we very much have ingrained it in us, this notion of a live and let live, which, by the way, is true 99% of the time, right? 99% of the time is focus on you, and let other people do their thing. Don't get involved in it. Don't get involved in it on a variety of different levels. In Eretz Yisrael, remember, Irni Dachas only occurs in Eretz Yisrael. Irni Dachas does not occur. Eretz Yisrael is governed by a separate set of rules. And in Eretz Yisrael, there is a national obligation to maintain a general level of holiness in the land. The one thing the land cannot sustain is idolatry. The land cannot sustain it. It's a fundamental rupture in the relationship between Klal Yisrael and Kadosh Baruch Hu. That's why you see it. Kadosh Baruch Hu says you can't allow evil to exist within the land. You can't allow these kind of things. Again, as much as we'd love just to say, okay, you do you, I'll do me, we can't do that. Not in Eretz Yisrael. Kadosh Baruch Hu says if you destroy Erni Dachas, as crazy as that, as harsh as it sounds, it's like you offered up an Olah. Incredible. Tell Olam. So when the Pasuk says after you destroy the Erni Dachas, it should just be a mound. Leave it as a mound forever. What does this mean? You can't even make it. Not only can you not rebuild it, but you can't even go ahead and make it into gardens or orchards. The Kiva says, "Lo sibane old the kamol sha'isa this." Aval na'asa si ganos b'pardesim. Rabbi Kiva argues, bless you. Rabbi Kiva disagrees, and he says like this. He says you can't rebuild it to what it once was, but you absolutely can make it into gardens and orchards. Don't take anything from the condemned property. The idea is that in Erni Dachas Osai, the entire city and this property takes on this identity of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, you have to eradicate everything. You have to get rid of everything, because as long as there is Avodah Zarah in this world, divine wrath exists. That's why destroy everything. Don't keep anything. Avdu Risham min ha'olam, Mistalek Charon Af min ha'olam. When the Rishaim are removed from this world, ultimately, divine wrath is removed from this world. A very powerful statement. So first of all, again, in order to be Erni Dachas, it has to be the insiders themselves and not their shliach. In other words, we'll say, let's say you have a group of insiders, they outsource it. They have like a inciting call center. I don't know, it's someplace in India, right? To go ahead and do their inciting for them, right? So Lamaisa, again, it doesn't work. It has to be the insiders themselves, and ultimately, again, not their shluchim. Anoshim, ain't Anoshim Pakos Mibeis. Right, first of all, Anoshim means the insiders have to be a group. Right, have to be at least two people inside. Davar Anoshim below Noshim. Furthermore, it means men and not women. Not women. Anoshim below Kitanim. Men and not men. So remember again, I just want to point out, keep on reinforcing. Obviously, if you don't meet the criteria of Erni Dachas, so Erni Dachas means the entire city is condemned, property is destroyed, Sayif, right? If you don't meet that criteria, it's still Avodah Zarah. So they're going to be judged as individual of the Avodah Zarah. B'nei Belial, what does that mean? Banim Sheparku all Shalim Tzaraim. It means ultimately, again, one of these insiders, these are people who have shirked the yoke of heaven off of their neck. Mikir B'chav, from within your midst. So we'll say this is very interesting. Border cities are not subject to the laws of Erni Dachas. Why is that? Because the whole idea of Erni Dachas is treated as a spiritual cancer. That's what it is. In other words, there is this spiritual cancer that is growing within the midst. If there's a border city, the concern is the influence is not from within our midst. Who is the influence from? From the nations that live on our borders. That's just not, again, there's still liability and culpability for worshiping Avodah Zarah, but that's not Ir Nidachas. Yoshve Iram, although Yoshve Irachares. Lemar, so we'll say, so that's again, the insiders have to come from within the city itself and not from another city. Lemar, even for Ir Nidachas, so we'll say it's interesting, even though Ir Nidachas is judged as a collective, every member of the Ir Nidachas has to get their own Hasra and their own Eidos. Okay, Itmar, the most very interesting. So this is just an aside piece over here. It's fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan Omer, Cholkin Ir Achas L'Shnei Shvatim. Reish Lakish Omer, Ein Cholkin Ir Achas L'Shnei Shvatim. Let's listen to this. When dividing up the territory of Eretz Yisrael, can you go ahead and divide up one city amongst two Shvatim? Does that concept apply? Can you divide up one city amongst two Shvatim or not? So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says yes, and Rabbi Shlakish says no. Rabbi Yochanan Shlakish, Achu Madichami Osair, Omi Osa Shevet. Remember, what did the Mishnah say? For the insiders to be chayiv, so the insiders have to come from that very city and the same Shevet. So the Gemara says, interesting that it says both, right? Same city and same Shevet. My love, Afagav Demadicha Me Osair. So what do you see from here? Even if the insiders are from the same city, in other words, so most if you notice, you could be from the same city and not from the same shevet, right? So in other words, but in order to be Ir Nidachas, they have to come from the same city and the same shevet. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? The fact that you can have a city member who is not from the same shevet indicates to us what? That the same city can be divided up amongst two shvatim. To which one says, no. No, it's not true. You could have someone from a different shevet who owns land in your city. How? He received it from his maternal inheritance, or someone gifted him property. But it's not a raya that in the actual division of Eretz Yisrael that you could divide up one city amongst two shvatim. I'm sorry. Arin Teisha Me'ez Shnei Hashadim. Sorry. We'll say 9 cities from amongst two Shvatim. Now, Rashi points out that here, this is by the Chanukah of Yoshua. This is when Yoshua divided up Eretz Yisrael, and he said that there are 9 cities that are going to be given to the Levium. Now, we'll say now, it's interesting. 9 cities from 2 Shvatim. The Gemara says, My love Arba Upalga Mehai, the Arba Upalga Mehai. So it makes sense to say, again, the assumption is it's divided equally. 4.5 cities from this shevet, 4.5 cities from that shevet. So what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa again, halacha l'maisa, right? Everybody gets, right? You can go ahead and divide up cities. You can divide up the cities between shvatim, to which the Gemara says, Yishmamina cholkin yirachas l'bei shvatim. This one says, no. The Gemara says, no, arba mehai, v'chamish mehai. 4 cities from this one, 5 cities from this one. If that's the case, doesn't it make sense? Doesn't it make sense to go ahead and halacha l'maisa tell us which city, which tribe is giving which cities? Which one is top of Kufya Beis? Right, Kufya Beis 112a, Kasha. That's good question. Okay, so we'll say. So by the way, this is our machlokes between Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Can you divide up one city amongst two shvatim? The Gemara doesn't resolve it over here. So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if you have an Ir Nidachas? You have an Ir Nidachas, and the people were incited. But listen to this: they weren't incited by anyone. In other words, no one came along and actually incited them to worship Avodah Zarah. So what happened? This is a self-motivated group, right? So they're self-insiders, right? In other words, that they actually decided on their own to worship idolatry. So what's the halacha? Can they become an Ir Nidachas or not? No. So the Gemara says, on one hand, on one hand, the pasuk says that someone's inciting them, not that they're incited on their own. Or maybe it's not somebody case for even that they're incited on their own. Which one is it? So Tashma, so remember again, the Mishnah said that if the inciters were women or children, it doesn't become an Ir Nidachas. But why not? So we'll say, so again, remember, women and children inciting should be no worse than self-incitement. And yet you see that Lamaisa again, that they're not chayiv, they're chayiv. So it appears from here that self-incitement ultimately again doesn't create Ir Nidachas. Tusumar says, no, that's actually not a fair question. Hanach basar nafshayu greedy, hani basar nashim va'avot greedy. So listen, this is very interesting. When it comes ultimately again to women and children who are inciting, the Gemara's assumption over here is how compelling could it actually be? Like how compelling could it be? But the assumption is fascinating. The assumption is that women and children will never be as passionate about avodah zarah as men. Which I will say is a tremendous compliment, right, to women and children. In other words, it's fascinating. It almost seems like there's an inherent kedusha that exists within women and children, almost like in a middle of pshuta. So even if they're really worshiping idolatry, children is different. Children is a das issue, right? But by women, it's interesting that again, well, why can't the women incite someone to worship idolatry? We just saw by Midian. We just saw that it was the women who worshipped them to work Baal. The truth is, even over there, it was because the men wanted to engage in immorality. It wasn't as much a theological stance as much as it was an immorality stance. In any event, the Gemara says that when it's women or children inciting the populace to worship Avodah Zarah, the connection to Avodah Zarah is not going to be so strong. Therefore, it can't create any nidachas. It's fascinating. Self-incitement, on the other hand, when people decide on their own to worship idolatry, that could be a very strong connection to idolatry, and perhaps that does create the nidachas. So we'll say, so again, halacha l'maaseh is in order to be an nidachas, there must be someone actively inciting the city. Self-incitement is avodah zarah, so you'll be judged as of the avodah zarah. So skila, and your property is not destroyed. But to be an nidachas, there has to be others who are inciting. Okay, actually, the majority of the city ultimately again has to be idolatry. So here's what's interesting about this. So how does this work, right? Remember again, let's play this out. There's a city A. Can't even use an example of a city in Eretz Yisrael for this mashal, because to use the actual name of the city in Eretz Yisrael for this would be motzi las on any city in Eretz Yisrael. We've learned our lesson about lashon hara regarding Eretz Yisrael. Not a good idea. The land, Galar's ma'od ma'od. So remember, so let's say if city A. So now city A, we have insiders, and let's go with what we know right now, right? I've got men who are from the city, from the Shevet, who are inciting others to worship idolatry. People are worshiping idolatry. So what's the halacha? If the majority of the city worships idolatry, it's an ir nidachos, sayif, beheading, destroy the property. The problem is, right, every individual needs their own eidim and asra. So on one hand, I have to really judge every individual and then figure out, do I have a majority? So how does this work, right? So if you notice, again, what's fascinating about this is ir nidachos is collective judgment for the city, but you only get to collective judgment after you've adjudicated the case of every individual. So logistically, the Gemara says, how does this work? So listen to this. I'm going to be done. So how exactly? How does this work? The Gemara says, I'm going to be done in the choshin. Here's what we do. We try, right? We try each individual, right? We go ahead and we put them, right? We bring them to this thing. So let's say we start Reuben, okay? Reuben watch the level of desire. What do we do? We put Reuben in jail. Holding cell, Shimon in jail. Levi in jail. And we go one by one. Again, we're not executing anyone, because why are we executing anyone? Because we don't know. Is this again, should it be executed again with skila or with sight, right? Which one is it? So essentially, it says judge, holding cell, judge, holding cell, and then we'll see quickly, or hopefully if we go ahead and we get to majority. Ula says, no, you can't do that. You can't do that because you're perverting the justice. I'm saying, what does that mean? In halacha, one of the things that we have established is there's quick execution of judgment, quick execution. In other words, if you're condemned, you're executed. Why? Because it's considered to be unnecessarily cruel to delay carrying out of a death sentence. If somebody sentenced, mostly you see this, by the way, right? You see this like in our legal system, where like people sit on death row and like they sit like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense if a person has done something that is so heinous that makes them liable. So again, give them the punishment. Again, especially in halakha, where the punishment itself is a kapara. Right? So in other words, our punishments are not punitive. We have knas, which is punitive, but in general, our punishment, right, our penal system is cathartically rehabilitative. There's even a death sentence is cathartically rehabilitative. So at the end of the day, If he's hiding himself, kill him. What are you going to do? You're going to hold him? And how long? How long is this going to take? Right? Again, then it's going to man, right? There's a whole bunch of other stuff that's going on over here. Right? So how long exactly is this going to take? So Ula says, it's not right. It's not right. You can't do that. Rather, so what should you do? Ella Amar Ula, done in V'soklin, Diram V'soklin. This is interesting. So Ula says, what we do is we judge. And you get skila, because right now you're an individual. Now what will happen is, once we hit the 51% mark, then what? Everyone after that will be sayed. This is interesting. So Ula says essentially there's two dinim. The first chevra, right? The first chevra, until we get to the majority of the city, are executed with skila. Then once we hit the 51% mark, now it's Yerni Dakas. And ultimately, again, now we'll go ahead and impose both Yerni Dakas on the remaining residents of the city. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Rashi says, yeah, okay, right. Itmar. So let's analyze. So it says, who's right? Who's right? So Itmar, Rabbi Yochanan, Amar Dana V'Sochlim, Dana V'Sochlim. Rabbi Yochanan says, we just go ahead and literally judge and stone. Rish Lakish Omar Marvin Lohen Batei Dina. So Rabbi Yochanan holds like Ula. Like Rabbi Yochanan holds like Ula. Then what we'll do is, again, we're going to judge, and as you judge the individual until we get to the 1% mark, and then it's going to be Dachas. Rish Lakish says, it's interesting, Marvin Lohen Batei Dina. Rish Lakish has a different approach. Rish Lakish says what we do is what we'll say is that halacha l'ma'aseh. We set up, when we know that we have a potential area dachos, we set up a whole bunch of courts. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda's logic makes a lot of sense. We kind of wait to see, do we have a majority so we can judge them as area dachos. The problem with Rabbi Yehuda's approach was that it's going to take a very long time. So comes along, Rish Lakish says, I have the answer. Set up a whole bunch of what they did. In other words, judge everyone simultaneously. To the best of our ability, we obviously it's an emergency situation, judge everyone simultaneously so we can see before we execute anyone, what is the status of this city. Is that so? We don't do that. In general, local batedim are equipped to deal with individual cases. They're not equipped. The local basin is not equipped to deal with a matter that involves the entire city. Ella, Marpin and batedim. So let's say you're right. Let's say here's how it happens. Here's what happens. We have potentially any dachas situation. Marpin and batedim bidinei. The local Beis Din is not the one who sentences anyone to death, right? Rather, what the local Beis Din does is local Beis Din looks at the situation. Local Beis Din says, based on our analysis and testimony, this is an Ir Hani Dachas scenario. Then what happens? Umaskil, they kick it up the chain. Umaskil, Beis Din had Godel. Oh, who will say? Who adjudicates Ir Hani Dachas situations? The Sanhedrin. So this goes up, right? They run this up to the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Gemara says, the Katlilu. Now, what's interesting, Rashi points out to here, the Sanhedrin Agadol doesn't just simply take the word of the local Beis Din. Sanhedrin Agadol will conduct its own investigation, but obviously, again, the local Beis Din did most of the work, and then afterwards, if they're found guilty, then they're executed by the Sanhedrin Agadol. So fascinatingly enough, no one is sentenced to death on the local level. What the local Beis Din does, the local Beis Din says there is a serious potential for Erni Dachas over here, runs it up to the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin adjudicates the case, Sanhedrin passes the death sentence. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Haketakis Yoshea here, Tanabaron, Hachamer Sfagaran Salvers Makol Makom. So let's listen to this. So remember, in order to be an Erni Dachas, you need the majority of the city. The donkey driver, and the camel driver who are going through. So the Gemara says, so let's say they're traveling through. So what happens now? Let's say again, the donkey driver and the camel were just passing through. Were decided to worship Avodah Zarah together with the residents. What's that? So let's say if they've been there, the donkey driver and the camel for more than 30 days, then essentially they're considered part of the city. Therefore, they're executed with beheading, and their property is destroyed. If they've been there less than 30 days, then what? Then they're punished with skila, like a regular Oved Avodah Zarah, and their property remains untouched. So it sounds like 30 days is the determinant. If you're there for 30 days or more, you're part of the city. Less than 30 days, you're not part of the city. How long do you have to be in the city and be like a member of the city? You base Kodesh. 12 months. 12 months. Like we just said 30 days. As it always was very interesting. Rabbi Lokasha, Halame Havim Masa, Halame Havi Milasve Masa. Rabbi said there's a distinction between being part of the town and a resident of the town. Residency only occurs after 12 months. Part of the town is after 30 days. What's enough to me, no? We'll see this moment, and we'll say, so apparently for Yoni Dachas, you need not be considered a resident in order to be part of the town. You just have to be part of the town. And yet, being part is being there for 30 days. Much last time, just to support this idea. Hamudr Hana Mibnei Ha'ir. If you make an eder, right? I make an eder, I'm not getting any benefit from the residents of this city. And I will say, there was halacha. Inish sham adam shnishkar sham yir beis kodesh asur lehanos mimenu. Pachos mikan mutar lehanos mimenu. So again, if I make an eder not to get benefit from the residents of the city, so if someone has lived there for 12 months or more, I can't get benefit from them. Less than 12 months, I can't get benefit from them. Biyoshe ha'ir. Let's say I go ahead and make an eder not to go ahead and get benefit from someone who's dwelling in the city. What's the definition of a dweller? In the Shtai, Alamid Yom Aser, so interestingly enough, if they're there, so a dweller, so to speak, right, is someone who's there for 30 days or 30 days or more. Less than 30 days, then I should be a so it's a very interesting situation. So if you're there for more than 12 months, you're a resident. Less than 12 months, you're not married, but more than 30 days, you're considered to be a part of the city. If you're in Dachas, we don't need you to be a resident. What do we need you to be? A dweller, part of the city. So if you're there for more than 30 days, then you are counted towards the tally of the city. Incredible. Hakarim also has called Sheba. Hakarim also has called Sheba. So we'll say when we destroy the property of the Eri Dachas, we're going to destroy everyone's property. But if there's a tzaddik in the city, and he has property outside of the city, we don't touch that. However, there's Kala Sheba, the Rabbos Nixit Tzaddikim Shebesofa. But again, I'm also interesting enough now. Remember, obviously, the tzaddik is not going to be killed at Eri Dachas, right? Because remember, again, the tzaddik didn't worship Avodah Zarah. So he's not executed, but interestingly enough, his property is destroyed. Isn't that fascinating? So he will not be executed because he himself did not worship idolatry, but yet his property inside of the city will be destroyed. The Rabbi says, Shlala, the Lo Shlo Shamayim. Furthermore, we only destroy personal property, not property of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We'll discuss in just a moment. That's called Shlala, all the property. The Rabbos Nichse Rishon Shechutzala. And we'll say now, the Rishon Nirani Dachas, those who worship idolatry, not only is their property inside of the city destroyed, but what? Even their property outside of the city is destroyed. So the property of the Ovdei Avodah Zarah ben Eri Dachas is not only destroyed in the city, but even property they own outside of the city. That was interesting. So the tzaddik himself, of course, is not put to death, but his property in the city is destroyed. Property out of the city is spared. Rasha in the Eri Dachas, he's killed. Property in and out of the city is destroyed. The says it's fascinating. I'm shouldn't. If they Amator next day tzaddikim shebesofa yovedu, so it's interesting. Why? So in other words, the tzaddik wasn't participatory in any of this stuff. So why destroy his property? Why destroy property? So it's profound Gemara. Migalam sheyadur b'socho mamonam b'fikach mamonam avar. We'll say, what is a tzaddik doing in a city like this? What is he doing there? What is he doing there? Right? Again, let's say, obviously, if the city's doing Eri Dachas, that does not happen overnight. That means there's something sinister happening in the culture of the city. Why would a tzaddik be living in a place like this? Hazal tell us there's only one thing that would make a tzaddik live in a place like this, which is money, business. Okay, so you chose money over living in a proper atmosphere. Okay, so therefore again, now we're gonna punish you by making you lose your money as well. But let's say the power of living in a proper atmosphere, the power of living surrounded by people who are a good influence upon you. This tzaddik is living in the city only there because of his money. Therefore, we penalize him, we destroy all of his property. Incredible. Aramar, that's Kol Shalom Tikvots. So we gather up all of the property. The Rabbos Nichse Rishon Shebechutzala. So we'll say this refers even to the property of the Rishon that's outside of the city. So literally, again, we'll accumulate the property of the Rishon outside of the city, destroy that as well. The point of qualification, that refers to property that is easily accessible in the same day. In other words, we're not going to wait days to get the property of the Rishon outside of the city. What it means is like this. If the Rasha has property that is easily accessible within the day, and we can gather it into the Yoni Dakas and destroy it, we'll destroy that. If it's further away, we're not worrying about it. So the Gemara is like, I'm not Krista. Let's say in Yoni Dakas, you have a guy Ruvain. So really, unfortunately, works level design. It's part of Yoni Dakas. He's going to be killed. His property is going to be destroyed. Let's say he's watching property for someone else, right? He has a pikadon. So he's watching something for someone else. What's the halacha? It's mutter, it's not destroyed. So there's a long second. Hey, Dami, what's the case? So again, if Ruben is watching someone else's property from another city, then of course it's not going to be destroyed because that's not property of the Irani Dakas. So maybe it's the property of Ruben that is in a different city. We already just spoke about that. So again, we'll say when it comes to property of Rishon in a different city, you already said what's the halacha? If the property can be easily brought into the Yoni Dachas within the same day, we're going to destroy it. If it can't, then we're going to leave it alone. Which one said no? The Olam Diacharas. The Mifkidi Bisocha. We're talking about over here Ruvain, who's a member of the Yoni Dachas. He's watching property for someone from a different city. But the property is within his city. Right? He's watching it for someone else. It's deposited with him. I'm asking, what's the case? So I'll say first intermediate wide lines. You go to Kabul Ale Achrayas. The case is where Ruvain took complete responsibility for the Pikado. So what I thought, now the Tema, given the Kabul Ale Achrayas, Kidi Day Dummy, I would have thought that because Ruvain's taking complete responsibility, therefore, what? The property is like his. It's like he's the owner. And therefore, it should be destroyed. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon with the Pikado, even if you take full responsibility, it's not yours. And therefore, Halakha Lemaisa, it's not destroyed. Incredible. I'm going to kiss the Behema. That's very interesting. So let's say if you have an animal that belongs half to the resident of Erni Dachas, half to someone else, the animal is usher. The animal is usher. It's treated like property of the Erni Dachas. Isa, you have a doe, half it belongs to the Erni Dachas. Half it belongs to someone in another city. Mutaras, it's mutar. I will say why the distinction. Very simple. My time of Behema, Behema command the low please Damia. Isa command the fliggy Damia. It's very simple. An animal doesn't lend itself to a clean division. So because of that, again, it's considered to be that it's an intermixed ownership interest, and therefore you have to treat it like Erni Dachas property. On the other hand, an Isa, though, is very easily divisible, and therefore then we can say literally half belongs to the guy in the Erni Dachas, half belongs to the guy outside the Erni Dachas. Beautiful. Where it says, Bayra Krista, Behemas Erni Dachas, Mao de Tehani de Shchit Latala Medina Vela. So this is very interesting. Obviously, you're destroying everything in the Erni Dachas, right? That we've established. However, again, halacha l'maisa. So now I know that even if you chef an animal of the Erni Dachas, you still can't eat it because it's considered to be like it's destroyed. It's usher. It's usher. I said that. But if you chefed it, at least does that have the ability to prevent it from becoming an avela for tumah purposes? That's the shayla. So it's a medium. So on one hand, we could say, the Torah says that you have to go ahead and destroy it. So maybe since you destroyed it, it has the status of an avela, whether you go ahead and you shaft it or not. Oh, Dilma, Kevan the Shafat Mahani Shchita. Maybe not. Maybe once you're shafting it, Shchita at least, again, Shchita is not going to permit it for consumption because you can't eat it under any circumstances. But maybe Shchita will take away the avela status. This Gemara says, okay, we don't know. But they'll say, Seir Nashim said Karios Mahu. Well, this is a fascinating question. What about hair of righteous women? Right? So again, you have a righteous woman in the Erni Dachas. She has long hair. That's the type of hair that ultimately, again, would be ready to be cut. So what is the status of that hair? Is it ultimately, again, usher or not? Is it destroyed or not? So notice one side. Amarava, Hadra Sheos usher. So first of all, are you telling me again that a woman's hair is usher? That would be destroyed in the Erni Dachas? That doesn't make much sense. After all, tikbat v'saraf taksi. Pasuk says, you shall collect the property and destroy it. This is the property that can be collected and ultimately destroyed. Even though the woman's hair might be long enough that she would normally cut it, right? Again, if it's not cut, then it's not included in property that is destroyed in the Nidakas. What's the case? Ella Amarava Bapam Nochris. Tell Shefel. Awake. So I said, well, what's the case? Hey, dummy. Eat the mechuber, begufa, kegufa damya. If she's wearing it. So I said, when a woman wears a shefel, that's considered to be part of her body. Right? So again, what's the shayla? Why would it be destroyed? The Gemara says, no different. I said that, remember, for example, with tzaddik, as much as the tzaddik is losing his property, we're not taking his clothing, right, and burning it. Because again, clothing is considered to be part of the body. So what exactly is the case over here? To which the Gemara says, what's the case? This is actually interesting. What's the case? The case is where the woman comes into the house. What does she do when she comes in the house? She takes up her shekel. She has a shekel hook. Right? It could be a beautiful present, right? Shekel hook, right? So she has a shekel hook and she puts her shekel on the hook, right? So now again, so what's that look? The Gemara says, so on one hand, but yet when she goes out, she puts it back on. So Gemara says, Kinnik say, so look, Kinnik say, so we treat this like the property of the righteous in the ear and dachas, which can destroy? Or no, since it's something that she puts on and off whenever she goes in and out of the house, it's considered to be like a garment, and therefore like her body, and not destroyed. To which the Gemara says, teku. Which the Gemara ultimately says that halacha l'maisa again, this is a teku. Okay, so the Gemara says it's best kol shlala tikbot al tov rechova. You take off the property, and ultimately again you bring it into the city, into the rechov, into the square of the city. Tanrabanan, ein lo rechov, naasis irni dachas. Ein lo rechov, ein lo naasis irni dachas. Very short. So Rothschild says if there is no main road, no main square, right, then the city doesn't go irni dachas. It's just technicality. But here it says ein lo rechov, also rechov. No. If there's no main city, you know what you do? No main street. Make a main street. Mike, what are they arguing about? Mar savar rechova meikara mashma. Umar savar rechova hashnai mashma. So what's the shayla is how to interpret the pasuk says you shall gather all the property into the main street, to the main square. So again, one opinion says what that means is it has to be a main square that already exists. That's the first opinion. That's Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, if it doesn't exist, it can come in Eri Dachas. Rabbi Kiva says, no, it means there has to be a main square, even if you are creating that main square right now. Okay, well, let's say on the base. If there's any hexage in it, you have to redeem it. You can't destroy that. So it's a Sanabaran. How you bought Kadshin is there. What happens if, let's say, there are animals designated as karbanos in the early dachas? What's the halacha? Yamusu. You leave them to die. Now what yamusu means, Rashi points out over here, is we just kind of don't feed them, don't do anything to them, and they die on their own. You don't actively slaughter them. We just let them die on their own. Kadshin bedekabayis. What happens if you have property that is, or items that are consecrated about the kabayis? Bedekabayis means financial consecration. Not physical consecration, but financial consecration. What's the halacha? They are redeemed. Transfer the sanctity onto money. Right? The money becomes sanctified, and therefore again we could destroy the items. Trumos, if there's truma there, let it rot. Meiser sheni, the kisvei kodesh user. If there's meiser sheni or kisvei kodesh, again holy writings, and ultimately again they're put in sheni. So the Sheni says the hemdah below behemas b'char u'meiser. Rabbi Shimon says the only animal that is destroyed is your animal, but not a behemoth that's a bachar or meiser sheni. Shlala, prat lekesef hagdish. So shlala comes to exclude money that is hagdish. The kesef meiser or meiser sheni money. Aramai, how you bought kadshin is be'ach yamusu. So if there are karbanos in the city, you have to let it die. So the Gemara says, "Va'amai yamusu." You actually establish the machar v'v'ginei l'dama. Why do you have to do that? Let them graze, develop a mom, then redeem it onto money. Let the money be hagdish, and the animals can be killed. Rabbi Yochanan says, no. Because bringing the karbanos of a Russia, we're not going to bring this karbanos. I'm saying that we're stopping today. Not going to rush. Right, we're fine. We're absolutely fine. Tomorrow we actually have a very manageable block. Is that right? There's not going to be an Amud days. Let's say tomorrow our last stop in Sanhedrin. Shkoyach, everyone. Tremendous day. Tremendous receptor. Tremendous day ahead. Shkoyach. All right, have a great day, everyone.
Check out the picture if you're interested. Anyways, that's not why they're here though. God damn it. Whatever, no, they were smart, but is Adi really trying to do the same shit? The restart. Fuck. Restarting.
All right, Rosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, for Tov Shin Pei Hey, the Tosim Mishpach Hamaretz Yisrael, for dedicating all of the Shiurim and Drushos this year in the Zechus of the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habardim with Paul Pollack, the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Esther Pollack of West Orange, New Jersey. Anonymous sponsorship in the Zechus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for all of Klal Yisrael. Amen. Avot Moshe Kelman, the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Braina, Bas, Yehuda, Heschel, Zechron Lebracha. Arika Learning sponsors, Steve Golaskov, in honor of all the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. Incredible. And our Dati sponsors for today, Ari and Val Elman, in honor of Dobi Elman's birthday. All right. Okay, come when he comes in. Okay, good. And there's Hashem. He'll be. I have faith. He'll be there. Okay, there's Hashem. Also, thank you to all of our sponsors for their incredible generosity. Open the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah. Should have one together with Kol Chol Israel, the Kodesh Baruch Hu, should the Hashem bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedehem. But with that, let us begin with lots of detail about Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Yud Aleph 111. 111, and we are picking up in Yeretz Hashem on Kuf Yud on the days 110b. We left off with Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir right before the Mishnah, about 6 lines before the Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir, let's remember again, we're in the midst of this raging machlokas concerning Dar HaMidbar. Does Dar HaMidbar have Olam Haba or not? Does the generation of the desert have a portion of the world to come or not? This is the source of our arguing machlokas. Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir says as follows. So Rabbi Shimon ben Nasir, Dar HaMidbar comes to Olam Haba. They have a portion of the world to come. Shneimar, Ofiduya Hashem Yeshuvon, Uval Tzion Barina. Amar Rava Bar Bar Hanan Yochanan, Shavka Rabbi Akiva LaChasidusei. So this is a profound statement, which the Gemara is actually going to expound upon in the next sugya as well. Here's what the Gemara is surprised about. Rabbi Akiva is the opinion that says that the Dar HaMidbar does not have a portion in the world to come. The Gemara is surprised because it feels very un-Rabbi Akiva-like. Rabbi Akiva is the great, the Zohar brings down that Rabbi Akiva was a Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? Again, Moshe was a Gilgal of Noach, because again, Chazal faulted Noach for perhaps not advocating as much on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Gilgal of Noach, and Rabbi Akiva was the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu. Says the Gilgal of Moshe Rabbeinu, how could it be that you're not advocating on behalf of Klal Yisrael? How could it be Rabbi Akiva says, Dar HaMidbar Ein Chelik B'Olam Haba? So the Gemara is like shocked by this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva, you've left your Chasidus, right? You've left your entire essence of kindness, of goodness, of seeing the good. How are you saying somebody doesn't have Olam Haba? Shneimar, your brother, with the Gemara, don't be happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mazel Tov. Your brother sponsored the shira on your behalf. I honor your birthday. Mazel Tov, Amir V'Asim Shanim Tovos. Oh yeah. This is. I think it should be a year of celebration. Personally, I think. All right, so the Gemara is surprised by this idea that Rabbi Akiva is so intense with the Dar HaMidbar. Now the Gemara says, the Gemara doesn't explain why, right? What happened to Rabbi Akiva? The Gemara just wants to show you how the Chesed of Rabbi Akiva normally manifests itself. For example, let's listen to how beautiful this is. The Gemara says, Shneimar, Haloch v'karasa ba'aznei Yerushalayim leimar. So the pasuk says, go and speak into the ears of the residents of Yerushalayim, saying, Zechati lach chesed nurayich ahavas kilulosayich. I remembered the chesed of your youth, the love of our newlywed days. Lichtech acharai b'midbar be'eretz lo zarua. So this is so beautiful. Again, Mary Diom Yetzias Mitzrayim, Hashem says to Klal Yisrael, I remember the chesed of your youth. What's the chesed of your youth? That you followed me into the desert, right? Into an uncultivated land. Remember again. So just to give you context. Remember again. This is Yirmiyahu Hanavi, Jeremiah, right? Yirmiyahu Hanavi is the prophet of destruction. He's the one who told Klal Yisrael about destruction in the first place, and it happened during his days. So remember again, he's telling Klal Yisrael, don't worry. As much as Hashem is going to destroy the Beis Hamikdash, He will always protect and love you. Why? Because Hashem remembers that which you, Klal Yisrael, did for Him in the beginning of our marriage to Hashem. What did we do for Hashem in the beginning of our marriage? We followed God out into the middle of nowhere. We make reference to this during the Pesach Seder as well. The greatness ever, can you imagine again, over close to 3 million people followed God out into a wasteland. What did we have with us? We had matzah. That was it. Sure, we had a lot of money, right, that we took from Egypt, but at the end of the day, money doesn't do you all that much good when you're in the middle of an arid desert. So close to 3 million people followed Hashem out into a wasteland, into a desert. Where was our food? Where was our water? Where was our provisions? We just trusted HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Rebbe Shalom recognizes that chesed that we did for him. It sounds like a strange thing to say, that we did a chesed for Hashem, but we did because we followed. Because at the end of the day, Klal Yisrael, we always put our faith in the Rothschild. So don't worry, things look difficult, and things look bleak, and things will be difficult and bleak. But just know that Hashem will never abandon us because He remembers that which we did for Him. So Rabbi Akiva says, so again, so if Klal Yisrael in the days of Yirmiyahu are being saved because of the chesed, the fact that we left Egypt. So I say, who left Egypt? Who left Egypt? That's Dar HaMidbar. That's the generation of the desert. So if Klal Yisrael in the future is saved because of the merit of the generation of the desert, then what? How can you say that Dar HaMidbar, generation of the desert, doesn't have a chilik in Olam Haba? Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore the Gemara is astounded that Rabbi Akiva says that Dar HaMidbar doesn't have a chilik in Olam Haba. Doesn't make any sense. If their zechuyos are enough to carry the future of Klal Yisrael, then how can they not carry themselves? But yet Rabbi Akiva holds Dar HaMidbar ain't chilik in Olam Haba. Okay, hold that. We're going to reconcile this in just a little bit. Let's go back there. Mishnah. What's a very profound Mishnah. The 10 tribes. Remember again, these are the 10 tribes that were exiled. So the 10 Shvatim, they don't have a portion in the world to come. What does it mean? Hashem dislodged them from their land. That refers to this world. He cast them onto another land. That refers to Olam Haba. If they don't have a portion of Olam Haba, Rabbi Akiva. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Shimon Yehuda Ish Kfar Akko Omer Mishum Rabbi Shimon. Maasim Kiyom is very profound. So once it's Rabbi Akiva. So once again, interestingly enough, you begin to see like an emerging pattern. Right? So Rabbi Akiva holds Dar HaMidbar doesn't have a chilik in Olam Haba. The 10 Shvatim don't have a chilik in Olam Haba. So Rabbi Shimon says, no, it's not true. In Maasim Kiyom Hazeh, if the actions of the 10 tribes are like your actions today, in other words, obviously they were exiled for a reason, right? Why were they exiled? They were exiled because at the end of the day, they did not abide by the Dvar Hashem. So again, if they continue in that rebellious behavior, then ultimately they won't have Olam Haba. Even closer, they don't come back. They're loved, but if they choose to change their ways, then ultimately what? They do come back. So Shimon disagrees with Rabbi Akiva and holds that Halakha L'maaseh, the 10 Shvatim, could absolutely find their way back to Klal Yisrael and to Olam Haba. Rabbi says, Olam Haba. Rabbi says they have Olam Haba. Shneimar, Vayomahu Yitaka b'shofar gadol. I suppose what does the Pasuk say? On that day, referring to Mashiach, Yitaka b'shofar is of Yeshaya, and again we know this Pasuk. Uboa Ogdim be'eretz Ashur, v'hanidakim be'eretz Mitzrayim. And what does it say? Those lost in the lands of Ashur, that's a reference to the 10 tribes, will come back, right? Has the Pasuk said, Vishtakavu Hashem, Bahara Kodesh, Yerushalayim. So they have Olam Haba. So the Gemara says, Shavka Rabbi Akiva l'Chasidusei. Says that everybody is a little bit astounded. What happened? What happened over here with Rabbi Akiva? How did Rabbi Akiva abandon his normal position of in a chassid? You say he says it as piety, but really in this context, I think it means almost like chesed. Chesed. But Rabbi Akiva normally, again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is always Ashreichem Yisrael, praiseworthy you call Yisrael, the Fnei, Miatem Mitar, Mitar Esrem. Look who you become pure before, right? Look who purifies you. Rabbi Akiva at the end of the Masechus Makos. Oh, Makos. Right? I don't want to spoil the end. But what an end of Masechus Makos we're going to see, right? Rabbi Akiva is the one again. Everybody's crying over Korban. Rabbi Akiva's chevra is going to be okay. Rabbi Akiva is always the one who sees the good in situations, the good in people. But yet, again, here you have to listen. Do you understand, like the dramatic nature of saying that someone or some group doesn't have olam haba? It is an overwhelming statement. That is like eternal damnation. So the Gemara says again, the Mishnah is shocked. Like, how can Rabbi Akiva could say such a thing like this? Shneimar. Now again, the Gemara just gives Shneimar. Haloch v'karasas hadvar ma'elet safona. So the Gemara says the Gemara doesn't understand even Rabbi Akiva means. So what does the pasuk say? Haloch v'karasas hadvar ma'elet safona. Go and spread these words out. Here we go. Right, safona to the north. V'amarta shuva mishuvi yisonu Hashem v'lo apil panai bachem ki chasid ani nu'um Hashem lo etar the olam. So I say, so ultimately, again, the pasuk seems to indicate that the Baruch Hu says to the lost tribes, I'll bring you back. My chassid, you say. So ultimately, again, where do you see? More just saying, everybody talks about the chassidus of Rabbi Akiva. Can you show me an example of this type of kindness, piety, pietous kindness, right? That Rabbi Akiva was normally exhibit. So the Gemara says, "The sanya is Kitani b'nei Rishei Yisrael in Ba'il Olam Haba." So this is if ever going to do this in the Gemara, it's very profound statement. Literally, Kitani b'nei Rishei Yisrael, the young children of Jewish Rishaim, ein Ba'il Olam Haba. These children do not get Olam Haba. Shneimar, ki hine hayom bo'er kasara, v'yakol zidim v'chol osei risha kash. V'lahat. Osam hayom. So also Yahweh. Amar Hashem Tzvakos Asher Lo Yazov Lahem Shoresh Va'anaf. So ultimately, as the Pasuk is talking about the Rishon, about the wicked, and ultimately telling the wicked that they will be like straw for the flame, that they'll be destroyed. And the Pasuk says they will not leave behind Lo Yazov Lahem Shoresh Va'anaf. These Rishayim, referring to Jewish Rishayim, will not leave behind a root or a branch. Root or a branch. So the Gemara says, Shoresh va'olam hazeh. It means they will not leave behind a root in this world. Va'anaf li'olam haba. And ultimately, again, a branch in the world to come. The Rabbi Gamliel. So ultimately, we will say, so again, that seems to give rise to this idea that the young children of Rishayim don't get olam haba, right? They don't leave behind a root in this world and a branch which represents children in the world to come as well. In general, we have this concept that young children are held accountable for the sins of the parents. So this idea over here that the children of Rishayim do not go to olam haba. Rabbi Akiva says no. Why do we olam haba? Not true. The children of Rishayim go to the children of Rishayim themselves are just children. Of course, you go to Olam Haba. Shneimar, Shomer Pisoim Hashem. And listen, and normally we translate this passage is that the Baruch Shalom watches over simple people. A Pessi is translated as a fool. But in this context, it means simple. Shomer Pisoim Hashem, which means that sometimes we will say this pasuk happens to be one of the most profound psukim in Inyane Emunah. That if you want to know what does it mean to be a mammon means to be a simple person. Simple person is sometimes the greatest level of Amunah we know is Amunah Pshuta, a simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's not a complex, multi-layered, and multifaceted, intellectual belief, but a simple belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes the simpler I am in my Amunah, the more HaKadosh Baruch Hu is able to work with me. Shomer Fesayim Hashem. Hashem says, you be simple with me, I'll be simple with you. But Rabbi Akiva understands it differently. He says, Shekin Korim B'Krach Hayem Yunuka Pasya. So apparently, again, it's the Aramaic word for a child was Pasya. It's also the other word that Chazal uses, Lavia, okay? The Kuvin, right? So Pasya, so he Rabbi Akiva actually Shomer Fesayim Hashem means, well, it says it's so beautiful. Hashem always watches over children. Whether they are the children of tzaddikim or the children of Rishayim. Hashem watches over children. The children themselves never feel the brunt of divine justice. At least in Olam Haba, the Rosh always brings the children to Olam Haba, even if they are the children of Rishayim. Further part of the pasuk says, "Goldu ilane bechavloi, baram ikar sharshay ba'ara shavkuah, be'alaha mani makayim, lo yazov lahem shoresh v'anav." So what does it mean when the pasuk says? When Hashem says to Rishayim, "I will not leave for you a root or a branch." If he doesn't listen, again, remember, the first thing he says refers to the kids, like the minor children, the young children, don't be Olam Haba. So what does it mean according to Rabbi Akiva? Shal yaniach lahem lo mitzvah below shiurim mitzvah. That literally again Hashem will wipe out the schar of Rishon. Rashi says over here, lo mitzvah. Rashi's on the left hand side, about halfway down. Lo mitzvah lo shiurim mitzvah, lo mitzvah chamura, lo mitzvah kala. Hakol yehi madir u'mishayin scharam na'alter k'dei letartam min ha'olam. So again, obviously, whatever schar, whatever reward the Rishon are entitled to, they'll get, but they'll get it quickly and in this world. And this way, again, retribution comes in the world to come. Shoresh zu neshama. Others say shoresh. Ultimately, again, this refers to the neshama. This refers to the soul. Va'anaf zehaguf. And anaf, ultimately, again, this refers to the body. Which means Rashi says over here in the Shama, Shema'amedes Haguf Kishor Shema'ameda Elon. So this is actually a very beautiful idea that the Shorish is the Neshama and the branch ultimately again is the Guf. How does the root find expression? Like no one could see the root. Like I know the tree, I know the root is there. I know that the tree can't exist without the root, but how does the root, so to speak, find its expression in this world? Through the branch. Right? So again, such a beautiful imagery. So the shoresh is the neshama, the soul, and the body is the branch. The body is there because again, I know the soul is there. I know the soul drives everything. But where does the soul see or find its expression? Only through the body. But everyone agrees that Rishayim, the young children of Gentile Rishayim, do not have Olam Haba. Then everyone agrees. So the Mashlokas is by the children of Jewish Rishayim. Right? That he even says they do have Olam Haba, but they don't have Olam Haba. But by the young children of Rishayim who are Akum, everyone agrees in the Olam Haba. Rabbi Gamliel, Nafkalei, Yigitova, Kol Zachar Lamo, Itmar. Okay, so what says now? This gives rise now to a different discussion. Before we go on, just this whole Rabbi Akiva, and like Inland Olam Haba. So what do you do with this? So first of all, there's two people. Let's go with what perhaps is Chuck Rabbi Akiva himself. Rabbi Akiva is chassid, you say, but now we see two instances where Rabbi Akiva really comes down hard. Number one for Hamidbar, number one Saras Hashvatim. So let's say perhaps what Rabbi Akiva says is like this. There's room for chesed everywhere. But you have to understand something. When the Ribono Shel Olam delivers greatness and goodness and chesed for you on a silver platter, and you are kafel tov, and a person is an ingrate, and doesn't recognize that, and doesn't appreciate that, for ingratitude, right? For that level of behavior, that's unforgivable. They have to appreciate where Rabbi Akiva comes from in this. Everything Rabbi Akiva had in life, he had to work for. Everything Rabbi Akiva gained in life came only as a result of incredible difficulty and exertion. Nothing was easy. Nothing was given to him. And again, that was true for Rabbi Akiva, that was true for his wife Rachel, that was true for their marriage, that was true for their life. And Rabbi Akiva, again, it was amazing enough sometimes when people have a life like that, they become like very bitter, they become very disillusioned, right? They see other people have a lot, they have very little, but that wasn't Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva had the most incredible worldview. But the one thing Rabbi Akiva could not tolerate is people who had all the opportunities in the world and didn't take them. And more than didn't take them, showed ingratitude for those opportunities. So Rabbi Akiva looks at Torah Midbar. Rabbi Akiva says, I don't understand. You go from Tiksar Mitzrayim, and for 40 years after, he sustains you in the deserts, and he gives you money, and you have one simple job, to serve him, to do good for him, and you didn't do it, and you're about Cheta Maraglim. in Rabbi Akiva's worldview, that is the one thing. You want to tell me he didn't keep this, he didn't keep that, he did this aver, he had this immorality. Okay, we can work with all of that. But ingratitude, and inability to recognize when someone delivers bracha literally to your doorstep day in and day out, as was happening with the month, Rabbi Akiva, I'm sorry. You don't have, if you lack that midah of gratitude, then at the end of the day, such a person like that, I'm sorry, just you don't have a chiyuv olam haba. The olam haba doesn't have room. Same thing with the Kain Shvatim. In Eretz Yisrael, there's a malchus, there's Jewish autonomy, there's Jewish strength, and you have a Navi that warns you over and over and over and tells you what you need to fix. And once again, you exhibit that in gratitude. Rabbi Akiva says, I'm sorry. We can work with any other possible. But if you're an ingrate, if you mamish lack the ability to understand the brachos every emotion like living right to your door, for that, there is no olam haba. For that, and I think perhaps that explains Rabbi Akiva's position as to come down there between Dara Midbar and Aseres HaShvatim. Because really, those are the instances where you see Rabbi Akiva coming down hard, that shared midah of ingratitude. Any other avera we can work with, but this type of almost like ideological flaw in you, that's almost irreparable. For that, there's no olam haba. There's another part on Dara Midbar, but if we have time, we'll come back to it at the end. Right, the Gemara goes back there. We'll say now a tremendous sugya. Itmar. Katan me'emasai bali olam haba. We'll say this is incredible. When does a child who leaves this world, at what point does a child come to olam haba? So much Rabbi Shimon bar Rabbi, Chad amar mishash shenolad, v'chad amar mishash shesipar. One says the moment that a baby is born, right, and then leaves this world and dies, that baby gets olam haba. Others say no, it has to be from the time that a child speaks. Only once there's speech is there olam haba. I must say, it's interesting. The whole conversation is fascinating because so what happens? Like, so what happens to a child that doesn't go to olam haba? Like, what does it even mean? What does it mean? In other words, in our mind, we often assume like there's two places, right? There's olam haba and there's Gehenna, right? Or it could also, so remember again, this always comes back to the olam haba ambiguity. Is this olam haba like Messianic era olam haba? Maybe he's talking about like Trias HaMesik, so ultimately again, like at what point maybe like is a person resurrected? Is it again, does resurrection occur only once you're born? So again, just recognize that. I know I still owe you the Rambam about olam haba, Yimos HaMashiach, all that stuff, which Meretz Hashem, I still have a couple of days to get there. So we will get to it. Manar Mishash Shenolad, the one who says that there's olam haba from the time that the baby is born. The Gemara says, "Shneimar Yavol v'Yagidu Tzidkaso Li'am Nolot Kiasa U'Mandan L'Shash Sipar Dechsev Zera Yavdenu Yisupar LaHashem L'Dar." Okay, so this is a fundamental mathematics over here. So the Gemara goes right there. Itmar Rabino Amamisha Shemizra. No, there's olam haba for the baby as soon as it's conceived, even in utero. Right? If the baby is lost in utero, there's still ultimately olam haba for such a baby. Zera Yavdenu. From the time that the baby receives a bris milah, ultimately again there's olam haba. So you should just know. This is a fascinating halacha. The Shulchan Aruch brings down that if Chas Shalom, a woman miscarries or there's a stillborn, we do a bris milah for a baby boy, and there is a name that is given to that baby. The whole discussion in halacha exactly we use a name that we make sure to use a name that would not be used for future children, which is actually quite fascinating because the minute is that usually parents don't participate in the burial of that baby, and that baby is buried in an unmarked kever. It's this interesting balance because on one hand, halacha understands that we don't want the family developing an attachment to this life that never was. But yet again, there's this recognition that it's a child. Like in other words, it is a baby that came into this world. So on one hand, again, it's buried as a regular Kvuras Yisrael. The grave itself is not marked. Usually, most cemeteries have a defined area where these precious neshamas are. Some is to be not burying anyone else there, but the graves themselves are not marked. There's a besmila and there's kriyas shem. This kriyas shem, some of the most overwhelming circumstances to be involved in. But it's interesting that it's that concept of giving even a stillborn or a miscarriage that's developed enough for bris milah to give it a bris milah is this Gemara. Is this Gemara over here? Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Dichsid ani the government nasasi inecha hafuna." Tanu mishum Rabbi Meir mishar shiyomar amen. Incredible. From which point, ultimately, again, does a baby receive olam haba? From the time that it can say amen. So from speech. So the Gemara says, "Shenei emar pischu sha'arim v'yavad b'tzadik shomer emunim al tikri shomer emunim ela she'omer amen." So the time that a baby can say amen, that's when it gets olam haba. Kofir al from my amen. So my amen, the Gemara says, what does amen mean? Amar b'chanina kel melech ne'emar. So just we'll say just a beautiful Gemara in general. What is amen? Amen is a contraction for ultimately again our God. Kel is a trustworthy king. Kel melech ne'emar. Look at the right now. Amen. Heich mash bolas bilas shamayim. Kel melech ne'emar b'natrikum shema'amin alav hakadosh baruch hu. So literally again, I place hakadosh baruch hu's faith upon me. I believe that the Ribono Shel Olam is and very closely. By the way, you know what it means to be a ne'eman? To be a ne'eman. And listen, to be a ne'eman means to be someone who others could always rely on. Now, it doesn't mean a ne'eman doesn't mean that person is always going to do what you want. That doesn't mean they're always going to do it how you want it or when you want it, but it means that at the end of the day, you believe that person, that entity will come through. What does it mean that Hashem is a ne'eman? That I believe that the Ribono Shel Olam always has my back. Doesn't mean that he's going to do what I want him to do, how I'm doing it. Of course not. He's God and I'm just me. And I absolutely believe that at the end of the day, the Ribono Shel Olam always come through. Parenthetically, on a different note, I think, do you know the bakery that is open latest in Yerushalayim on Erev Shabbos? Nothing ne'eman. Interestingly enough, right? Nothing ne'eman. I don't know if they understand, but on the corner right in town, right? On the corner of, what is it? Yafo and Joy. Right? They are literally, I think that they are the bakery open latest on Erev Shabbos. Okay, so much is into the marketing department because I think they definitely could tap into that. The Gemara goes back to it's good. Look here, Eva Sha'al now. She's supposed to knock over here, quotes another pasuk. Look, I just want to point out this idea over here. So remember, we're going to have to figure out with this Gemara. I'm going to figure out with this Gemara exactly what this means in terms of Olam Haba. Like I said, is this Olam Haba ultimately again? Is this like all how we go after you die? Is this Olam Haba like resurrection? It sounds like, just so you should know, by the way, they were talking much more about Tchias HaMesim. And essentially, the was asking, like, at what point is a person resurrected? Like, if a child is miscarried, a baby is miscarried, like, is that fetus resurrected? Right? Is a stillborn resurrected? Is a baby who can't speak resurrected? All these different questions, because when it comes to Olam Haba itself, we'll see there's another Gemara that talks about, again, actually it's Gemara of Avodah Zarah. We'll talk about that. We'll see that Gemara talks about how HaKadosh Baruch Hu showers with love children who die. The children who die young, right? Children who don't have, obviously, they left their parents in this world. How the Ribono Shel Olam acts towards the parent with them in what we call Olam Haba, in the afterlife. So, again, we'll have to see the Rambam with all of this. So, I'm going to go back. L'chein, Yechiva Sha'ol Nafsho, Parapia L'Bli Chol, Amr Shlakish, L'misha Misharet, so it's beautiful. L'misha Mishaya Afilu Chol Gek. Now, here, the Gemara is quoting the pasuk from Mishaya. This pasuk seems to be talking about Gehenna. Because the lashon of the pasuk is L'chein, Yechiva Sha'ol Nafsho, Ufarapia. So Sha'ol, the death, usually a reference to Gehenna. So Gehenna literally again has opened from that. Sha'ol, the Gehenna has been widened, opened its entrance way wider. So who is Gehenna receiving? So it says a pretty scary Gemara. Rish Lakish says, anyone who did not go ahead, and right, for any person who left out one mitzvah, going to Gehenna. All right, at least we'll be together. Right, okay. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Yochanan says, no, I do not like that interpretation. Lo necha l'marayu da'amrit l'uachi. The Ribono Shel Olam does not like that interpretation. I will say, now that is a very bold statement. Very bold statement, right? That Rabbi Yochanan says, the Rothschild does not, what does that mean? Rashi says over here, he will say this is incredible. So you have Rish Lakish saying, even if you don't keep one mitzvah, you're going to Gehenna. Rabbi Yochanan says, what are you talking about? Do you think that Hashem wants you to interpret the pasuk that way? Right? And I'll say it's such a profound statement. The Ribono Shel Olam doesn't want us to find fault in each other. That's not what Baruch Hu wants. Because Baruch Hu wants us to see the good in each other, to want to see the beauty in one another. And you're saying every single Yid who doesn't keep a mitzvah is going to Gehenna. So, okay, you got it. That better be one big Gehenna, because all of Klal Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael, we'll say there is not one person, even the Gadol Shebek Yolam, the greatest Gadol in the world, even Moshe Rabbeinu made a mistake. So that means Moshe was going to Gehenna. Moshe is going there because he hit the rock, and every single tzaddik and every single regular person is going to Gehenna. So Rabbi Yochanan says to Rish Lakish, this is not how Hashem wants us to interpret. So we still understand this, Moshe. That the Ribono Shel Olam does not want us to find fault in each other. That's not what he wants. Just the opposite. He wants us to see the good. So how does Rabbi Yochanan interpret the pasuk? Ella is beautiful. Ella afilu lo lamad. No, here's what it means. What it means is like this. Rabbi Yochanan says what it means is, even if you only did one mitzvah, that will save you from Gehenna. Wow. So I said, do you see this? Same pasuk. Rish Lakish sees it as saying, if you omitted the performance of one mitzvah, you're going to Gehenna. Rabbi Yochanan, even if you only performed one mitzvah, you're being saved from Gehenna. Rabbi say, who's right? Of course, Rabbi Yochanan, right? But what's fascinating is all a matter of perspective. Do you want to see the good, or do you want to see the negative? That's it. That's pretty much. That's kind of the core choice for all of life. You want to see the good, you want to see the negative. If you want to see the good, there's so much beauty, so much good to see. You want to see the good, as long as the Yid does one mitzvah, he's kodesh kadashim and he's saved from Gehenna. You want to see the negative? Okay, as long as you committed one aveira, mamish, you're damned for all eternity. Okay, all a question of perspective. So let's say so again. So that Gemara quotes another pasuk. What is this? This pasuk is from Zechariah. So it's focusing on this Shlishis Yoseba. So it's talking about the fact that in the future there'll be much of humanity that is cut off. This goes back to, remember again, Gog Magog Gemaras that we saw again earlier in the parak about this idea that in the world of Gog Magog many will be lost. So with Rish Lakish, Shlishi Shal Shem, it refers ultimately again to the third offspring of Shem, that they will suffer the most losses in the Messianic era. Now, who's the third son of Shem? Rashi points out to there a man by the name of Arpachshad, and Arpachshad was the ancestor of Avraham Avinu, which makes it sound like that in Gog and Magog times, the ones who are going to lose the most are Klal Yisrael. This is Rish Lakish. So once again, Rabbi Yochanan jumps at Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, the Ribono does not like the way you are interpreting that passage. Why? Rather, it's not the third son of Shem, but rather, again, it's the third son of Noah, who's also Shem. Right? But again, it's more general as opposed to being Arpachshad specific. Kianoki ba'alti eskan pena, kianoki ba'alti bafem, lakakti eskan echad me'ir, u'shnayim mishpacha. So we'll say, once again, these psukim seem to reference the catastrophic loss that will occur before the Messianic era. Rish Lakish says the pasuk is to be interpreted as it literally is read, namely, there's going to be tremendous loss before Mashiach comes. Rabbi Yochanan doesn't want you to interpret it this way. Rather, how should you read the pasuk? Most is so beautiful. One person from the city could save the entire city. Mizakin Kol Mishpacha Kula. And two from one Mishpacha could go ahead and say Bin Tav Mishpacha, which means sometimes we go through life and we think that we don't matter, and we think that our actions don't matter, and we think that what we do doesn't really have an impact anywhere beyond us. And Rabbi said there is nothing further from the truth. What we do has so much of a dramatic impact. And at the end of the day, again, one person could save a world. One person could save a mishpacha. We only measure the impact of our actions upon ourselves without realizing that what we do and how we do it can have a dramatic impact on our families and even our communities and even on our world. לא נאכל למראיו, גם לתלוח, גם לצ'בר, לרולי, אלא אחד מהם בזק הכל העיר שגוד. Simar says, Chayzi, da'avaka chay peshe. I must say, it's a great story. So Rav saw Rav Kahana, then he was shampooing his hair, and then afterwards, V'salak Yasef Kamei Derav, and then he came to yeshiva. Right, so Rav saw Rav Kahana, right, taking a showering, like getting right, engaging in personal grooming, and then coming to yeshiva. Amalei, well, listen, so Rav gave him a little musar. Amalei, you will not be found in the land of the living, which sounds like Rav is cursing. Rav Kahana, is he cursing? I was saying it was just a shampoo, right? In other words, I was just kind of going ahead readying myself. So what's the intensity? No, I'm not cursing you. Rather, what am I doing? I'm telling you a pasuk. What does the pasuk do? Just Lotimsa Torah. Torah cannot be found, ultimately again, literally translated upon someone, ultimately again, who is Mechaya, who enlivens himself upon it. Now, what is the Bible saying? Torah is not found in people whose primary occupation is the pursuit of personal comfort. Right? Sometimes we go through life and our goal, what's my goal? I want to be comfortable. And again, that's in every area. I want to be comfortable materially. I want to be comfortable personally. The goal is I want to be comfortable. That's all. If that's your goal in life, you'll be comfortable. But just understand you will not achieve spiritual greatness. Why? Because your Lord says it's incredibly important. If there's one thing that spiritual greatness requires, it is discomfort. And it's discomfort almost in every way, right? It's discomfort because you have to give up sleep, you have to give up time, you have to give up time. You have to give up time, right? The time that we spend learning on this comes from somewhere. Right? I'm not inventing new time for learning. So I'm taking it from someone or from somewhere. That's uncomfortable. To grow spiritually requires money. I have to give tzedakah. I have to be. Let's say, again, we look at tzedakah as like, it's like about tzedakah, as if it's some Herculean accomplishment. It's an obligation. Giving tzedakah even sometimes more than what we're comfortable with. That is not like a shkoyah. That's an obligation. If I have more than what I need, then Rothschild gave it to me not to just simply purchase more things for myself, but to do more for my people. And by the way, it's uncomfortable. Why? I'd like to have it for me. I'd like to spend it on me. I'd like to use it for me, but that's not why you have it. If I have more than what I need, Baruch Hashem, that's in order to be able to give it and to share it to others. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to be tzedakah. It's uncomfortable to be Baal Chesed. It's uncomfortable to do hachnosas orchim because it's not always enjoyable, to be honest. Hachnosas orchim is not your buddies. That's socializing. Hachnosas orchim, that's the meal where you're like, oh my God, is this going to be over soon? Right? That's how you know it's good hachnosas orchim. Right? That hachnosas orchim, right? When you know, seriously, when you open your home to the people you don't really want to have over, but you know that if you don't have them over, it's quite possible they have nowhere else to go. That's hachnosas orchim. That at the end of the day, I would say that's what it is. So by definition, spirituality requires a sense of discomfort. So if my life is all about comfort, that's what it's about, chances are you may be a good guy, but you will not be accomplished spirituality. But if every single day you feel a little bit uncomfortable, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. If you feel uncomfortable, if you feel tired, if you feel a little bit cranky by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you are doing something right. Because that means you are living an uncomfortable life. And where there is discomfort, ultimately, again, there is holiness. So therefore, again, Rav gives Rav Kahana a little bit of Musar. He says, Rav Kahana, really, like, if you're taking a long hot shower before you come down here, let's say, take a long hot shower. That's what, for us, with different generation. But for Rav Kahana, if you're pursuing a life of comfort, you're not going to be spiritually successful. Incredible. Ultimately, again, I will take for you to me as a nation. I will bring you to me. Verse again. All right, forward, we'll say Abakosos. I will take for you to me as a nation. And I will bring you to Eretz Yisrael. Makish Yitziasam and Mitzrayim Levi Asal La'aretz. It compares Exodus to ultimately again entry into Eretz Yisrael. What's the comparison? Mabi Asal La'aretz Shnayim Samech Ribol. I will say, just remember who came into Eretz Yisrael? 2 people, 2 men out of 600,000. Now remember again, it was Khalid and Yoshua. Khalid and Yoshua were the only originals, right? The only originals who come into obviously the people below 20, but remember again, the people below 20 didn't leave Egypt. Right? So the only people, this is incredible to think about, the only people who left Egypt, who actually entered into Eretz Yisrael, were Khalid and Yifuna, and Yoshua. So once again, remember, only a fraction of Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim as well. Like Rashi points out that Chamushim, only 1/5 of Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim. 4/5 died during the month of Choshech. Very overwhelming. Those are very profound Gemara. He says it sounds so one time I went to Alexandria of Egypt. Matsasi Zakin Echad, and I found an old man. So again, Rabbi Yossi is going into Alexandria. I found an old man. This is Mamish Yitzias Mitzrayim Gimaras. Absolutely. So this old man said to me, Rabbi Yossi says, I want to show you what my ancestors did to your ancestors when they were here in Egypt. Mehem, Tavu Bayam. Some right? So again, but the Egyptians did to the Jews. Some of the Jews were drowned. Mehem, Hargu Bachar. Some were killed by the sword. Mehem, Malchu Babinyan. And some, ultimately, again, were just built into the structures. Ba'al Davazeh, Ne'anash Moshe Rabbeinu. And for this matter, Moshe Rabbeinu himself was punished. How was he punished? So it says, now listen to this. This is the incredible Gemara. Remember again, this is the end of Parsha Shmos. Remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu comes, this was his first interaction with Paro. He comes armed with this beautiful message of redemption. And what does Paro say? Paro says two words. Tichbat ha'avoda. Let them work harder. Takes away the straw. And Moshe Rabbeinu was totally dumbfounded. And he cannot believe what just happened over here. He says again, I came to Paro, speaking in your name. I came to Paro executing your agency. And since I showed up at the end of the day, things only got worse. So listen to this. Moshe Rabbeinu is very taken aback by Moshe Rabbeinu's tone, which I will say, by the way, I just want to point out is a tremendous Muslim. Sometimes you have to say something difficult. It is all how you say it, right? Whether it's critique, whether it's feedback, whether it's Muslim, whatever it might be. I will say there is a way, and sometimes again, the words are going to hurt no matter how you say it. But nevertheless, Menschlich type dictates that we learn how to say things in a proper way. So it's interesting. We're going to see what HaKadosh Baruch Hu was upset at Moshe Rabbeinu is not as much about what he asked, because what he was asking was a good kasha. Moshe Rabbeinu essentially was asking, why do bad things happen to good people? That was his question. What the Moshe was taken aback by was Moshe Rabbeinu's tone. It was accusatory and it was harsh. So Moshe Baruch Hu says, hey, pump the brakes over here. Pump the brakes. First of all, there's a way to talk. There is a way to talk. He says, listen to this. Chabal al da'avdi v'lo mishtachachin. They certainly don't make them like they used to. That's all this translation. Right? Again, woe to those who are lost but are not forgotten. What does this mean? Harikama panim niglesi al Avram Yitzchak Yaakov bekel shakai. Right? Many times I appear to Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov bekel shakai. Just ultimately, again, right now, Kel Shakai means that name, right? Means Kel, as well, who Shakai Shaddai. He again always provides enough. So I appear to them with this presence of a God who takes care of everything. For Lord, Hiru Army Gosai, they never questioned my actions. For Lord, Amruli Mashmecha, they never asked me what my name is. In other words, we're going to see 12 because I appear to the Avos many times, and the Avos never questioned my ways. Amarti the Avram, I said to Avram Avinu, Avram, the land is yours. Walk the length and the width of the land, because it's yours. So again, I told Avram Avinu, Eretz Yisrael is yours. And yet, when Sarah died, here her Amidosai. Right? I told Avram Avinu the land is yours. Yet when Sarah died, he needed a burial spot. So what happened? He had to negotiate with Ephron. And you have to buy Master for 400 silver pieces, which was an exorbitant amount of money. Yet Aaron never said to me, hey, God, it's a little fair, right? The land is mine, and yet again I'm paying, and not even retail, right? But I'm paying even more, I'm paying above market. Aaron never complained. Amar to Yitzchak, Gor Ba'aretz Hazos Via Imcha, Ba'avarechecha, Ubiksha Avadamai Mishno. So I told Yitzchak, the land is yours, and I'll bless you. And yet when Yitzchak's servants looked for water, they dug wells, and when they finally found water, there was fighting over every single well. So finally, when they found water, every single well was a fight. Everything well was a fight. So yet, with all of that, Yitzchak never questioned my ways. I told Yaakov, the land is yours. The land is yours. And yet, yet when Yaakov Mamish needed just the place to pitch his tent, he couldn't find the place to pitch his tent. Finally, when he came back, right, and he sells in Shem, right, so he goes in, he has to purchase area. So again, it's his land that he has to purchase a place to pitch his tent. And yet, Rabbi says to Moshe Rabbeinu, the Avos had difficult times in their lives also. Yet, never once did they question my ways. Never once did they ask me my name. Or the essence of asking my name means essentially, tell me how you operate. Explain to me the plan. They never questioned my ways, and they never asked for an explanation of the plan. But first of all, already by the snap, right, by the burning bush, Moshe, you already asked me what my name was. So right out of the gate, right, you already asked me to identify myself. What is my name? Furthermore, the action ata omerli vatzelo etzalta esamecha. Furthermore, again, now you kind of wag an accusatory finger heavenward, right? And now you accuse me of not saving my nation. So first you ask me my name. Now you make accusations that I'm not doing my job. So Moshe, therefore, you will see what I will do to Paro. So it's actually pretty amazing. It's fascinating. Over here, the Prophet says to Moshe, you will see the war against Paro, but you will not see the war of the 31 kings, which represents the conquest of Eretz Yisrael. So you have this motif in Chazal that almost as if from the beginning, Moshe Rabbeinu was never going to go into Eretz Yisrael. Right? This was before the Meraglim already, right? Before the Meraglim, before any of that, right? Before the stone, right? Before right before any of that. And yet again, you see the Prophet saying to Moshe Rabbeinu, you'll see what will happen to Paro. You won't see the war of the 31 kings. Now what happens? I will say after this exchange by Mar Moshe, by Kot Arza by Ishtachu. Now again, it's not exactly chronological, but the Gemara is linking all of this here. So Moshe Rabbeinu saw, right, by Mar Moshe, by Kot, Moshe Rabbeinu quickly bowed down. So the Gemara says, Mar Ra Moshe. What did Moshe see that made him bow down so quickly? Rabbi Chanina ben Gamla Omer, Erach HaPayim Ra. He saw the Ribono Shel Olam's tremendous patience. Right? Erach HaPayim means slow to anger. He saw how HaKadosh Baruch Hu has every right to exact immediate punishment, yet is slow to anger. Moshe saw this need of Hashem, and he was overwhelmed. The Rabbanan say, MS Ra. He saw the MS of Hashem. Let's say, what's MS? MS is he saw how the Rebbe Shalom runs the world in a truly beautiful way. It sometimes hurts a lot, and it's sometimes difficult to comprehend, but it's always run by the overarching principle of MS. There is truth and there is righteousness in everything that Hashem does. Incredible. Tanya Kamardam Erech HaPayim Ra. So the thing that Moshe was so Erech HaPayim, this Sanya Kishal Moshe Lamarom was incredible. Beautiful Gemara. But Moshe went up to the heavens. They went up to the heavens. They all said, but Tashkos, this is talking about when he went up to receive the Torah. When he went up to receive the Torah, so what happened? He sees the Rebbe Shalom writing the words Erech HaPayim, slow to anger. Slow to anger. Amar Lefan of Rebbe Shalom Erech HaPayim Tzadikim. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm assuming this means for the righteous, right, for the tzaddikim. Amar lo af l'rishayim. He said, no, ultimately, again, even for the wicked. Even for the wicked. Amar le rishayim yovedu. Moshe Rabbeinu says, why do the wicked deserve Erech HaPayim? The wicked should just simply be obliterated. Amar le, so let's listen to this. Amar le, chazis, hashka chazis maidini ba'ilach. So essentially, Moshe, be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. Fast forward a little bit. Kishachati Yisrael, when Klal Yisrael sinned, by the Egel, Amar lo lokach amarti li erech hapayim l'tzadikim. So Hashem says, Moshe, I'm going to punish Klal Yisrael because after all, remember what you said. Right? Who should I be slow to anger with? I'll be slow to anger with the tzadikim. Ultimately, again, with the righteous. Amar days, Amar lefan l'ribon shalom lokach amarti li after a shayim. But Moshe says to Hashem, but remember Hashem, remember what you said. You said Erech HaPayim is even for the Rishon. I know the Sid, the Ata Yitana Koach Hashem Kasher Dibarta Leimar. And that's why Moshe Rabbeinu says, now HaKadosh Baruch will allow your Koach to be amplified as you said. As you said. I, Moshe, said Erech HaPayim only for Tzadikim. But you, Hashem, said even Erech HaPayim for the Rishon. And Kosh Baruch, you know what? Let's go with your way. Right? Let's go. Which I will say, by the way, it's such a profound yisod. You know, so often in life, right, we think that we got it all figured out. And we think we know exactly how life is supposed to unfold. And when life doesn't go according to our plan, we feel very resentful. We feel very resentful to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, understandably so. But you know what's incredible? Later on, whether we see it in this world or in the next world, when we see how things turned out, and we see the way we wanted it versus how HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately choreographed it, we're all going to say the same thing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's so good that we went with your way and not our way. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's way sometimes maybe hurts a little bit more in the short term. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu's way is the only way that we get to achieve all of our objectives and get to actualize our true potential. Incredible. Let's go there. So Chag was walking up the steps of the yeshiva, Rav Shila, Shamila Uyenuka de Amar, Eidosecha, Nemnu Mold, Leveis Chanav HaKodesh, Hashem Liorech Yamim. Right, so your young child said this was it. The Samach play, Tefillah L'Moshe. And afterwards, here the pasuk Tefillah L'Moshe. Amar, Shmanina Erech HaPayim Ra. So again, he understood ultimately again, because he says, Hashem Liorech Yamim, Arichos Yamim, and then it said Tefillah Moshe. And so the juxtaposition to mean that it must have been that the thing that Moshe Rabbeinu saw that overwhelmed him more than anything was Erech HaPayim and Hashem is slow to anger. So in the future, Hashem is going to be a crown on the head of every single tzaddik. Shneimar bayomahu, Hashem tzrakos la'ateres tzvi u'litzfiras tefera l'she'er amo. My la'ateres tzvi u'litzfiras teferes la'osim l'tzono u'litzavim yeshuaso. For whom will Hashem be a crown? Hashem will be a crown ultimately again for those who fulfill His will and await His salvation. So I understand the first part of Osim Mitzono, right? Those who fulfill the will of Hashem. What does it mean? Mitzapim Yeshuaso. What does that mean? So let's say, so here's what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean people who just sit and wait. Because Baruch Hu doesn't want us to sit and wait for anything. What it means is also these are to be read together. Lo'osim Mitzono. This refers to people who spend their lives engaged in dynamic activity. And recognizing I'm going to do my part, and I'm not going to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to do His part. But I know that if I do my part, Moshe will do His. So they operate concurrently. Osim Mitsono, Umitzatim Yeshuaso. I engage in dynamic activity in this work as well as all too often in life. We wait for other things in order to be successful. I wait for other people to do their part. They forgot to do this part. Don't wait. Don't wait. There's no time to wait. Whatever you need to accomplish, do not wait for anyone to do their part in life. You do what you need to do and wait for no one. But while you're doing what you're supposed to do, just know Coach Baruch is doing his thing alongside you. So if I live my life without understanding, constantly pushing on the gas, doing whatever I have to do, that always similar sort of flowing word of Hashem, and knowing that while I'm doing my thing, Hashem is doing his thing by my side. That's what we say. I almost have to stop over here a little bit in the middle. We'll pick up with this. We'll say, beautiful, beautiful Gemara tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone.
You don't get much. Why? That's time. Dude, license plate token is not a bad idea. Yeah, I like that. White grass, Kentucky. Yeah, because you don't like Kentucky. Because I hate Jack Harlow. This is from Kentucky. Try this. When it's just her speaking at Bert, who's a casual fan. I think that makes sense.
A little context.
It's one of the problems we have in mixed martial arts.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Good Tavach. Welcome, Baruch Hashem, to last week as we wrap up the Masechus Sanhedrin. Very incredibly exciting. Again, we're going to try to cover as much ground today as we can. We'll be fine in Eretz Hashem. Again, also Mechiras Chametz immediately afterwards. We're going to try to do that in Eretz for 8:50. We'll try to end a little bit around there. So we're going to go right from here. We're going to do Mechiras Chametz right in the classroom across. So feel free to follow the migration in Eretz Hashem across the whole. Beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Dilsim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shemer Droshos this year as is a chutz for Besoros Kabbalah Sha'an Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous sponsorship in the schools. Simchas for all of our children. And for these things to be the month of Gulish name of the Cloud, we saw Avram and Shani Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Zaina Bas Yoshua Heschel, and the week of learning sponsor Steve Galaska, in honor of all the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our family. We thank all of our sponsors for their generosity, the beautiful, beautiful messages. To be so kind, Eretz Hashem, to see Gulish name of the Cloud, we saw Eretz Hashem, everyone who needs a refuah, Shabbat, and Kibble Kol Chol, all in the Shem Shabbat, all the families should have an nechama. Our hostages should come home with b'shalom, and the call of our holy soldiers should be successful. As with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chuf Yud 110. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Chuf Tes Amud Beis. Chuf Tes Amud Beis, and we are up to Eliezer Aved Avram. So again, remember. Eliezer Aved Avram. Excellent. Eliezer Aved Avram. So we'll say, so we are, it's 2, 4, 5, 6 times up before the lines get wide. On Kuf Text 109B. Lots to do. Eliezer Aved Avram. So we'll say, so remember again, we're talking over here about the and if you, and by the way, and if on Shabbos went to a different year and you're ahead of where we are, shame on you. And shame on you. And that means whoever your Maggid shir is not doing justice to the way these dafim are supposed to be learned. If you are on schedule, and at the end of the day, you're doing something wrong. Anyway, the Gemara says as follows. Eliezer, just kidding. I'm just trying to cover my own tracks over here. So the Gemara says as follows. Eliezer Aved Avram, Israeli Hasim. So let's remember again, we're in the middle of talking about the topic of Stone's, corrupted legislative legal system. And how essentially, again, it wasn't just, we told this you saw yesterday, that in life, listen, we all do things wrong. We all do things wrong on a daily basis. The most important thing, this is a tip for sinning. I'm going to teach you how to sin right. If you want to sin correctly, the ikr is just always keep in mind that you're sinning. The most important thing is, if I'm going to do things wrong, and I'm going to do things wrong, just own it. It's wrong, and maybe I'm not ready to correct it. I'm not ready to stop it. But the most important thing is never to lose sight, to never become self-delusional and begin to think that the wrong things I'm doing are right. As long as I'm honest with myself and I know my awareness, I know exactly what I'm doing wrong, and I don't try to pretend that it's correct, it's going to sound strange, I'm okay. Because as long as I know that it's wrong, at some point, sometime, I will fix it. The danger in life is when I convince myself that wrong things are right. When I pretend that the averos are not averos, when I explain it away, I rationalize it, that's when I put myself in a precarious spiritual situation. The profound downfall of Stone was that they legislated the legality of corrupted behavior. That becomes the work nature of it. And when a society goes ahead and says that certain things that are clearly immoral, certain things that are clearly illegal, certain things that are clearly wrong, then become not only okay, but it encourages part of the legal system. That's the undermining of the entire fabric of society. So that's the Gemara's point for over here. So as you have it, Avram, it's really awesome. So he went to Stone. But you. So what happened? They injured him. Let's remember again what happened in Stone when someone injured you. Like you brought the assailant to Beis Din. What do Beis Din normally do? They made you the victim pay for the service of bloodletting. But remember again, so that the aggressor hit you, you bled. Straight up, you got a service. You have to pay for the service. I still do this. I was going to come in, I know. So Eliezer comes to Beis Din. Oh no, they have it. I really shot the lockdown. Eliezer, I understand you were injured, but you owe the assailant money because he provided for you the service of bloodletting. So I said, so watch this. What did Eliezer do? So what did Eliezer do? He took a clod of earth and he hit the dayan. He hit the judge. Amar in my eye. The judge said, what are you doing? I said, no problem, Judge, now you owe me money, right? Because I performed the service of bloodletting for you, so you owe me money. So let's just do this, right? You owe me money, I owe my assailant money, right? So let's just do this. You pay my assailant and we'll call it even, right? I'll keep my money, we'll call it even. So right down, you take the money you owe me, give it to my assailant, I'll keep my money in my pocket, and Shalom al Yisrael. So see what goes right there. So in Stone, they had a hospitality bed, a Hachnosis Arfin bed. Now, what was unique about this bed? Himarich, guys, now, this bed had to be one size fits all. So if you were very tall, and your legs dangled over the bed, they would cut off your legs. Kigutz, Machtile, if you were short, they would stretch you out. Eliezer, Eved Avram, Iklo Lahasam. Eliezer comes to Stone. Amulei, Kum Gani Apuria. They invited him to use the Hachnosis Arfin bed. So again, Eliezer obviously was onto what's going on in Stone. He says, Amulahod, Narda Najin Yoma Denisas Ima, Lokanina Apuria. Ultimately, again, he said, from the day that my mother died, I took a neder not to sleep on a bed. Which, again, he was avoiding sleeping on the bed. Now, whether or not he made that neder or not is not immediately clear, but quite, I don't know, something very striking about that Gemara. So he avoids the bed. So we'll say when a poor person would come to Stone, here's what they would do. Everybody would give him money. They'd give him money. But they would write their name. So, for example, so let's say Ani comes to town. If I'm a person from Stone, or Ruben's a person from Stone, you give him $1 and you write on the dollar Ruben. You write his name on the dollar. What happened? Somebody said, but no one would give him food. So everyone would give him money, but no one would give him food. So what would happen? Obviously, if the poor person, again, what ends up happening? He has a lot of money, but he has no food. He would die. He would die of starvation. When he would die, the Chad Shakel B'Gay. When the Ani would die, then what would happen? The people of Stone would come and they would take back their $1. How would they know their $1? Because Reuben says Reuben, Shimon says Shimon. So we'll say, so again, what is this? So we'll say, so this is like this desperate potential. See, what's fascinating is, even in Stone, at the core, human beings want to be good. They really do. We all, it's not just the Jewish thing, man wants to be good. See, even in Stone, they want to give tzedakah, but they don't want to give tzedakah. So how do you give tzedakah without giving tzedakah? They gave the money, right? But yet they created a mechanism through which they would be able to take it back. In other words, they could have just as easily said, Remember again, in general, Hachnasas Archim was outlawed in stone, but yet they couldn't bring themselves to outright outlaw tzedakah. Isn't that fascinating? Even in stone, they couldn't legislate a practice that said that if a poor person comes, you can't give him money. They couldn't do that. So what they did was they said, you give money, but you can't give him food. So say, I'm going to give. Okay, because I can feel good about myself. I gave tzedakah, but I'll be able to get my dollar back when the money dies. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, this is what so they made a stipulation between them. They said, come on, the Nizam and Gavra, the Beirula, Lishlach, Gulima. Listen, the halacha is, you're not allowed to invite any outsiders to your wedding celebrations. Only Sodomites, right? So again, the halacha is if you invited someone to your party who was not part of the Stone Chevra, then what? Then they could take, the other Sodomite people could take your clothing. So you're kind of penalized. If you invite someone to your simcha, it's like the first takana wedding, right? In other words, right, if you went ahead and you invited someone to your wedding who was not part of Stone, we're going to take your clothing with you, from you. So listen to this. How do you know Eliezer the Hassan? So Eliezer is in stone. Now, both saying, now, by the way, whether all of these stories happen at the same time or different times, I don't know. But Eliezer is in stone. So what happens? He's hungry. But no one's giving him bread. So keep on them. They said, Eliezer, let's say, but the kulu. So what happened? Eliezer shows up at a wedding. So he shows up at a wedding. He sits at the table with the other chevra from stone. And what's the first question they ask him? On the way, man azam nachlahacha. So they ask him, they'll say, now, again, a lot of times at the wedding, you get asked the question, right? What's the question? Which side, right? So they know, chasr and kala. So here, they say, who invited you? Like, who invited? Because obviously, again, they want to get there's something wrong in stone if there's an uninvited guest. I love it. So listen to this. What does Eliezer do? What does Eliezer do? Eliezer goes in and he says, he turns to the guy next to him. He said, this guy invited me. Now let's say that guy didn't invite him, right? Eliezer, remember again, Eliezer was crashing the wedding. Right, but the other thing is good. So now he turns to the guy next to him. He says, oh, yeah, this guy invited me. So nice of him. So now the guy, the Sodomite guy sitting next to Eliezer says, I'm a doma shani bi da ana azmi say, shaki le mane da hay gabra, shaka grine hahu di yasid kabe the right libra. So what happened? So the guy next to Eliezer, now here's this, what does he do? He quickly grabs his clothing and he gets out. He runs out. Because remember, in stone, if you invite someone to the wedding, right, that's not a sodomite, they literally will take your clothing. So therefore, again, the supposed host gathers up his clothing, runs outside. Now, what does Eliezer do? So Eliezer says, oh, no, it wasn't that guy, it was that guy. So then that guy ran away. The next guy, he started doing this to every single person in the feast. Until pretty much Eliezer cleared the hall. He cleared the hall, and Baruch Hashem, it became an all-you-can-eat buffet, right? So now Eliezer gets his meal and then some. Rabbi tells a tragic story. There was a young girl. She would go ahead and give bread to the poor in her jug. Now, this young girl understood the laws of stone. Laws of stone was you were not allowed to give her what could you give to the poor? What could you give to the poor? Money with your name on it, right? But no food. This young girl, again, so this is what I'm saying. Like, we all start out good, and we all start out holy, and we all start out pure. It's just that over the course of life, we tend to lose our way. So this young woman sees a poor person. She wants to give him bread, but she has to give the bread surreptitiously. So how does she give the bread? She gives it from the jug. She puts the bread in the jug. She gives it. What happened? They found out about it. They found out what she did. They smeared her with honey, and they put her. They attached her to the top of the wall of the city. Asa zibri v'achlua. Essentially, she was stung to death. So Rabbi says, the Gemara says, it was this episode that tilted the scales against Sodom. Hashem says, I've heard the cries of Sodom and Amorah, and they are over Yehuda al iske riba. It was because of what happened to this girl. I will say, it's so interesting that the Ribono Shel Olam, what was happening in Sodom and Amorah was going on for a while, and whatever the reason, Baruch would just kind of not allow it, but it was contained. They're doing their thing. It's because Baruch was willing to live with it. It was this event There was this event specifically because of what they did to this young woman. So the Baruch said, it's not sustainable anymore. Humanity, right? The world can't have a place like this, and that ultimately again leads to the gzeira, to the overturning of Sodom and Gomorrah. Incredible. The Gemara was right. The Meraglim, the Meraglim have no portion in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Vayamusu ha'anoshim motzi dibas ha'aretz rabim agefa, Vayamusu ba'olam hazeh, ma'agefa l'olam haba. Good. Adas korach in the chayv l'olam haba. The assembly of Korach have no portion in the world to come. The Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Vatechas aleim ha'aretz ba'olam hazeh, Vayodu mitoch ha'kahal li'olam haba. As the pasuk says, literally again, the earth covered over them in this world, and they were lost in the world. From Rabbi Akiva. Most of these words were Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, aleim amar akasav, Hashem nimis umechaye, morid sha'ol bayal. So we'll say, Chana Machlokas, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Akiva, Korach and his assembly have no chiluk l'olam haba. Rabbi Eliezer, yes they do. Yes, they do. Raging Machlokas. We're not finished. Tarabanan. Adas Korach. Eilim Chayv L'olam Haba. The assembly of Korach have no portion in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Vatechas aleim ha'aretz. Right? Ba'olam hazeh. Vayomtu mitoch ha'kahal li'olam haba. Din Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Yehuda Mesein Omer. Harihim ka'avida ha'misbakashas. This is such a beautiful imagery. That the assembly of Korach are like a lost object that someone is looking for. You know, because Korach and assembly are lost, so as if they were lost into the shoal, to the depths. But when you lose something that's near and dear to you, you look for it. You look for it. The Gemara says, Shneimar ta'isi kisa'oved bagesh abdecha kimisosecha lo shachachti. Vayikach. So now again, this is our machlokes about Korach. Rabbi Akiva, Adas Korach, lost in Olam Hazeh, no Olam Haba. Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira, they do have a portion in the world to come. We're not finished. The Gemara goes weiter. Vayikach Korach. So literally Korach took Amr Shlakish, Shemakach Mekach Ra Li'atzmo. He took literally again a bad purchase for himself. So Korach, who was a good man, just made bad decisions. Korach, Shenasai Karcha B'Yisrael. Why is he called Korach? Now again, Korach was his name. But the Gemara sees profundity or meaning in his name. Why called Korach? He made a bald spot. Korach's like bald. He made a bald spot in Klal Yisrael through his behavior. Ben Yitzhar, Sher Siach Alav is called Olam Kitzaharayi. That literally again, Korach stirred up Machlokas. Machlokas is often compared to heat, like the midday sun. Ben Kahas, Shekia Shine Molidav. Literally again, someone said, so Kia Shine Molidav means like literally it caused the teeth, you know, when you eat something sour, you know that feeling in your teeth when you eat something sour? I don't know what the technical term for it is. You know? Orodipia, that's it. That's I know. It was on the tip of my tongue. Like when you experience a wave of Ogirianiness, right? And again, and your teeth like that. So when you have that Orodilia. I just want to point out. So literally, that's a corrective. Korach's actions caused the teeth of his ancestors to experience this Orodilia, right? Like the chatter to feel like that sour taste. I just want to point out how incredible this is. This is the week of Pesach. This is the Lashon by the Rasha. Right? Remember again, I will say, people often mistranslate this phrase. What does it say by the Rasha? Va'ata hake eshinav. So we translate hake eshinav as what? Hit him in the mouth. If you look at how it's written in the Haggadah, hake would have been hey, chaf, hey. Hake in the Haggadah is hey, kuf, hey. From this Lashon. The idea by the Rasha is you tell him certain things that make his teeth shatter. You tell him certain things that are going to make him cringe a little bit in order to get him to go. We don't hit anyone in the mouth, right? That's certainly not a kid who's at the Seder table, at least asking questions and trying to be engaged. Right? So fascinating idea. So we go, Ben Levi, Ben Shenasa Lavia Begehenim. Ultimately, again, he's the son of the company in Gehenna. We're in Gehenna. So that's Shot Nami Ben Yaakov. And for tracing up, so here's what's interesting about the way we go ahead and we trace, right? It's Korach, Ben Kahas, Ben Yitzhar, Ben Levi. But yet it stops at Yaakov. If you're going to trace the lineage, why not take them all the way back to Yaakov? To which the Gemara says, Ben She'ike V'atzmo Gehenna. I don't know about that. Well, Yitzchak, Yaakov Bikechach Malatzmo. Yaakov davened that Korach should not be traced back to his name. Shenemar, Besodim al tavo nafshi, ubekelam al techad kivodi. Besodim al tavo nafshi, elim raglim. Here's the verse from Raglim. Yaakov even said, please place a genealogical distance between myself and the Raglim. Even though, of course, we all know that everything goes back to Yaakov. And at the end of the day, don't write it. Okay, Dasan, so let's say now a little bit about some of the other followers of Korach. Dasan, Sha'ava al-Das. Why is he called Dasan? Because he went against the basic tenets of Yiddishkeit. As the Gemara says, Sha'ava al-Das El. Aviram she'iber atzmo me'asos tshuva. Aviram, he prevented himself from doing tshuva. Va'on, also Va'on ben Paras, Shiyashav, these are all the followers of Korach. Shiyashav ba'anino. So we'll say, by the way, I just want to point out, the such of Aviram, she'iber atzmo of tshuva. We'll say there's only one thing that stands between me and tshuva, and that is me. Only one thing that stands between me and tshuva, and that's me. Incredible. On Shiyasha Ba'amiros. We'll say On we're going to see his very interesting personality because On was very upset by the decisions that he made. As much as he followed Korach, he very much regretted this course of action. Pelas, Shena'asu lo plos. Miracles happened for him. Ben Ruvain, Ben Shera Abahaven, because he was a son who saw the error of his ways and understood the mistakes. Amrab. So here we go. What now? Story of On Ben Pelas. Remember, On Ben Pelas was one of the primary followers of Korach, right? And then, interestingly enough, somehow he was saved. What happened? Incredible story. On Ben Pelas, Ishtar Yitzirasa. So Rabbi said, who stepped in to save On? Like a lot of stories that we experience. Right? Who steps in to kind of save the day? Mrs. On stepped in. What did she do? Amalei. So this is incredible. Amalei, my nafka l'chamina. So I say the loose translation of this is my nafka l'chamina. Loose translation is, what's wrong with you? Now, this is a conversation that has replayed itself throughout the history of Jewish marriages, right? Where she says, again, I say, and by the way, do you know the hallmark of a beautiful marriage? Hallmark of a beautiful marriage is when your wife could say that to you. Right? In every other relationship, you kind of have to couch how you say it, what should you say, right? Only a wife who really loves her husband and a husband who is so secure in a relationship, a wife can say to her husband, what is the matter with you? Like, what are you thinking? What's wrong with you? Did you hit your head? Like what? Again, like just this, and again, it stings. Anyone who's been, no, not the opposite, right? Right, thank you, right, let me, like, never, under any circumstances, ever use those words when speaking to your wife. This is a one-directional conversation, right? A wife has the courage to say this to her husband, and as much as it stings anyone who has been on the receiving end, I've received a number of comments like this. Anyone who's ever been on the receiving end of this, it hurts a little bit, and then you are filled with an overwhelming sense of gratitude that there is someone in your life who loves you and cares about you enough to tell you exactly how it is, and not to sugarcoat it, and not to figure out how to say it, but just literally, again, to lay it at your doorstep. Incredible. So she says to him, what's the matter with you? What are you doing? So essentially she says to Omer something fascinating. She says, what is the matter to you? If Korach wins, you're still a disciple. And if Moshe wins, you're still a disciple. In other words, to be very honest, you gain nothing in this power struggle. You're a pawn. Because either way, you're a great guy, you're not the top dog, right? You're not the top guy. It's not like you're rising up the ladder over here. You're a great man, but you are who you are. So what are you doing? Why are you getting involved in this maflokas? So he says to his incredible, he says to his wife, you're right, but I'm stuck. I don't know what to listen. This is such a profound marriage conversation. I'm stuck and I don't know what to do. I pledged my allegiance to Korach. I swore to him that I'm with him in this to the end, and I don't know what to do. So the Gemara says, Amalei, this is incredible. Amalei, so let's say this is really incredible. So Mrs. On Ben Palas tells her husband, look, let's figure this out. Here's what I do know. Korach and his followers are holy people, which I will say is so incredibly profound. She says everybody here is very frum. And by the way, this is exactly what made Korach and his followers so dangerous. The most dangerous wars are holy wars. Right? When people feel that they have God on their side and that they're mamish fighting for truth, that's when the most terrible things could occur. So Mrs. Owen says, I know that Korach and his followers are holy people. They say, it's incredible. So essentially, what did she say then? She says, okay, here's the plan. Step one, get out of the way. Right? Step one, get out of the way. I will fix this. It's so profound. I will fix this. So what does she do? She gives him a lot of wine. Right? He becomes intoxicated and he goes to sleep. Now, why does she need to do that? Why does she do that? So it's very simple. Why does she need to do that? Because she needs him out of the way. She needs him out of the way because she is concerned that if he is present and if he's awake and if he's here, Owen feels very conflicted because he pledged his allegiance to Korach. The problem is he understands that Korach is a sinking ship. So she's scared that if he's present, right, and conscious, he is going to mess this up. So essentially what she says to him is get out of the way. But fascinatingly enough, she doesn't trust him to stay out of the way. So what does she do? She gives him a lot of wine, he goes to sleep, fine, he's out of the way. Osva al-Baba, top of Kofyud, so she sits at the entranceway of the tent and she uncovered her hair. Called the Asa Chazi Hadad, the Haki. So I say, what happened? Called the Asa Chazi Hadad. Anyone who saw Mrs. Owen sitting at the entrance of the tent with uncovered hair turned away. So in other words, even the followers of Korach who came to get Owen, come on, guys, the showdown is now when they saw her sitting by the tent. Ultimately, again, she did not go ahead. So they went the other side. They went the other way. At the Haki, and now while all of this was happening, so again, while Owen is asleep, what happened? The entire showdown occurs. Korach and his followers are swallowed up by the earth, and the story's over, and Owen is saved. I want to say it's also very profound. Again, all kidding aside, there are a lot of marriage dynamics in this particular story. What's also really incredible, I will say, is you have to understand, for the wife of Owen to sit with her hair uncovered by the entrance of her tent was also a certain sense of degradation for her. It was a compromising of her own skinniness. What you see is something so incredibly beautiful. How much, in order to sustain a meaningful marriage, if everyone is makbid on their covered, marriage doesn't work. Marriage only works when you're covered, when your ego takes a back seat, ultimately, again, to the good of the relationship. But if it's all about the ego, if it's all about what I need, what I want, my covered, marriage implodes. So it's incredible that Mrs. Owen Ben Taras was willing to compromise her own dignity in order to save her husband. We'll say that marriage, when each party in the marriage is willing to put their ego on the side for the good of the relationship, that's ultimately, again, where there's shalom. Incredible. It's to say the Korach. Conversely, there's another story. The wife of Korach, Amalei, Chazi my Kavod Moshe. So I'll say this is incredible. So apparently now Mrs. Korach was very much at the forefront, was an instigator for the rebellion. She says to her husband, look what Moshe did to you. Moshe is a king. Moshe was a melech, right? His brother, Aaron, Kohen Gadol. His nephews, Kohanim. So look at this. Is Truma, and so if there's Truma goes to the Kohanim. Amar takes to the Kohen. So this you're a Levi. You're a Levi. But even as a Levi, Asamai, there's Shaklinu Asod. Amar Hab Chad and Yud Kohen. Even from the Meiser that you Korach, that you a Levi get, what do you have to do? You have to give a tenth. You have to give Trumas measure to the Kohen, right? So again, Mrs. Korach is instigating her husband. Vote. The guy is legal mazaitu, and the two kikufta. Furthermore, says to class, look what Moshe did to you. They're both saying that, interestingly enough, when the Levium were inducted into the Levitic service, what do they have to do? They had to have a full body shaving. And listen, now full body shaving means literally, again, it's not a metaphor, but it's literally full body shaving. So Mrs. Clark said to her husband, look at you. Right? Look at you. You look like a piece of dung, is what she said to him. Right? She made you look like you look like a fool. You look like a fool. Look what Moshe Rabbeinu did to you. Clearly, again, now literally it means he set his eyes upon your hair, right? Which means what? Which means that look what he's doing to you. He's debasing you in order to go ahead and make himself look better. Amaru, so Korach sticks up for Moshe and he says, Ha'ihu na'nu ka'aved. Now Moshe was also a Levi, which means that Moshe Rabbeinu also had to go through this whole body shaving, right? He had to go through this whole thing also. So Korach says back to his wife, it's not like Moshe is just doing it to us and not doing it to himself. He also has it done. Amar ihu nami tamos nafshi and plishtim. So let's say the expression we had actually just a couple of days ago. The expression of tamos nafshi and plishtim means a person who's willing to engage in self-destructive behavior because he's more bent on punishing the other than he is on himself. So remember again, Shimshon pushed down the columns of the Philistine Colosseum, even though knowing full well that what? He would die along with it. So it's true. Moshe Rabbeinu is going to look foolish also. But the fact that he made everyone else look foolish, that was more important to him. Look at this emotion. And actually introduced the principle of tchelas. And he tells you that on one strand of your tzitzis you have to put tchelas. Well, she says, if tchelas is so important, and again, if tchelas is so important, then you all should wear clothing that's all tchelas. And when you sit in the base and you're learning, you should be wrapped in clothing that's all tchelas. What is this one string of tchelas? Right, when the pasuk says in Mishlei, the wisdom of women has built a home. That is the wife of On Ben Pelas. The Velas biyada tarsena, but the foolishness of women could destroy a home. Ultimately, again, this is the wife of Korach. I must say, so it is very interesting. It is very interesting to see how Chazal understood that the wives played a pivotal role in these narratives. Now, again, just to be clear, Korach was his own man and Korach made his own decisions, right? So it's not fair to blame his wife for what happened. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see how Chazal tells us that certain elements of the rebellion were absolutely, again, kind of like they festered at home. On Ben Pelas was saved by his wife, and unfortunately, Korach lacked the partner who talked him out of his foolishness. So it says 250 men joined the rebellion of Korach. The Gemara says, you just understand, the followers of Korach were not regular guys. They were some of the best of Klal Yisrael. I will say, by the way, this is how Mrs. On Ben Pelas knew that again they were not going to come next to the tent if at the end of the day her hair was uncovered. She knew this about that, which speaks to the spiritual quality of these men. She understood it. These are people who knew how to intercalate the months. Like establish new ones, which it's quite the year, sorry. And establish new ones. I will say that is a holy skill. That's so ta'iba, the secret of the intercalation. These are people who are known universally. These are great men. So let's say, which is really incredible because what it says is just understand. You know, we typically have like this vision that like the chevra of Korach is like the riffraff, right? The hoi polloi, right? The people like to get involved. There's always a chevra. Whenever there's a fight, they're always there, right? They're always there. That's not this chevra. That's not this chevra. These were good men. These were holy men. But again, and Korach himself was a good and holy man, which is why these people were willing to follow him. This is the tragedy of it. So it was like, if it was just a group of riffraff, okay, it happens all the time. There's always a segment that wants to fight. Tragedy of Korach was that again it was the elite, it was the holy chevra. So Moshe Rabbeinu heard, and he fell on his face. Mash Moshe Rabbeinu, this is why. What did he hear? That made him fall on his face. They accused Moshe Rabbeinu of adultery. They accused him of adultery. Shneimar, vayikanu l'Moshe b'machana. Every man from this chavra warned his wife, like Sota, warned his wife about being alone with Moshe. As a result of this episode, Moshe Rabbeinu took his tent and he moved himself outside of the camp. Moshe Rabbeinu would not be in proximity to the camp because he wanted to remove himself from suspicion of adultery. Which I will say, so by the way, how could it come that they're asking that to accuse Moshe of adultery. So remember again, it's important to say textually, Moshe Rabbeinu did not live with Tzipora. He did not live with his wife. Why did he not live with his wife? Because the emotional could appear to him at any time. He had to live in a different state of spiritual preparedness. So essentially, people said impossible for a man to live that way. If he's not living with his wife, then what? He must be living with someone else's wife. The Shabbat says so it's really profound on two levels. It's interesting that a lot of times in life, when we see great people, there's two ways you could relate to someone who is greater than you. You could either say, that becomes like a role model for me. I want to try not to become that person, whether that's Shabbos morning, Shasha, not to become that person, but I want to try to emulate that person. Or what you could do is what? Knock that person down from the pedestal and say, oh, they're not that great. They're not that great. And it's human nature. We see this all the time. Like the innate desire. And by the way, you see it's even very exciting. Why people are so fixated on taking people who exist on a pedestal and knocking down the pedestal. Because at the end of the day, if I can knock them off the pedestal, then I don't have to push myself to be any greater. If I can denigrate the great person and bring them down to where I am, I don't have to push myself at all. So they see Moshe Rabbeinu. They see a man who in certain respects is more malach than man. So I can either go ahead and strive to emulate him in certain ways, not always, right? But try, or I can knock him off his pedestal. And so they floated the rumor. Moshe Rabbeinu it's not possible. He must be committing adultery. Moshe Rabbeinu hears it. It's incredible. Moshe Rabbeinu hears this, and if you notice, by the way, Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't respond. He doesn't respond. Instead, what he does respond. What's his response? He falls down. Let's say, it's almost as if you see this in many leadership narratives where a person is willing to give anything and everything. And then something happens, and the leader is like, I can't do this anymore. Like this is crazy. This is crazy. Right? You want to tell me I'm not a good leader. You want to tell me I'm not a good prophet. You want to tell me I don't care enough. Okay, I'm fine. But then there's like an accusation that is just so crazy and so wild and so out of left field that the leader himself almost feels like powerless. That's why you pull upon off. Moshe Rabbeinu almost like collapsing, just wondering like, what else could I possibly do for this people? What else? Overwhelming story. Moshe Rabbeinu gets up. The great leader, the great leader, realizes that people are just people and they're just gonna do their stuff. So what does he do? He picks himself back up. And he understands that his mission is much holier than the baseless accusations or the baseless behavior of some group. So he goes to that side. I must say it's so beautiful. What do you see? This is incredible. Now Moshe went to Dasan and Aviram. I will say, should Moshe went to Dasan and Aviram? I don't know, but Moshe knows one thing for sure, which is Dasan and Aviram are not what? They're not coming to him. So there's a choice. We can all stay in our corners, or Moshe Rabbeinu could try to engage. And the godless of Moshe Rabbeinu, even though let's be clear, he was the aggrieved party. They just accused him of adultery. It's crazy. If Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm not having machlokes in my people. I'm not doing it. So Moshe Rabbeinu goes to Dasan and Aviram. Why? Because I will say at the end of the day, in Machsim machlokes. We'll say this is part of the Yisod, which we talk about all the time. It is so much better to be happy than it is to be right. Like what Moshe Rabbeinu was right. Right means I'm going to stay in my corner. You come to me. I'm the aggrieved party. You want me. You malign me. Moshe Rabbeinu said it is so much more important to be right. To be happy than it is to be right. And therefore Moshe Rabbeinu goes to Dasan and Aviram. Incredible. I will say this is the Yisod. If you want to be a person of Shalom, to make Shalom often requires me to even debase myself a little bit. It requires me to do things that I shouldn't have to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. See, people often attribute this midah to Aaron, right? Because what does the Mishnah say in Aaron? What does the Mishnah Abba say about Aaron? Aaron was an Oyev Shalom and a Rodev Shalom. Everyone loves peace. Normal people love peace, right? What was unique about Aaron? He ran after peace. What people don't realize is it wasn't just the big brother. The little brother did it too. Moshe Rabbeinu was also Rodev Shalom. Moshe Rabbeinu also gets up and he goes to Dasan and Aviram. Because if you really value Shalom, you have to be willing to put your ego on the side and be able to make Shalom. Because being happy is so much more important than being right. He goes on, he says, He goes on, he says, kiss over the lav. Whoever goes ahead and sustains machlokas is over the lav shneimar, but lo yeki korach b'chad gaso. They'll say, what's the lav? It's incredible. There's a lav about sustaining and maintaining machlokas. What's the lav? Being like Korach. If you sustain it, you maintain machlokas like Korach. Rashi says, right in Stara, you get saras if you maintain machlokas or perpetual machlokas. Ksiv hacha, the Yad Moshe, lo ksiv hasam, ve'omer shem lo od have na yotcha b'chekach. Rabbi Yossi, halacholik amachos beis, right like Kishon Nachash. Whoever literally again is against the malchus of David HaMelech, ultimately actually bitten by a snake. Ksiv hacha, Vayizbach Adonio Sol Bakar Umari in Ekran Azochela Ksiv Hasam in Hamas Zochale After first white line. What is stuff? Kalacholik Arabo, Kicholik Arashina. Whoever argues on his Rebbe is like he argues on the screen. I'm about to say now we're going to define this just a little because you're not allowed to dispute. Your Rebbe says something. You're not allowed to question dispute. No, but we all know there are different types of disagreement. There's disparaging disagreement and there's emastic disagreement. Emastic disagreement is not only allowed but what? Encouraged. That's how we learn. That is how we learn. Right? But there's disparaging disagreement. So ultimately, again, that's like machlokes on the Shechina. Shneimar, the second white line. Come also and Shechina. Whoever makes machlokes with his Rebbe is like making machlokes with the Shechina. Shneimar, Hema Meiriva Asher Rabu B'nei Yisrael Al Hashem. I'm going to be telling you about Papa. Call him Misraim Al Rabo. Whoever goes in about the Lashon of Misraim. Misraim is like someone who speaks negatively about his Rebbe. Kilo Misraim Al Shechina is as if he's speaking negatively about the Shechina. Shneimar, Lo Arenu Kilo Seichem Kim Al Hashem. Amar Yavo, Kol Maharer Achar Rabo. Whoever thinks negatively about his Rebbe, Kilo Maharer Achar Shechina. It's as if ultimately again he thinks negatively about the Shechina. Shneimar, Vaydaber Ha'am Be'elokim U'B'Moshe. So again, what's all of this? Remember, especially in times of the Gemara, but still also, the Torah Shabbat Peh was related to by your Rebbe. The relationship that one had with their Rebbe is perhaps, one could say, one of the most important relationships I have in life. Because my Rebbe is the one who gives me Torah. So if that relationship is fractured, or that relationship is flawed, it fundamentally undermines my very relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's why Chazal speak about that relationship in that way. So literally again, what's literally translated is that wealth is guarded to the detriment of its owner. What does this mean? This refers to the wealth of Korach. What does this mean? So most of this is very interesting. On one hand, wealth is very good. Now, why is wealth good? It's not like turning into a wealth ministry, right? But why is there something more, right? But why is wealth good? Very simple. Wealth gives a person confidence. You know this, right? When I have money in the bank, I feel confident, a good confidence, by the way, not arrogance, not talking about seniority, but confidence. When I know Baruch Hashem, I have material success. It gives me a sense of ma'amido araglav. I'm standing on my feet, and again, it gives me a confidence. And that's why we know. Conversely, when a person doesn't have money, there's almost no ruchnius when you are poor. Why? Because the person has to devote all of their energies to paying the mortgage, right? To paying tuition, to doing all this other stuff. It's very hard to find relationship with HaKadosh when I'm financially struggling, which makes perfect sense. Conversely, when I am financially solid, that's not be wealthy, but financially solid, I'm confident, I'm good. But on the other hand, wealth could also sow the seeds of spiritual discontent because of Kol Kibosh and Yadi. I could fall into the illusion of thinking that I am self-sufficient and I don't need HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Our ladies, now Korach, we're going to see who's very wealthy. Masi Gimomeros Prados Levanos, Haimafkech El Shabes Kinazov Shal Korach, the Kulu Akridi, the Kilfi, the Gilda. Listen to this. Korach, once again into this, had 300 white donkeys to carry the keys to the treasure houses of his wealth. Now, again, the Pashtus, this is obviously metaphorical and a bit hyperbolic, right? Because remember, again, they're traveling in the desert. He doesn't have any storehouses. The idea is that Korach was ridiculously wealthy. Now, on one hand, that wealth gave him the ability to be confident. Unfortunately, again, that confidence turned into arrogance and led the rebellion against Moshe Rabbeinu. Yosef hid 3 treasures in Egypt. One was discovered by Korach. That was Korach's wealth. Ben Asvirus. Right, Antonius. This was the Chavus of Rabbi Anosim. One bucket of treasure is hidden for the righteous in Olam Haba. Incredible. Rabbi Korach. Now, what happened to Korach? What happened to Korach and his followers? So the Gemara says Korach was not swallowed up, nor was he burned by the fire of the Torahs. Sounds like his followers were swallowed up by not Korach himself. Another version says Korach Other opinion says no. Korach was both swallowed up and burned. He got both punishments. The okay, so we'll say Machlok is exactly what happened to Korach. What is that passage? Listen to this. Apparently, again, during the rebellion of Korach, the sun and the moon went up, ascended into a higher level of Shamayim. And they said, Amr Lefanav Ribono Shel Olam, Im Ata Osed Din Leben Amram Neitzei, Ve'im Lav Lo Neitzei. Wow. The sun and moon went on strike when they saw Korach's rebellion against Moshe. They stuck up for Moshe. They said, Baruch Hu, we are not coming out. We're not going to do our job unless you bring justice for the son of Amram. Incredible. So what happened? So Kiviyachal Hashem fired arrows at the sun and the moon. So Kadosh Baruch Hu was a little upset. He says, every single day people worship you guys, right? People usually have Avodah Zarah, and that's an affront to me. So for my covet, you don't come out. But for you don't go on strike. And for the covet of Moshe Rabbeinu, you do. So we'll say it's terrible. So Kadosh Baruch Hu gets brightest. And even after this very day, the sun and moon do not come out until they are struck. So Rashi has 2 years so over here. Exactly, what exactly is the machlokas? What exactly does that mean? So could very well be that even today the sun and moon say you're right, you're right, and they don't come out right out of deference to the covenant of Kadosh Baruch Hu force them to learn. We'll say on this Gemara. What can it be? It can't be that the Rothschild literally gets brightest with the sun and the moon. Sometimes like you get angry at your kids. You ever sometimes like your kid does something and it's wrong, but it's so cute, right? It's so cute. So that there's that moment where I have to discipline them, but I can't do it with a straight face, right? So I always thought that's what this Gemara is. The Moshe will say, the sun and moon go on strike for Moshe, but never did it for Hashem. Do you know why? Because Hashem didn't create the sun and moon for him. He created the sun and moon for us. So the sun and moon see Moshe Rabbeinu suffering. They're like, we're not going to work today. We're going on strike. I was like, really? And almost like with a beautiful divine smile, saying, so you're going to get this straight. You're going on strike for Moshe, but yet when they use you in idolatry against me, then you don't go on strike. It's not out of anger. It's the emotional of almost proud of his creations because they recognize that the entire tachlis, why they were put in this world, was for man. Was for Moshe Rabbeinu. Incredible. Dar Shabbat might have said, "The Bria Yivra Hashem Pasad Amas Akiyah." Earth opening up. And Bria Gehenna Mutas. If you've already created Gehenna, good. Name Lav Yivra. But if you haven't created Gehenna, you have to create it now. So Korach and his followers could go there. Lamai. What does this mean? Even with a mivrei mamish, if he says the little bit created Gehenna, so Baha in kol chalash tachas hashemesh. Everything that was created was already created in Sheish gracious. Ella, the Kurode Pischa. Rather, Moshe Rabbeinu was saying is, I don't know where the entrance to Gehenna is, and I'm going to ask you to move it right here. Open up the earth underneath Korach and his followers, move an entranceway to Gehenna right here, let them fall in. Ubenei Korach lo mesu, the sons of Korach did not die. Tanu Mishra Rabbeinu Amar Makum Nispatz Alahem Begehenna Yashvu Alav. So we'll say the sons of Korach, we're going to talk about this more tomorrow's daf, which is really today's daf. We'll do tomorrow. Right, so we'll say, so again, so the sons of Korach engage in a partial tshuva. They engage in a partial tshuva. And therefore, they did not descend to the lowest depths of Gehenna. And therefore, again, in this upper, we'll talk about more of that tomorrow. But again, sons of Korach engaged in this partial tshuva. So on one hand, they descended to Gehenna, but they did not go to the depths of Gehenna. So we'll end with this. One time I was walking on the road. I came across a particular Arab merchant, and he said to me, I'm going to show you the spot where Korach and his followers were swallowed up. So Azal Chazar trade busy to have a karnafik kitra minayu. Came to a place, and there were two columns of smoke ascending from the earth. So what did the Arab do? Shakol Galava da Amra Amshin Maya, Ba'osei Bereish Rumche, Ba'achlatei Hasam. He took a ball of wool, a tuft of wool, soaked it in water, put it on the end of his spear, and put it over the column of smoke, and it singed, which also tells you the intensity of the heat, right? The wool is soaking wet. Yet again, when it comes on top of this area, it's singed. Amalei, Otzis, the Arab said to me, so remember again, the Arab said to me, Otzis, put your ear next to the ground. My shamas, what do you hear? The shamas tahabika amri haki Moshe v'salaso emes v'heim badoim. I heard voices calling out, Moshe and his Torah are emes, and they are liars. Amar Beis. Amalei, so we'll say this is Korach and his followers swallowed up in the earth. Amalei, the Arab said to me, called Slasim Roman Nahadra Lehu Gehenim, Kibasa B'Sof Kalachas. So apparently what happens is Gehenim goes through a rotation, right? And it rotates every 30 days like meat that is being stirred in a pot. Like meat that's being stirred in a pot. Va'ami Hati Moshe V'Sarasa Emes V'Heim Ba'Doim. And ultimately, if you come to this place every 30 days, you can hear them saying the same thing, Moshe and his Torah Emes, and we are liars. So ultimately, again, I will say, so Dra Midbar doesn't have a portion of the world to come. So Torah Dra Midbar Elim Chalurim Haba. Shnei Mar, that Midbar Hazeh Yikamu B'Sham Yamusu. You tell the Olam Hazeh, they'll be lost in this world. B'Sham Yamusu Ba'Olam Haba. Ba'Omer Hashem Yishvati B'Yakiv, Im Yiba'un El Meluchasim, Divrei Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say this again, Rabbi Akiva, but ultimately, again, Dra Midbar doesn't have portion of the world to come. Those who says, Hey, Ba'Olam Yolam Haba. Not true. Dor HaMidbar has a portion in the world to come. Shnei Amar, Isvili Chasidi Karsei Bisi Alai Zera, Aramani Mekayim, Hashem Nishbati Bi'api Nishbati. Originally, Hashem swore that Dor HaMidbar would not go into would not have Olam Haba, V'chaz Rani Bi, and I changed my mind. The Roth said, by the way, I just want to point out something absolutely amazing. If the Ribono Shel Olam could change his mind, so can we. So often in life we get stuck in a particular garage, right? This is who I am. This is what I do. This is how I live. This is how I conduct myself. And we become so entrenched in our behaviors. And we become so entrenched in our approaches. And even so entrenched in our hashkafas. And we assume that that's just because I